The 5 boys in front of me only eat one meal every 3 days, each meal consisting of at least 3 cows, 4 pigs, and 5 bags of rice, causing the orphanage that supports us to go bankrupt. In order to feed us 5 brothers, I either take my younger brothers to kindergarten to collect protection fees or collect protection fees on the way to the nursing home. Even to be able to eat free meals, I would pretend to be a human trafficker at the police station entrance, hoping that the police would arrest us. In the interrogation room, Yifei put down his pen and looked at me. Tell me, why did you become a human trafficker? I looked at Yifei in surprise and said, what human trafficker? Officer, don't talk nonsense, I am a law-abiding citizen. Yifei laughed and said, didn't you ask me if I wanted a child at the police station entrance? I nodded and said, yes, it was me. Officer, do you still want one? None of the 4 children are over 18 yet. You can take them home and become a father directly, and in a few years, you can have grandchildren. Yifei heard this and was so angry that his mouth twisted. I'm only 22. I haven't even had a girlfriend. And you're already telling me to have grandchildren. Let me tell you, be sensible and honestly tell me where the child is. Try to handle it leniently. Otherwise, if something happens to those children, not applicable. How is that impossible? Those 4 kids are the ones I watched grow up, and I personally handled their identification cards. He must have asked you if you wanted a child, not if you wanted to buy a child, right? I grinned and said, Uncle, you're the one making sense. I just wanted to ask him if he wanted to adopt a child, but he ended up arresting me. Yifei, upon hearing this, opened his mouth wide in shock and remained speechless for a long time. Chen Daxian looked at me speechlessly. I say, Zhangwei, can you stop targeting our police station all the time for petty theft? Can't you find another place? I chuckled, and the handcuffs in my hand instantly fell on the table. Uncle Chen, you're wronging me with that statement. I also often target the petty theft in other departments. I took out a pack of cigarettes worth 5 yuan, handed one to Chen Daxian with a wry smile, and lit one for myself. Uncle Chen, I'm just tight on money. You know we don't get enough allowance to feed those kids for a few meals. Alright, stop pretending. Kid, Chen Daxian put the cigarette on the table and looked at Yifei. Take them out for a meal, or they won't leave. Deduct the meal cost from your salary. Yifei instinctively asked, why? Because you arrested them without a thorough investigation. After saying that, Chen Daxian sighed, shook his head, and walked away. Isn't it just a meal? Yifei's teeth were almost crushed. I can afford this amount of money. 2 hours later, at the entrance of the police station. Brother, the food at the police station is still good. We haven't had such a good meal in a long time. Do you know how good the food is? I've only eaten half a pig, 3 bags of rice, and 10 handfuls of noodles, and I can't eat anymore. It's really useless. That can't blame us. Following the big brother, our stomachs are all hungry. And isn't it because their canteen ran out of ingredients? Blame me for that? Where are we going to fleece tomorrow? How about going to the detention center? I want to eat their steamed buns, although they are not delicious, but they are plentiful. They are not stupid. Can they catch you and put you in? How about I use a rubber band to shoot their glass? We agreed on one meal every 3 days. Let's talk about it again in 3 days. Yifei watched the 5 figures gradually moving away in front of him, for the first time doubting his police life. There are 2 orphanages in Anyang City, one in Nanchang District, Sunshine Orphanage, founded by the municipal government, and one in Beicheng District, Love Home, privately founded, and I inherited this Love Home. Originally, I was not a person in this world, but a time traveler. As a time traveler, I also have a cheat, but this cheat has been loading since the day it was bound. I remember it was a stormy night, with the sound of crying babies like resentful spirits echoing at the door of the Love Home. My attachment was received at that time. Following the terrifying cries, the old dean found 4 newborn babies at the door, and named them Zhang Biao, Zhang Hu, Zhang Long, and Zhang Bao respectively. Because of their frightening appearance, everyone in the orphanage was afraid of them, but I was not afraid. The growth of Zhang Biao and the other 3 is like taking hormones. They can walk within just half a year of coming to the loving home, climb onto the roof within a year, and have a natural ability to eat, especially a lot. At just 1 year old, each of them can eat 3 bowls of dry rice. As the saying goes, one becomes like those close to. My appetite has also grown daily through contact with them. Although they are a bit ugly, a bit fierce, slightly mature, big in size, and big eaters, I still treat them like my own younger brothers. Later, the 5 of us, including me and Zhang Biao, successfully bankrupted the orphanage. The old director also incurred a huge debt to support us outside. Under the coordination of the government, the remaining children were all adopted, except for me, Zhang Biao, and the other 5, who couldn't be sent away. In the year I turned 18, the old director passed away, and I inherited this home of love. Later, Wave after wave of debt collectors came, and I realized that the money the old director borrowed was all from loan sharks. Despite the continuous visits from debt collectors, not a single penny was taken away from here. Bang! The remaining half of the office door was kicked open, and Zhang Biao and his 3 companions hunched over as they squeezed in holding a letter. "Boss, someone just threw something in," I said to knock. "Manners, do you understand manners? Put the door back. Knock again." As I scolded, I quietly hid the instant noodles in my hand in the drawer. The 4 men scratched their heads in a simple manner, picked up the remaining quarter of the door, and left. "Knock knock, come in. Big brother, someone just threw something in. Bring it to me." Zhang Wei took the letter and opened it to read it carefully. "Big brother, what's written on it? Can you read it? Asterisk 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 asterisk. When I think about it, you're big brother. I was also a person who read the 3rd grade. How could I not understand it? It says here that you'll be 18 in 2 days, so next month's allowance will be gone." "Ah." Zhang Wei indifferently threw the letter in his hand into the trash can and said, "What's the point of panicking? Isn't it just a little less subsidy? Can you still starve to death? Big brother, it's been 3 days since our last meal. Where do you think we're going to mingle today? Eat eat eat. Just know how to eat. When have I ever fed you guys less than your big brother?" The 4 people who were reprimanded by Zhang Wei trembled. Just then, Zhang Wei's ears twitched, and out of the corner of his eye, he glanced out the window without moving. "Ahem, that, by the way, Biao, has Tenjiao Kindergarten paid its protection fee for this week?" Zhang Biao and a few others had followed Zhang Wei around for so many years to cheat food and drink, and instantly understood Zhang Wei's meaning. Handed it over. "Big brother." Zhang Biao pulled out a black plastic bag from the inside pocket of his clothes and placed it on the table. "It's all here." Zhang Wei nodded after opening the black plastic bag and counting it. "Quantity is no problem. Tiger, where's the protection money for the South Mountain Nursing Home?" Ah Hu hurriedly took out a black plastic bag and put it on the table. "Big brother, except for Grandpa Meng, the rest are paid." Zhang Wei frowned at the words and turned his head to Ah Hu. "How is the person doing?" "In Northside Hospital, probably dying." Zhang Wei nodded and got up, picking up the 2 black plastic bags on the table and walking towards the safe behind him. "Turn your head around." "Oh." The 4 men skimmed and slowly turned around. Zhang Wei carefully locked the 2 black plastic bags into the safe before saying to the 4 of them, "Let's go. Go to the hospital and take a look at this Grandpa Meng." "Yes, big brother. Want to bring something?" Zhang Wei took a deep breath and said, "Bring it on." Zhang Wei finished taking out his sunglasses and put it on, and the 4 people behind him also hurriedly took out sunglasses and put them on their eyes when they saw this. Just as Zhang Wei's few people had left, an athletic figure tumbled in through the broken window. Yi Fei took his cell phone and took a shot at the room, followed by a few close-ups of Zhang Wei's safe. I knew there was something wrong with these guys, actually charging protection money, but a surreptitious video is not evidence. Aren't they going to North City Hospital to commit murder? I must catch them red-handed this time. Yi Fei took out his cell phone and dialed Chen Dachan's number. Bureau Chen. 20 minutes later. Northside Hospital. "Officer, this is the room." Bang. "Police, everybody hold your heads and crouch down." "Big brother, we seem to be surrounded. What should we do?" "Cut the ing crap and get down. By the way, did you bring the wire rope?" Bring it on, bring it on." "Big brother, I'll tie it on for you first." Hey, we have another meal today." Under Yi Fei's dumbfounded gaze, Zhang Wei's men quickly tied themselves up. The familiar scene made Yi Fei's eyelids flutter wildly. He always felt that something was wrong. "Zhang Wei, don't think you can escape the law by playing dumb this time." "Officer Yi, what are you saying? I can't understand." Yi Fei pointed to a few bags on the side and said, "Don't say you're here to play music for this grandpa on the bed to cheer him up." Zhang Wei was surprised. "How do you know? Could it be that you have the legendary penetrating eyes?" The corner of Yi Fei's mouth twitched as he sniffed. He had a gut feeling that he was going to roll over again this time. Yi Fei shook his head vigorously and quickly walked to the bag. Then it was seen to contain a couple of funeral instruments. Just then, the old man in the hospital bed, who had just been dying, widened his eyes and struggled to raise his hand to point at him. Yi Fei's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly held Moncler Outlet Store his hand and asked, "Moncler, are you trying to tell me something?" Moncler Outlet Store, his eyes were wide and he struggled to say something, but he was so sick that his voice was so small that it was imperceptible. Yi Fei hurriedly put his ear over when he saw this. You stepped on my oxygen tube." Yi Fei, Chapter 3 A Candy Bar. I'm sorry. Yi Fei apologized to Grandmaster Meng a dozen times in a row, and when he turned his head, he saw Zhang Wei and the others looking at him with a bad smile on their faces. And in an instant, Yi Fei's nose was almost askew. "Zhang Wei, say, why did you come to the hospital?" Zhang Wei shrugged and said, "As you can see, here for a job." Yi Fei frowned when he heard this, and right at this moment, Zhang Hu, who had itchy feet on the side, couldn't help but shrink. When Yi Fei saw this, he immediately thought that Zhang Hu was hiding something, only to see Yi Fei step towards Zhang Hu's body without changing his color, quickly bend down, move crisply and neatly reach out and grab Zhang Hu's shoes, and take them off without hesitation. But he didn't realize that Zhang Wei's five had already held their breath when he walked towards Zhang Hu. In an instant, a stream of black smoke so thick that it was like ink spurted straight out from Zhang Hu's feet like a giant black dragon. The black smoke quickly filled the room, bringing with it an unspeakably pungent odor. Vom! A violent vomiting sound rang out, and Yi Fei's bile was on the verge of being vomited out. The smell was indescribable, not only choking one's throat, but also irritating the eyes like chilly water, making one cry. Yi Fei desperately covered his mouth and nose, but the stench still drilled into his nasal cavity without any holes. In just less than 3 seconds, Yi Fei collapsed, struggling hard on the ground, wanting to escape this room filled with poisonous gas as soon as possible. Just then, the door of the room was kicked open, and Chen Dashan took a few steps to Zhang Hu wearing a mask, picked up his shoes and put them back on for Zhang Hu. Strangely enough, with Zhang Hu's shoes on, the room that had just been filled with a foul odor instantly returned to normal. Bureau Chen Dashan looked at Yi Fei with disappointment inside. Take them to dinner. By what right? Yi Fei forced himself to stand up. Bureau Chen, I have a video. I got it. Without waiting for Yi Fei to finish, Chen Dashan waved his hand and said, you want to say that they collect protection fees, right? Yi Fei looked at Chen Daxiang in surprise at his words. Bureau Chen, how do you know? Chen Daxiang did not explain, but looked at Zhang Wei. What? Still lying down? Zhang Wei smiled sarcastically at his words and hurriedly stood up from the ground, kicking Zhang Biao beside him in the process. Get up and stow the wire rope. Zhang Biao's few people hurriedly stood up, and in just a few moments, the wire ropes that were bound to death on a few people were put away. Zhang Wei picked up the red plums from the side table and handed it to Chen Daxiang. Uncle Chen, what a coincidence. Chen Daxiang took the cigarettes handed over by Zhang Wei, looked at Zhang Wei and said in a serious tone, Zhang Wei, Biao and the others will soon be 18. It's time for you guys to go and find a serious job. Instead of mixing it up like you are now, look at Biao and the others. They follow you for 3 days and eat 1 meal. If you don't think about yourself, don't you think about Biao's and their future too? Uncle Chen is old and talks a bit too much. If you don't like to hear it, just pretend you didn't hear it. Chen Daxiang patted Zhang Wei's shoulder, then gave Yi Fei another disappointed look before leaving. Unlike Yi Fei's expression of defiance, Zhang Wei, who had been lectured by Chen Daxiang, lowered his head and didn't know what he was thinking. Seeing Zhang Wei in this state, Yi Fei lost the mood to question Zhang Wei for a while. Yi Fei took a deep breath and forced the fear in his heart to look at the 4 Zhang Biao people. The 4 of them, Zhang Biao, Zhang Hu, Zhang Long, and Zhang Bao, had exaggerated physiques and incomparably intimidating faces. They were a bit ugly, but not so ugly as to be hopelessly ugly. It was an unspeakable look. The first impression one gets is, bad guy. Even that murderous psychopath feels like a good boy in front of them. However, Yi Fei gradually realized that they didn't seem to be that intimidating after looking at them for a long time. At least when faced with his gaze, Zhang Biao's few would politely smile back, although that smile was also creepy. Yi Fei took a deep breath and turned to look at Zhang Wei. Let's go. I'll treat you guys to dinner and apologize to you again. As soon as Yi Fei's words fell, Zhang Wei, who had just been sullen, had instantly appeared in the doorway. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Big brother, wait for me, and me, Yi Fei. An hour later, Mrs. Wang's small fry home cooking. Looking at the meals that kept being served on the table, Yi Fei's eyes turned red. It's not that he's stupid for not knowing to go to a cafeteria, but people's cafeterias aren't stupid either. An hour ago, the first one, sorry, our restaurant is full. The second one, sorry, our boss and sister-in-law ran away. We're closed today. The third, Viagra, small business, please spare me. The fourth family, did I ever tell you guys that if you come back I'll jump off the bridge with my wife and kids? Including this Wang Ma small fry home cooking. The owner Wang Ma, on the first time he saw them come to the rice bucket above the free rice 4 words torn, reposted a $1 a bowl. 541, 542, 543. Beside the dining table, Wang Ma held a pen and paper and kept counting the number of bowls that Zhang Wei and the others had eaten. And the unconcealable smile at the corner of her mouth was almost cracking to the root of her ears. Another hour later. Big brother, there are 236 dishes and 803 bowls of rice, of which the meat dishes are, total 8,246. I'll wipe a zero for you. 8,000. Do you see cash or credit card? Hearing 8,000, Yi Fei almost fainted with his eyes blackened. forcibly resisting the urge to faint. Yi Fei gritted his teeth and said, "Chanting for flowers." When Yi Fei finished checking out, he realized that Zhang Wei and several others had already walked out of the restaurant. "Good. You ate my $8,000, and you're just going to leave without saying goodbye, aren't you?" Yi Fei immediately chased after them. However, before he could chase them far, Yi Fei realized that Zhang Wei's 5 had stopped. Looking at the Nanshan kindergarten beside the 5 as well as the 5 Zhang Wei hiding in the corner, Yi Fei instantly frowned. Do they still want to collect protection fees? Just then, as the school bell rang, the kindergarten doors slowly opened with it. "What are you guys looking at?" Yi Fei asked as he came closer. Zhang Wei grinned and said, "We've collected protection fees, so naturally we have to keep an eye on them. There have been a lot of traffickers in recent years, so don't get cheated out of them, and then there will be no one to pay us protection fees." Zhang Biao and the 4 of them quickly nodded their heads and said, "Yes, yes, yes, yes. A few days ago we even caught a guy posing as a parent and beat him up severely. If we were tricked out of it, we'd have to lose a share of the protection fee." Just then, a little loli with a ponytail saw Zhang Wei and the others in the corner and immediately broke away from her mother's hand and ran towards this side. What puzzled Yi Fei was that Lori's mother was obviously afraid of Zhang Wei and the others, but did not stop Lori from running this way. "Brother Wei, Yao is going back to the countryside with her mom in the next few days and won't be back until a few days later. Here's next week's protection money." Zhang Wei nodded his head coolly and said, "Well, Biao, take it." "Yes, Pio." Biao answered and smoothly took the protection money handed over by Yao and put it into a black bag. Yodo instantly waved at a few people with a happy face when she saw this, before turning around and running towards her mother with a bounce in her step. Yi Fei, who was on the side, looked at the scene in front of him with wide eyes. What surprised him wasn't that Zhang Wei and the others were collecting protection money in front of him. Rather, he was surprised that the protection money that Zhang Wei and his men had collected. Just a QQ fudge. Chapter 4, How can you come to quit smoking without cigarettes? Time rushed by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. "Big brother, I'm hungry. Big brother, I want to eat Sister Wang's bun. Big brother, I want to eat Yui's roasted white. Eat, just know how to eat. Why don't you prop you up? Big brother, it's been 3 days. Zhang Wei sighed at the words and sat down on his butt on the stone ladder under the eaves of the house, and Zhang Biao and the 4 of them immediately followed suit when they saw this. Looking at his 4 younger brothers who were shaken by hunger and weighed less than 300 pounds on average, Zhang Wei's heart did not feel good either. A part-time job? It's not that he hasn't thought about it, but what kind of job could support the 4 of them? It's hard to feed yourself, not to mention feeding the 4 of them, because he ate no less than the 4 Zhang Biao. "Hey, old Dean, how long before the heaven and earth change you mentioned comes?" Zhang Wei sighed, and then took out his cell phone to look at the amount of chanting. Still $10, and has long been used up. Repayment is overdue for 3 days. The worried Zhang Wei couldn't help but pull out the soft red plum. However, before he could light it, Zhang Biao's 4 men came over. "Big brother, I want to smoke one too. Big brother, asterisk. No smoking under 18, Zhang Bao said aggrievedly, "but we've already turned 18 today." Zhang Wei was stunned at his words. Looking at the pitiful 4 people in front of him, Zhang Wei then reacted. Asterisk. Why didn't you guys tell me it was your birthday? Zhang Hu lowered his head and whispered. "I thought big brother you remembered." Zhang Wei, "Smoking is bad for your health, but for the sake of your birthday, here's one for you," Zhang Wei said and handed one over to each of the 4. In the next moment, Zhang Wei was a black line on his face, only to see Zhang Biao's 4 people lighting the cigarettes in their hands, and with one puff, the cigarettes in their hands were nothing but cigarette butts, and even the smoke wasn't even spat out. "Brother, the flavor is not bad, just too little. How about another one?" Zhang Wei sniffed and hurriedly put the cigarette into his pocket. "Smoke what you smoke. Go out and find food. Are you kidding me? With this kind of draw, the landlord would go bankrupt." "Big brother, have another one. It's our birthday." Yeah. "Big brother, let's have another one. I'll have one less bowl of rice later." Asterisk off. On the street, Zhang Biao's 4 men were still constantly begging Zhang Wei for another one. Just then, the sound of a couple arguing attracted Zhang Wei's attention. "Hey, isn't that Mr. Lu who sells steel bars? Big brother, why are those 2 arguing?" Asterisk. "How should I know? Go over and listen." Not only Zhang Wei and the others, the pedestrians passing by all came together. Soon, Zhang Wei knew how Boss Lu's 2 families had quarreled. After all is said and done, it's the smoking. Boss Lu's real name is Lu Hongqiang, is a famous steel bar king in the north of the city. The family is rich. However, Although this Lu Hongqiang is a good hand at making money, this aspect of healthcare is poor. As a result of years of smoking, this Lu Hongqiang is now just 50 years old and has emphysema. If you cooperate with your doctor, this emphysema is not a life-threatening disease. However, Lu Hongqiang's addiction to cigarettes is very great, at least 3 packs of cigarettes a day, which is said to be able to quit. Just now, just out of the hospital, Lu Hongqiang could not help but pull out a cigarette and smoked, and the two mouths have been arguing as a result. Lu Hongqiang, you're going to lose your ing life if you keep smoking. I really hate to send you inside the prison to quit smoking. No need to go to jail. Zhang Wei squeezed through the crowd towards the front and said to Lu Hongqiang's wife, "My name is Zhang Wei, the Dean of the House of Love, and I am very good at quitting smoking." Wei Zhang? Dean Chang? Yakuza brother Dean Chang? Holy, that's him. His 4 cannibalistic brothers are here too. Go go go. Just in the blink of an eye, the crowd of eaters that had just filled up instantly ran clean. Zhang Wei didn't care about the crowd's nonsense. He was already used to it, and looked at the already weak-legged Lu Hongqiang couple with a grin. "Both of you, would you like to learn about the latest smoking cessation package from this hospital?" "But, can I not understand?" Lu Hongqiang's daughter-in-law asked with a trembling voice. "Ha?" Zhang Wei frowned. "If this business is not negotiated, they must not go hungry today?" Just as Zhang Wei was pondering on how to convince the two, Zhang Biao came closer and whispered, "Big brother, do you want us to?" Although Zhang Biao had lowered his voice itself was very loud, and even if he had lowered it, Mr. and Mrs. Lu Hongqiang still heard him clearly. Zhang Biao had wanted to ask Zhang Wei if he wanted them to beg them, but it turned out to be a completely different story in the ears of the two. Understand. We need to understand badly. Understand right away. Understand now. Zhang Wei was instantly amused at his words. "You too. We have a 3-day fast quit package and a 5-day slow quit package here. Which one do you choose?" "Ha?" Mr. and Mrs. Lu Hongqiang were confused. 3 days? 5 days? Can you quit smoking? That Lu Hongqiang's daughter-in-law asked cautiously. "Dean Zhang, how much do you charge for 3 days?" Zhang Wei disliked Zhang Biao's arm, and Zhang Biao hastily stretched out 4 fingers and said, 30,000. Mr. and Mrs. Lu Hongqiang looked at each other and instantly read each other's meaning in each other's eyes. $30,000. Spend it to get rid of it. Alright, Dean Zhang, I'll sweep $30,000 to you. Lu Hong swept $30,000 for Zhang Wei, then carefully asked, "Dean Zhang, do you think we can leave now?" "Go." Zhang Wei frowned. "Go where?" Lu Hongqiang and his wife shivered when they heard this. However, right at this moment, Zhang Wei slapped his forehead and said, "Right, it's time to go home and get some change of clothes first. Tell you what, you guys go back first, and I'll have Bill pick you up later to come to our loving home to quit smoking. Come on, let's go eat first." "Okay Lu, big brother, I want to eat Sister Wang's bun. Big brother, I want to eat Yui's roasted white." It was only until Zhang Wei's few people were far away that Lu Hongqiang and his wife's legs went limp and paralyzed on the ground. After a long time, Lu Hongqiang's daughter-in-law came back to her senses and pulled Lu Hongqiang's arm and asked, "Hubby, what do we do now? How about we run?" "Run? Where to run?" Lu Hongqiang shrugged off his daughter-in-law, took out a cigarette and lit it. Even though he coughed and couldn't catch his breath, still inhaled deeply. After slowing down, Lu Hongqiang then looked at Zhang Wei's direction of their departure with fierce eyes and said, "Lousy Lu Hongqiang has been mixing in Anyan for so many years and not for nothing, trying to take the old man down." 8 p.m. Love House. Big brother, Boss Lu brought it back. "Big brother, you are not aware. Can come to us to quit smoking?" Boss Lu was very happy. Invited hundreds of brothers to send him. Those brothers of his even cut a deal with us, but they just weren't very good. Lu Hongqiang. Zhang Wei looked at Lu Hongqiang with a smile on his face and said, "Boss Lu, welcome to be the first client of our Love Quit Smoking Clinic. Don't worry, we're here to make sure you succeed in helping you quit smoking." "Right, that, Biao. Since you've come to quit smoking, how can you not bring cigarettes with you? You now take Boss Lu to buy one." "No, 10 cigarettes back." "So what, Boss Lu? You still have to pay for the cigarettes." Lu Hongqiang. Chapter 5 Blood Moon. System load complete. Big brother, the cigarettes are bought back. Boss Lu was so atmospheric that he bought 20 of them in one shot. Looking at the 20 strips of huazi in front of him, Zhang Wei frowned. "Didn't I tell you to buy 10 strips? How can you buy 20 strips? But buy them all. I'll tell you what, I'll leave the remaining 10 with me for safekeeping." "Ha? No, big brother. Not what not. Alright, it's getting late. You guys take Boss Lu down to rest first." Zhang Wei finished taking 10 cigarettes and left. Lu Hongqiang was confused until now. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing here? And didn't you take the 20 cigarettes? I am not here to quit smoking? Quit what? Quit. Zhang Biao put his arm around Lu Hongqiang, grabbed 2 cigarettes and stuffed them into his arms, while also grabbing 2 and clamping them under his armpit. Life is just a few decades. Nothing to quit smoking. Early death and early reincarnation. Smoking. I must smoke tonight. Yeah. Smoke over it. Tiger and the 3 of them also picked up 2 each. Let's go. Smoke over. Hey not. Lu Hongqiang's height of 1.7 meters in front of the 4 people is similar to a child who has not grown up, and he was clamped and walked away. Soon Lu Hongqiang arrived at the most humble room he had seen so far. The size of the room wasn't small. It was over 100 square feet, and it was clear that the room had never been used as a bedroom before. The doors and windows of this huge room had long been damaged, and even the furniture consisted of a table and 4 simple closets, and nothing else. There were a few broken door panels lying in the corner, and a few quilts were discarded randomly on the door panels, so it was obvious that this was Piao's bed for them. Boss Lu, Big Brother said that you'll stay here with us for the next few days, and it's also convenient for us to protect you. No, I don't want to sleep with you guys. Lu Hongqiang roared in his heart, but he didn't dare to resist, so he could only let Zhang Biao throw his luggage into the middle of several door panels. Come on, let's smoke. Yeah, smoking. An hour later. Comfortable. No wonder Big Brother likes smoking so much. Yeah, weird. So what? Boss Lu, let's have another pack. Lu Hongqiang's entire body was dumbfounded. 10 cigarettes, 2 each, and the rest were all but cigarette butts lying on the floor, except for the one he still had. It was the first time he'd ever seen someone lose a puff. Just a bite. Have you ever seen a 3-minute pack? They didn't even exhale the smoke except for their butts still on the floor. Boss Lu, you're not being a friend enough. Said we'd smoke cool tonight? We haven't had a good time yet. Yeah, it hasn't been fun. Lu Hongqiang roared in his heart. Who said that I would smoke with you guys? Wasn't that what you said? Until now, I've only smoked 1. Of course, he only dared to yell in his mind. There's 1 more. 2 packs for each person. Smoke it all but. Without waiting for Lu Hongqiang to finish, Zhang Biao's 4 men had already split the cigarettes. Boss Lu's atmosphere. Yes, atmosphere. Snap, snap. 6 minutes later. Boss Lu, let's have another one. Yeah, 1 more. Lu Hongqiang. So what? I'm sleepy and want to go to bed. Looking at Lu Hongqiang pretending to be asleep, the 4 didn't say anything. Can Lu Hongqiang sleep? Naturally, I can't sleep. After holding it for half an hour, Lu Hongqiang couldn't hold it anymore. Lu Hongqiang opened his eyes a slit to peek at Zhang Biao and the others, and only after realizing that the 4 Zhang Biao people were asleep did Lu Hongqiang carefully climb up. Walking outside the room, Lu Hongqiang breathed a sigh of relief and fumbled to pull out a cigarette in his mouth. Snap! For faces that could scare the hell out of an evil spirit appeared around the flames of the lighter. Ah! Lu Hongqiang's soul was almost lost in fear. Boss Lu, smoking without dispersing smoke. You're looking down on the brothers. Yeah, look down on us. Looking at the darkness of the mouthful of a cigarette, Lu Hongqiang at this time has been deeply skeptical. In the end he is in the loose smoke. Or in the incense. Soon, the pack of cigarettes was gone. Even the one Lu Hongqiang was holding in his mouth was taken away. Not to mention smoking, Lu Hongqiang did not even smoke a little second-hand smoke. After all, Zhang Biao and the others smoke without spitting. Touching the last packet of Huazi in his pocket, Lu Hongqiang ducked into the bathroom. Snap! Yo, Boss Lu. What a coincidence. Ah, Boss Lu, don't be afraid. We're also here to use the restroom. Let's join together. Yeah, together. Lu Hongqiang, Lu Hongqiang, who was forcefully pulled by 4 strong men to go to the restroom together, nearly collapsed. Yet the thing that made him even more collapsed was still behind. Back to the room of Lu Hongqiang is how cannot sleep. So stay up until midnight. Lu Hongqiang is now sleepy to reach the peak, but is how cannot sleep. Usually at such times he would light a cigarette. However, looking at the 4 people on either side of Zhang Biao who were sleeping like dead people, Lu Hongqiang did not dare to smoke. He was afraid that if he just took out the lighter, the next moment the 4 people would immediately climb up. It was strange to say that Zhang Biao's 4 men were so exaggerated in size, but they slept without any sound at all. Not to mention snoring, not even breathing. Take a whiff. I'll take a whiff. Lu Hongqiang carefully shrunk his head into the comforter, then fumbled to pull out a cigarette and put it to his nose and inhaled deeply. Hiss. Comfortable. Cozy. Yeah, cozy. Looking at the 4 pairs of eyes that suddenly appeared in the comforter shrinking with green light, Lu Hongqiang's eyes widened and his body began to tremble. In the next moment, Lu Hongqiang's eyes rolled over and he directly fainted. Dean's office. Zhang Wei was leaning back in his chair eating a QQ fudge while looking at the system panel in front of him. After waiting for 18 years, Is it finally going to load successfully? Looking at the loading progress on the system panel, which had come to 9,999%, Zhang Wei couldn't help but feel a little excited. 18 years? From the day Zhang Biao's 4 arrived at the orphanage until today when Zhang Biao's 4 turned 18, Zhang Wei had waited for 18 whole years. However, Zhang Wei, who had been looking at the systems panel, did not realize that the bright moon outside the window was slowly turning red at that moment. Ding! System loaded. Host, Zhang Wei. Age, 22. Face value, unimportant. Sex, male. Ability, unawakened. Rank, 10. Combat strength, 88. System points, 0, can be obtained through quests as well as recycled items. Bound rewards being distributed. Congratulations to the host. Obtaining the Eye of Probing, primary, which can probe the target's information. The lower the target's level, the more information it will have. The system mall is open. With the end of the system beep, Zhang Wei only felt a stabbing pain in his eyes, which did not last long, and when Zhang Wei opened his eyes again, the entire world felt much clearer. Chapter 6, Awakening of the Entire Population. How do I awaken my powers? *********. No hints? Zhang Wei cupped his chin and paced back and forth in the room continuously. Suddenly, Zhang Wei's eyes fell on the plugboard. Thunderbolt is a good psychic ability too, isn't it? Probe. Plug-in board. Value 18. Comes with electricity 220V. Hazard level. Low. Propping up the bold. Starving the timid. 220V only. I am also a person with a system. Afraid of a chicken hair. Seeing the low level of danger, Zhang Wei immediately stretched out his index finger and poked it hard towards the jack of the plugboard. However, to Zhang Wei's surprise, he did not feel the strong electric shock sensation he had imagined. What's going on? Could this be the zero wire? With his heart full of doubts, Zhang Wei quickly pulled his finger out of the jack just now and turned to reach for another jack next to it. At that moment, only a Z sound could be heard, and immediately afterward, Zhang Wei felt a powerful electric power directly surging into his body, which was followed by a loud bang sound. A mouthful of thick black smoke was spat out from the depths of his throat, and Zhang Wei didn't even have time to make any sound before he felt his eyes go black and his body tilted straight backward. He wasn't the only one who was as middle-aged as Zhang Wei on this night. As the moon in the sky turned completely red, the awakened people with supernatural abilities began to appear one after another all over the world. It is also not just humans who are awakening, but all living beings. As more and more awakened people appeared, a large number of videos capturing awakened people soon appeared on the internet, and for a time, the blood moon and the awakening of supernatural powers swept the entire internet. The world is never short of middle-aged young people, especially those death-defying masters in foreign countries. There were sand sculptures who tried to awaken the gift of flight, then climbed up to the top floor and leapt off in a puddle. There are even a few that wanted to be dragon riders and then snuck into the zoo and rode a lizard. In comparison, Zhang Wei's finger stabbing the plugboard to try to awaken the thunder and lightning system's supernormal ability was still a bit more reliable. Well, it's not all that reliable. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Wei was woken up by urine. The first thing Zhang Wei did when he woke up was to check his system panel. Alien powers, unawakened. This isn't even awakened. How come there are 3 system points? Zhang Wei hurriedly went to turn over the system information. Not to mention, it really let him turn it over. Congratulations to the host, recovering 30 degrees of power and gaining 3 system points. At that moment, Zhang Wei's cell phone gave out a ding sound. Zhang Wei took out his cell phone and tapped on the text message. Your electricity account is in arrears. Please pay your electricity bill as soon as possible. For more information, please click **********. I just paid $20 last month. 30 degrees of electricity made me numb. What if it was 300 degrees? Before Zhang Wei's sputtering voice fell, Zhang Biao kicked off the only remaining quarter panel of the door and rushed in. Before Zhang Wei could lash out, Zhang Biao hurriedly spoke. Big brother, it's bad. Boss Lu has mutated. Spreading stuff? Following Zhang Biao out of the office, Zhang Wei soon met the spirited Lu Hongqiang in the courtyard. Now that I, Lu Hongqiang, am a high and mighty alien, why don't you mortals kneel down for me? How about if you guys follow me in the future, and I'll make sure you have a lot of meat and fish? Hearing Lu Hongqiang's words, Zhang Wei immediately thought that this guy had awakened some extraordinary supernormal ability, and immediately opened the eye of scrying. However, with just a glance, Zhang Wei was stunned with his jaw. Lu Hongqiang, 50 years old, physical state, healthy, G-class alien, smoke swallowing, rank, 11, combat power 5. Nima, is this considered awakening powers? But this awakening is not nothing. At least Lu Hongqiang's emphysema is gone. Jiang Wei twisted his head to look at Zhang Biao and the others again. Zhang Biao, 18 years old. Physical condition, mild hunger. Psychic ability, none. Rank 10, combat power 77. Jiang Hu, 18 years old. Physical condition, mild hunger. Psychic ability, none. Rank 10, combat power 77. Zhang Long, 18 years old. Physical condition, mild hunger. Psychic ability, none. Rank 10, combat power 77. Zhang Bao, 18 years old. Physical condition, mild hunger. Psychic ability, none. Rank 10, combat power 77. Except for the different names, the information about the four was like copy and paste. However, what made Jiang Wei speechless was that it was clear that he had only eaten a meal yesterday, and these four guys were actually hungry again. How have you guys thought about it? Willing to follow brother Changmi? Looking at the arrogant Lu Hongqiang, Jiang Wei grinned and said, "Ah Long, invite boss Lu to come over and show us some of his supernatural abilities." "Okay, big brother." "Hey, what are you guys doing? I'm a noble shifter. Let go of me, or else I'll get mad." Zhang Long ignored Lu Hongqiang's struggles, and with one hand, he lifted his collar to Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei took out a pack of cigarettes and handed it to Lu Hongqiang. "Come on, boss Lu. It's good to be idle. Give the brothers a show." Seeing the cigarettes, Zhang Biao's four eyes went straight. However, they knew that it was not for them. "Humph. I'll show you all what I'm capable of." Lu Hongqiang snorted coldly, picked up a cigarette and lit it and then smoked it hard. Soon, a cigarette was finished by Lu Hongqiang, and the smoke was swallowed into his stomach. Lu Hongqiang felt it and felt that he could still smoke 3, so he picked up 3 more cigarettes and smoked them. By the time the 3 cigarettes were finished, Lu Hongqiang's face was suffocating red. "Stand back, you guys, or I'll hurt you." Jiang Wei's 5 men hurriedly retreated a few meters upon hearing this, and then they heard Lu Hongqiang shout, Put. A green smoke came out of Lu Hongqiang's butt. After that, and then there's no more. Cut. That's it? I thought it was more powerful. Seeing Jiang Wei and the others looking at him with disdain, Lu Hongqiang was enraged. "So what if that's it? At least you can't." "We can't?" Zhang Biao took a few steps to Lu Hongqiang's side, scaring him, but he misunderstood. Zhang Biao didn't want to beat him up, but grabbed the lighter and cigarettes in his hand. As soon as Zhang Biao tore off the package, all 16 cigarettes were stuffed into his mouth and lit at once, and after one bite, all that was left of the 16 cigarettes was the butt of the cigarette. Voila! Bang! A cannonball formed by smoke shot out from Zhang Biao's juju, directly blowing off a small fist-sized tree 5 meters away. Lu Hongqiang stood dumbfounded. His mouth opened wide and did not close for a long time. Hey, how's it going? Big brother, did I learn okay? Zhang Biao looked at the crowd proudly, yet he realized that the faces of Jiang Wei's few people were all incredibly odd. Big brother, what's with the looks on your faces? Is something wrong? Zhang Long couldn't help but kindly remind. So what? Biao, did you feel your ass getting cold? Zhang Biao sniffed and scratched his head. You don't say. After just performing, my butt is really cool. Zhang Biao said and touched his butt. Ah, my pants. Chapter 7, 10,000 for a shifter. Northside Police Department. Chief, what now? The whole city is in chaos. Not the whole city, the whole world. Chief, the police station's phones are all over the place. We simply don't have that many manpower right now. And those mutants can't be handled by ordinary police officers. Chief, another bank was just robbed. Chief, there's been another murder in Harmony Park. Chief, Chen Daxiang sat dumbfounded in his chair. Although he had been the director for 10 years, he really didn't know what to do now. The blood moon descended, and although it didn't reach the point of universal awakening, the ratio of awakening was as high as 10 to 1. Of the 10 billion people on the planet today, at least 1 billion have become psychics. While many people's powers didn't have much offensive qualities, there were always 1 or 2 awakened powers out of 10 that were suitable for combat. As a populous country with a population close to 1/7 of the world's population, the entire Xia kingdom was in disarray at this time. Chief, what to do? Get an idea? Chen Daqiang sighed and asked, how many people have awakened in our police department? 17 in all, 13 of which are not fit to fight. Just 4 people, muttered Chen Daqiang. 150. 000 people in the northern district. What can 4 people do? Just then, Chen Daqiang's phone hand rang. Hey, yes, I'll figure it out. Yes, defend North City to the death. Putting down the phone, Chen Daxiang looked at the crowd and smiled bitterly. The above said, temporarily cannot send people to support. Let us think of ways, and must stabilize the situation. *******. Take what for steady? There's only a few of us. Those awakened people, whether it is speed or physical quality, are too much higher than our ordinary people. Even if we take a gun, cannot hit people at all. The hardest thing is still simply cannot catch up. Okay. The cook, Big Fatty Zhang, raised his hand to interrupt the crowd's tirade. So what, Chief? I think we can still hire outside help. Foreign aid? Zhang Chen looked at Big Fatty Zhang suspiciously and asked, you have relatives who have awakened? Zhang Dufat quickly shook his head. No. Director, you misunderstood. I mean the House of Love. Dean Zhang, his 4 brothers. Chen Daxiang, and the crowd instantly lit up at his words. Almost forgot about those 4 boys. Love home. Zhang Wei. I didn't realize that I had awakened a powerful fire ability. Did I? Either you guys pay me back today, or I'll burn this Thai place of yours down with a fire. Zhang Wei looked at the screaming scarred man in front of him with an odd expression. If he remembered correctly, the people on the road usually he knifed brother. But it was at this point that he saw Scar's true name. Zhang Wei, 35 years old. Physical condition, healthy, A-class alien. Fire element control, rank, 13, combat power 35. Yes, this knife guy is also called Zhang Wei. Asterisk. What a Thai name. Zhang Wei spat and looked up at Scar and asked, how much do we owe you? Scar took the cigarette handed to him by his sidekick, and with a snap of his ringing finger, a small flame rose from his fingertips. His phew. It's not much. The old dean borrowed $800,000 from Lao Zi in the first place, and now the principal plus interest total $5 million. $5 million? Zhang Wei turned his head toward Zhang Biao and said, go get $5 million for Brother Blade. Okay, big brother. Zhang Biao nodded and turned around to run towards the office. Scar laughed at the sight. Count on your kid's sense. Soon. Zhang Biao came out. Here's your $5 million. Scar looked at the 5 million plutonium coins in his hand, and the man was dumbfounded. Blade, they seem to be playing us? Asterisk. What seems to be? It is. Grass. You dare to fool me. Scar threw away the plutonium in his hand. Give it to me. Let them know that the world has changed now. Cut him down. The dozens of minions behind Scar waved steel pipes and machetes and rushed over with a wail. Among them there were actually several awakened ones. Lu Hongqiang, who was hiding behind Zhang Bao, saw this scene and immediately ran away. However, before he could run a few steps, he was lifted up by Zhang Wei by his collar. Boss Lu, you've paid for 3 days. Where are you planning to go? Lu Hongqiang smiled sarcastically and said, Dean Zhang, look at me. I have awakened the ability to swallow smoke. This cigarette cannot quit. Quit my ability to do? Zhang Wei nodded at his words and said, that's fine, but first things first, I'm not going to return the money. Lu Hongqiang hurriedly said, no need to return. No need to return. That's what I donated to Dean Zhang. Only then did Zhang Wei put down Lu Hongqiang with satisfaction. Alright, then pay attention to your safety on the road. Lu Hongqiang spat in his mind. You'd better take care of your own business first. Thanks to Dean Zhang. I'll go back now. No send off. No need to send off. Lu Hongqiang ran away after saying that. Seeing Lu Hongqiang's 2 legs that ran out of stumps, Zhang Wei shook his head speechlessly. Aren't they just a few awakened? Just then, Zhang Long shouted, Big brother, it's done. Zhang Wei twisted his head to look, only to see that Scar and the others had all collapsed on the ground wailing by now, and Scar was even stomped on by Zhang Biao. Yo, if it isn't Brother Knife, the one we learned to play with fire, why is he lying on the ground? Zhang Wei, don't be complacent, it's already the era of the awakened, so what if your retarded brothers can fight now? It won't take long for me to finish them all off. As for you, a mere straw man hiding in the back, you've got the balls to go one-on-one with me. Oh, Zhang Wei looked at Scar with a teasing face and asked, are you sure you want to fight me one-on-one? Scar sneered. What? Are you afraid? Ha ha ha. Zhang Biao and the 4 of them immediately laughed. In single combat, even they were no match for Zhang Wei. Come on, Bill, let him up. Okay, big brother. Zhang Biao let go of Scar and stepped aside. Scar slowly stood up and looked at Zhang Wei with a cruel smile. Drink! Scar bellowed as both fists ignited into flames and charged towards Zhang Wei. Kid, let's show you the power of a shifter. Zhang Wei raised his hand and was about to play with Scar when the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Congratulations on your fortune. Congratulations. Without hesitation, Zhang Wei immediately took out his cell phone and pressed the answer button. Hey, Uncle Chen, what's up? Looking at Zhang Wei, who still had the leisure to answer the phone, Scar instantly laughed. Kid, how dare you get distracted? You're dead. Snap. A slap to Scar's face, and Scar spun in place several times before stopping. Kid, you're looking. Snap. Another slap. and Scar spun in place twice and half a dozen times and fell on his ass. Who am I? Where am I? Zhang Wei on the other side didn't even look at him and continued the call on his own. Uncle Chen, it's not that I won't help. You know that those boys from Abiao don't take things lightly once they make a move. I can't afford to pay for it if I hurt someone. Zhang Wei, to tell you the truth, this will be out of control out there. The objects that need your help are all vicious and irrational maniacs. Even if you miss and get killed, it's nothing. Uncle Chen, that said, but, 10,000 for an alien. Good. It's settled. We're leaving right now. Zhang Wei hung up the phone as soon as he could, fearing that Chen Daxiang would back out. Big brother, come alive? Zhang Wei grinned at his words and nodded gently. Uncle Chen asked us to help catch some people, and we'll pay 10,000 for one alien. Hiss, 10,000. How many buns would that be? That's a lot of bowls of burnt white. Big brother, does Scar and these guys count? Zhang Wei's eyes lit up at the words. Ah biao, get wire rope and tie them all up. Holler big brother, Scar and others. Chapter 8, Brother's car skills are still good, right? Big brother, are you sure you can drive? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is that hard? Although Zhang Wei did not go for a driver's license in his life, he was a 3-year C2 veteran driver before crossing over. Hey, Scar, is there something wrong with your car? Why won't it fire? Woo woo. So what? Big brother, wait a minute, blade is pinned down. Scar and others drove to the van, although it is claimed to be able to pull 30 people in one car. Wolling God car. But Zhang Biao 4 crammed in the space is obviously not quite enough. Scar a few alien is even stacked like a Han was stuffed into the trunk inside. Zhang Bao rummaged around for a while before dragging Scar out of the trunk. Phew. Passed forward. Scar desperately breathed in the fresh air. Buzz boom. The vehicle shrugged forward 10 centimeters and stalled again. Step on the clutch. You have to put it in neutral first. Put it in neutral. Scar yelled. Can you drive or not? Snap. You're barking up the wrong tree. Say, what's next? Scar, who had received a slap, was obviously much more honest and honestly began to explain to Zhang Wei how to start this manual gearbox god car. Although Zhang Wei hadn't driven a car in the 18 years since he crossed over, he still quickly got the hang of it. Of course, it's a pretty stable drive, except for the fact that it stalls out at all times. Today's street is obviously less pedestrians than usual, and even several streets cannot see a person, and every now and then you can hear an explosion from somewhere. Zhang Wei, now that the heavens and earth have changed, this is a time when the awakens are king. Join us and together we will create a world that belongs to us. Zhang Wei sniffed and rolled his eyes. Scar, how long do you think the world can be in chaos? Today the government just hasn't reacted. And let me tell you, it won't take a month for Daxia to return to normal life. Only a little cutie like you. Only then would you think of rebelling at this time of year. Scar, for the sake of the money you lent to the old dean back then, let me remind you to be smart and accept the government's edict, or else you won't even know how you'll die when the time comes. Scar froze at his words, and after looking down and thinking for a long time, he looked at Zhang Wei and asked, are you guys going to accept the edict as well? Zhang Wei shook his head and said, we just can't. We're used to freedom and don't like to be restrained. Well, the police station is here. Turn off the engine and pull the handbrake. Zhang Wei had just gotten out of the car when he saw Yi Fei escorting a youth down from a police car with a tired look on his face, and his left arm covered in blood showed that he was not badly injured at this time. Pow! Give Officer Yi a hand. Holler big brother. Zhang Bao walked over and lifted the youth in Yi Fei's hands like a small chicken. What brings you here? Zhang Wei smiled and said, Uncle Chen asked us to help. Why? Officer Yi this is. Yi Fei sighed. Don't mention it. This kid is too cunning. I got a call to the police. The two of them chatted as they walked towards the director's office, and Zhang Weiye took the opportunity to probe Yi Fei's information. Yi Fei, 22 years old. Physical condition, minor injuries, A-class alien. Fully enhanced, rank, 15, combat power 53. Full reinforcement? I wonder if that place will work. What are you talking about? Dean Zhang? No, nothing. The director's office is here. The two pushed open the door of the room and walked in. Chen Dashan was currently treating a police officer for his injuries. Yo, Uncle Chen has awakened the nurse system ability? The corner of Chen Dashan's mouth twitched at his words. In less than 2 minutes, the police officer who was quite badly injured recovered under Chen Dashan's hands. Go ahead and get busy. Yes, Chief. After the officer left, Chen Dashan looked at Yi Fei and asked, how is your injury? Yi Fei shook his head and said, it's not a problem. A small injury. Chen Dashan nodded. Then you sit down for a while. I'll slow down for a while. Okay, Bureau Chen. Only then did Chen Dashan look at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei, have you and Ah Biao and the others awakened? Not yet. Zhang Wei shook his head. Chen Dashan frowned at his words. Then how much certainty do you have in catching those exalted? Zhang Wei grinned. Don't worry, Uncle Chen. I'll help you catch the ones you can beat, and I'll run away if I can't. Hearing Zhang Wei say this, Chen Daxian was instantly quite relieved. Your 4 younger brothers' bodies are far more powerful than the current newly awakened psychics, but you must be careful. After all, the key to psychic ability is that it has an infinite number of miraculous places, and no one can predict what kind of unimaginable situations will be encountered in the middle of a real battle. I know. Don't worry. None of this is a problem. Uncle Chen, look at that payment. One day at a time. Chen Daxiang said as he took out a set of keys and handed them to Zhang Wei. This is the key to the police car. Where you are needed you will be contacted through the police car's intercom. Holler. Oh, right. Uncle Chen. You know, our orphanage is rather poor, so I've never taken a driver's license, so remember to get one for me. Daqiang Chen. After a long time Chen Daxiang reacted and looked at Yi Fei and asked, did he just say he doesn't have a driver's license? Yi Fei nodded. Grass. Get him back to me. However, when Chen Daqiang and Yi Fei chased after them to the parking lot, Zhang Wei's men had long gone. Ha, this police car I gave him the keys to is still there. Yi Fei pointed to the police lights and cab that had been removed and said, Bureau Chen, the police car is indeed still there, but the lights and intercom. Daqiang Chen. In the van. Zhang Biaospat. It's still this car that's spacious. That police car is too small for us to squeeze into. Zhang Hu's 3 men chimed in. Right. Or this car is spacious. Right at this moment, an urgent voice suddenly came out of the originally quiet intercom. Dean Zhang, there are robbers at the Little West Street Bank. Repeat, robbers have appeared at the Little West Street Bank. Roger that. On my way. Zhang Wei slammed the steering wheel, the face of the sports car adrift almost sideways. But fortunately, Zhang Wei reacted quickly, in time to open the door to use his feet to support it. How is it? Brother, this car skill is still passable, right? So what? Big brother, it looks like Pao got thrown out. Zhang Wei. At the bank on Little West Street, 2 hooded robbers were carrying bags of bills to the trunk of their car. Strangely enough, the 2 armed security guards in the escort van parked in front of the bank not only did not stop the 2 robbers, but also helped hand over the boxes. Ha ha, wife, we're rich. Hurry up and move. The police will be here later. If you're here, you're here. So what are you afraid of? Well, don't get cocky. Hurry up and move the money. I'm going home to play a game afterward. Just then, however, a van came crashing down towards the 2. Bang! The 2 men were sent flying at least 3 meters high, falling headfirst into a trash can aside. Asterisk. Who the hell threw a mineral water bottle under my brakes? Brother, didn't you just throw it yourself? Shut up, big brother. We seem to have bumped into someone. There, forget it, whatever. Let's pull the lights and catch the robbers. Where are the robbers? We're here. A hand trembled out of the trash can. Chapter 9 Psychic Powers. I'm your father. Damn. I can't believe you dared to hit us with your car. In the trash can, the robber couple in piggyback masks crawled out angrily. At the same time, the 2 men's information appeared in Zhang Wei's line of sight. Yang Wei, 24 years old. Physical condition, minor injuries, C-class alien. Mental interference. Rank, 12, combat power 18. High Nest, 23 years old. Physical condition, minor injuries, F-class alien. Left palm enhancement. Rank, 12, combat power 13. Asterisk. Are Yang Wei still High Nest? Zhang Wei twisted his head to look at Zhang Biao's 4 men. Which one of you is going to kidnap them? Zhang Long jumped ahead and said, Big brother, I'll go. However, right at this moment, Yang Wei, who was wearing a pig head mask, sneered. Just buy you guys? Yang Wei turned his head and shouted to the security guards who were dumbfounded and eating watermelon. Son, take them down. Okay dad. The 2 of them put down the bills, picked up the shotguns on the side and walked towards Zhang Wei and the others. Hands up. The 2 men's voices had just fallen, and in the next moment, the shotguns in the hands of the 2 men were snatched by Zhang Biao, and with a gentle rubbing they became a pile of scrap metal. Yang Wei's husband and wife were taken aback when they saw this, but they soon became ecstatic. That's awesome, hubby. If we control them, won't we be invincible? Yang Wei also looked at the approaching Zhang Long with an excited face. Just control you for now. Look me in the eye. If there was a smart one at this time, he definitely wouldn't look into Yang Wei's eyes. But although Zhang Long wasn't stupid, he wasn't smart enough either. Ha? What for? I'm your father. I'm your father. I'm your father. As Yang Wei chanted, Zhang Long's eyes grew blank. Zhang Wei man behind Zhang Long was numb. He is not worried that Zhang Long will be controlled, But this mind control of Yang Wei is also too. Yang Wei was still continuing to exert his supernatural powers, but he didn't realize that Zhang Long's expression had gradually gone out of place. Honey, something's wrong. Stop it. Stop it. What's wrong? Before Yang Wei could finish his words, he saw that a fist bigger than a sandbag had already appeared in front of him. Bang! Yang Wei's entire face was instantly sunken in, and the entire person also flew directly backwards and smashed into the bank's glass door. Bang! Instantly, the entire glass door became a pile of debris. Bang! Another punch, and Highnest follows in Yang Wei's footsteps. Damn! So you're the ones who abandoned our brothers. I'm gonna blow your asses up. Pa! Zhang Wei slapped Zhang Long on the shoulder. Abandon you. Damn you. Ah! Zhang Long, who had been slapped, instantly came to his senses. Big brother, what did I just do? Zhang Wei glanced at the already dying Yang Wei couple on the ground. You almost became his son just now. Zhang Long. Zhang Wei patted Zhang Long's shoulder and said, pay attention in the future. This is still the most trashy alien. In the future, don't really be controlled away as a son. In fact, Zhang Wei knew that with Yang Wei's ability, he could at most influence Zhang Long's thinking, and it wouldn't last for more than a few seconds, completely failing to reach the point of control. But in the future, it was impossible to say that we would meet those S-class or higher mind control psychics, so it was good to be reminded. Okay, Bill, strap the man in and throw him in the trunk. Only when Zhang Wei and the others drove away did the bank's staff and security cautiously venture out at that moment. Who was that handsome guy just now? You don't recognize it? That's Dean Zhang. You mean Dean Chang of the House of Love? Yes, that's him and his 4 brothers. In the van, Zhang Bao looked at Yang Wei and his wife who were bleeding profusely from the trunk and reminded, Big brother, don't we send them back to the police station first? I see they're bleeding so much. I'm afraid they're going to hang up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What a waste of time this back and forth must be. Zhang Wei said, pulling open the passenger side of the storage box. Did not find toilet paper, but he is from the inside to find a box of band-aids. Take it and put 2 on them and tell them to hold on to it. Zhang Bao, looking at the 2 faces that were completely disfigured. Zhang Bao held the band-aid for a long time without getting off. Dean Zhang, someone in Jingshan Garden has called the police. There is an alien who is preparing to commit a murder in Unit 502 of Building 3-1. Repeat, someone in Jingshan Garden called the police. Building 3, Unit 1, 502. Hearing the voice coming from the intercom, Zhang Biao's 4 men hurriedly grabbed the handrail beside them. As expected, Zhang Wei violently hit the steering wheel, skillfully opened the door when the vehicle tilted and stretched out his left foot to pat it, and the van completed a perfect drift. Zhang Biao and the 4 of them were prepared, but Yang Wei and his wife were obviously not. Of course, being bound by the wire rope, they couldn't prepare for this drift, and the 2 were instantly nearing the bottom of their already small remaining blood bars. King Garden. Hey, master, open the door. Zhang Wei rolled down his window and shouted at the security booth. However, the security guard just looked up at his van and continued to look down at his cell phone. Hey, master, open the door. No outside vehicles allowed, the security guard said without looking up. Zhang Wei sniffed and pulled out the siren and placed it on the roof of the car. Police officer on the case, open the door. The security guard sneered. Humph, you think I'm stupid? This thing spells $50 for 2 on top of yuzu. Get lost if you know what's good for you. Yoo-hoo. Bill, go reason with this security brother. Okay, big brother. Zhang Biao pulled open the car door and walked down. The security guard saw Biao's instantly wimpy, immediately pressed the lever lift button. However, Zhang Biao still rushed into the security room and he reasoned with him before coming out. But Zhang Wei hadn't driven far from the car when he was stopped in his tracks by a Big Ben. Looking at the parking space that was clearly right next to it, this big red car was parked right in the middle of the road. Zhang Wei poked his head out and cursed, grass, who the hell is so ungrateful? Won't park the car inside the parking space However, to Zhang Wei's surprise, the owner of the Big Ben is actually in the vehicle. The window of the Big Ben was rolled down, and a young woman's head poked out. What's the point of driving a broken bread and screaming, wherever I like to park? If you have the ability you can drive over my head. Zhang Wei was not capable of driving over her head, but he could still squeeze past her from the side. Bang! Crunch! Damn! What are you doing? Stop it! I just bought a Mercedes. Stopping was impossible, and Zhang Wei rushed past with a kick of the gas, taking a piece of the door of the Big Ben with him in the process. Big brother, will she come after us for the money? Pay for a hammer. It's not our car. She's got a knack for going after Scar. A corner was turned and the van came to a steady stop at the bottom of the 3rd building. Unit 1. Looking at the van parked in the middle of the road, Zhang Biao carefully asked, Big brother, should we not move inside the parking space? Zhang Wei rolled his eyes. Move what? Hurry up and do something. Bao. Long. You guys guard downstairs. Diao and Ahu follow me up. Yes. Big brother. 502 doorway. Big brother. Don't you feel a little cold? Zhang Wei did not reply, but directly reached out and grabbed the door handle. Yet the next moment, a layer of frost covered Zhang Wei's arm along the door handle. Inside the door of the room, a man was watching the scene through the cat's eye with a sneer on his face, and his hand, which was pressing on the door panel, looking for death. However, not waiting for the man to be complacent for a long time, accompanied by bang a loud sound, the door and the man was directly knocked out. Zhang Wei gently slapped the ice ballast off his hands and calmly glanced at the 3 human-sized ice sculptures in the living room before looking down at the dying man who was pressed to the ground by the gate and said, $10,000. You're under arrest. Chapter 10, We've never had enough to eat, either. This world is really messed up. Just the first day of work, Zhang Wei earned a full $80,000. If it wasn't for the fact that the trunk just couldn't fit anymore, Zhang Wei felt like he could pull some more. Northside Police Department. Chen Daqian looked at the trunk of the bloody figure. People are numb. He would rather Zhang Wei get all these people killed than see this scene. He couldn't help but begin to question his decision. Uncle Chen, a total of 8 Xenos, $80,000, and the people they killed I dragged them back to you for free. Look at this money. You'll pick it up in the morning. Good Lu Uncle Chen. Oh yeah, the scar ones. That doesn't count. Fine, let's just say I'm taking a bit of a loss. Who asked us to be so close? Looking at the playful Zhang Wei, as well as the 4 Zhang Biaos who were moving the corpses and those severely injured altered beings without expression, Chen Daqian really doubted at this moment if these guys were secretly perverts who liked to kill. Big brother, here are some fingers, I don't know who they belong to. Pack it up and throw it on Uncle Chan's desk. Uncle Chan will organize it. Holler. The corner of Chen Daqian's mouth twitched when he heard this. So what? Uncle Chen, consult a matter. Chen Daqian nodded. Go ahead. Zhang Wei rubbed his hands together and smiled as he took out a huazi and handed it to Chen Daqian. But he himself lit up a red plum. Uncle Chen, how did you guys awaken your powers? Chen Daqian sniffed curiously and asked back. You didn't watch the news last night? Didn't brush the short videos? Zhang Wei shrugged and said, my cell phone has a monthly rent of 8 yuan. And the traffic is not even turned on. Daqiang Chen. It's the blood moon. And when it shines on me, I feel a magical power. Of course, the internet says there are exceptions, but most people are awakened through the blood moon. Zhang Wei frowned at his words. Is this blood moon still there tonight? Chen Daqian replied dryly. I don't know. Big brother. Finished moving. Uncle Chen, remember the $80,000. We'll leave first. Chen Daqian looked at the bloody trunk. Scalp is numb. Phew. Let's hope it stabilizes up there soon. Love home. Zhang Wei's 5 didn't even eat their meals. Well, they usually just didn't eat. 1 meal in 3 days has been a good habit so far since Zhang Wei succeeded the dean. The 5 lay in the courtyard, just waiting quietly for the blood moon to fall. Brother, have a pack of cigarettes. Zhang Wei sniffed and pulled out 4 packs of cigarettes from his pocket. Brother, have a couple bottles of water. Zhang Wei sniffed and pulled out 4 more 1.5-liter bottles of mineral water from his pocket. Zhang Biao's 4 men looked at Zhang Wei's dried up pants pockets, and their CPUs were burning with smoke. Just then, Zhang Wei excitedly pointed to the sky and shouted, look, the blood moon is here. Zhang Biao and the 4 of them hurriedly raised their heads to look, and as expected, the blood moon was surfacing a little bit. The eye of scrying. Looking at the long list of ellipses that appeared on the system panel, Zhang Wei instantly understood that this thing was ranked too much higher than himself. The blood moon that hung high in the night sky emitted a palpitating dark red glow. It was like a blood-soaked jewel set above the inky sky, and the surrounding clouds were colored crimson by the eerie glow, as if they were pieces of flames in flames. The light of the blood moon was like an invisible force that pierced through the layers of clouds and fog, spilling onto the earth, and wherever it went, everything was covered in a bloody and mysterious color. Alarm! Alarm! The power of the blood moon is invading the host's body. System is being upgraded. Upgrade completed. Congratulations to the host for recovering the light of the blood moon. +1 system point. Congratulations to the host for recovering the light of the blood moon. +1 system point. Congratulations to the host for recovering the light of the blood moon. +1 system point. Zhang Wei even laid back down before he could run. Naya. Scared the hell out of me. But this system upgrade is really fast. I finished it before I even stood up. No. The system absorbed this moonlight. I'm awakening a hair. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Looks like we'll have to think of something else again. Right. The system mall. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly clicked on the system mall. And with just a glance, Zhang Wei was really great. Shat. What the hell is all this? 1 plate of rotten eggs, priced at 1 point. A box of stinky tofu, priced at 1 point. 1 durian, priced at 2 points. A cage of steamed buns, priced at 2 points. 1 pickled fish, priced at 3 points. Boiled pork slices, priced at 3 points. Naya, as much as I love food, what the hell is all this? Ha? No. Zhang Wei realized that the items sold in the system mall were rapidly refreshing towards higher value items. The refresh, on the other hand, was kept at the same rate as the system points he had added. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That's pretty smart. According to the current rate of system point growth, Zhang Wei estimated that no good things would appear in a short period of time. Turning off the system panel, Zhang Wei turned his head to look at Zhang Biao and the others, and realized that the blood-colored moonlight was also integrating into their bodies a little bit at this moment. The system said that this blood moon power is invading my body, so it seems that this thing is not a good thing. But there's no other way to help Pao and the others awaken their powers nowadays, so we can only take one step at a time. Just then, the 4 Zhang Biao shouted excitedly at the same time. Big brother, I've awakened my powers. In fact, Zhang Biao and the others didn't need to shout for Zhang Wei to see it. Zhang Biao, 18 years old, physical condition, severe hunger, S-class alien, eating, rank 19, combat power 299. Zhang Hu, 18 years old, physical condition, severe hunger, S-class alien, eating, rank 19, combat power 299. Zhang Long, 18 years old, physical state, severe hunger, S-class alien, eating, rank 19, combat power 299. Zhang Bao, 18 years old, physical state, severe hunger, S-class alien, eating, rank 19, combat power 299. Zhang Wei's people are numb. You sister ah. This eat is what kind of psychic ability? It's also S-class? Is it possible to open your mouth and eat your opponent during a fight? Big brother, I'm so hungry. Yes, big brother, so hungry. Zhang Wei rolled his eyes and said, asterisk 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 asterisk. Where am I going to find food for you guys in the middle of the night? Wait until dawn. No, big brother, I'm too hungry. I'm unbearable. Zhang Biao frantically scratched at his already small amount of hair. I want to eat. I want to eat. Zhang Hu kept rolling on the ground. I want steamed buns. I want steamed buns. Zhang Long kept squirming like a maggot. Kacha kacha. Zhang Bao was already gnawing on the bark of a tree. Zhang Wei was startled by the sight and hurriedly got up to pull Zhang Bao, who was hugging and gnawing on a small tree, away. However, just as he pulled Zhang Bao away, Zhang Hu on this side was lying on the ground again, gnawing on the grass. Zhang Long and Zhang Biao were even more outrageous, grabbing the stones on the ground and shoving them into their mouths. Don't trample and nibble. Here's a bun. Zhang Wei hurriedly redeemed a cage of steamed buns and placed it on the ground. A cage of 20 steamed buns was wiped out by the 4 in 10 seconds. Zhang Wei was numb at the sight. Nima, I just happened to recycle a bit of moonlight in 5 seconds. This is for me to do the math. The system recycles the light of the blood moon. 5 seconds to increase 1 system point. 10 seconds just 2 points enough for Zhang Wei to buy a cage of steamed buns. In this way, Zhang Wei kept redeeming the steamed buns, and Zhang Biao and the others kept stuffing them into their mouths. However, Zhang Wei soon realized that something was wrong. As Zhang Biao's 4 continued to eat, their fighting strength was actually decreasing. By the time the 4 of them had eaten their hunger status to medium hunger, the 4 of them had reduced their combat power to 249 points. Around 5 a.m., the blood moon receded and the hunger status of the 4 of them came to mild hunger, while their combat power was reduced to 199 points. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You've eaten enough but you don't have the strength to fight? Big brother, we haven't had enough to eat either. Zhang Wei, big brother, what kind of psychic ability have you awakened? This still need to ask. Must be space chanting. You did not see big brother pocket pull out so many steamed bread out? Fart. It's obviously the steamed bun ability. Otherwise how could there be so many steamed buns? No, no, no. It should be a spatial bun ability. A space where you can grow buns. Zhang Wei. Chapter 11 SS Great Exotic Cat, Morning Puma. After absorbing the light of the blood moon for the night, Zhang Wei was not able to gain anything. He had originally earned some system points, but then they were all eaten up by the 4 Zhang Biao guys. It seems like I must earn more money to buy food. Otherwise when will I awaken my powers if I keep redeeming them with system points like this? Thinking of this, Zhang Wei immediately woke up the 4 Zhang Biao who had just squinted for less than 10 minutes. What are you sleeping for? It's getting light out. Go out and make money. The 5 got into Scar's van and headed towards the police station. North City Police Department. Chief's office. Chen Daxian leaned back in his chair with a tired face. It had been a day and a night and he hadn't rested a minute, though there had been times when he had stayed up many nights, and even had a record of not sleeping for 3 days and 3 nights. These days were different, and the constant treatment of the officer's injuries had drained his body. Thanks to the light of the blood moon after it had risen, he had regained a little bit of blood, or else he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to stand up right now. Dum. Come in. Yo, Uncle Chen. It's been a long night. Looking at the 5 Zhang Wei people who pushed their way in, Chen Daxian nodded and said, "Have a seat." Without waiting for Zhang Wei to ask, Chen Daxian pulled open the drawer and took out a stack of bills. "Here's your payment for yesterday." "Thanks, Uncle Chen." Zhang Wei took the 8 stacks of $100 bills and stuffed them into his pocket. Seeing this, Chen Daxian asked curiously, "Have you all awakened your supernormal abilities?" Zhang Wei nodded. Although he hadn't awakened his psychic abilities yet, it was obviously much more convenient to explain his system space with spatial psychic abilities. "Uncle Chen, we'll go to work then." "Wait, Uncle Chen, anything else?" Chen Daxiang hesitated for a moment and eventually said to Zhang Wei and the others, "The above has sent word that any alien who commits a crime, no matter what kind of alien ability it is, no matter what the crime is, will be killed on the spot." To be honest, Chen Daxiang couldn't even understand it when he received the notification he was given. The blood moon descends, and the percentage of awakenings is too great. This order from above would undoubtedly cause strong resentment from all the awakened. Even the awakened officers of the North City Police Department expressed their discontent when they got the news. As an awakened person, the above does not give some privileges as just actually commit a crime to kill, and no matter what to kill, this is simply to put them pigs, dogs, cows and sheep. But it was an order from above and there was nothing he could do about it. Chen Daxiang had thought that Zhang Wei and the others would change their faces when they got the news, and he had long thought about how to appease Zhang Wei and the others. However, Zhang Wei nodded calmly after receiving this news. "Alright, Uncle Chen, we will directly take out those offending exalts." You don't question the decision from above?" Chen Daxiang asked curiously. Zhang Wei smiled and shook his head. "Uncle Chen, now that the blood moon has just descended, you must be ruthless if you want to stabilize the situation as soon as possible. The only way is to kill until all the awakened are afraid. Then the world will stabilize and people will dare to go out on the streets and return to normal life. Anyway, it's not like Bill and I are going to break the law, so what are we afraid of?" "Alright, Uncle Chen, let's get to work." Chen Daxiang nodded at his words. "Go on." In the van, the 4 Zhang Biao people were surprisingly quiet. After a long time, Zhang Bao broke the silence and asked softly, "Big brother, if we commit a crime one day, will we also be killed by others?" Hearing Zhang Bao's words, Zhang Wei kicked on the brakes as a sharp brake, turning his head with a stern look at Zhang Bao. Facing Zhang Wei's stern gaze, Zhang Bao was flustered. "Duh, big brother, I'm just asking. I won't." Before Zhang Bao could finish his sentence, Zhang Wei opened his mouth to interrupt him and said, "Remember, when you're so strong that no one can kill you, you won't commit a crime. At least no one will say you committed a crime." Zhang Wei turned his head after saying that, started the van and continued to drive forward. Zhang Wei's words seemed to have given Zhang Biao and the 4 of them a shot in the arm, and the 4 of them became active again. At 7:30 a.m., the north side of town was already packed with cars and people when placed 2 days ago. Nowadays, not even a single person can be seen, and from time to time you can still see some smashed vehicles and stores. The streets can be said to be in a mess. Dean Zhang, there was a murder in Unit 301, Block 1. Unit 2 of the Old City Outer Street compound, suspected to be committed by a psychic. Repeat, there was a murder in Unit 301, Block 1, Unit 2 of the Old City Outer Street compound, suspected to be committed by a psychic. 2.5 revolutions of the steering wheel, open the door, foot on the ground, perfect drift, and the van sped toward its destination. "Big brother, you're getting more and more handsome with this floating." Yes, 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 yes. Yes, 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 yes. 3 minutes later, the van arrived on the scene. This old town was built in the 1990s and is densely populated with old houses, mostly occupied by the elderly and migrant workers. The crowd got out of the car and were startled by a large cat on a chain in the yard. "Big brother, this cat looks a bit fierce. Leave it alone and do something first." The group crossed over the large, ferocious cat toward the upper floors, which were dark and damp and smelled faintly of mold. The 5 came to the door of room 301. The door was hidden, and the strong smell of blood came out from inside. Zhang Wei pushed open the door of the room and walked in, only to see a corpse lying next to the sofa, covered in wounds and blood flowing all over the place. "Big brother, there are 2 more bodies over here." Zhang Wei came to the bathroom, only to see a woman in disheveled clothes holding a 3-year-old child huddled in the corner. Both of them were covered in wounds. The ground was a mess, and they had long since stopped breathing. This woman is around 30 years old. Her body is full of injuries. She should have been beaten to death with a wooden stick, Zhang Hu said as he looked at a wooden stick on the ground. Zhang Wei nodded and returned to the living room with an expressionless face. Big brother, we're too late. The murderer should have run away, Zhang Biao said in annoyance. Zhang Wei shook his head and lowered himself to pick at the man on the ground a few times. Do you guys feel like this wound doesn't look right? A quick glance at a regular cutter will tell you that these wounds are not stab wounds. And these wounds are very regular. All 4 long and 1 short. I know. Zhang Long raised his hand. It's Wolverine. Someone has awakened the same claws as Wolverine. Zhang Wei. Brother, let's go. It's the police officer's job to solve the case. The murderers are gone. We should go to the next house. Zhang Wei shook his head. No, it's not gone, and we should have seen it before. We've met. Big brother, we haven't met anyone else since we came up here. Have we? Zhang Biao scratched his head. Zhang Wei said indifferently. Who said it had to be a human? Ha? Zhang Biao and the 4 of them looked at each other in disbelief, really not understanding what Zhang Wei's words meant. Just then, a figure jumped in from the balcony. I didn't expect to be discovered by you guys. So it looks like there's only killing to be done. To the surprise of Zhang Biao's 4, the figure that spoke was really not a human, but the cat on a chain that Zhang Wei and the others had met downstairs. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Brother, this cat spoke. Yes, the cat talks. Unlike the 4 Zhang Biao's unconcerned, Zhang Wei's face was very grave, because this cat in front of me is kind of strong. Morning Puma, 2 years old. Physical condition, healthy, SS class alien cat, full attribute enhancement, transformation, rank, 22, combat strength 189 to 289, 2 powers. This book has been signed. You can send gifts. See the latest chapter of the Treasure Sun to help send free flowers and urge more also help point a little. Thank you. Chapter 12, I'm not a bad cat. Roar. Morning Biao let out a roar that was close to a tiger's roar, and then lunged towards Zhang Wei like an arrow off a string. Seeing this, Zhang Wei's pace under his feet was strangely wrong, and his figure instantly shifted several meters to the left, and Funeral Biao pounced, his huge claws clawing out a few deep traces on the ground. Grass. Cats know that persimmons pick the soft ones. Catch it for me. Yes, big brother. The 4 of them, Zhang Biao, pounced towards Morning Biao with a loud shout. However, at this time, Zhang Biao's 4 people are still in a mildly hungry state, and their combat strength is only 199 points, although it is 10 points higher than Morning Biao, but their agility is obviously much worse than that of Morning Biao, so they can't really take Morning Biao for a while. Morning Biao also did not expect the 4 strong men in front of him to be so strong. Its sharp nails scratching on Zhang Biao's 4 bodies could just barely scratch the skin, although those wounds looked bloody. But Morning Biao knew that this point of injury was not even a minor injury. Big brother, this cat is too nimble. We can't catch it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dead cat, how dare you grab me? Zhang Wei frowned as he watched the 4 men battle a cat, or to be precise, 4 men rounding up a cat. If this fellow wants to run, we shouldn't be able to catch up with it, and it didn't choose to run away must be still waiting for the right time to transform, wanting to succeed in a sneak attack. The information from the Eye of Scrying had shown that Death Puma also had a transformation skill, and that his combat power could skyrocket to 289 points after transformation. If Morning Biao took advantage of Zhang Biao's slackening of their defenses to suddenly transform and sneak attack, it was absolutely possible to attack and kill 1, or even 2 people. We must find a way to lure it into transforming. Bill, come here, I have something to tell you. Ha? What is it? Zhang Biao turned to look at Zhang Wei, and right at that moment, the brilliant light in Morning Biao's eyes flashed. His body size instantly skyrocketed several times, and his sharp claws directly stabbed towards Zhang Biao's back heart. Biao! Watch out! Biao! Get out of the way! Yeah, Bill duck! Zhang Biao obviously also sensed the crisis behind him, but it was obviously too late to hide now. But just then, snap! A rotten egg flew past Zhang Biao and smashed directly into Morning Biao's face. Vom! A cat's sense of smell is already sensitive, and this one rotten egg smashed on his face directly made Funeral Biao vomit on the spot. Damn it, human! You die! Pffffffffff. Halfway through Morning Biao's harsh words, a dozen rotten eggs were shot into its mouth as if they were a string of bullets. Quick! Hold it down for me! Zhang Biao was the closest to Morning Biao, and when he heard Zhang Wei's words, he pounced on Morning Biao on the spot, and Zhang Bao and the 3 of them followed suit and reacted, pouncing on him one after the other. Zhang Biao's 4 men weighed over 1,000 pounds, and on the spot, They pressed Morning Biao to the point where he rolled his eyes. The most tragic or its mouth and stomach inside there are a dozen rotten eggs. This pressure suddenly all burst pulp. However, it was pressed to death. At this time even the action of vomiting cannot do. 3 minutes later, Death Puma's message had changed from healthy to seriously injured. Looking at Morning Biao, who had already begun to twitch, Zhang Wei shouted to the 4 Zhang Biao, "Alright, you can get up now. It's going to hang up soon." Zhang Biao 4 people heard this one by one got up. Zhang Biao picked up still spitting rotten egg liquid. Funeral Biao looked to Zhang Wei said, "Big brother, this cat is estimated to have 70 to 80 pounds or take it back to stew." Hearing Zhang Biao's words, Morning Biao hurriedly begged for mercy. "No, don't eat me. I surrender." "Yoo-hoo, this cat is scared to death." Zhang Wei looked at Morning Biao and said, "If you had been arrested yesterday you might still have a chance of survival, but today the above has sent word that any alien who commits an offense will be killed." Morning Biao hurriedly said, I didn't do anything wrong. I was saving people. I'm not a bad cat. Surname and this beat his wife and child. I killed him only to save him." Zhang Wei frowned. "You mean the mother and son in the restroom?" Morning Biao hurriedly nodded his head and said, "Yes, they are good people. Sister Yu used to give me food often, while this guy surnamed and had to kick me twice every time he passed by. If it wasn't for Sister Yu, I would have starved to death a long time ago. Last night, surnamed and this got drunk and beat his wife and children to death, and I killed this in order to save them. Big brother, don't believe this guy. It just said it wanted to kill and exterminate people." Zhang Wei shook his head and said, "It should be telling the truth. I looked at that mother and child just now. There were many bruises on their bodies that weren't recent, and the cause of their deaths was a clubbing beating to death, not claw marks." "What? They're dead?" Morning Biao suddenly went berserk and broke free from Zhang Biao's big hand and ran straight to the toilet. Seeing this, Zhang Wei's few people hurriedly chased after him, and then they saw Morning Biao kneeling down in front of the mother and son pair in the corner. "Woo-woo, Sister Yu, I'm sorry. I should have come earlier to kill that person. I'm sorry, ooh-hoo." Zhang Wei's few people stood at the door of the restroom. "You looked at me. I looked at you. Big brother, what should we do? Still kill?" Zhang Wei sniffed and shook his head. "I don't know." After a long time, Morning Biao had cried enough and got up to look at Zhang Wei. "I know that killing has to be paid for, but can you give me another half an hour? What do you want?" Zhang Wei asked with a frown. Morning Biao wiped away her tears and looked at the mother and child in the corner. Not far out of the city there is a barren mountain. Usually the community starves and freezes to death of animals. Sister Yu will bury them there. I want to bury Sister Yu and the girls there as well, so that those little friends can accompany her. Zhang Wei frowned, but now only cremation is allowed. "No." Before Zhang Wei could finish his words, Morning Biao reddened his eyes. "The one surnamed and used to burn Sister Yu with cigarettes, and no one can burn her again." Looking at Morning Biao who was about to storm out, Zhang Wei nodded and said, "Alright then, I'll give you another half an hour. Bill, help carry them to the car." "No." Morning Biao leaned down and picked up the mother and child curled up together in the corner, and Zhang Wei's few people hurriedly moved out of the way when they saw this. Morning Biao first went to the bedroom and took 2 clean sheets to wrap the mother and child in his arms before heading downstairs. More than 10 minutes later, the group drove to the barren mountain that Morning Biao had described. Zhang Wei's 5 men followed Morning Biao to the top of the hill, and then they saw a small tombstone. These headstones are small and have the name of an individual animal written on them. Even a small amount of moldy cat or dog food can be seen next to some headstones. Morning Biao carried the mother and child of the Moon Sisters at head mouth to the very center of the group of small tombstones, and then began to dig up with both hands. Zhang Wei's 5 didn't help and just quietly watched Morning Biao. It didn't take long for Funeral Biao to dig out a hole more than 2 meters deep. After burying Sister Yu's mother and son inside, Morning Biao turned his head to Zhang Wei and said, "Can you do me a favor?" "Go ahead. I don't know how to write. Can you help Sister Yu write a tombstone as well?" "Yes." Chapter 13, The Secret World. Time passes as quickly as a white horse, and in a flash, half a month's time slips away like the sand between the fingers. In the past half a month, under the official ironclad policy, the whole of Daxia could be said to have experienced a bloody baptism. The city of Anyang had declared the lifting of martial law 3 days ago, and people had begun to resume their normal work, while sirens still blare through the city every day. It's better than everyone being cooped up in their homes and starving to death. In this half month, Zhang Wei had earned 700,000 to 800,000 from Daqian Chen, and also gained more than 50,000 system points by tanning the blood moon. It was more than 50,000 or so, but then the system played tricks and went from 1 system point in 5 seconds to 10 seconds. Then 1 minute, 3 minutes. Now Zhang Wei could only get 100 or so points from tanning the blood moon for a night. There weren't really many cities like Anyang City that had weathered this shocking crisis smoothly, and until now there were still a few cities under the control of rebellious aliens. These rebel aliens started out as an online hue and cry, but then they really got together and rebelled. Big brother, get up. It's almost 8 o'clock. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Be quiet. I'm going back to sleep. Big brother. The official said that the Vindication will be broadcast live today. If you don't watch it, also turn on the TV for us to watch it. Zhang Wei sniffed before getting up reluctantly. When he was in the safe to get the remote control, Zhang Wei also secretly ate a few QQ soft candies. The TV was a used appliance purchased 2 days ago, and it still uses a pot-bellied receiver. But this pot receiver is really better than the internet cable. No need to pay the internet fee, not to mention that it can receive more than 100 TV stations. Welcome, viewers, to this live broadcast of Vindication hosted by Dasha TV. Currently the rebel organizations are the Dawn Society, the Awakened Alliance, the Dragon King's Palace, and so on. These organizations have occupied Beichuan City, Nanyuan County, and Suchang. Next the camera will go to frontline reporter Xiao Zhu. Hello Zhu. Hello host. We can see now. Bill, is the food ready? I don't know. Big brother, go check it out. Don't bother us watching TV. Look, there's going to be a fight. Wow. So many people, and an army, and wow, that stone shifter is so cool. Yes, so handsome. Zhang Wei looked at Zhang Biao's 4 people speechlessly. It was obvious that their state had already come to the point of heavy starvation, but at this moment, they were still staring at the TV without even turning their heads. Electronic opium is really harmful. Zhang Wei shook his head. He was going to take them to buy a cell phone later, but now it seems that buying a few used senior citizens will do. Ignoring the 4 Zhang Biao people, Zhang Wei got up and walked towards the kitchen location. The love house is now just a few of them, but at one time there were quite a few people and the kitchen was large enough. At this moment, a figure was busy in the kitchen. Looking at the stacks of steamers on the ground, Zhang Wei asked, Morning Biao, are all these steamed buns steamed? Morning Biao kneaded the flour and said without lifting his head, there are still 50 cages. We can eat soon. By the way, brother Wei, there is not much flour left. Remember to buy some back. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I just bought 2 tons of flour the other day. Do you want to see how much you guys eat in one meal? Zhang Wei. Ever since Zhang Biao and the others had awakened, their appetites had grown even more. Half a month ago, a few of Zhang Biao's men were scratched by Morning Biao, only to come back and eat a meal before their injuries healed. Moreover, Zhang Wei realized that Zhang Biao and the others would grow some combat power every time they ate. Hey, now there's no more living, and consumption is still so high. How can we live this life? Hearing Zhang Wei sputtering, Morning Biao looked up at Zhang Wei and said, Brother Wei, have you considered that you can pick up some work from a private party? Zhang Wei rolled his eyes. Going to be a killer or a bodyguard? Morning Biao shook his head and said, Wei, you've got it wrong. I mean, you can have internet access. There's bound to be that kind of job online that requires a shifter to do it. The short-term kind. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I don't need you to tell me. I sent a message online a couple days ago and now I haven't gotten a single reply. So what? Did you flow open? Zhang Wei. Okay, I'll go out and rub some Wi-Fi later and check it out. Zhang Wei is not stingy, but thrifty. If it wasn't for his frugality over the years, the 4 Zhang Biaos would have starved to death. Morning Biao knew that it was not easy for Zhang Wei and did not say much. Anyway, as a pet, it only needed to wait at home for Zhang Wei and the others to bring back the food. Of course, it's a bit more of a chore than a normal pet, as it's also responsible for cooking and keeping house at the same time. And while other cats have canned cat food, cat strips, and small dried fish, he only has buns. Okay, Wei, you can ask Biao and the others to come over for dinner. Whoosh, whoosh whoosh. Before Zhang Wei could go and shout, the 4 Zhang Biaos ran past Zhang Wei like a whirlwind, lifting the steamer and picking up the steamed buns and stuffing them into their mouths. Seeing this, Zhang Wei also hurriedly picked up the steamed buns and took a bite. Here, slow eating is really not an option. Just then, the phone in Zhang Wei's pocket rang. Congratulations on your fortune. Congratulations. Hey, Uncle Chen, at dinner. What's up? Is there another job for us? What? The secret world? $200,000 a person? Fine, come right over. Putting down the phone, Zhang Wei's speed of stuffing buns instantly accelerated 5 times. 20 minutes later, more than 200 cages of steamed buns were solved cleanly by 5 people and a cat. Morning Piao. You guard the house. Piao. Tiger, dragon, and panther. Follow me to the police station. Holler big brother. Knowing Viagra. In the van, Zhang Bao asked curiously, Big brother, just now I heard you answer the phone and say something about the secret realm. What does it mean? Zhang Wei lit a cigarette and took a deep breath before he opened his mouth. Uncle Chen called to say that a black hole that swallowed people appeared outside of the city. Someone accidentally fell into it once, and it turned out that it was a world inside of there. And now the city is mobilizing manpower to go in and explore it. And a person is given 200,000. And the things that they get inside are also for themselves. $200,000 a person? Then the 5 of us aren't $2.5 million. Get rich. Yeah, get rich. North City Police Department. Chief's Office. Dean Zhang. Long time no see. Yo, Scar. You're joining the police department now? He. Now I, Scar, am a member of the system. Dean Zhang, please call me Officer Scar from now on. Che. Shortly after Zhang Wei and the others sat down, Chen Daqian walked in with Yi Fei. After briefly chilling for a few moments, Chen Daqian spoke. Gentlemen, time is short, so I'll simply say a few words. This time the mission is half an hour later. Well, since time is running out, I'll have 2 last words. An hour later. Who? Hey, Dean Zhang, wake up, it's time to go. Ha? Setting out? Where to? Zhang Wei looked at Yi Fei in front of him with a dumbfounded face, while the 4 Zhang Biao beside Zhang Wei were still sleeping like pigs. Yi Fei, _ Chapter 14, Don't mess with your son if you don't want him to be an orphan. There were only 7 people who went to the North City Police Department, and besides Zhang Wei's 5, it was Yi Fei and Scar, who had already been collected. Scar frowned as he looked at Zhang Wei's bloodstained van. Dean Zhang, this car of yours, why does it look so much like the one I used to have? Zhang Biao grinned. It's not like that. It is. Scar, the van's load capacity was 7 people, so Yi Fei and Scar didn't drive and directly squeezed into a car with Zhang Wei and the others. Yi Fei, who was sitting in the front row, was a little better, and Scar in the back was about to be squeezed into a sandwich by Zhang Bao and Zhang Hu. The van had just left the police station when Yi Fei opened his mouth and asked, Dean Zhang, after all this time I still don't know what your supernatural ability is? Is it convenient to reveal it? Zhang Wei subconsciously replied back. It hasn't been chosen yet. Ha? Ah. No. I meant space. Yes. Space-based powers. Spatial. Hiss, that's a strong ability, isn't it? It's okay. Average law. There's a turn ahead. Officer Yi help hold it up. Ha? Not waiting for Yi Fei to react, Zhang Wei hands of the steering wheel is 2.5 laps. The car instantly tilted. Yi Fei people are numb. Immediately grabbed the armrests, but fortunately the back row of Zhang Biao reacted quickly. A foot kick through the door of the car, feet on the ground to support the van is about to turn over to be propped back. Holy, my car! Scar shouted in heartache. Yi Fei looked at Zhang Wei with wide eyes. Is this how you guys usually drive? Zhang Wei grinned. How about it? Handsome, Yi Fei. Just then, a police officer suddenly jumped out of a bush on the side of the road. Stop and check. Bang. Crunch. Asterisk. That scared me. Big brother. It looks like we hit someone. What seems? Isn't it obvious? Yeah, obviously. Zhang Wei looked at the figure lying not far away, then turned his head to Yi Fei and said, Officer Yi, please help me park the car on the side of the road. I'll go see if he's alright. Yes. Zhang Wei opened the car door and walked towards the police officer lying not far away, while a scrying eye was thrown over. Chen Xiaoyu, 21 years old. Physical condition, minor injuries, B-class alien. Spring return, rank, 18, combat power 5. Hey, Chen Xiaoyu, don't play dead. Holy, why? I'm face down on the ground and you still recognize me? Chen Xiaoyu, Chen Daqian's son, a scum who likes to pick up girls. All these years rely on Zhang Wei cover. Otherwise it would have been beaten. Chen Xiaoyu patted his clothes and threw a rejuvenation technique on his body to instantly revive with full blood. Brother Wei, I heard you guys are going on an adventure to the secret world. Take me with you. Okay, get in the car. Holler. Chen Xiaoyu happily ran towards the van. However, before he could get on the vehicle, Zhang Wei was slashing at the back of his neck with a hand knife. What are you doing? Ha? Not dizzy. Zhang Wei delivered another hand slash, causing Chen Xiaoyu to grimace in pain. Seeing that Zhang Wei was ready to continue, Chen Xiaoyu hurriedly shouted, I'm not going. Don't cut it. No. I'll try again. One last time. Asterisk. Chen Xiaoyu gave Zhang Wei a middle finger and pulled out her legs to run. Zhang Wei shook his head before opening the door and getting into the van. Dean Zhang, I just thought about whether something is wrong. Why do you want me to move my car after you hit someone? Do you want me to take the fall? Officer Yi overthinks it. Don't you understand my character? How could I possibly do such a thing? Well, let's continue on our way. Yi Fei looked at Zhang Wei with a skeptical face. He felt that Jiang Wei was lying to him, but he had no evidence. The entrance to the secret realm was not too far from the northern city, only more than 30 kilometers away, but because of the small roads, it still took Jiang Wei and the others close to an hour to arrive. At this time, the entrance to the secret realm already had more than 100 people. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what a bunch of ninnies. The cars are lifting up. Shu, keep your voice down. See those 4 fierce gods? Those are Dean Zhang's men from the northern district. Dean Zhang? You mean, the recently murderous orphan maker Dean Zhang? That's him. Don't mess with him if you don't want your son to be an orphan. Some time ago, Jiang Wei earned Qin $70,000 to $80,000. Naturally, he took out a lot of evildoers and evildoers, but his reputation on the outside was rumored to be that of an orphan maker. Big brother, it's here. Zhang Biao and the 4 of them put down the van, and Jiang Wei opened the door and stepped down, casually storing the van into the system space again. Yi Fei and Scar were numb at the sight. You can take it into space? Yes. What? Yi Fei. Scar. The 100 or so people around the entrance of the secret realm became even more wary of Jiang Wei and his group. It's actually a spatial system ability. These guys don't seem to be in their right mind. Get in there and stay away from them. Jiang Wei, however, did not care about the expressions of those people and walked towards the entrance of the secret realm. This is the entrance to the secret realm? Looking at a black hole about 2 meters in diameter in a large puddle on the ground that he didn't know if it was a cesspool or what, Jiang Wei looked around at those people and asked, has anyone gone in yet? The crowd shook their heads at the words, and one of the officers in police uniform spoke up. We don't know what's going on inside yet, so we're going to draw lots to decide who goes in first when everyone arrives. Who else to wait for? I don't know. We're officially here anyway. Then what are we waiting for? Let's draw lots now. Okay, let's draw straws then. There were 144 people on the floor, and the officials brought 3 decks of poker, and the rule was whoever drew the 3 of clubs went in first to explore. Normally 1 to 3 unlucky people will draw the 3 of clubs, but it is possible that no one will draw all 3 clubs, so the person who draws the 3 of spades will take their place. Soon the draw was over. Who drew it? I don't know. Not with me anyway. Ha ha, unlucky guy come out. Zhang Hu shouted excitedly, big brother, I won the lottery. Zhang Bao also hurriedly raised the plum blossom 3 in his hand. I've hit it too. Zhang Long similarly took out a 3 of clubs. Yeah, I won too. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jiang Wei suspected that someone was cheating, but he had no proof. Dean Zhang, look at this. Go. Without any nonsense, Jiang Wei directly jumped into the black hole. Big brother, wait for us. Zhang Biao's 4 men jumped in right after him. Yi Fei and Scar looked at each other. The 2 of them gritted their teeth and jumped in after them. Although the original intent of the draw was only to prepare to draw 3 people to go in and play as the front runners, Jiang Wei and the others voluntarily went in to explore. And naturally, no one was foolish enough to come out and oppose it. On the other end, Jiang Wei, who had entered the secret realm, was numb. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why the hell is this passageway in the sky? System, by 20 mattresses. Bang! The moment the bottom of the bed fell to the ground, Jiang Wei also happened to fall to arrive at the ground. If it was 2 seconds at night, he estimated that the probability of this wave would become disabled. Just then, a pig-killing squeal came from above Jiang Wei's head. Ah! Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jiang Wei hurriedly got up and ran to the side. Boom! 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 4 violent booms came from the ground, and Zhang Biao's 4 men directly smashed into the earth with several mattresses, followed by 2 more figures landing on the mattresses. Scarred palpitated and patted his chest. It's good that you brought so many mattresses with you, otherwise I'm afraid we'll be crippled if not dead this time. Yifei frowned as he looked at the channel 100 meters in the air and said, now there's a trouble. How do we inform them? It's not that simple? Jiang Wei grinned. Just take a video with your cell phone and throw it up there. Jiang Wei was actually just joking, but he didn't expect Yifei to really do it after hearing it. Just then, Zhang Biao pointed in a direction and shouted, big brother, look what's over there. Chapter 15, it's not a mountain, it's a tomb. Following the direction of Zhang Biao's finger and looking into the distance, a lofty and majestic huge mountain towering into the clouds was clearly reflected in the eyes of the crowd. This high mountain is very different from the mountains that Jiang Wei has seen in his life. It is as if it has been carefully sculpted by nature's master craftsman, presenting an extraordinary state of regularity. From afar, the whole mountain is like a huge jade that has been carefully polished. The steep mountain walls are as straight and upright as if they were cut by a knife and axe, and the lush vegetation on the mountain covers every inch of the land, as if it has given the mountain a green colorful dress. Scar frowned. Why does this thing look like a foreign pyramid? Pyramid? Not to mention, this mountain is really similar to the pyramids abroad. But the difference was that the mountain was full of vegetation and was more than 100 times larger than the pyramid. Just then, a pretentious voice sounded behind a few people. Seek the dragon and divide the gold to see the entangled mountains. One entanglement is a barrier. Green dragon in front, white tiger behind. It's not a mountain. It's a tomb. The one who opened the mouth was a young man with fair skin and a hiking bag on his back. My name is Wu Zheng. Dean Zhang. Can we travel together? Zhang Wei looked at Wu Zheng curiously. Did you come in alone? Wu Zheng shook his head and called out to the side. Slim. Coming. An electric pole that stood a full 5'8" and weighed less than 100 pounds ran over. Dean Zhang. I've heard a lot about you. Just call me Skinny. Looking at the shovel in the thin man's hand, Zhang Wei instantly understood that these two people were most likely the legendary thieves ahem. Folk archaeologists. Alright, together. Zhang Wei turned his head to Yi Fei and said, put the two of them on my account. And just ask Uncle Chen to give me their labor fees when he turns around. Yi Fei. Soon, all the people outside of the secret territory came in, and the crowd split up into groups to start discussing how to explore the large tomb in front of them. Collaboration has also been mentioned, but most are clearly not interested in collaborating. Of those 100 or so, the crown made up only a small half, and Zhang Wei already had 9 people on their side, much more than the remaining 3 official numbers. The smallest official team was only 4 people. Yi Fei, let's form a team for our official team. Yi Fei shook his head. Sorry, I am not the captain. The man who opened his mouth looked at Zhang Wei, but in the end, he did not open his mouth to Zhang Wei to say the words to form a team, and turned around to walk towards the other 2 official teams. Zhang Wei frowned as he looked at the mountain in front of him, and he had just now come to the mountain in front of him with an eye of scrying. Zhang Wei had thought of countless possibilities in his mind, and even thought that the eye of scrying would see a row of question marks, but the only thing he hadn't thought about was the fact that as soon as the eye of scrying was used, the mountain on the opposite side surfaced with a dense amount of information. Seeing Zhang Wei frowning, Yi Fei went up and spoke. What's wrong? Zhang Wei shook his head. It's nothing. I just feel that this mountain isn't quite right. So everyone be careful later. The crowd all immediately nodded their heads to show that they weren't stupid. Wu Zhang, can you find the entrance? I'll try. Slim. Work. Holler. The 2 of them were digging and wandering around with compasses, and after tinkering for a full 2 to 3 hours, Wu Zhang came up to Zhang Wei and whispered, the entrance should be halfway up the hill on the west side. Zhang Wei looked around at the crowd that had long gone away and said, actually, you can speak louder. Also, your nose hairs are about to poke me in the face. Wu Zhang. You're the one with nose hair. Your entire family has nose hairs. Wu Zhang roared in his heart. Taking a deep breath, Wu Zhang calmed his mood. As the saying goes, looking at the mountain, there is at least 20 kilometers of distance from here to there. Let's hurry up and get going. Zhang Wei rolled his eyes and took out the van from the system space and shouted at Zhang Biao's men who were still pulling Scar to take pictures not far away. Biao, let's go. Coming. Wu Zhang then remembered that Zhang Wei had carried the van up the mountain when they arrived. Wu Zhang was about to sit in the passenger seat when Zhang Biao pulled him down. You can't ride in this passenger seat. Wu Zhang didn't say anything when he heard this, but on the contrary, the thin man was not happy. What do you mean? Bully, big guy. Zhang Biao sniffed happy. To Zhang Hu and Zhang Bao made a look. The 2 will understand. Warmly went forward to embrace the thin man and Wu Zhang. Brothers, calm down. Biao will help big brother to adjust the direction. He is not very good at talking. We sit in the back of the same. The back is also a little safer. Come on, man, get in the car. Alright, Slim forgave him. Yet soon Slim couldn't forgive. Although the van was big, the 2 Zhang Bao and Zhang Hu were also big. The 2 of them had him and Wu Zhang sandwiched in the middle, one on each side, and the 2 of them were directly sandwiched into a sandwich. Of course, the front row wasn't easy, and the 2 of them, Scar and Yi Fei, sat directly on Zhang Long's lap. The skinny guy was also tempted to say he wanted a lap seat too, but ultimately didn't open his mouth. The van sped through the secret place, seeming so abrupt, yet so aesthetically pleasing. Half an hour later, the van arrived at the foot of the mountain. Only after Wu Zhang and the thin man, who had been clipped unconscious, were carried down, did Zhang Wei then stow the van into the system space. Wake up, it's here. I told you not to stay up late at night. See, you sleep like a pig. Zhang Bao grabbed Wu Zhang and the thin man's collar as a burst of shaking finally woke up the 2 people. Yi Fei looked at the dense trees in front of him and frowned. How are we going to get up there now? Zhang Wei shrugged and said, I don't know. Scar said jokingly, why don't I burn a road out with a fire? However, Scar underestimated Zhang Wei's guts. Fine, just do it. Burn. Ha? You're for real? Scar was numb. Zhang Wei nodded his head seriously and said, doesn't it come true or not? Give me burn. No. Before Wu Zhang could finish his words, Zhang Bao covered his mouth. Scar looked at Yi Fei for help. Yet Yi Fei also shrugged helplessly. Scar gritted his teeth. Burn it! Only to see Scar's hands spewing out roaring flames. The fire jetted towards the dense forest in front of him. In just a few moments, the large mountain in front of them was ablaze, and bursts of hissing continued to emanate from the dense forest. A pair of scarlet eyes looked at Zhang Wei and the others through the firelight, and Zhang Wei also looked at the owner of those eyes with a calm face. Yi Fei and the others couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when they saw this. They simply didn't expect that such a calm mountain in front of them was actually hiding so many dangerous creatures. Dean Zhang, it's a good thing you had Scar set the fire to lure them out. Otherwise I'm afraid it would have been dangerous if we went in rashly. Zhang Wei smiled. In fact, his probing eyes had long seen those figures. Be careful. These things don't have much combat power, but there are a lot of them. Ah biao. Ah hu. You guys protect Scar to open the way. Scar take care to control the fire. Just burn a path out. Don't push them. Ah Lung. Ah Bao's temple. Let's go. Yes. Big brother. Chapter 16. Didn't you say no sperm after the founding of the country? Who? Finally, arriving at the first moment at the halfway point of the mountain that Wu Zhang and the thin man said, Scar went straight down limp. All this way, he not only had to control the fire to burn out a passageway, but also had to control these fires from spreading out, which exhausted him. I can't hold on much longer, Scar said and prepared to withdraw control of the fire. Yi Fei hurriedly said, Scar, hold on. Once the fire gets out of control, not to mention whether the creatures behind those fires will rush over, we ourselves will be roasted here. Scar sniffed and gritted his teeth. 3 minutes at most. Yi Fei nodded and turned his head to look at the two Wu Zhangs. Without waiting for Yi Fei to open his mouth, Wu Zhang took out his compass and shouted at the skinny man. Skinny man, work, okay, watch and learn. Looking at Wu Zhang and the thin man who had already started to get busy, Yi Fei then remembered that Zhang Wei and Zhang Long Zhangbao behind him had disappeared. Ha, where is Dean Zhang? This way, here, behind a few large trees that had burned out. Zhang Wei held up a bunch of roasted chili fries and looked at Yi Fei. Officer Yi, do you eat chili fries? Yi Fei looked at the several snakes that had been roasted and skewered in Zhang Wei's hands, and the man was dumbfounded. Reacting, Yi Fei hastily shook his head. Don't like chili fries? I also have centipedes here. Spiders. No, I'm not eating. Stop it. Zhang Biao, who was protecting Scar, was the one who hurriedly shouted, Big brother, leave some for us, okay. Zhang Hu pulled Scar and pointed aside. Hey, Scar, burn a little this way. I think I saw a few Goku. Scar, #degree. Not to mention that Scarab was numb. Those creatures behind the fire were equally wide-eyed. Nima, what the hell is this? Are they this vicious? However, Scar, who was nearly out of energy, was in no position to fulfill Zhang Hu's idea of roasting Goku on fire, and he was already doing his best to keep the fire from extinguishing and spreading now. Wu Zhang, can you do it or not? Hurry up. I can't hold on much longer. Wu Zhang did not even open his mouth. The thin man said with a face of reluctance, Rush what rush? You lying you come ah. Asterisk. You. Scar was a lone shark before the blood moon descended. How can he stand this breath? Raising his hand is a big fire to the thin man. However, right at this moment, a brilliant light flashed in Wu Zhang's eyes as he rushed toward a rock and shouted, Found it! The fire stopped less than a centimeter from the tip of the thin man's nose. It wasn't Scar's heart that was soft, it was his damn hands. Roar! The instant the fire went out, countless snakes, insects, rats, ants, jackals, tigers and leopards rushed out. Come on in, Wu Zhang shouted. Only then did the crowd realize that at some point, Wu Zhang had pushed away the stone, revealing a passage in the ground. Get in there, grass, pow, don't pick it up. At the last second when those snakes, insects, rats, ants, jackals, tigers, and leopards were surrounding the stone was yanked back by Zhang Bao, who was running at the end. Scar, light a fire. I ordered your sister, said Scar breathlessly. Zhang Wei spoke up. No need to go through so much trouble. I have a flashlight here. Come on, 2 each. The flashlight thing is sold very cheaply at the system mall. 2 system points is a box of 6. As the flashlight was turned on, the surroundings were illuminated, and what appeared in front of the crowd was a ladder of about 30 meters, and the surrounding walls were nothing special. Everyone be careful and follow me in Slim's footsteps, Wu Zhang said. Looking at Wu Zhang, who couldn't move 2 steps in a minute, Zhang Wei immediately said to Zhang Hu, Hu, lead the way. Okay, big brother. Zhang Hu pushed Wu Zhang and the skinny man away and took big strides towards the front. Hey, The thin man was just about to say something when Wu Zheng pulled him back and then shook his head at him, signaling him to keep quiet. Although Zhang Wei was usually used to messing around with Zhang Biao and the others, he would never joke around with the four's lives, and his eyes of detection had long since seen that it was just an ordinary stone staircase in front of him. Soon, the group descended the stone steps and came to a stone door. The stone door is about 10 feet high. On both sides were placed two huge statues. Statues like people, like ghosts, like cows, like tigers, cannot be said to be four unlike, completely 40 like, and nothing like. Machine puppet statue, in disrepair, but still has some combat power, relies on floor gravity sensing for wide area attacks. Combat power, 47, 124, 157, 195 level of danger. Medium, arrow gate, in disrepair, mechanism damaged. Combat power 0, danger level, none. While Zhang Wei was checking out the information on the statue and the stone door, Yi Fei and the others were also carefully studying the stone statue and the stone door in front of them. The placement of these four stone statues. Before Wu Zheng could finish his analysis, Zhang Wei said to Zhang Bao Zhang Long behind him, "Bao, Long, go and smash all these stone statues." "Okay, big brother." Looking at Zhang Bao and the elder who were striding towards the stone statue, Wu Zheng's face suddenly changed drastically. "Be careful." At the same time when Wu Zheng reminded him, Zhang Bao and the two of them also stepped into the attack range of the stone statues, and the four stone statues also began to tremble slightly. "Skinny, help!" Boom! Before the two could help, two of the stone statues collapsed. The remaining two stone statues also lasted less than 20 seconds before they shattered into pieces of stone. As the four stone statues were smashed, the inside of the statues were revealed. It was a metal stand, and the base of the stone statue had several wire ropes linked to the ground. Although the stone statue had been smashed, these wire ropes were still magically moving along with Zhang Bao and the others in those gaps in the ground. "Big brother, this is fun. Turn around and get two at our house. Okay, try back. Ah biao, ah hu. Go smash this door as well." Looking at Zhang Biao Zhang who stepped towards the stone door, Wu Zhengren went numb. Although he and the thin man had also stolen, archaeologically destroyed a tomb, they hadn't done it on purpose. It was really the first time he had seen a direct and violent pass like Zhang Wei's. Rumble. With a loud bang, the 10-foot-tall stone door in front of him collapsed. Behind the stone door was a huge chamber about 5 meters high and 100 meters square in diameter, with a huge sarcophagus placed in the middle of the chamber. Wu Zheng reminded, "This chamber is not right. Everyone be careful." However, the two of them, Yi Fei and Scar, landed their gazes on Zhang Wei. As for Zhang Biao and the four of them, it was needless to say that although Zhang Wei was not their blood brother, he was even better than that layer of blood relationship. Unknown zombie. Status, sleeping, ability, corpse poison infection, level, 18, battle strength, 163. Zhang Wei looked at the broken stone door behind him and then at the sarcophagus in front of him. Nega, this is the first level? Hearing Zhang Wei sputtering, Yi Fei asked, "Dean Zhang, what's wrong? Is there a problem with this coffin?" Zhang Wei looked at Yi Fei and asked rhetorically, "Officer Yi, didn't you say that no one is allowed to become a spirit after the founding of the country? What is the situation of this zombie in front of us?" Yi Fei. Unlike the speechless Yi Fei, the three of them, Scar and Wu Zheng, and the thin man's faces instantly changed drastically. "What? Zombies?" Zhang Wei nodded. "This sarcophagus is rich in corpse chi, and without any surprises, the big brother inside has already become a zombie. Oh yeah, I heard that this is worth a lot of money. I wonder if Uncle Chen takes it." Crowd. Chapter 17, My $10 million. Before the blood moon descends, a corpse that hasn't decayed for 100 years can be sold abroad for $3 million. Skinny Cop said, "If there really is a zombie inside this sarcophagus, or the kind that can move, it's estimated to be worth over $10 million. $10 million? The eyes of Zhang Wei's five men all glowed green. "Bill, pry this coffin for me." "Dean Zhang, you can't pry." "Dean Zhang, we're here to explore. This is a cultural relic. We can't move it." "You guys are right. This is a cultural relic, but I was hired by the North City police chief to come here. This is not grave robbing. It's protection. Don't worry. I'll sell." "Ahem. Hand it over to Uncle Chen." "Bill, pry for me." "Holler big brother." Seeing that Zhang Wei's mind was made up, Yi Fei's four men could only stand farther away. "Slim, look for any organs. Don't worry. It's known that I, Skinny, am an expert at moving the plot forward." Looking at Wu Zheng and Slim who were probing around, Yi Fei and Scar looked at each other and nodded as they also started to look for clues in the room. On the other side, it didn't take long for Zhang Biao's four to pry open the sarcophagus. As the coffin was pried open, the nameless zombie inside woke up. And the nameless zombie that was woken up was notorious for waking up more. Nima, I was sleeping well, and you woke me up, didn't you? The dry and sunken eyes of the nameless zombie glared and was ready to sit up and give a lesson to the little thief who pried his coffin. However, when he saw the horrible faces of Zhang Biao and the 4 others, the nameless zombie silently closed his eyes again. Yoo-hoo! Big brother, this girl is playing dead. Big brother, he's not giving face. Why don't we just get him killed? No, 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 he was supposed to be dead. Then get him dead again. Hearing the words of Zhang Biao's 4, the nameless zombie's urethra that had been blocked for countless years was scared through, and immediately reached out and pressed underneath his body. Boom! The bottom of the coffin instantly flipped over. $$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$$ and furious. Give me chase. Zhang Biao swung his fist to the bottom of the sarcophagus as a fist bombardment. Instantly, the bottom of the stone plate is broken open, revealing the inside of the black hole. Through the light of the torch can still vaguely see the back of the nameless zombie did not run far. Kid, stop right there. Tramp, don't run away if you have the guts. Stop right there. The nameless zombie sniffed and ran even faster. He runs, they chase. Dean Zhang, wait, don't chase. Be careful of traps. Yifei. 4 people looked at the front of the 5 people who wanted money but not like Zhang Wei anxious. Soon, the group chased to a stone door. The nameless zombie on the wall gently pressed the stone door open a gap. The nameless zombie also instantly disappeared in Zhang Wei their line of sight. Bill, wait. Hearing Zhang Wei shout, Zhang Biao's 4 men hurriedly stopped. Big brother, what's wrong? Zhang Wei frowned at the stone door in front of him and said, there are bugs. Bugs? Is it good? How many? Enough to eat? Yifei's 4 people who had just caught up heard a burst of scalp numbness. Nima, is eating the only option in your world? Yifei took a deep breath and looked at Zhang Wei and asked, Dean Zhang, are there many bugs? Zhang Wei nodded as he sniffed. His probing eye could see that the walls surrounding this stone door in front of him were filled with a single insect egg. Corpse beetle. Status, sleeping. Ability, corpse poison infection. Level, 5. Combat strength, 10. Danger level, mild. Although from the information fed back by the scrying eye, the corpse beetles weren't that powerful. Their huge numbers told Zhang Wei that they didn't quite look like something to be messed with. Let's do it, Wu Zhang said as he stepped forward. Zhang Wei nodded at his words. Alright, you guys come on. The 2 of them surrounded the stone door in a burst of fancy maneuvers. And then Zhang Wei heard the thin man yell, not good. Run, the bugs are coming out. Densely packed beetles swarmed out from the walls towards the crowd. Yifei and Scar immediately prepared for battle. Just then, hiss. Yifei and Scar twisted their heads to look, only to see that Zhang Wei's 5 people had already put on their masks at some point, and each of them was spraying furiously with 2 cans of insecticide in their hands. The corpse beetle army cursed their hearts. Nima, stealing a tomb you still bring insecticide. Big brother, is this stuff really inedible? It looks like it smells good. Why don't I try one first? Shut up, this thing eats corpses. Zhang Wei looked at the dumbfounded Wu Zhang and said, what are you still standing there for? Open the door quickly. Oh, good, the door's open. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Open it right away if it's not dangerous, right? Come on, Bill. Get in there and find our $10 million. Holler big brother. The group quickly rushed through the stone door in front of them. However, the moment they rushed into the stone door, everyone stopped in place. What was presented to them was still a 100-meter square chamber, and a sarcophagus was still placed in the middle of the chamber. But the crowd leading to the middle of the chamber of the road is turned into 2 rows of stone pillars. Below is a dark piece of nothing to see. Nameless zombie at this time is a face of complacency looking at the crowd. The expression seems to say, you come over big brother, it looks dangerous. This is the Yin-Yang Road. Wu Zhang frowned and said in a scientific manner, the Yin-Yang Road, 1 true and 1 false. If you jump onto the false one, the stone pillar will collapse immediately. But don't worry everyone, I've seen this kind of yin and yang path in an ancient book. Just give it to me. Bow. Wire rope. Without waiting for Wu Zhang to finish, Zhang Wei shouted at Zhang Biao. Zhang Bao sniffed and immediately took out the wire rope he had with him and tied it to himself, while the other end was handed over to Zhang Hu, before jumping towards the front. Boom! The moment the stone pillar collapsed with a bang, Zhang Hu yanked Zhang Bao back with a yank of the wire rope in his hand. Wu Zhang and the skinny man's eyes widened when they saw this. Nima, it can still be like this? Go! Looking at the line of people that quickly jumped towards him, the nameless zombie directly froze in place. Don't be so outrageous. Looking at the line of people who were getting closer and closer, the nameless zombie was instantly anxious and hurriedly went to push the lid of the sarcophagus. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This girl is going to run. Pow! Hurry up! Holler! However, even though Zhang Bao accelerated his speed, he still did not reach the center of the chamber before the nameless zombie opened the coffin. As the sarcophagus was pushed open, another zombie sat up. Yet before he could get angry, he was pounced upon again by the nameless zombie. When Zhang Wei and the others rushed to the sarcophagus, what they were left with was still an empty coffin. Asterisk 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 asterisk. My $10 million. No, big brother. It should be $20 million. Yes, yes, yes. It's $20 million. Right my ass. Get after me. Yifei's 4 people looked at me and I looked at you. All 4 of them were doubting life at this moment. Chapter 18. He slandered me. They flee. They chase. Soon the group came to a new chamber. The 2 zombies in the middle of the chamber were looking at Zhang Wei and the others with a smug expression. Wu Zheng quickly reminded. Everyone be careful. See those holes above? If I'm not mistaken, there is a large amount of mercury stored above this chamber. As long as we accidentally trigger the mechanism, the mercury will immediately flow down and fill up the entire chamber. Mercury? Hundreds of thousands of dollars a ton worth of mercury? Bill, Tiger, poke a hole in the top for me. Connect the hose. Holler big brother. The 2 men stepped on Zhang Long and Zhang Bao's palms, and in a few punches, they smashed a large hole in the stone slab at the top of the chamber, revealing the sealed pool of mercury above. Immediately afterward, a water pipe was inserted into the pool of mercury, and the other end was plugged into Zhang Wei's pocket. Looking at the scene in front of them, Wu Zheng and the thin man directly kneeled. Big brother, can we follow the setting properly to pass the level? Ah, skinny master, I'm not playing. Oh who bully. Roar. The 2 zombies also let out a dissatisfied growl at Zhang Wei's behavior towards them, before prying open their companion's coffin once again to vanish into it. Looking at the sarcophagus in the middle of the chamber, Zhang Biao reminded. Big brother, $30 million ran away. No panic. Wait until I finish catching all this mercury. 5 minutes later. Give chase. Soon the group chased into another chamber, looking at the 3 zombies in the new sarcophagus in the center of the chamber. The crowd's mood could be described as complicated. How big is this tomb? Yifei looked at Wu Zheng and asked. Wu Zheng, can you figure out our current location? Wu Zheng nodded and said, I'll try. After Wu Zheng finished speaking, he took out a pen and paper and drew. On the other side, Scar and Slim had already gotten together behind Zhang Wei. Dean Zhang, how do we pass this level? Zhang Wei shook his head as he sniffed. Don't intercede. Dean Zhang, reveal it. Zhang Wei shrugged and said, it's not that I don't want to say it, but I don't know how to say it. And I really don't know how to get through it, because this one chamber isn't quite the same as the previous 3. The size of the chamber remained the same as the previous 3 chambers, and the sarcophagus was still placed in the center of the chamber. But this chamber has no organs, only a huge egg hanging over the chamber. Phantom Soul Serpent. Status, sleeping, ability, poison mist, level, 11, combat strength, 23, danger level, moderate. The information that the Eye of Scrying told Zhang Wei indicated that these soul Stygian snakes were not simple, and although their level was not high and their combat power was not good, their abilities were very bizarre. Poison mist. The snake was poisonous. Zhang Wei knew that the snake would spray venom. Zhang Wei also knew that. But what was the meaning of this poisonous mist? Could it be that this snake could even swallow clouds and spit out mist? Big brother, our $30 million pried their brother's coffin again. Zhang Biao's reminder brought Zhang Wei back to his senses. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Then you're still not on. Zhang Biao sniffed and hurriedly shouted to the 3 Zhang who beside him. Brothers, go! However, Zhang Biao 4 people just ready to move. 3 zombies lifted the sarcophagus, jumped in. And in the moment before jumping in, a zombie also jumped up and scratched the giant egg hanging above the chamber. Boom! As the giant egg shattered, a huge iron ball fell to the ground. The iron ball spun a few times on the ground, then rolled towards Zhang Wei and his group. Everybody, don't do it! Zhang Wei didn't think that this thing would even play this kind of trick on him. If the group of snakes in front of him fell and dispersed, Zhang Wei really didn't have much to do. But this group of snakes gathered into a ball, presumably waiting for someone to burst, suddenly dispersed, killing the enemy by surprise. However, this just gave Zhang Wei a chance to get it all in one go. Seeing that the iron ball was about to hit Zhang Wei in an instant, a huge glass cylinder appeared out of nowhere in front of Zhang Wei. The iron ball simply couldn't break in time and crashed into it. And Zhang Wei also immediately snapped on the lid of the glass cylinder. Big brother, this iron ball looks quite fun. Fun? Zhang Wei sneered. This isn't an iron ball. This is a group of snakes. Snakes? Chili? Roast it. Yeah, bake it. Zhang Wei. Seemingly hearing Zhang Wei's words and their words, those snakes couldn't act anymore. Only a twisting of the iron ball was seen, and then it transformed into a small snake. The densely packed small snakes instantly crawled all over the entire glass cylinder and began to desperately crash up. However, Zhang Wei, this is a tempered glass cylinder, or thickened and thickened again. With their strength, they simply couldn't crash through. Then the crowd saw these small snakes begin to spew out a large amount of smoke, but due to the fact that they were enclosed by the glass cylinder, none of the smoke was able to float out, and the crowd couldn't experience what this smoke had the ability to do. Dean Zhang, this smoke should be poisonous, right? The thin man asked curiously. Zhang Wei rolled his eyes and said, why don't you try taking a puff? The thin man quickly shook his head and said, I'm not stupid, Master Thin. Zhang Wei waved his hand and put away the glass cylinder into the system space. He was going to spray this cylinder of smoke in for the 40 million in front to experience when he got to the next chamber later. However, Zhang Wei had just collected the glass cylinder into the system space when he received the system's recycling beep. 5 liters off poisonous mist. Recyclable. Recycling price 5,000 system points. Is it recycled? Recycle. The next moment, those poisonous mists of the glass cylinder were pumped out by the system and appeared in the system mall. But the selling price became 2 system points for 1 milliliter, which means that the system doubled this in and out. Asterisk. Zhang Wei silently raised a middle finger, but he was happy the next moment, only to see that glass tank in the system space. Those phantom soul snakes once again began to spit smoke. Zhang Wei turned his head to Wu Zhang, who was still in the middle of continuous painting, and said, Wu Zhang, how much longer will it take? As soon as Zhang Wei's voice fell, Wu Zhang cried out in surprise, I figured it out. You guys come and watch. This is where we came in. Now we're in the 4th chamber. Wu Zhang quickly drew a picture of a mountain on his book, and then began to explain. If I'm right, we'll meet another chamber like these 4 in front of us next. But then the way to the back of this 5th chamber shouldn't be in the sarcophagus, but on top. When we do, we'll head all the way up, right to this spot on top of the mountain. Here, and then head back down. Until the bottom of the earth you should be able to find the main chamber and meet the true owner of this tomb. Wait, Zhang Wei interrupted. I was hired to explore, so naturally I should probe a little more carefully. We'll talk about finding the tomb owner later. Just tell me how many chambers like the one we're in and how many you can find. Wu Zhang looked at Zhang Wei with a black line on his face and said, Dean Zhang, I suspect that you simply want to capture those zombies to sell. Ahem. Slander. You're slandering. Officer Yi, he slandered me. Yi Fei. Dean Zhang, we didn't bring many supplies. Fear not. I have a lot of supplies stored in my space. The group soon came to the stone door of the 5th chamber. Looking at Wu Zhang and Fatty who were ready to go forward to open the door, Zhang Wei shouted, Wait! Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Zhang Wei took out the glass cylinder containing the phantom soul snake as well as a rechargeable drill. Bill, make me a hole in the stone door so our 50 million can try what this thing feels like. Holler big brother. Yi Fei et al. Chapter 19, Why is this holy water of yours yellow? Ta-da-da-da-da. In the chamber, the 4 zombies were directly dumbfounded. They could never have imagined that someone would rob a grave with a cordless drill. And of course, they didn't recognize the thing. Looking at the smoke drifting from the stone door, the 4 zombies rushed to sled the sarcophagus in the center of the chamber. As the sarcophagus was pried open, the zombie inside was pounced upon again by 4 zombies just like himself before he could sit up. After the sarcophagus shook for a while, the zombies were dumbfounded, because they realized that there was no more passage under this sarcophagus. Looking at the approaching smoke, the 5 zombies shivered and hugged each other. Half an hour later, outside the stone gate, how about it? Big brother, do you think they hung up? Zhang Wei rolled his eyes. They're already zombies. How else are they going to hang? Yi Fei frowned. Dean Zhang, this is now full of poisonous smoke. How are we going to get in? Zhang Wei grinned at his words and with a flick of his hand, a range hood and diesel engine appeared in front of the crowd. Biao! Draw back the poisonous smoke again. Zhang Wei wouldn't waste it. After all, this poisonous smoke was worth a lot of money. Looking at the rumbling diesel engine, Wu Zhang and the thin man's worldview had been completely shattered. Thinking back to this all the way to a few chambers. In their words, I do not know how many times to go through life and death test. However, in front of Zhang Wei, these organs as if it became the boys and girls forward in the teasing level. Brother, finished smoking, can you open the door? Don't panic, here's the gas test paper. Test it first. Okay, big brother. Tested. No poison. Asterisk. All this stuff? The thin man couldn't hold it together any longer. Dean Zhang. No, Brother Wei, Master Zhang. Accepting disciples? I'm sorry, I'm not a professional thief. Ahem, archaeologist, and I'm not interested in that line of work. Zhang Wei said and took out another stack of N95 masks. Just in case, let's all wear one. The The thin man looked at the N95 in his hand and flopped and directly knelt. As the stone door was opened, the crowd walked into the chamber one by one. According to Wu Zhang's calculations, with 5 chambers as a line, this last chamber would definitely not be that simple. There was still a stone coffin in the middle of the chamber, and the 5 zombies were currently hugging each other in a weird position. Zhang Hu said curiously, they imploded? No one answered Zhang Hu's question, and everyone was carefully observing the bells hanging all over the chamber. These bells covered the entire chamber, and in order to travel to the sarcophagus in the center of the chamber, one would absolutely touch these bells no matter which direction one went. I've seen it in my grandmother's notes. It's a phantom soul bell. This kind of bell can't be shaken, but if it's once rung, anyone who hears it will fall into a hallucination, or even die in the hallucination. In fact, Wu Zhang's koan was not correct, as Zhang Wei's probing eyes saw another name. Ghost bell, ghost artifact, bell controlled by souls, can control souls, level 10, combat power 15, danger level mild. Yi Fei looked at Zhang Wei and asked, Dean Zhang, what do we do now? Zhang Wei shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't know what to do, but he was searching for the soul that controlled the ghost bell. Zhang Wei believed that the tomb owner would never create a trap that could not be activated. This thing was controlled by a spirit body, so there was definitely a spirit body, the legendary ghost, inside this chamber. Nothing on the roof, nothing on the floor, nothing around the walls. Where the hell is this guy hiding? Big brother, what are you looking for? Would you believe me if I said I was looking for a ghost? Faith. Zhang Biao and the others trusted Zhang Wei 100%. Even if Zhang Wei said that he was hungry and looking for to eat, they believed him 100%. Of course, that's a bit of a disgusting analogy. Suddenly, the essence in Zhang Wei's eyes flashed and he walked over to Wu Zhang and put his arm around Wu Zhang's shoulder and asked, Wu Zhang, I'll ask you a question. Wu Zhang, who was embraced by Zhang Wei, blushed. Dean Zhang, please speak. Looking at the pretty red-faced Wu Zhang, Zhang Wei looked puzzled. If it wasn't for his probing eyes telling him that this Wu Zhan was indeed a man, he would have suspected that this kid was not a woman dressed as a man. Could my probing eyes be wrong? Is he just a woman dressed as a man? Thinking of this, Zhang Wei reached out and touched Wu Zhang's chest. Wu Zhang's face was instantly like a ripe grape, and he hastily dodged away some. Dean Zhang, what are you doing? It's a male. Zhang Wei scratched his head. So what? Wu Zhang, when you guys used to rob tombs. Ah shucks. Archaeology if you met something dirty. No, it should be how to find that kind of dirty thing. Dirt? It's the ghost. Wu Zhang thought for a moment and said, although we've been down many tombs before, we've never met a ghost. In fact, such things as ghosts don't exist. Most of the ghosts we see are caused by hallucinations. We should believe in science. Science? Scar pointed at the 5 zombies hugging tightly together in the sarcophagus in the center of the chamber and said, come on, you explain it to me with science. Wu Zhang, alright, I don't have the heart to break up those with you. Zhang Wei waved his hand and said, just tell me how you can find the ghost. Wu Zhang hesitated for a while and said, we don't have any methods to find ghosts, but there are several to prevent them. As the saying goes, people light candles, ghosts blow out lights. We all light a candle in the southeast corner of the crypt when we open the coffin. If the candle changes color or goes out, without waiting for Wu Zhang to continue his nonsense, Zhang Wei took out a handful of candles and said, ah biao, light all 4 corners. Yes, big brother. No, Dean Zhang. Before Wu Zhang could finish his words, he was interrupted by Zhang Wei with a wave of his hand. There is no need to say much. All points on steady. No, I mean, Zhang Wei interrupted again. What southeast corner? That's a feudal superstition on your part. He likes to blow, I'll light it all up for him. Can you hear me out? Wu Zhang said angrily. Zhang Wei shrugged. Alright, you tell me. Only then did Wu Zhang point to the 4 Zhang Biao people who were lighting candles and said, Dean Zhang, this electronic candle of yours don't help the ghost. Can you blow it yourself? Zhang Wei smiled heatedly at his words. How about it? Times have progressed now. I'll tell you what. You'll use this electronic candle from now on, and you'll see if those brats can blow it. Wu Zhang. Just then, Zhang Hu shouted, big brother, look at this candle. The crowd sniffed and hurriedly looked, only to see that the candle in front of Zhang Hu was constantly fluctuating, as if someone was blowing it with force. But the crowd could not see anything. Only Zhang Wei's probing eye could barely see a faint figure. Asterisk. It's hard to see. Zhang Wei hurriedly went through the system mall, trying to find if there were any items that could see this thing. Soon, Zhang Wei found a treasure. Child's urine. Applied externally. Visible to the soul. Priced at 10 system points. Asterisk. You still need to buy this? Zhang Wei looked at the crowd in the chamber, and he suspected that Scar and Slim were the only two people in here who were probably not children. While the crowd was paying attention to Zhang Hu's side, Zhang Wei quietly slipped outside the stone door and peed. Seeing that the crowd is still looking at Zhang Hu's side with a curious face, Zhang Wei came to Yifei, Scar, Slim, and Wu Zhang and whispered, "Ahem. 4. I have a treasure here that can see ghosts. Do you want it? Only need $1,000. Oh. What? There's such a good thing. Try it. Some for Master Slim. 2. The four of them then saw Zhang Wei take out a bottle of yellowish liquid. Dean Zhang, what are you doing? Holy water. Why is it yellow? I've been on fire lately. Ah shucks. Added a little coloring. Why is it still warm? Well. Chapter 20 Zombies can have psychic powers too? Is this a ghost? You don't say. The little thing is quite chic looking. This is supposed to be a female ghost. Can't tell. Guys used to have long hair too. In the southeast corner of the crypt, a figure was frantically clawing at his hair. He was clearly struggling to blow out the candle in front of him, yet the thing wouldn't go out no matter how hard he blew. Big brother, should we arrest him? Nonsense. Isn't that worth more than a zombie? Zhang Wei took out an altar and handed it to Zhang Biao. Go on. Stuff him in. Zhang Biao looked at the altar in his hand and then at the figure in front of him. Big brother, are you sure a ghost his size can fit in there? Zhang Wei took out a mineral water bottle and poured some child's urine into Zhang Biao's hands. Cut the crap and get on with it. Zhang Biao nodded and carefully moved step by step towards Piao in the corner. However, just as he approached about 3 meters behind Pipio, Pipio's neck violently did a 180-degree rotation. Ah! Ghosts! Ghosts! Zhang Biao was so frightened by Piao's dried-out skin and horrible face that he pulled his legs out and ran away. At the same time, Piao was also frightened by Zhang Biao's terrifying visage. One person and one ghost were both startled by the other. Even the few people standing at a distance were startled. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Reacting Zhang Biao was furious, turned around and grabbed towards Piao. However, Piao's figure was incredibly flexible. Just a flash of the figure retreated to the bells hanging in the chamber. Jingle bells. A crisp ghostly bell rang out, and an invisible force instantly assaulted the souls of the crowd. Wu Zheng hurriedly shouted, "Not good. Everyone cover your ears." Zhang Wei shook his head and said, "This is a ghost bell. Covering your ears won't help." Yi Fei asked eagerly, "Then what do we do?" He could already feel his consciousness blurring a bit. Although the individual attack power of the ghost bell was not strong, it couldn't help that it was outnumbered. Just then, Zhang Wei took out 7 or 8 more of the same type of altar that Zhang Biao was holding. "Gu, my master Zhang, what time is it? And you're still thinking about catching ghosts?" the thin man complained. Zhang Wei grinned and shook his head. "That's where you're mistaken. Since this thing can shut down Piao, it can withstand soul attacks. Come on, one for everyone. Big brother, I have a big head. I can't stuff it. It's okay, here's another big one." Soon the crowd was manning an altar over their heads. "Ha, why is this altar transparent?" Wearing the altar of the moment, the crowd incuriously removed. The results found that from the outside to see this altar and ordinary altar is not much difference. However, wearing this altar is not blocking the line of sight in the slightest, and wearing a transparent helmet is not much difference, and is still breathable. "Big brother, can you hear me? What did you say?" "Well, it's not that perfect." Seeing that he could no longer speak and communicate, Zhang Wei took the holy water in his hand and gestured at a few people, signaling them to put their hands out. After pouring some holy water on the hands of everyone in the crowd, Zhang Wei pointed at the ghostly bell that was under his control, and the crowd instantly reacted and rushed towards Pipio. Seeing this, Pao had the heart to curse his mother, and directly gave up the ghost bell and merged into the top of the tomb. "Running away again?" The crowd looked at me and I looked at you, and it took a while before they were sure that Pipio had really run away. The crowd looked at Zhang Wei, wondering what to do next. However, the moment they looked at Zhang Wei, the crowd just had black lines on their faces, only to see that Zhang Wei had taken out a scythe at some point and was happily harvesting the ghostly bells that were hanging in the crypt. I didn't realize that this one ghost bell could actually recover 50 system points. This wave earned hemp. Soon, the ghost bells in the chamber were all harvested by Zhang Wei, and the crowd removed the altar on their heads. Yi Fei asked, "Dean Zhang, what do we do next?" Zhang Wei looked towards the 5 zombies in the middle of the chamber that were hugging and biting each other's necks, turned his head towards Zhang Biao and said, "Biao, Bao tie them up first." "Okay big brother." Zhang Biao, Zhang Bao both took the wire rope and headed towards the sarcophagus. Zhang Biao took a deep breath and took the lead in stretching the wire rope in his hand towards one of the zombies. But just then, something unexpected happened. The originally quiet zombie suddenly opened its eyes violently. With a horrifying red light flashing in its eyes, it opened its bloody mouth and let out a deafening roar. At the same time its arms swung with force, and even directly broke free from the wire rope that Zhang Biao had just put on. Immediately after that, the other 4 zombies and Zhang Bao and the 2 of them were vibrated out. Roar. Unknown zombie. Status. Berserk in progress. Ability. Corpse poison infection. Class A alien zombie. Mimicry. Rank. 25. Combat strength. 273. Zombies have powers too? Dean Zhang. These 4 zombies have been drained. Big brother. Biao and Pao have been scratched. Nani? Zhang Wei twisted his head to look, only to see that Zhang Biao and Zhang Bao both had a blood mark on each of their arms, which were now flowing with blood and emitting a trace of black smoke. Zhang Hu asked nervously, Big brother, will Biao and Bao turn into zombies? Zhang Wei nodded and said, it's possible. Here, have some cage buns. Zhang Biao and Zhang Hu looked at the 2 cages of steamed buns in front of them, and their hearts sank. Big brother, we're all going to hang up. Can you give us buns? Zhang Wei grimaced and raised his bushy palm and asked, does the palm eat? No. Eat? Let's eat. The 2 hurriedly grabbed the steamed buns and stuffed them into their mouths. As the steamed buns continued to be stuffed into the mouths of the 2 men, the crowd was surprised to find that the blood flowing from the wounds on the 2 men's arms turned black, and then quickly turned red, and the wounds quickly disappeared. Yifei's 4 people looked at each other, then immediately came to Zhang Wei's side and asked, Dean Zhang, do you still have this steamed bun? How to sell? Master Zhang, I'll offer 3,000. No, 5,000. 5,000 apiece. Look, can you sell us a few? Dean Zhang, we'll pay 6,000. Master Zhang, we'll pay 7,000, 8,000, 10,000. Seeing that Scar and Slim had already opened the price to 10,000, Zhang Wei came back to his senses. They don't think that my steamed buns have the effect of curing corpse poison, do they? But there's money to be made. Sell it first. Thinking of this, Zhang Wei hurriedly shouted to stop. Okay, 10,000 is 10,000. How much do you guys want? We'll take 20. We'll buy 22. Roar. The nameless zombie was furious. Are you guys treating this zombie as if it doesn't exist? Seeing this, Zhang Wei shouted to Zhang Biao's 4 men. Biao, you guys go tie him up. Holler, big brother. Only then did Zhang Wei turn his head to look at Yifei's 4 men and asked, how are you going to pay the bill? The 4 men said in unison, IOUs. Zhang Wei nodded his head after thinking about it. Okay, then IOUs. Here, this is the IOU. Just fill in the amount and sign and stamp your handprints. The 4 people looked at the notebook in Zhang Wei's hand and stared with wide eyes. Your sister. This you also have? After the 4 of them finished their IOUs, Zhang Wei also hurriedly stuffed the steamed buns to them, fearing that they would back out. Just then, Zhang Biao shouted, Big brother, come quickly. Pao has turned into 2. What the hell? Chapter 21, Fire Spirit Worm. What the hell? The crowd looked over, only to see the 2 Zhang Bao looking at each other with confused faces. Everyone, don't move. One of these is definitely a fake. Wu Zhang said in a loud voice. We're either under an illusion or that zombie can transform. Dean Zhang, you can ask them a few questions as a way to distinguish their authenticity. Zhang Wei nodded with a serious face as he sniffed. Yet what the crowd didn't know was that his probing eyes had long since seen who was a fake. Zhang Wei took out a bundle of thumb-thin wire rope and handed it to Zhang Biao. Biao, just in case, tie them both up first. Okay, big brother. The 2 Zhang Bao were very honest and stood still and let Zhang Biao tie them up. Zhang Wei lightly coughed twice and looked at the 2 men. Let me ask you, who stole that box of gum from my drawer on August 3rd of the previous year? Real Zhang Bao's face changed drastically when he heard this, and fake Zhang Bao quickly said, Big brother, I know, it was Ahu who stole it. He even gave me a piece. Zhang Hu instantly became anxious and pointed at the fake Zhang Bao and shouted, Big brother, slander, he is a fake, he's definitely a fake. Zhang Wei looked at True Zhang Bao and grinned. Then you say, who did it? True Zhang Bao immediately shivered and hesitated for a long time before stuttering. Yes, I don't know. No, it wasn't me. Well, this kid doesn't know. He's a fake, so beat him up. Zhang Biao. 3 people sniffed. You look at me. I look at you. They feel that something is not right. But Zhang Wei's words they still have to listen to. Surrounded up to Zhang Bao is a fat beating. Stop fighting. Yifei pulled Zhang Biao and the 3 of them away to look at Zhang Wei. Dean Zhang, isn't this a bit too arbitrary? How about asking a few more questions? Zhang Wei nodded after thinking about it and said, Officer Yi has a point. Zhang Wei looked at the 2 of them and asked again. Then I will ask you a few more questions. Who took that little yellow book from under my pillow last March 7th? Fake Zhang Bao quickly said. It was Biao. It was Biao who did it. Zhang Biao's face instantly changed. Big brother. Not me. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up. He didn't expect this zombie to have this ability. Then tell me again. Who took that box of cookies from my safe earlier this year? It's Aaron. The other day. The real Zhang Bao was anxious. Big brother. Don't ask. I admit I'm a fake. It's me. I'm a fake. Oh, the fake Zhang Bao on the side suddenly revealed a wry smile when he saw this. What are you laughing at? Ah, no, nothing. Zhang Wei grinned. Alright, since we can't tell who is the imposter for the time being, let's just forget about it. Here, have a dumpling to weigh you down. Thank you big brother. Thank you big brother. Real or fake Zhang Bao took the dumplings and stuffed them toward his mouth. Zhang Wei pointed at the fake Zhang Bao and said, Ah Biao, beat the hell out of him. No, big brother, shut up. Without waiting for fake Zhang Bao to explain, Zhang Biao's 3 men rushed up and gave him a violent beating. Zhang Wei patted Zhang Bao's shoulder and said, Bao, you're good. You'd rather admit that you're a fake than betray your brother. Zhang Bao said with a smug look on his face. That's. Zhang Wei grinned and said, by the way, there are still a few pairs of shoes under brother's bed that he hasn't thrown away, so I'll reward you later. Ha? Zhang Bao looked at Zhang Wei with a confused face. He remembered that those shoes under Zhang Wei's bed were all children's models. Just then, the zombie couldn't pretend anymore. Roar. With a roar, the zombie regained its body. Its green gaze looking at Zhang Wei. How did you know I was a fake? Isn't it obvious? Zhang Wei pointed to the ground half of the dumpling said. This is the glutinous rice. You act me just now, mouth or black smoke, no not? Zombie. Bill, what are you waiting for? Keep beating the hell out of him. Holler, big brother. Roar. Hull your mom's head. Dare to report us? Beat the hell out of you. Stop fighting. This stiff surrenders. This stiff surrenders. However, Zhang Biao and the 3 of them ignored it, and even Zhang Bao, who had just been untied, joined the group that surrounded the zombies. Dean Zhang, we haven't been in here for a short time, and it's likely that the others have also entered this tomb. Should we speed up our exploration? Yi Fei asked tentatively. Zhang Wei nodded at his words. Officer Yi has a point. If we continue to delay, all the good stuff will be snatched by others. Zhang Wei took a few steps to Zhang Biao's 4 men and pulled them apart. Stop fighting and throw him inside the sarcophagus. Zhang Biao 4 people sniffed and lifted the zombie and threw it into the sarcophagus. Then covered the lid. Zhang Wei waved his hand and put the sarcophagus into the system space. Go! The group climbed up to the passageway at the top of the tomb, and through the winding passageway, Zhang Wei and his group arrived at a cliff break shortly afterward. It's at least 500 meters from here to the opposite side. Look guys, there are 2 chains over here that look like they should be able to walk through. There's someone across the street, hundreds of meters away on the opposite side of the cliff. A group of 4 people were running away in a rather lousy manner, and behind the 4 people, countless flying insects glowing with blue light were rapidly chasing towards the 4 people. Zhang Wei and his party saw the other party, and the other party also obviously saw Zhang Wei and them, and immediately ran towards Zhang Wei and their side. Asterisk 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 asterisk. These guys drew the flying insects over. The thin man looked at Zhang Wei and asked, Master Zhang, what do we do now? Should we cut the chain? Zhang Wei shook his head. No need. Yi Fei looked at Zhang Wei. Does Dean Zhang recognize those flying insects? Zhang Wei nodded. Fire spirit bug. Status. Manic. Ability. Spontaneous combustion. Level. 12. Combat strength. 18. Danger level. Mild. It's a fire spirit bug. A bug that can spontaneously combust. Wu Zheng frowned. Dean Zhang, is it the fire ladybug you're talking about? Zhang Wei spread his hands and said, I don't know. Maybe it's called differently. I only know it's called the fire spirit insect. Wu Zheng took a deep breath and said, if it's a fire ladybug that would be troublesome. Fire ladybugs usually feed on phosphorus fire and therefore carry a large amount of phosphorus on their bodies. Once they find their prey, they will spew out phosphorus fire. This kind of flame is very difficult to extinguish and it only takes a few short seconds to burn them to ashes. Right at this moment, the last person among the 4 who had already fled to the top of the chain suddenly slipped violently as if the soles of his feet had been smeared with oil. Ah! Only a heart-rending, hair-raising scream could be heard resounding throughout the valley. And immediately afterward, that person was like a kite with broken strings, falling straight down towards the bottom of a deep, bottomless cliff. At the same time, those fire spirit insects that were in hot pursuit swarmed up as if they were vicious wolves that had smelled the flavor of blood. In an instant, the blazing blue flames enveloped his entire body. The blue firelight rose to the sky, illuminating both sides of the cliff, as if to dispel the darkness completely. However, this terrifying and dazzling light did not bring the slightest bit of warmth and hope, but instead caused a deep chill to well up in one's heart and send shivers down one's spine. Freeze! One of the three on the run turned around and gave these fire spirit worms a magical cool down. In an instant, those fire spirit worms fell straight down towards the cliff. However, just by holding on for less than 2 seconds, those fire spirit worms broke through the cold ice on their bodies and flew up again. Wu Zheng shouted, "Use fire! These fire ladybugs are afraid of fire." The three of them sniffed and hurriedly took off their clothes and lit them on fire and threw them behind them. And a few fire spirit insects were immediately set ablaze when they couldn't avoid them. The three of them rejoiced at the sight and stripped off their clothes as they fled for their lives. Seeing this, Zhang Wei spat out, "They're soaking oil in these clothes." Wu Zheng shook his head. "No, it's phosphorus. Wherever there are fire ladybugs, there's phosphorus, and they more or less stick to their clothing. You see, their underwear doesn't ignite so easily." So it is. Realization dawned on the crowd, and all eyes looked at the only female of the three, expecting her to also remove the last of the underwear and panties from her body to save her life. In the end, however, they didn't have to wait, as the trio had already gone ashore. Che. Chapter 22. The wind is tight. Tugging and calling. Scar. Boom. A large fire was sprayed out, and the fire spirit insect was instantly set ablaze. "Thanks." The three of them thanked them in a hurry. Yi Fei looked at the wretched trio and asked, "Dean Zhang, do you have any clothes?" Zhang Wei nodded. "Yes, 500 is set." Yi Fei. In the end, or Scar atmospheric to help the 3x3 sets of clothes. After all, the former loan sharks, not lack of this small amount of money. After some questioning, he learned that the three were, respectively, Zhao Tian, Lu Chenyang, and Li Shui. At the very beginning, Zhao Tian and his teammates had 7 people, and after experiencing a lot of life and death, they were now the only 3 left who had made it this far. "There's another snake over there. A big one. And 2 of our teammates died in the mouth of that big snake. Chili? Is it good? Is it worth it?" Yi Fei and the others looked at Zhang Wei and the others speechlessly, thinking, "Is there nothing else in the world of you few but money and food? Dean Zhang, that snake is really dangerous. Our supernatural abilities can't do much damage to it at all," Zhao Tian reminded. However, before Zhang Wei could speak, Lu Chenyang sneered, "Zhao Tian, what are you doing talking to them about all this nonsense? Wait for a few of them to die and believe it themselves." Zhao Tian's face instantly looked at Lu Chenyang with an ugly expression. "Lu Chenyang, what do you mean by that? If it wasn't for Dean Zhang and the others rescuing us, I'm afraid we would be dead at this point." "Humph." Lu Chenyang coldly grunted. "Save us? They're just trying to protect themselves. You, my Lu family spent so much money to invite you, and you got nothing as a result. A bunch of losers." "Lu Chenyang, if you hadn't been running away without a fight, those teammates of ours might not have died at all." "Blame me? Who's to blame for their slow running? Besides, why don't you run slower and die for them?" Looking at the 2 people who were arguing loudly and Li Shui who was scowling on the side, Yi Fei's 4 people did not know what to say for a while. "Let's go. There's been quite a delay," Zhang Wei said and walked up the chain, and Zhang Biao's 4 men immediately followed. Soon, the crowd arrived at the opposite cliff, and through Zhao Tian's directions, the group arrived in a chamber not long after. The layout of the chamber was very different from the 5 chambers that Zhang Wei and the others had met. There was no sarcophagus in here. All there was a pool that was more than 10 feet long and wide. Is the tomb owner preparing to raise fish in the tomb? The thin man spat. Zhao Tian reminded. "Everyone be careful. The snake we met and those flying insects came out of this kind of pool. But it wasn't this chamber, but the one in front of it, which we also just ran through in a hurry. And the things inside didn't come out." The crowd sniffed and looked at Zhang Wei. "Dean Chang, can you tell anything?" Zhang Wei shook his head and said, "I can't tell. These waters are so green that it's impossible to see what's inside." "Humph." Lu Chenyang laughed coldly. "I thought there was some extraordinary skill. So this is it?" Zhang Wei hurriedly said. Yes. This Mr. Lu has a point. In fact, I'm just an ordinary spatial system adept. So what? I see that Mr. Lu is a talented man. I'm sure he has a solution, right?" Lu Chenyang said in a cold voice without even thinking about it. "Isn't that simple? There are 12 of us now, so just send any one of us down to check it out." "No." Yi Fei, Wu Zheng, and Zhao Tian said in unison. Zhang Wei waved his hand. "I think that's a good idea." "So what?" Since it was Mr. Lu who brought it up. "It's you." "Me?" Lu Chenyang sneered. "Who are you? Just let me go?" Q. Zhang who kicked Lu Chenyang down. Lu Chenyang, who was kicked into the pool, immediately choked on a few mouthfuls of water, and only with great difficulty was he able to slow down to look angrily at Zhang Hu. "How dare you kick me?" Zhang Wei reminded. Mr. Lu, I advise you to dive down and check it out as soon as possible. Or else be careful of what's inside getting to you first. Lu Chenyang looked at Zhang Wei and the others by the pool. He knew that he was no match for Zhang Wei and the others. He turned his head to Zhao Tian and Li Shui and said, Zhao Tian, Li Shui, don't forget that it was my Lu family that paid for you to come in. If something happens to me, you guys don't want to get a single penny. Zhao Tian was just about to say something when Li Shui said in a cold voice, what do you need money for when your life can't be saved? Good. Lu Chenyang glanced resentfully at the crowd and then dived into the water. A few moments later, the pool lifted up a streak of blood, and Yi Fei and the others' faces instantly changed drastically. Quickly save the people. Yi Fei got up and jumped towards the pool. However, halfway through the jump, he was yanked back by Zhang Wei. What's the point of panicking? Zhang Wei looked at Yi Fei and reminded, Officer Yi, this is in the secret realm, not the northern district. If you keep thinking about your status as a police officer, I think you're going to have a hard time getting out of here alive. There's danger everywhere in here, so think about saving your life before you try to save it. Zhang Wei's words could be said to be very nonchalant. Yi Fei took a few deep breaths before he nodded at Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei looked toward the pool and said, Lu Chenyang didn't die so easily. Although this kid's mouth stinks a little bit, his strength is not as weak as you think. If I'm not wrong, this bit of blood was put there by the kid himself, in order to lure us down, or scare us away. Zhao Tian said in disbelief. Are you serious? Zhang Wei smiled and said, it's simple, we'll just wait here and find out. Everyone has been in here for a short time, so I'm sure you're all hungry. Why don't we have a meal first? Wu Zhang sniffed and unhooked the backpack behind him and said, I've brought some compressed cookies here, so everyone will eat something. Thanks. Yi Fei, Scar, Zhao Tian, and Li Shui all took Wu Zhang's compressed cookies and nibbled on them, while Zhang Wei shook his head and rejected his good intentions. Eat for yourself. We don't know how long we're going to be here. You'd better economize. It's okay, I've got a lot more in my bag. Slim's there. Without waiting for Wu Zhang to finish, Zhang Wei waved his hand and said, it's fine. I've brought some food here as well. Zhang Wei said and pulled out a dozen cages of steamed buns. Seeing these steamed buns of Zhang Wei's, Wu Zhang and Yi Fei's eyes went straight. Dean Zhang, aren't you using this to cure corpse poison? Isn't it a bit of a waste to use it as a meal? Zhang Wei rolled his eyes and said, when did I say this thing can cure corpse poison? Pao and the others are special in their powers. They can detoxify themselves just by eating. So what? You guys overpaid for my steamed bun. You don't think it can cure corpse poison, do you? In fact, the corpse poison that thing sucked out on the line. The conditions of good can also be in the wound on the dressing some glutinous rice, or rub some snake medicine. After all, everyone is a psychic. The body strength is far more than ordinary people. The district of the corpse poison is not as dangerous as you think. Then why didn't you say so in the first place? Scar said angrily. Zhang Wei shrugged his shoulders and said, you guys didn't ask either. Straight away, you just hit me with money, and I'm all stoned by your broad-mindedness. Wu Zhang, Yi Fei, Scar, Skinny, Big Brother, not full. Yeah, it's not full. Asterisk. Y'all didn't wait for me. Looking at the 5 Zhang Wei who wolfed down their food, Yi Fei and the others instantly wanted to cry. Right at this moment, the pool that was originally as calm as a mirror suddenly seemed to be stirred by an invisible giant hand, and began to roll violently. Damn, I can't believe you guys have time to eat. Don't come and help yet. Yoo-hoo, this kid can't pretend anymore. Looking at Lu Chenyang, who was entangled by a strange fish, Zhang Wei said in a loud voice, brothers, the wind is tight. Rip who? Zhang Wei pulled out his legs and ran away after he finished speaking. The crowd looked at each other and followed, running out as well. Lu Chenyang, assholes, you guys get back here, come back. At this moment, Lu Chenyang finally experienced the feeling of being abandoned. Just like those companions he abandoned not long ago. Perhaps they are just as desperate as they are now. Chapter 23, it seems we can only continue to kill and silence people. Well, dead, Big Brother, it's cool. At the entrance of the passageway of the tomb, after making sure that Lu Chenyang was dead through and through, Zhang Wei and the others then walked into the tomb. Dean Zhang, did you get a good look at that monster just now? Yi Fei asked. Zhang Wei nodded. Just now, although it was only a hurried glance, the Eye of Scrying also saw the monster's information. Watery Zephyr Touch Demon. Status, Rage, Abilities, Tier, Strangle, Level, 26, Combat Strength, 276. This thing is called a Watery Zephyr Touch Demon, and it doesn't have any other abilities besides physical attacks. I don't know when, but Zhang Wei had taken Wu Zhang's place in the Science and Technology Department. Then in Master Zhang's opinion, how should we deal with it? The thin man was curious. Jiang Wei rolled his eyes and said, "Why should we deal with it? People messing with you underwater beckons you? Skinny, Officer Yi, please record the information about this water monster. Come on, move on to the next level." Crowd. Soon, the group arrived at the next chamber, with the same pool of water and a few signs of battle around it. Zhao Tian took a deep breath and said, "This is where we met the fire spirit insect." Jiang Wei nodded. "Let's move on to the next level then." It wasn't long before Jiang Wei and the others arrived in the chamber of the big snake that Zhao Tian had described. Looking at the pool in front of him, Yi Fei asked, "Dean Zhang, is it recorded here as well?" Jiang Wei shook his head and said, "No need, because this snake will soon be captured by me." The skinny guy muttered, "I thought you said people didn't mess with us under the water. What do you know? This big snake is old valuable ahem. I mean, this big snake is old dangerous. Bill, get ready to catch the snake. Holler big brother." Zhang Biao rolled up his sleeves and was ready to dive in when Jiang Wei raised his hand and slapped Zhang Biao on the shoulder. "You're not stupid. You can it in the water?" Zhang Biao scratched his head and said, "Then how do we catch them?" "Use this." Zhang Biao looked at the fishing rod that Jiang Wei had shoved into his hand with a dumbfounded look. "Big brother, are you serious?" Jiang Wei thought about it and said, "This thing seems to be a little too small, so let's change the steel pipe." "Pow! Get the wire rope out as a fishing line," Jiang Wei said as he took out another oversized fish hook and a steaming roast chicken. "Here, hook it up and reel it in." Yi Fei and the others were numb. "Dean Zhang, this is a snake, not a fish." "Then you guys do it." Air. Looking at Jiang Wei's 5 men who were fishing for big snakes with steel pipes and wire ropes, Yi Fei and Scar were already missing the outside world. Anyang City, Northern District. On the muddy road outside the Love House, 4 men were driving an SUV slowly toward the front door of the Love House. Is the news accurate? Jiang Wei and those 4 stupid really went into the secret realm? Don't worry, dog. Our men saw them go in with their own eyes. A hint of sinister in the eyes of the man called Brother Dog flashed. Just go in later and burn me. I want them to come back and cry without a place to cry. Yes, dog. If Jiang Wei was there, he would definitely recognize this dog. The two have formed a bond dating back to elementary school. Dog, whose real name is Kong Shang, comes from a privileged family and has been a troublemaker since he was a child. What with lifting up female classmates' skirts, peeing in teachers' water cups, beating up male classmates, and all that kind of stuff starting in 1st grade. But then Kong Shang meets Jiang Wei, who has come from his class. Although Jiang Wei dropped out of school after only reaching the 3rd grade, he still left an indelible shadow on Kong Shang. If it was this bit of bad blood, Kong Shang wouldn't have hated Jiang Wei for so many years. That year, Kong Shang Jr., in the community to meet a big brother of the social mix. In order to please each other, Kong Shang class a few female classmates tricked to go to the KTV drunk. Just as Kong Shang and that big brother of his were taking off their pants, Jiang Wei walked in with 4 people, Zhang Biao, and not only beat them severely, but also called the police. As Kong Shang and the others overdosed the wine, one of the girls never woke up. Kong Shang's elder brother was directly sentenced to death, and Kong Shang was also imprisoned for 6 whole years. Jiang Wei, you didn't expect it, did you? I'm out. Burn your doghouse first, and I'll settle the next score with you slowly. In the courtyard, Morning Biao was lying on a worn-out sofa and sunbathing. Big brother, no one. Go, get in. Morning Biao looked up at the 4 men who suddenly barged in and the iron barrels they were carrying in their hands. Meow. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What a scary cat. Naya, this cat looks like this. I wouldn't believe it if I said it hadn't killed anyone. Although Kong Shang's 4 were startled, but they didn't take funeral Biao seriously. After all, they could all be adepts. What they didn't realize, however, was that the words they spat had caused Death Puma to become stressed. Roar. Since you guys know this meow's secret, then this meow will have no choice but to kill and exterminate. Holy, the cat talked. No, this cat. Ho ho ho. Damn it, tiger, get it, dog, run. Ah, although they are also as a psychic, but when encountered SS level talent, and has a double psychic ability of the funeral puma, but as if a mantis in a carriage, not the slightest power to fight back. In less than 2 short minutes, Kong Shang and the other 4 people fell to the ground like leaves swept away by the autumn wind. At this moment, Kong Shang had not yet completely died. He opened his eyes with great difficulty, and his gaze was weak and powerless as he looked toward the funeral pugilist who was busy digging a pit not far away, intending to bury them. Just then, there was another cacophony of voices at the gate. Jiang Wei, get your ass out here and die. Morning Biao slowly raised his head and looked at the 4 people who had already gagged on the ground, and then looked at the 20 or so people who were striding towards him. Looks like we'll just have to keep killing people. Then Meow has to dig deeper so that Viagra doesn't find out. Cut. Big brother. What's wrong? It's okay. Maybe a girl missed me. Zhang Wei wiped his nose. Biao. Do you think that snake is asleep? Why hasn't it reacted for so long? Zhang Biao scratched his head and said, I don't know. Why don't I try another place? Okay, then change it. Zhang Biao sniffing is ready to lift the hands of the steel pipe. However is this lift? The wire rope was instantly straightened. If not a sight of Zhang who quick to hold Zhang Biao's waist, Zhang Biao was dragged into the pool. Hooked. Come give me a hand. Quick, pull it up. Yi Fei and the others were numb. Nima, can this work? However, just at this time, only to hear a click, a crunch. That looked thicker than the thumb of the wire rope was actually so hard to be ripped off. Immediately afterward, a deafening roar resounded through the sky, as if it was a dragon's roar that shook the hearts of the people. The voice seemed like a giant beast from the ancient times, carrying an endless majesty and dominance. At the same time, the calm water began to roll violently, waves splashing in all directions, forming a huge wall of water. Under the gaze of the crowd, a giant snake with a body that was so large that it was beyond imagination slowly emerged from the water. This giant snake had a waist circumference of 2 meters, and it also had a pair of sharp and hideous double horns growing from its head, flashing with a cold light that made people shiver. At the moment, the giant snake was staring at Zhang Wei and the others with its cold, merciless, murderous eyes, which seemed to be able to penetrate one's soul, giving rise to a sense of irresistible fear. The crowd gulped in unison. What a big snake! Chapter 24, holding the magic weapon the other way around. Phantom Python. Status, Rage, Abilities, Strangle, Bite, Venomous Corrosion. Level, 34, Combat Strength, 358. Danger Level, Extremely Dangerous. Yet. On. One could only hear that underworld python suddenly open its bloody mouth and let out a deafening roar. With this roar, a stream of dark green venom like an arrow shot out sharply from its mouth. The venom traced a green arc in the air, and wherever it passed, the air seemed to have been dyed a highly poisonous color. Zhang Wei's few people sensed the danger the moment they heard the roar. Their nerves immediately tightened and their bodies reacted instinctively, only to see their figures flashing. They all flew towards the side to dodge. However, despite their swift enough movements, a few drops of venom splashed onto the corners of their clothes, instantly corroding several small holes in their clothing and emitting wisps of black smoke. The venom shot directly to the ground is even more powerful. As soon as they touched the ground, they issued a snorting sound, and at the same time rose a burst of pungent smoke. In the blink of an eye, the ground was corroded by the venom in a large pothole, and inside the pothole, bubbles continued to tumble and surge up to the surface, emitting a sickening stench. Yet, looking at that pit in the ground, little Zhang Wei was almost shriveled up. All together, Yi Fei bellowed and took the lead to join the battlefield, followed by Scar, Slim, Zhao Tian, and Li Shui. Zhang Wei was the first to disengage from the fight when he saw this. Not that he was a wimp, but his strength was simply unable to inflict effective damage on the Phantom Python right now. Like Zhang Wei, there was also Wu Zhang who did not participate in the battle, and Zhang Wei ignored him, instead quickly rummaging through the system mall. Tens of thousands of system points to buy a trash supernatural ability with a D-grade talent. Zhang Wei didn't know if it was possible to buy more than one of the supernatural abilities, but he wouldn't have much use in bringing this kind of low-level supernatural ability. How about a couple of power pills? Powerful pill. After taking it, it can increase combat power by 100 points for 30 seconds. Each time only one pill is taken. The interval time is 24 hours, priced at 500 system points. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up. As long as one of Biao is starved to a state of heavy hunger and eats another power pill, he can definitely single-handedly take on this underworld python. However, Zhang Wei soon dispelled this thought, because by starving one of the 4 Zhang Biao to a state of severe starvation, he would have to lose many steamed buns. After all, there are no cooks or flour here. What's this? A cosplay prop costume? What the hell is this? While Zhang Wei was studying how to deal with the phantom python, Wu Zhang, who was watching the battle from the side, suddenly shouted, "Its weak point is its nostrils. Attack its nostrils." The crowd sniffed and looked towards the phantom python, followed by a head of black lines. Although the phantom python was huge, its nostrils were actually only the size of a thumb. No wonder every time Scar sprayed fire this big snake would dodge. So it's not that it's afraid of fire, but it's afraid that the fire will burn into its nostrils. But, how are we going to fight with such a small nostril? Just as the crowd was distracted, the serpent tail of the underworld python came directly at the crowd in a sweeping motion, and Scar and Zhao Tian, who were the weakest, were instantly swept away. Put. The 2 men fell to the ground and sprayed tutus of blood and fainted happily with their eyes rolled back in their heads. Bill, come help. I've got its tail. Coming. We're here too. Seeing his tail being held, the phantom python tried to break free. However, Zhang Biao's four were extremely strong, and the phantom python gave up after struggling for a while, directly twisting its head and biting at Zhang Biao's four. Zhang Biao, 4 people are not vegetarian. 2 people hold the head of the snake. 2 people hold the tail of the snake. 4 people and a snake immediately twisted into a mess. Aside Yi Fei and Li Shui also occasionally go up to the underworld python too. If it continued like this, it was estimated that the underworld python would have to be consumed to death even if it was consumed. But Zhang Wei couldn't accept it. If the fight continued like this, even if the phantom python was exhausted, he would probably have to go bankrupt. Asterisk. Get out of my way, all of you. The crowd froze at the words and looked towards Zhang Wei in confusion, but it was this glance that caused their mouths to open wide. Don, monk? He only saw that Zhang Wei had put on a robe at some point, wearing a Vishnu cap on his head, Buddha beads around his neck, his feet wearing mango shoes, his left hand on a Zen staff, and his right hand on a mantle. On. The underworld python instantly had bloodshot eyes, and as if it had been given 100 shots of adrenaline, it directly broke away from the crowd and opened its bloody mouth to pounce towards Zhang Wei. At the same time, all the demonic and evil things in the entire cemetery had stirred up, and the water zephyr touching demons nearest to Zhang Wei and them even rushed out of the water at the fastest speed and crawled over towards this side of the crypt quickly. If it wasn't for Zhang Biao and the others being quick on their feet and pulling the phantom python again, little Zhang Wei would have to be shriveled up again. However, looking at the spectral python's near crazy state at this point, it was estimated that Zhang Biao and the 4 of them wouldn't be able to pull it for much longer. Ba, my Buddha is merciful. Pop. Zhang Wei hastily slapped himself, which snapped him out of his great compassionate state of mind. System, UING punked me. Host, you're holding the mace in your hand backwards. Zhang Wei was stunned at his words. There's still a take against this thing? However, Zhang Wei spat and spat, but he still honestly swapped the spells in his left and right hands, with the left and right hands exchanging their magic weapons. The state of mind that had just been one of great compassion and universality instantly disappeared, and was replaced by a very different feeling, cold, unfeeling and even with a hint of cruelty. What a heavy kill. The crowd and the spectral python looked at Zhang Wei as if they were nailed to the spot, dumbfounded. Just now Zhang Wei gave them the feeling of being weak, but now it was terrifying in the extreme. Bold demon, not knowing the heights of heaven, how dare you mess with me? De Wei Tian Long. On. Boom. With just one palm, the phantom python instantly collapsed straight and then went limp, turning into a puddle of blood in less than 3 seconds. Gulp. Everyone gulped a mouthful of saliva and took 2 steps back. Even Zhang Biao's 4 were so frightened that their legs were trembling. The water swamp touch demon that had just climbed to the entrance of the chamber immediately turned around and fled back. However, before it could run far, a staff pierced right through its body. Gulp. Seeing Zhang Wei turn his head to look at himself and the others, the crowd hurriedly raised their hands. Dean, big brother, Zhang's own people. Snap. Zhang Wei gave himself 2 slaps in passing, which cleared his mind a bit, and hurriedly took off the props and put them away into the system. Damn. Is this thing so fierce? No wonder it dares to charge me 30,000 system points. Hey, what are you all looking at me like that for? Is it possible that you are belaboring me in your minds? The crowd shook their heads in unison. No, don't dare. Chapter 25, is this tomb master cursing us? There was no sun or moon in the tomb, and after an unknown number of days and nights had passed, Zhang Wei and his group finally arrived at the bottom of the big mountain. This way Zhang Wei has made a lot of money. Ahead is the last chamber of this great tomb. So be careful, Master Zhang. We haven't seen that ghost all this way. Do you think he's hiding inside this final chamber? Very likely. PPO, this thing must be very valuable. Ah shucks. It's valuable for research. Later on you all search me more carefully. Okay, Master Zhang. After this period of time, the thin man had become Zhang Wei's loyal little brother. Master Zhang. Look at that Tang monk. Ah shucks. Can Fa High's clothes be lent to my little brother for a few days? Off. Just then, Zhang Hu, who was walking at the front, reminded, Big brother, there's someone in front. The crowd walked out of the passage, only to see a huge stone door appear in front of them. In front of the stone gate, there were enough 20 to 30 people gathered in groups of 3 to 5 talking together. All of these people looked quite distressed, and many of them were carrying injuries. Seeing Zhang Wei and so many of them walking towards them, those people were also on guard, but there were a few who walked over quickly. Leafy, Captain Li. The few people who came over were all official people. The leader was called Li Jun, a captain of the West City Traffic Police Bureau. Captain Li, How come you only have so many people left? Hey, don't mention it. I won't come back after the secret realm kills me. Li Jun began to tell the story of their journey into this great mountain. The officials had quite a few people coming in this time. Excluding Zhang Wei and his group, there were 6 other official teams from Anyang City, adding up to close to 40 people. Officially these 6 teams were assembled when they entered this great mountain, but just by entering this tomb, they lost 5 men. After entering this large tomb, what with the zombies, the aphrodisiacs, the poisonous insects, and the traps coming down in a single line, there are only 6 people left now. Yi Fei, didn't you meet any danger on your side? Yi Fei was just about to speak when the skinny man grabbed the lead and said, how is it possible that they didn't meet any danger? Zhao Tian and their brothers are all pretty much hung up. The thin man even gave Yi Fei a look after he finished speaking, signaling him not to talk nonsense. Yi Fei wasn't a pedantic person and immediately reacted. Sharing information when you get out is a matter for the top, but here it's a matter of hearts and minds, and not many people are trustworthy when their lives are at stake. What are you all guarding this place for? It's not that we want to hold the fort, it's that no one wants to go in first. Li Jun laughed bitterly. This way, every single chamber is incredibly dangerous, and this chamber in front of us is obviously more dangerous than the ones in front of us, so it's all the more reason why no one is willing to go in early. Before you came, those people were trying to force us to explore. While Li Jun was explaining, those people in groups of 3 or 5 gradually gathered together. Obviously, they had seen so many people suddenly come from the official side and were ready to unite against it. Zhang Wei's scrying eye swept through and realized that there wasn't a single S-ranked alien, not even one with a rank of 20 or above, so he immediately ignored the existence of those people. Just a bunch of rabble-rousers. Wu Zhang, Slim, open the door. Yes, Master Zhang. Seeing Zhang Wei and their side preparing to break down the door, those gathered folk ultrants hastily retreated to the side. Soon, Wu Zhang found the mechanism of the stone door, and with a roar, the stone door slowly lifted up. The moment the stone door was raised, a huge shadow came towards the crowd head-on. Don't be afraid. It's a natural phenomenon that occurs when the pigment in the chamber meets the air. Master Zhang, this chamber is huge. Shall we go in now? There's no rush. Zhang Wei looked at the raised stone door and said, this seems to be diamond. The thickness is more than 3 meters. It must weigh at least tens of thousands of pounds. Wu Zhang shook his head. It's more than that. It's estimated that there are hundreds of thousands of pounds. Zhang Wei nodded and muttered, you guys, if we go in and if this stone door falls down and the tomb owner closes the door again, will we be able to break through and come out? Hearing Zhang Wei's words, the crowd could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. Zhang Biao scratched his head and said, big brother, even with an electric hammer, I guess it will take days to penetrate. Zhang Wei cupped his chin and said, yes, and that's without considering the battery. Wu Zhang took a deep breath and looked at Zhang Wei. Dean Zhang, please don't worry, even if this stone door falls, I will still find the mechanism to lead everyone out. Zhang Wei shook his head. It's not that I don't believe you, it's that I for one just don't like taking risks. Piao, hold it up for me. With a wave of Zhang Da's hand, a pile of steel appeared in front of the crowd. I-beams? Zhang Wei grinned. How about this? It's just a stone door of a few 100,000 pounds. As long as it holds up 10 or so roots, no matter what kind of mechanism there is inside, it won't be able to fall down again. Crowd. The thin man even took out his cell phone and was ready to record it. However, just halfway through the recording he reacted. Master Slim, I don't have a spatial system ability either. As Zhang Biao's 4 men put 10 I-beams on top of the stone door. Not to mention, the hearts of the crowd really felt a lot safer. Let's go and meet the owner of this tomb, Zhang Wei said and took a big step into the chamber in front of him. Soon, the group all walked into the chamber, and even the 20-odd folk alienists all followed. The size of this chamber was beyond the crowd's imagination. It couldn't even be described in square feet. It had to be counted by acres at least. This has to be hundreds of acres big. This tomb owner is really powerful. How on earth did he dig out such a large space in this big mountain? There doesn't seem to be anything else in this chamber except some pillars. Dozens of huge stone pillars stood like silent giants in the middle of this gloomy and dark chamber. Each of these stone pillars required several people to hug them in order to encircle them, and their surfaces were covered with mottled traces and mysterious patterns left behind by the erosion of the years. From afar, these stone pillars are neatly arranged, giving a sense of solemnity, but on closer inspection there does not seem to be anything particularly striking, as if it is an ordinary pillar. Dean Zhang, are there problems with these stone pillars? Yi Fei asked. Zhang Wei shook his head. Not sure. The information returned by his scrying eyes told him that these stone pillars were just ordinary stone pillars. This is no ordinary stone pillar. Wu Zhang spoke. This is the 9-dragon pillar. 9 dragon pillars, a formation composed of 9 stone pillars, is also a common type of guardian formation. And there are 81 stone pillars here, which means that this is an overwhelming formation composed of 9 sets of 9 dragon pillars. What is guarded here is certainly not simple. Jiang Wei sniffed and rolled his eyes. Aren't you talking nonsense? Just then, a bald man shouted, "Come and see, you guys, there are words on this stone pillar." The crowd rushed over at the words. "Dare to steal my tomb. You bunch are dead." The crowd looked at me and I looked at you. Is this tomb owner cursing us? I don't think so. We're going into the secret realm to look for treasure. Who knew this was an ancient tomb? Asterisk 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 asterisk. This guy is just cursing us. A grumpy power shifter slammed his fist towards the stone pillar in front of him. Boom. The stone pillars that seemed incomparably hard actually shattered in an instant. And even the alien who made the move was taken aback. At that moment, the door of the tomb shuddered. And then, there was no more. Obviously, 10 I-beams supported. The tomb door could not be closed down. The crowd was relieved to see it and happy at the same time. Ha ha ha, didn't think so, couldn't close the door. However, as soon as the scoffing alien's words left his mouth, dozens of stone pillars collapsed, and after the ground rotated for a while, a groove appeared under the feet of the crowd, and dozens of gigantic stone balls rolled in from all directions. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ein yet. Chapter 26, can at least electrocute him for half an hour. Everyone run. Looking at the chaotic mess of Alterans, Jiang Wei angrily cursed, "Run your ass off. We're all Alterans. Just smash these stone balls." Oh yeah, that makes sense. Soon, dozens of stone balls were turned into a field of stones by the combined efforts of the crowd. Ha 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 ha, old devil. Use whatever other means you have. Put. A lance stabbed out of the ground, straight through the laughing man, from the bottom up kind of thing, immediately followed by countless lances that kept stabbing out from the ground, still without any rules. Everyone run. Jiang Wei was practically speechless for these exalts. Piao. Tiger. Smash the ground. Holler big brother. The two of them took the hammer handed over by Jiang Wei and smashed a large portion of the stone slab on the ground in 3 or 2 strokes, revealing a dark hole. Seeing this, Jiang Wei immediately took out a flashlight and threw it in. Following the light of the flashlight, a huge organ appeared in Jiang Wei's sight. Without saying a word, Jiang Wei took out 2 I-beams and threw them down. Click click. The mechanism was abolished, and the lance that kept stabbing out stopped instantly. And in that short time of 20 seconds, a full 5 people had hung up. There were also quite a few people injured. Just then, a wall shook slightly before revealing a passageway leading out of the mountain. It's the exit, everyone. The surviving aliens ran towards the passage. Big brother. Ah piao. Zhang Hu shouted as he pointed at a blurry figure under the cave entrance. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Get it for me. Jiang Wei jumped without saying a word. Don't let this guy get away. Brother, don't worry. He can't get away. Dean Zhang, Yi Fei, Scar, Wu Zhang, and the thin man also jumped down as soon as they gritted their teeth. Zhao Tian and Li Shui, however, hesitated. Looking at the passageway that was close at hand, the two of them ultimately didn't have the courage to jump down to the hole under their feet again. Ha ha ha, brat, can't run away. Under the siege of Jiang Wei and the others, Ah Piao was eventually forced inside a corner. Jiang Wei took out an altar and said, "Little man, be sensible and come in yourself." Driven to desperation, Ah Piao gave up his resistance, but the ferocity in his gaze did not diminish at all. It swept its gaze over the crowd one by one, finally resting on Jiang Wei. "You grave robbers, the master will not let you go. I curse you with my soul that all of you, including your descendants, shall not die." Bang! Ah Piao's body exploded and dissipated in front of the crowd. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jiang Wei was dumbfounded, not realizing that this Ah Piao was actually so rigid as well. Just then, a strong shaking came from the organ above the crowd. Ka ka ka. Boom! The forcibly functioning mechanism collapsed against the 2 I-beams, and various parts came crashing towards the ground. Everyone be careful. After a bit of hand-wringing, things finally fell into place. Jiang Wei shone around with his flashlight. Ah Biao. Ah Hu. Ah Long. Ah Bao. Are you guys okay? Big brother, I'm here. Big brother, I'm fine. Big brother, I'm fine too. Big brother, I'm fine. Where are Officer Yi and the others? We're over here. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, everyone's okay. Come on, let's get out too. Ha, what's this? Amidst the clutter of organ parts, a coffin that seemed as if it was as smooth as white jade appeared in the crowd's line of sight. The 4 Zhang Biao and the thin man looked at each other and tacitly took out shovels and other tools. White jade coffin. Underworld artifact. Condition. Complete. Ability. Maintaining flesh. repairing flesh injuries, flesh strengthening, recoverable system points 20,000. Just as the Thin Man and Zhang Biao were about to raise the coffin, Zhang Wei and Wu Zhang shouted at the same time. Wait. Zhang Wei looked at Wu Zhang and asked, your grandmother's notes again? Wu Zhang shook his head. Grandma's notes don't have this white jade coffin on them. But, I don't think what's in here should be simple. Zhang Wei sniffed and rolled his eyes. Isn't this nonsense? Obviously. The thing inside this alabaster coffin in front of us was the booze of this great tomb. The pawns in front of us were so powerful. How weak could the boss be? Dean Zhang, do you see anything? Yi Fei asked. Zhang Wei nodded and said, I can see a little bit. Although the Eye of Scrying didn't see what was inside, it wasn't hard to tell from the information on the white jade coffin that what was inside should be similar to zombies. In other words, Zhang Wei only needed to prepare something to deal with flesh and zombies. Let's not rush to open the coffin. It's not too late for us to get ready before we do. Against zombies are nothing more than ink pots, mahogany swords, rooster blood, glutinous rice, talisman paper and these things. However, Zhang Wei does not intend to use these things, because these things, in addition to the Millennium Lightning Strike Peachwood Sword and powerful talisman paper, do not have much effect against high-level zombies. Although the 1000-year Lightning Strike Peachwood Sword and the high-power talisman paper system all had them, that price was also ridiculously expensive. However, there was one thing that the system mall was selling at a very cheap price, and Zhang Wei felt that it would be good to use it to deal with zombies. That's the electric baton. Ordinary electric batons surely won't do, but what about 50 million volts and 100 million volts? Come on. One for each of you. Everyone stab me in the first moment after the coffin is opened later. Who cares if it's 3, 7, 24? Let's just the hell out of him first. Brother, is this electric baton sufficiently charged? Don't worry. I can electrocute his ass for at least half an hour. That's good. Big brother, are you guys ready? I'm going to open the coffin. Ready, up. With a loud shout from Zhang Biao, Zhang Hu, and the Thin Man, the lid of the white jade coffin was instantly lifted off. Stab the Zhang Wei, Zhang Long, Zhang Bao, Yi Fei, Scar, Wu Zhang, 6 people who have long been ready to start 9 electric sticks directly stabbed into the coffin. Blue arcs of electricity instantly filled the entire coffin, even illuminating the already dim space. Ah! A mournful scream came from the coffin, just when the crowd thought the big game was over. 2 hands trembled and grabbed Scar and Zhang Long's hands. The 2 men were instantly electrified and shivered, their other hands subconsciously grabbing for their side. Aaron, what's wrong with you? Scar, what are you doing? Oh hi. Big brother, Wu Zhang, ha. As Zhang Wei said, this super electric stick can electrocute for at least half an hour. Half an hour later, bang, bang bang, the 9 fell to the ground and kept wincing. In the coffin, a great fierce sister with a stunning face had long since fainted to death, while her body was still involuntarily trembling from time to time. Chapter 27, Run Faster. Don't Get Eaten. Northside Police Department. 5,050,000. Uncle Chen have mercy on us. 4 million, it really can't be any less. $60,000. And you bring the extra point back yourself. Asterisk. What do you think I am? Zombie or a 5-in-1 zombie with supernatural powers? $3 million. A few days earlier you are the offer of 30 million our government also bought, but now zombies everywhere. For the sake of your special zombie, I give you 70,000. Really do not want to sell you, take back to cook and eat. Zhang Wei had thought that he could make a fortune on this trip, but he had not expected that during the time they had entered the secret realm, hundreds of secret realms had popped up all over the country. Inside these secret realms can be said to be a variety of everything, and the ones that produce the most are the zombies and the aphrodisiacs. The zombies and aphrodisiacs, which were worth a lot of money, are now crappy, is really rotten, because some of the secret areas have been lost and the contents have escaped. There's no chance that you'll get a zombie kiss for a good night's sleep in your bed. Asterisk. Don't forget it. Big deal. I'll go back to my stall and sell it. I still don't believe I can't sell it. You can settle your labor bill this time. 7 people. A total of $1,400,000. Chen Daxiang said breathlessly. Wu Zhang and the Thin Man weren't invited by us, so why should I? The North City Police Department. Pay them for their labor? Uncle Chen. Words can't be said like that. Zhang Wei snubbed. Look, these 2 have followed us from start to finish, and have contributed a lot to this exploration. It's so dangerous in there, and a mere $200,000 of labor is still deducted. Isn't this an injustice? AI Chen Daqiang sighed. Alright, you let them claim it. No, Uncle Chen, just give it to me. I'll pass it on to them later. Good. At the door of the police station, Wu Zhang and the thin man looked at the $200 in their hands and were confused. This is my personal payment for your hard work. You're welcome. Bill, let's go. Holler big brother. Looking at the van that quickly disappeared from sight, the corner of Wu Zhang's mouth curled up slightly. What a funny guy. On the side, Yifei silently watched the scene, not knowing what he was thinking. Love home. Morning Bill, we're back. 20 tons of flour for you to put in the kitchen. Ha, morning Bill, why did you turn over so much soil? Are you, like, getting ready to plant? Ah, yes, it's just gardening. I'm going to plant some fruit trees. Morning Puma, we're hungry. Yeah, we're hungry. Okay, you guys wait, I'll go make dinner right away. Looking at Morning Biao's hastily departing back, Zhang Wei couldn't help but sigh. See, how honest is Morning Biao? Yes, honestly. Ha, big brother, why is blood bubbling out of this ground? Probably dug up and broke a few earthworms. What kind of earthworm has so much blood? People and animals have awakened. So maybe some earthworms have awakened too? Do you think Funeral Puma could still kill a few people and bury them in there? Makes sense. Zhang Wei waved his hand to interrupt the four's nonsense and said, cut the crap and get down to business first. Zhang Wei said as he waved his hand and took out 2 coffins from the system space. A sarcophagus and an alabaster coffin. The sarcophagus contained a 5-in-1 mutated zombie, while the alabaster coffin contained a beautiful, big, fierce girl. At that time, everyone was electrically numbed, and when Zhang Wei and the others slowed down, they found that the big fierce girl was preparing to run away. However, being so electrified that she was about to leak urine, she didn't even get out of the 3-meter distance in 5 minutes, and she was eventually captured back again. The reason Zhang Wei didn't sell this big fierce girl to Chen Daxiang wasn't because of how beautiful this big fierce girl was causing him to be too horny to give it up. Rather, it's because this guy is actually not a zombie, but a living person. It's against the law to buy and sell living people. Zhang Wei naturally couldn't do it. Zhang Wei had tried to load the big fierce sister directly into the system space, but he was reminded that living people could not be loaded into it. However, as long as the great fierce sister was put into the white jade coffin first, it would be possible. So that's why Zhang Wei brought her back. Open casket. As the sarcophagus and alabaster coffin were pried open, the mutated zombie and the great murderous sister also immediately rushed out. Unknown zombie. Status, in fear, ability, corpse poison infection, class A alien zombie, mimicry, rank, 25, combat strength, 273, Su Qing, medical princess, 222 years old, physical state, starvation, ancient martial artist, medical saint, rank, 27, combat power 275. Zhang Wei looked at the nameless zombie and said, you have 2 choices now. The first is to be killed by us, and the second is to work for me and I'll guarantee you a meal for 3 days. The nameless zombie didn't seem to be able to speak while in its original form, and after a wobble of its figure it turned into Zhang Wei's likeness and spoke. The 5 of you aren't necessarily our opponents. It had to be said that the zombie's perception was indeed very strong, and with the current data, Zhang Wei's 5 could not really beat them. Zhang Wei looked at Su Qing and asked, what about you? Big fierce, also ready to fight before we talk? Su Qing didn't understand why Zhang Wei called himself a fierce man. She looked down and couldn't see her toes and thought and said, if you let me electrocute you for 2 hours, I can talk to you. Zhang Wei sniffed and rolled his eyes. Zhang Biao stepped forward and said, big brother, what's the point of talking so much nonsense with them? The one with the biggest fist has the final say. Yeah, him. Asterisk. Zhang Wei also knew that in order to subdue this stalwart and murderer he had to let them see his strength before he could do so. Ah Biao. Ah who? You guys go. Ah Bao. Ah Long. No help allowed. Yes, big brother. Nameless zombie in Su Qing's mouth sketched a cold smile at the words. Fubris. The 3 people in a stiff instantly fought into a ball. And at this time, Zhang Biao and Zhang, whose combat power is only 199 points, far less than the nameless zombie and Su Qing, and soon fell into the wind. In less than 5 rounds, nameless zombie and Su Qing found Zhang Biao's round Zhang Hu's cracks. Put. The nameless zombie's nail stabbed through Zhang Hu's abdomen, and Su Qing's finger also left a bloody hole in Zhang Biao's shoulder, and both Zhang Biao and Zhang Hu immediately fell to one knee. It's better for the 5 of you to go together. The nameless zombie sneered. Zhang Wei looked at Zhang Hu's stomach and realized that there were no traces of necrotic poison on it, and it was obvious that the nameless zombie had still stayed his hand. And that finger of Su Qing's just now was clearly able to point at Zhang Biao's chest as well. Zhang Wei grinned. Let me remind you guys not to hold back any of your hands, as you are no match for Ah Biao and the others. Nameless zombie and Su Qing's faces sank as they heard this. They did not expect that Zhang Wei actually cared about his brother's life and death in such a way. Yet just then, So hungry. Bang! The aura on Zhang Biao and Zhang Hu's bodies thumped out. Their strength instantly skyrocketed by a large margin, and the wounds on their bodies healed instantly. The status of the two instantly changed from mild hunger to moderate hunger, and their combat strength reached 249 points. Facing the two people whose strength had skyrocketed, Nameless Zombie and Su Qing were instantly on guard. Go! Although Nameless Zombie and Su Qing's fighting strength was stronger than Zhang Biao and Zhang Hu, they obviously did not fight as well as Zhang Biao's two men. The Nameless Zombie did not seem to be afraid of getting hurt, fighting with little difference between their style and Zhang Biao's, but Su Qing was restricted at every turn by this ferocious fighting style. Half an hour later. Hey, zombie, Big Meanie, what's up? Surrender. It's just a tie. Who are we to surrender? Zhang Wei shrugged his shoulders and sighed. Hey, it looks like we're going to have to break the bank today. Don't blame me for not reminding you guys. Run faster later. Don't get eaten. After Zhang Wei finished speaking, he and Zhang Bao and Zhang Lon pulled out their legs and ran. Seeing Zhang Wei's trio who ran away, the one fierce and one stiff was puzzled. But just then, so hungry. I want to eat. I want to eat. Looking at Zhang Biao and Zhang Hu who had gnawed away a small tree in a few bites, a fierce and stiff man's legs trembled all of a sudden. Gulp. Chapter 28, The Curse Seal. Help. We surrender. We surrender. Help me. Don't eat me. I don't have much meat. I'm a zombie. I can't eat. A fierce and a stiff were pounced on the ground, their legs desperately pressed against Zhang Biao and Zhang Hu's chests, while Zhang Biao and Zhang Hu continued to work hard to bite at them, and under the force of the force, a fierce and a stiff were propelled to plow dozens of deep furrows on the ground. While plowing the ground, the two kept grabbing things beside them and throwing them at Zhang Biao and Zhang Hu. However, even stones thrown over were bitten into gravel by the two with 2 clicks. Yo, this big mean girl's skin is quite white. Zhang Wei teased. Right, right, right. Zhang Long agreed. Zhang Bao pointed at the zombie and said, Big brother, your ass is also quite white. Zhang Wei. At this time, the zombie changed to look like Zhang Wei, so there wasn't really much difference between the zombie going naked and him going naked. Stop. Stop it now. Quick, pull them apart. Although Zhang Biao and Zhang Hu were hungry to the point of madness, they were still quickly pulled away with the help of Zhang Wei's trio. The one fierce and one stiff who had survived the robbery were instantly relieved, and their bodies went straight to the ground. Looking at Zhang Biao and Zhang Hu with green eyes, Zhang Wei said, Why don't you guys go and see if Morning Biao's steamed buns are ready? The two of them sniffed as if they were teddies on crack and ran towards the kitchen. However, shortly after the two of them entered the kitchen, a meow came out from the kitchen. Zhang Biao and Zhang Hu, who had just been starving to the point of madness, immediately rolled and ran out again. In just these few seconds, no less than 10 bloody scratches actually appeared on the two men's bodies. A stiff and a fierce lying on the ground couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air at the sight. There are actually existences stronger than them here. In fact, they misunderstood. Although during the time Zhang Wei and the others entered the secret realm, Morning Biao's combat power did pull away from Zhang Biao and the others by some distance because of the blood moon cultivation, but it was only that much higher than Zhang Biao and the others after the transformation. Funeral Biao's main advantage was his speed, which happened to be Zhang Biao's shortcoming for them. Of course, if they were to fight to the death and not back down, Funeral Biao's small body would probably be beaten out of. Seeing Zhang Biao and Zhang Hu like this, Zhang Wei ascertained, it seems that the steamed buns haven't been steamed yet. After using the system points to buy 100 cages of steamed buns to pacify Zhang Biao and Zhang Hu first, Zhang Wei then looked at a fierce and a stiff. Zombie, do you have a name? Asterisk 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 asterisk. You damn well aren't allowed to use my likeness from now on. I look awkward. Hearing Zhang Wei's words, the zombie turned into Wu Zheng's appearance, which then blushed and said, I don't have a name, and I've forgotten all the things I did in my life. And please, master, give me a name. Zhang Wei waved his hand and said, Don't call me master, we're not in fashion for that now. You can call me Dean. Tell you what, you'll be called Zhang Kuwei from now on. The zombie hurriedly got up at his words and bowed to Zhang Wei. Zhang Kuwei thanks Dean. Zhang Wei looked at the zombie. No, it should be Zhang Kuwei. The naked back and ass was a bit funny. Seemingly sensing Zhang Wei's gaze, Zhang Kuwei's cheeks suddenly turned even redder. Gripe, what are you blushing for? Dean, don't get me wrong. I'm imitating Wu Zheng's character. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhang Wei rolled his eyes, but at that moment, Zhang Wei's gaze suddenly froze. You turn around. Ha! Zhang Kuwei's eyes widened. Yard. Dean. Even though I'm a parody, I'm not Wu Zheng. I don't engage in sex. Grass. Pow. Hold him the down. Okay big brother. Don't. Flax fall. Su Qing on the side was relieved to see this. So they like men. Now I don't have to worry. Zhang Wei didn't know that Su Qing was belaboring him in his mind. At this moment, his gaze didn't go to Zhang Kuei's white ass, but stayed on Zhang Kuei's waist. Zhang Kuei, are you sure it's a 100% imitation of Wu Zhang now? Zhang Kuei asked with blushing cheeks. Dean, is there something wrong? Zhang Wei didn't answer him, but turned around and lifted Zhang Bao's clothes, and then walked quickly to Zhang Long's side and lifted Zhang Long's clothes, and then there was Zhang Biao, and Zhang Hu. Panther, look what's on my waist. Big brother, why do you have a female ghost tattooed on your waist? Indeed. Zhang Wei immediately recalled the two words that Apiao in the secret realm had said before committing suicide. You grave robbers, the master won't let you go. I curse you with my soul that all of you, including your descendants, shall not die. At first, Zhang Wei thought that Su Chang was the master that the female ghost was talking about, but now it seemed that things were far from that simple. Zhang Wei took out his cell phone and called Yi Fei, telling him about the waist seal, and then sent a message to Wu Zhang. Big brother, is this tattoo the mark you're talking about? How come we have it on us too? We're cursed. Zhang Wei looked at Su Ching and asked, who exactly is the owner of that tomb of yours? Su Ching sniffed and directly lowered her head into silence. After a long time, Su Ching then looked up at Zhang Wei and said, I'll tell you a story. You'll know after listening. Don't say it first. Zhang Wei brightened up and said, change your clothes first, let's get ready. Zhang Wei bought a set of women's clothes in the System Mall and gave Su Ching a detailed explanation on how to wear them. Turn your heads. No looking. Oh, by the time Su Ching had changed her clothes, Zhang Wei and the others had already sat in a row in a well-behaved manner. Even Zhang Biao and Zhang Hu were honestly looking at her at this time. Zhang Wei took out a box of gum and shared one with each person. Looking at Su Ching, now you can talk. Looking at the curious gazes of the few people in front of her, the corner of Su Ching's mouth twitched. It all started back 200 years ago. Su Ching, disabled and ugly since childhood, was abandoned by her parents and lived on the streets. By chance, she was adopted by a passing old man who taught her martial arts and medicine. Under the old man's careful teaching, Su Ching gradually grew up to become a marvelous woman with strong martial arts and excellent medical skills, and she successfully cured her disability and the birthmark on her face and transformed into a stunning beauty. When she was 18, she met a handsome man on the street named Li Yunfei. Li Yunfei is the king of the dynasty, but also the dynasty's force value is explosive. One person can be defeated by 100 horsemen of the divine mighty general. He fell in love with Su Ching at first sight and brought her back to the royal residence. Zhang Bao scratched his head. That's not right. The royal family of 200 years ago wasn't this surname. Zhang Wei scolded. Shut up. Don't interrupt. Do you know that this secret realm we entered is the world we are in? Miss Su, please continue. Subaru nodded and began to continue her story. In the royal residence, Su Ching is favored and protected by Li Yunfei, but she discovers that the royal residence hides many unknown secrets. It turned out that Li Yunfei's father was a usurper emperor who had killed many loyal officials and generals in order to consolidate his throne. Li Yunfei is well aware of his father's crimes, and he has been looking for an opportunity to overthrow his father's rule and avenge his loyalty. Su Ching learns about Li Yunfei's plan and decides to help him. Using her martial arts and medical skills, she helps Li Yunfei gather intelligence, train soldiers, and plan a shocking coup. Zhang Wei spat out. Asterisk. Aren't you guys revolting in the same way? Or revolting against your own family? Su Ching. It's an accident. If nothing else, the emperor had actually known about their plans for a long time. In the end, the coup failed and Su Ching and Li Yunfei were imprisoned. On the day Su Ching and Li Yunfei were escorted to Choisher Street to be beheaded, Su Ching's master teacher descended from the sky and managed to save 5 people by fighting 1 against 10,000. Why 5? Because in the chaos, Su Ching helped Li Yunfei block the knife and was stabbed to death. Afterwards, there would be no later. Zhang Wei and the others opened the white jade coffin before Su Ching woke up. That is to say, the one who put you in that tomb was either that divine mighty general Li Yunfei, who can defeat 100 horsemen in one person, or your master who is the enemy of 10,000 people? Subaru nodded. Zhang Wei. Chapter 29, You're the only one who wants to catch me. Dinner is served. Whoosh. The 5 Zhang Wei people who had just been eating melons disappeared in front of Su Ching and Zhang Kuei in the blink of an eye. Dean, I don't have any clothes yet. By the time the two walked into the kitchen, the scene in front of them startled them directly. Only a few hundred steamers for steaming steamed buns were placed everywhere, and Zhang Wei's 5 were currently stuffing their mouths with 1 steamed bun per second. In the corner there was also a horrible-looking and sized cat comparable to a Japanese adult sitting on the ground, burying its head in the steamed bun in front of it. Seeing Su Ching and Zhang Kuei come in, Zhang Wei greeted. Don't be polite. Eat whatever you want, no matter how full you are. Su Ching. Zhang Kuei. Su Ching picked up a steamed bun a bite to bite. The flavor is not difficult to eat. but definitely not good enough to eat. But sleeping for hundreds of years and experiencing a great war, she is also really hungry. A few mouths on the hands of the steamed bun to go to the next one. Zhang Kuei hesitated as he looked at the steamed buns in front of him, and only after a long time did Zhang Kuei pick one up and try to put it in his mouth. Yet with just one bite he threw up. Meow. Morning Biao instantly stood up and looked at Zhang Kuei with an unkind gaze. Kid, are you thinking that this Meow is doing a bad job? The cat talked. Zhang Kuei was first stunned, then he reacted by hastily shaking his head. No, 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 I don't mean that. I'm a zombie. I feel like I should drink blood. Funeral Biao sniffed hard, then sat back down again with a disgusted look on his face. Why? Let's get you to get some blood back for him. Zhang Wei sniffed a black line. Where to get it? Kill two first? A blood bank? Don't be ridiculous. No one even donates blood anymore, okay? And that stuff isn't usually expensive. However, since he promised to manage a meal for 3 days, Zhang Wei responded. Alright, Zhang Kuei, you come with me. Zhang Wei went out while not forgetting to carry away 2 cages of steamed buns. 2 people get in the van, drive out not far adrift directly into the ditch. Zhang Kuei that exposed as clothes this time is completely gone. Dean, this iron horse of yours doesn't seem very safe. Zhang Wei, asterisk 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 asterisk, cut the crap and lift it up. Someone you know will see it later. I'm telling you, this car has to be braced with your feet when you turn. Like this. See? Read it, Dean. What the two don't know is that the scene of their overturned car and Zhang Kuei's naked lifting of the car just now has been photographed and posted online. In a 3-star hotel, Wu Zhang was flipping through the information about the curse. Wu Zhang, come and see. Does this naked one look like you? Looking at the cell phone that the thin man handed over, Wu Zhang instantly stared with wide eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Vegetable market. Boss, 500 pounds of tomatoes. Dean, aren't we here to bite? What's the point of biting? It's a law and order society now. Biting is a prison offense. See that big mom over there splitting durians with her bare hands? Watch out for her to give you a blow to the head later. Zhang Kuei, 2 people carrying 500 pounds of tomatoes from the market out, just back to the van loading it. Just at this time, a burst of ear-piercing sirens suddenly sounded, followed by a flashing red and blue police lights motorcycle such as a whirlwind like a speeding, and steadily stopped beside the 2 people. In the car sat a burly traffic policeman, who got out of the car with a serious face, walked straight to the duo and said loudly, "How can you park here at will? Driver's license, driving license show," said, then took out the ticket book ready to write a ticket. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is the age of awakening and you need a driver's license? Does Zhang Wei have a driver's license? He himself does not know. Last time he asked Chen Dashan to help to do one. I do not know if it is now done down. This guy seems new. Haven't seen him before. However, Zhang Wei thought of a way to get out with a twinkle in his eye. Ahem, officer, the license is in the car. The driver's license doesn't seem to be with me. No license? The traffic police looked at Zhang Wei with a skeptical expression. You guys aren't driving without a license, are you? How could it be? Zhang Wei affirmed. Of course it is. Really? Really? The traffic policeman nodded. Show your ID then. If you don't have one, report your ID number. Well, Zhang Wei turned his head to Zhang Kuei and said, Wu Zhang, quick, report your ID number? What's wrong with you? Just calling you. Wu Zhang. No license? The traffic cop was confused. It's Wu Zhang. Mouth Tian Wu. The Zhang of righteousness and evil. Traffic police. Zhang Kuei understood that Zhang Wei was preparing to let him impersonate Wu Zhang, but he really didn't know what an ID number was. The reason why he was able to know Zhang Bao's secret when he was in the crypt was because he was close enough at that time. Plus Zhang Bao didn't have much of a heart, and as soon as Zhang Wei asked, he himself recalled the answer in his mind, which was why Zhang Kuei was able to perceive it through mimicry. And right now, Wu Zhang is where he doesn't even know. Okay. Moreover, even if Wu Zhang was present, Zhang Kuei might not be able to perceive Wu Zhang's true thoughts. Dean, I don't know. Oh, is there any reason now? The traffic policeman sneered. Don't panic. Zhang Wei took out his cell phone and directly called Wu Zhang. Hey, what's Wu Zhang's ID number? Yeah, we got busted by the traffic police. Didn't drive, parked on the side of the road. That's us. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Wei looked at the traffic police and said, okay, the ID number is 741007412074119. You better not be lying to me. The traffic cop took out his cell phone and checked it. After taking his cell phone and comparing them, the traffic cop said with disappointment, it's still there. Zhang Wei sniffed and breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to Wu Zhang. This guy often robbed tombs. The test is not C2. Parking at will. Fine of 200. 3 points. Here's the ticket. Please pay the fine to the designated bank account within 15 days. Okay, move the car now. Yes, officer. Zhang Wei took the fine ticket and looked at the traffic police, who also looked at Zhang Wei. Why? Anything else? No. So you guys aren't driving away? Well, why don't you go ahead? Ha! The traffic policeman burst into a cold laugh. Zhang Wei gritted his teeth at the sight and looked at Zhang Kuei. Go, push it back. Ha! Comrade, why don't you open it? Can't the car break down? Humph. I'd like to see how long you guys can pretend. In this way, the two men pushed the cart in the front, and the traffic police rode a motorcycle behind them without slowing down. An hour later, the two finally pushed the car back to the orphanage. Only then did the traffic cop turn around and leave with a resigned look on his face. Zhang Wei laughed coldly. Little man, this Dean is a good citizen with 0 offense records. Just you still want to catch me. Big brother, you're back. By the way, this is the driver's license that Uncle Chan got for you. An officer Yi sent it over right after you left on the front foot. Put. Chapter 30, I'll help you find a class? Dean, I'm hungry. I'm hungry too. But 1 meal in 3 days is our rule at the House of Love. And what are you hiding behind? Half a month had passed since Zhang Wei and the others came out of the secret realm. As the rebel aliens were broken down one by one, as well as more and more aliens joining the government, society gradually stabilized. The only ones making trouble nowadays were the deviants that came out of the secret realm. But that secret realm in Anyang City, most of the monsters in it had been taken out by Zhang Wei and the others. So now Zhang Wei is idle. At the same time, there is no source of income, even with 1 steamed bun for 3 days. Zhang Wei felt like he was on the verge of bankruptcy at any moment. Zombie Zhang Kuei is a little better and can be whipped up with tomatoes. But Su Qing couldn't. She was just a normal person, or a martial arts practitioner. She didn't work out the instinct to eat a full meal in 3 days. But Zhang Wei couldn't possibly help her with a small meal, or else there would be a vestigial feeling of forgetting one's own feelings at the sight of sex. Looking at the pitiful Su Qing in front of him, Zhang Wei hesitated. How about this? I'll help you find a class? Su Qing sniffed and rolled her eyes. It wasn't like she just came out of the secret realm where she didn't know anything anymore. All she was good at was medicine and martial arts. However, nowadays, shifters suck. And the average person who gets sick can go to a clinic and find a healing shifter to brush up on their healing skills for only $10. Not to mention the lack of business for Chinese medicine practitioners. Western medicine, black medicine and white medicine have all been drinking the northwest wind. And hospitals have even closed down. And martial arts. It's the age of national awakening, alright. Learning martial arts and all that is not as shortcut as thinking about how to awaken. Money is harder to come by now than it was before the blood moon fell. Dean, why don't you invest $10,000 in me and I'll get a live set? Zhang Wei's eyes lit up at his words. You're going to start a live broadcast? Su Qing said confidently. Although people don't look for doctors anymore. But with my research on medical arts, as soon as I open the live broadcast. Okay. Without saying a word, Zhang Wei took out $10,000 from his pocket and handed it to Su Qing. Take it. You don't have to pay it back. Su Qing looked at Zhang Wei with some disbelief. To her understanding of Zhang Wei, this is a manure car in front of him. To cross the road have to lift the lid to taste the saltiness of the iron rooster. Now how to be so kind? 10,000 said to give it? But there is money not to take. Su Qing also does not care what conspiracy Zhang Wei. Anyway, she wants money want to people. Looking at Zhang Wei's well-proportioned body, Su Qing secretly gulped a mouthful of saliva. Of course, the money doesn't have to be paid back when I invested in you, but the profits have to score me 30%. Su Qing. Well, the man is still the same man. Looking at Su Qing's departing back, Zhang Wei smiled triumphantly. Let Su Qing try it first. If she succeeds, let Abiao and the others go and twirl their asses live as well. That way my economic crisis will be lifted immediately. Perfect. However, Zhang Wei hadn't been complacent for long when an unfamiliar phone call came. Hello, Dean Zhang? I'm a traffic police officer. May I ask if Zhang Wei is your employee? He said he gave you his ID card. What's his ID number? Zhang Wei. An hour later, Zhang Kuei came back in his van pulling Su Qing. However, the two had just reached the doorway when they saw a grim-faced Zhang Wei. Hey Dean. What a coincidence. I don't know what I'm talking about. I just got my license and you gave me 9 points. I'm on a horse. Beep 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 beep. Beep 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 beep. Congratulations on your fortune. Congratulations. Kid, just wait. I'll answer the phone and teach you a lesson. Zhang Wei took out his cell phone and just connected it, when he heard Scar's angry voice coming from the other side of the phone. Zhang Wei, your grandfather, what did you step on the horse to drive my car? Just now the traffic police team called to let me pay 50,000 yuan fine. I'm beep 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 beep. Zhang Wei hung up the phone in a hurry. What did you just do to get caught by the traffic police? Zhang Kuwei said in an aggravated manner. Dean, I'm also trying to help our love home increase its income, so when I went to the city, I picked up 2 customers on the way. Zhang Wei, how much did you make? $10. Zhang Wei wanted to slap Zhang Kuwei, but just as he raised his hand there was a sudden light in front of him. Zhang Wei put his arm around Zhang Kuwei and said, Ah Kuwei, how about brother finding you a job? Ha? Zhang Kuwei queried. What kind of work? Zhang Wei grinned. Don't you like driving? How about you become an online driver? Not only do you get a car to drive every day, but you also make money. Think about it, if you make money, when the time comes to go to the hospital and buy plasma, won't that smell better than sucking tomatoes? Zhang Kuwei instantly brightened up and hurriedly responded. Dean, I'll do it. I'm going to drive an internet car now. Well, here's $10,000. Take it and start a business. By the way, remember to take Wu Zhang's information to register. Don't use mine. Remember to share 30% with me when the time comes. Okay, Dean. Looking at Zhang Kuwei who ran away in a fart, Zhang Wei couldn't help but feel smug once again. Nailed another one. Next up is Pao and the others. By the way, where did those boys from Pao run off to today? Zhang Wei searched around the House of Love but couldn't find the 4 Zhang Biao people. In the kitchen, Morning Biao was concentrating on tinkering with something in a pile of pots and pans. Morning Pio, see Pio and no one else. Didn't see it. Looking at the flour and unknown powder in front of Morning Biao, Zhang Wei was puzzled. What are you doing? Match the bait. Bait? Morning Biao explained. Brother Wei, I haven't had meat for a long time, so I'm going to go catch some fish and come back for dinner. You? Fishing? Zhang Wei spat out with a look of contempt. It's better for you, a cat, to go fishing than for me to raise some fish for you at home. Zhang Wei just finished speaking as a flash. Ha! Fish farming. A brilliant light flashed through the eyes of Morning Biao and Zhang Wei at the same time. The deserted yard of the House of Love was enormous, and in addition to the orchard that Morning Biao had planted a while ago, there was at least 4 or 5 acres of land for them to toss around. If the 4 or 5 acres of yard were dug up to build a fish pond, wouldn't this be a proper income-generating project? And it can also improve life to a certain extent. Go, dig a hole. 1 person and 1 cat had just left the kitchen when they saw Zhang Biao's 4 people coming back from the door from afar. Bill, where have you been? Big brother, let's go to Tianjiao Kindergarten and Nanshan Nursing Home to collect protection money, Zhang Bao said as he carried a pocket full of candies. Aha! Nice. Zhang Wei quickly walked over and took the candy into his pocket, asking in passing, how's it going? No human traffickers lately, right? No. Those traffickers all know that Tianjiao Kindergarten is covered by us. They don't dare to come and make trouble. What about those old men over at the nursing home? Did you give them a physical? Don't worry, big brother. We check them once a week. They definitely can't pretend to be sick. And if they are really sick we can find out right away. They definitely can't get away with protection money. Did you take the trash away? Took it all away. Made sure there wasn't a speck of dust left for them. And sold the scrap for $3.50. Not bad. Not bad. Morning Biao was dumbfounded on the sidelines. Nima, you guys call this collecting protection money? Morning Biao is ready to raise fish. Biao, you guys help Morning Biao dig a fish pond out. I'm going to go see how our hospital doctor's live broadcast is going. Okay big brother. Zhang Wei had just walked to the door of Su Qing's room when he heard a bone-chilling voice coming from inside. Thank you brother for being so careful. Zhang Wei immediately shivered. Ha! Chapter 31, Ghosts hit the wall. I hit the ghosts. So boring. Zhang Wei's 5 men lay in a row. Now Zhang Kuwei went to work as an online taxi. Su Qing opened a live broadcast, and even Morning Biao raised fish, but the 5 of them remained idle. I thought that with the change of heaven and earth I would be able to make a big difference, and then I would be able to find a good job. But it turned out that there was an awakening of the whole nation, and now it's even harder to find a job. Big brother, I want to enter the secret realm. Yeah, there's at least monsters to fight in there. There's still food for the injured. Zhang Wei. Needless to say, the 4 Zhang Biao's joys are simple. They can be happy all day long if they get a meal a day, 3 days of 1 meal, and just barely hanging on for dear life. To be honest, Zhang Wei also quite missed the secret realm. There is no rule of law there, no constraints, and more importantly, there are many things that can be exchanged for system points. Zhang Wei had been saving up his system points just to buy a super powerful alien ability. Over the past half a month, Zhang Biao and the 4 of them had once again increased their combat power by a large margin with the help of the light of the blood moon. As for him, since he hadn't awakened his powers and the light of the blood moon had been recycled by the system, his strength remained where it was. No, we can't swing it. We have to find something to do with it. But what can we do? We don't know anything except collecting protection money and fighting. No, we can still eat. Zhang Wei. Meow. Morning Biao stepped forward with a 6-footed stride. Wei, help me go get some fish fry back. Zhang Wei was puzzled. Didn't I buy you a few hundred yesterday? Morning Biao shook his head and said, those fry don't work. They die when you raise them. Ha, brother Wei. There's a secret realm out next door in Yang'an City with a lot of ferocious and easy to live fish. Go get some back. The secret realm. How do you know? Go online. Morning Biao said as he pulled out his cell phone. Looking at the Love Crazy 15 in Morning Biao's hand, Zhang Wei was puzzled. Where did you get this cell phone? This someone else gave it to me. Yes, from someone else. Although Zhang Wei was skeptical, he didn't look deeper. Come on, Biao. Let's leave for Yang'an City now. Holler. The 5 men took off in the van in a puff of smoke. Morning Biao let out a sigh of relief. Looks like we'll have to get rid of the loot first. Morning Biao came under a fruit tree, looked around after quickly shaved a parcel from the ground. Inside the package, cell phones, watches, wallets, gold necklaces and so on, a large number of items. Just then, Su Qing's voice came from behind Morning Biao. Morning Bill, what are you doing? Ha, what's that in your hand? Morning Biao looked down at the package in his hand and silently extended his paw. Looks like there's only killing again. Hey, Morning Bill, Su Qing, what are you guys doing? Morning Puma, what's that tasty treat in your hand? Zhang Kuwei, you're off work? Yeah, off duty. Where's Dean and the others? I don't know. Funeral Puma, where's Dean? Morning Biao looked at Zhang Kuwei and then at Su Qing, and finally withdrew his claws silently. Wei and the others are traveling. Business trip? Morning Biao nodded and told the two about Zhang Wei's 5 people going to Yang'an City. Morning Biao, what's that in your hand? Zhang Kuwei pursued with a deadpan look. Morning Biao took a deep breath. I'll tell you, but you can't tell anyone else. 5 minutes. Morning Biao had expected Su Qing and Zhang Kuwei to be shocked when they learned the truth, but the two were very calm. In fact, Funeral Biao overthought it at first. Zhang Kuwei was originally a zombie, and he had no fear of the dead, and not to mention Su Qing. This woman looked soft and weak, but don't forget how this guy died 200 years ago. Rebellion. As the saying goes, a general success is a small scene in her eyes, not to mention killing dozens of people in the area, or even hundreds or thousands of people. I didn't expect so many people to come looking for trouble. Su Qing frowned. No, Zhang Kuwei's and my identities must not go out without being exposed. Otherwise, Master and Yunfei will definitely find us. Morning Bill, turn on those cell phones and see if any calls come in. If anyone wants to help them get revenge, we'll ask them over. Silence, it must be clean. Looking at Su Qing, who had a cold light flashing in her eyes, Morning Biao couldn't help but have the feeling of having found a confidant. Anyang City is not too far from Yang'an City, and it's only a 3-hour drive on the highway. However, just before reaching the highway toll station, Zhang Wei was stopped. Why don't you let me go up there? Sir, I'm sorry, scrap cars aren't allowed on the highway. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who are you to say I'm a junker? Sir, do you think your car is less than scrap standard? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Isn't it just a little warped, with a couple pieces of broken glass and a hole in the door? Zhang Wei was speechless and could only choose to take the national highway in the end. What's the big deal if you don't get on? I'll save a little on tolls. State highways, as those of you who have traveled them know, are repaired once every 3 years for 3 years at a time. Welcome to Lack of Virtue Navigation. Destination Yang'an City. Ready to go. 444 kilometers. Estimated time 14 hours and 14 minutes. River straight ahead. Zhang Wei looked at the river gorge in front of him. Go straight. Don't turn. I'm a straight nigga. Being rerouted. 420 kilometers. Estimated time 12 hours. 12 minutes. Left turn ahead. Asterisk 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 is really lacking in navigation. After refusing to go down the river and jump off the cliff a few times, Zhang Wei was able to reduce the trip to 360 kilometers and the time to 7 hours. After traveling for 6 hours, Zhang Wei and his men were less than 40 kilometers away from the secret place in Yang'an City, and it was nighttime. Finally, Zhang Wei craned his somewhat stiff neck. The long drive had already caused some mental fatigue in his eyes. Past this tunnel is the city of Yangon. Looking at Zhang Biao, who had fallen asleep on the side, and the 4 Zhang who behind him, Zhang Wei quietly drank a can of Red Bull to refresh himself under the cover of the tunnel's dim light. Zhang Wei had just thrown the jar into the system space when the 4 Zhang Biao immediately woke up. Zhang Biao looked at Zhang Wei suspiciously and said, "Big brother, I seem to have just smelled a drink." Zhang Wei returned without a blush. "You're dreaming. That's not right. I smell it too." Zhang Hu scratched his head. "I smell it too." "Yeah, I smell it too." Zhang Bao, Zhang Long said in the same voice. You're all dreaming. Ah, is that so? Big brother, how much farther is it? Let's see. Not much farther. 40 kilometers to go. 10 minutes later. Brother, this tunnel is a bit long. Brother, how much farther? I want to go to the restroom. Let's see. 40 kilometers to go. Zhang Wei slammed on the brakes and the van slowly came to a stop. Looking at the unending tunnel ahead and the dim lights overhead, Zhang Wei was certain that they were being ghosted. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How dare you hit my wall? Ah biao. Find that brat for me. Ghosts hit the wall. Right. Then I'll hit the ghost. Yes. Big brother. Chapter 32. Isn't she dead? Dang. Knock knock. In the dark, deep, eerie tunnel, the faint, dim light wavered as if it would go out at any moment. Just beneath the dull light, a figure so soft that it was pitiful was huddled in a corner, its body trembling unceasingly. Her name was Lin Ruoxue, and she was originally just an ordinary college student living a calm and peaceful life. However, fate turned upside down on the night the blood moon descended over a month ago. That night, Lin Ruoxue rode her beloved scooter through this tunnel with the wind at her back. Perhaps in a moment of excitement, the car was going that little bit faster, and tragedy struck. She collided with a huge van with a loud bang. Thankfully, the van that she hit was a Daiyon license plate, so although Lin Ruoxue perished on the spot, she didn't die completely. But unfortunately, she neither knew the so-called rebirth code nor was able to travel to other magical worlds. Instead, she was trapped in this weird tunnel, and has since become a lonely and helpless PPO. As a PPO, how can we not kill people? After all, only by taking other people's souls can we continue to cultivate and improve our own strength, and if we don't kill people, wouldn't it be boring to do nothing all day long? And so, in the past month or so, Lin Ruoxue had managed to take out several riders who were also passing through the area on their motorcycles, and as she devoured more and more souls, she grew increasingly powerful. Gradually, Lin Ruoxue, whose self-confidence was inflated, began to become floundering, no longer satisfied with these weak prey. Finally, she locked her eyes on a van slowly approaching carrying 5 people, but Lin Ruoxue didn't realize in the slightest how terrifying those people in the van would actually be. Just the moment they opened the car door and got out, the looks of 4 of them had scared the piss out of her. At that moment, the 5 murderous humans were searching for her hiding place. Poor Lin Ruoxue didn't know what to do at all now. Her current strength wasn't able to leave this tunnel, so she could only hide in the corner and desperately cover her mouth, not daring to let herself make the slightest sound. Suddenly, a sunny and handsome face appeared in front of Lin Ruoxue. Hey baby, I found you. Looking at the other party's handsome face, Lin Ruoxue reached out her hand in infatuation. At this moment she was like a bullied grey princess meeting a prince riding a white horse, with anticipation in her eyes. Snap, playing ghost wall. Right, I'll whip you to death. Snap. A few slaps went down and Lin Ruoxue's face was deformed. Lin Ruoxue was confused, not understanding why the other party smoked her. Is it just because you're PPO? Is it because you killed a few people? Is it because you're blinding him? The poor and helpless Lin Ruoxue curled up on the ground, letting the man in front of her do the violence. She thought that once the other person got tired of fighting, maybe they would stop. However, the other party didn't seem to want to let her go, and even called in 4 big men to beat her up. Sandbag-sized fists kept landing on her body, and a slap on her face, and Lin Ruoxue felt like her soul body was getting unsteady. This PPO has quite a lot of expression drama. This thing is so scary looking too, with a face full of rotting flesh. Big brother, do all PPOs look like this? Who knows, maybe it's a different way to die. Snap. This final slap woke up her relationship brain and ended her ghost life at the same time. The second before it completely dissipated, Lin Ruoxue woke up to the fact that she had become ugly. Ha, men, they really only care about women's looks. If there is an afterlife. This time, Lin Ruoxue finally read the code for rebirth correctly. She was reborn. Reborn 10 minutes ago. In my last life, you broke up my soul because of my looks. In this life, I will. Lin Ruoxue's mind moved, and the rotten flesh on her face instantly disappeared, and even the broken rider's uniform on her body transformed into her university uniform. Lin Ruoxue took a deep breath, the corners of her mouth slightly sketching a smile as she slowly stood up and walked out of the shadowy corner. She is, to be, proactive. In this life, do you still lay your hands on me? Just then, a rough voice came from not far away. Big brother, she's here. Soon, Zhang Wei's 5 men arrived in front of Lin Ruoxue. Looking at the school uniform short skirt girl in front of him, Zhang Wei's face was very ugly. Evil ghost, Lin Ruoxue, status, in weakness, ability, ghost fighting wall, S-class alien ghost, time retrieval, level, 19, combat power, 23. Recoverable system points 5,000. Nima. System, you're going to sell me 50,000 for a D-rank psychic ability, and you're only going to recycle 5,000 for an S-rank psychic ghost? In the face of Zhang Wei's tirade, the system chose to remain silent. Lin Ruoxue looked at the 5 people in front of her who were slow to make a move and smiled faintly. It's true. Men are animals who look at their faces. Big brother, this female ghost has started the expression play again. To beat her to death? Isn't she dead? Then beat her to death again. What Lin Ruoxue didn't know was that she hadn't been reborn, and time regression was just her supernatural ability. And although her own time even with the tunnel had gone back 10 minutes, Zhang Wei and the others were far stronger than her, so Zhang Wei's memories of them had not been tampered with. Don't hit me. I surrender. I do. Without waiting for Lin Ruoxue to finish, Zhang Wei slapped her to the ground, then lifted her collar and shoved her into the jar. System, recall. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5,000 system points. The S-Class Ability Time Retrospective is now online in the System Mall, priced at 5,000,000 system points. Zhang Wei. Drip drip drip. Get the hell out of here. Stop the car in the tunnel. A sedan Kirsten drove past Zhang Wei and the others. Asterisk. Is this kid cursing me? Big brother. It seems to be scolding us. Tramp. Get in the car and get after me. However, how could Zhang Wei's van catch up with the other car on such a road? And soon even the taillights could not be seen. Bill, believe it or not, if we were on a mountain road, I'd overtake him in minutes. Big brother. I believe. Humph. Let him off the hook this time. An hour later, Zhang Wei's 5 men arrived at the entrance to the secret realm of Yangon City. Stop and buy a ticket. Ha! $10,000 for admission with the group. 1 day's time. Meet tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Come out at 5 o'clock p.m. Plus 2,000 extra for insurance. Expedition tickets are $100,000 for 3 days. Enter anytime. Reap what you sow. Insurance is not for sale. Which one do you choose? Asterisk. Chapter 33 The Secret Realm of Water Yunmengs. Yunmengs, a secret realm with no east or west, filled with rivers and swamps. At the entrance of the secret realm, there was a tablet that recorded the story of Cloud Dream Zephyr. Yunmengs, a place where people live in peace and prosperity by fishing. It wasn't until later that a magistrate named Go came here and threw 2 fish fry into the river. He was like a demon that had suddenly descended on this land, devouring everyone and everything with endless greed and tyranny. Well, that's the story of the secret Cloud Dreamer. Everyone now follow me to the next attraction. Zhang Wei 5 people waved small flags in their hands and followed the tour guide and tourists onto the bus. It only costs $10,000 a day to come in and visit the tour, which is a great deal compared to the $100 charged for the adventure. Of course, traveling is not traveling. Zhang Wei is looking for an opportunity. When the time comes to play a disappearance for the tour guide will be fine. Go out and it is not possible to find the other side to ask for moral damages. However, before Zhang Wei and the others could find a chance to slip away, the tour guide began to find them in trouble. According to the instruction map on the playbook, Zhang Wei's next place they were going to was the Yunmengs County ruins, which took about 3 hours to pass from the entrance of the secret realm, and was also the place where Zhang Wei was going to play vanish. But the bus drove out for less than half an hour before it came to a stop. What's with the parking? This isn't the attraction on top of the instruction map either. Guide, what is this place? Okay, all shut up and listen to me. Now parking here is our Yunmengs secret shopping street. Later get off the car, each person give me to consume $50,000. Who if not consume full $50,000 do not want to get on the car? Tour guide, what are you doing? We're here to travel, not to spend money. Yeah, I'm going to go out and sue you guys. Sue, ha ha ha. Without the protection of our tour group, none of you alone will get out alive. I'm telling you, I'll treat you like God if you spend money, and you ain't if you don't. Gentlemen, if you can afford to spend $10,000 to come in for a day's travel, $50,000 is chump change to you, and I'm sure you can tell the difference between the lesser of the two compared to your little lives. Okay, now everyone get out of the car. Zhang Wei and their bus sat more than 50 tourists. However, in the face of the tour guide's threats, all dare not resist, because the bus was surrounded by 4 other buggies, a full 20 shifters, all from the tour group. Big brother, it seems like we've met black tourism. What seems to be, it is. Brother, them, there's no rush. Watch me teach them a lesson later. Zhang Wei is a very principled person. The fact that people dare to stop at the entrance of the secret realm to charge shows that they are officially authorized formal units, but the other party was now ready to rob himself in disguise. so he didn't mind showing the other party what his sandbag-like fists looked like. Zhang Wei's five followed the tourists towards the bottom of the car, and when they passed the tour guide, some hesitation clearly flashed in the guide's eyes. However, seeing as Zhang Wei and the others were so honest, the tour guide ultimately did not open his mouth to let Zhang Wei and the others stay in the car. The shopping street that the tour guide was talking about was actually just a dozen or so makeshift cubicles. These boarding houses are not big, but there are a lot of guides in them, and they are all big-legged beauties with pretty faces. Big sister, look at this jade pendant and it simply matches. Little girl, how much does this jade pendant cost? Sis, it's only 80,000. Don't worry, the fake one pays for 10. Big brother, buying tea? Top quality tea leaves, just 100,000 a caddy. A Jussie, buy some tonic. The tourists one by one did not look too good, although to be able to come here are not poor people. But this obvious feeling of being slaughtered like a pig is a person will not be happy. But what can you do if you're upset? They won't get out alive without it. What they didn't realize, however, was that this was only the first cut to slaughter them, and there were quite a few places waiting for them behind them. There were actually a couple of other psychics among the tourists besides Zhang Wei and the five of them, but they still didn't dare to resist. A lot of people have chosen an item that is $50,000 or $60,000, and being ripped off just as much. They don't want to lose more than that. However, Zhang Wei 5 is no one to greet. Those guides saw Zhang Biao 4 were scared legs, where else would they dare to come up? Big brother, it seems like no one cares about us. If they won't sell it to us, then we'll just take the initiative and buy it. Come on, the jade over there looks good. Let's go buy some. A few shopping guide girls watched Zhang Wei's 5 people walking towards them and subconsciously wanted to hide. However, the location of this boarding house was too small and they had no place to hide. Zhang Wei picked up a bracelet and asked, "This is nice. How do you sell it?" 200,000. What? $200,000? You dare to sell us $200,000 for this crap? Zhang Biao lifted the other party straight up as soon as he grabbed the guide's neck. Pyo, be civilized. Yes, big brother. The guide who was put down by Zhang Biao was so scared that her face was pale, and she could barely even stand up. Just now she thought she was dead. Zhang Wei smiled gently and soothed. Don't be afraid, beautiful woman. We are all civilized people. Pyo, apologize. Sorry, beauty. Although I like this jade bracelet very much, but 200,000 is still too expensive. How about this? I'll return the price. 2 pieces. How about making a friend? Huh? What? Not giving face? The guide was on the verge of tears. Even if she was stupid, she knew that Zhang Wei and the others were looking for trouble. While she knew that someone would come looking for trouble here sooner or later, she never expected it to come so soon. And with dozens of shoppers in this shopping street, why her? Brother, I'm begging you. I'm only working part-time too. What are you talking about? Beautiful? I'm just buying something. Zhang Wei smiled. He had carefully observed just now that these guides and tour guides were actually people from one company, and the things they sold were naturally from this travel company. And just now he heard a couple of guides gossiping about how their commission was tens of thousands of dollars a day, and they weren't forced to come here, but they came here on their own for a good salary to help pit the tours against each other. Brother, I really can't sell 2 pieces. At least $50,000. Do you think it's okay? Just 2. Brother, I beg you. 3,000. Just 3,000. That's what the bracelet cost. 2 pieces. Just as the guide girl was about to break down, the tour guide walked over with more than 20 shifters. My friend, are you preparing to buy and sell by force? Oh, Zhang Wei was happy. Piao. They say we're buying and selling by force. Big brother, how could we buy and sell by force? We are civilized people. Yes, we're civilized people. What's a forced sale if we pay? Yeah, it doesn't count. Zhang Wei looked at the group of guides and said, do you hear me? My brothers know that this doesn't count. Kid, don't think you can bluff us just because you're bigger. An alien beside the guide said menacingly, if you don't want to die, give it to me. Bang! The alien who had put in a harsh word was sent flying by Zhang Bao's punch before he could finish his sentence. The sunken chest in the chest that had stopped heaving indicated that the person had stopped breathing before they even hit the ground. Everyone's mouths were wide open as they stared blankly at the scene in front of them. They had never imagined that the 5 people in front of them were so ferocious. It was just a single word, and a powerful petrified alien was smashed to death with a single punch. Bunch of garbage. Some little Karami who isn't even S-ranked is still trying to get us killed. Big brother, are we going to get all these people killed? Yes, big brother, get them all killed. Zhang Wei reprimanded. What are you talking about? We are all civilized people. Pow. Apologize to that broken brother. Yes, big brother. Zhang Bao bowed to the shifter, who was still cold, and said, I'm sorry. Zhang Wei twisted his head to look at the guide with a faint smile and said, how about it? Beautiful. 2 pieces. Can you sell it? Chapter 34, go collect the protection money. How about it? Beautiful. $2. Can I sell it? Kid, you seek death. Get them. This is a secret realm, not protected by the law. Dying would be in vain. If you dare to mess with our Blackwater Tourism Company, I'll let you have it today. So much nonsense. Bill, shut them up. Yes, big brother. Thunderbolt bang. In less than a minute, the guide and those shifters behind him all fell to the ground in a long sleep. As he said, in the secret realm, a place not protected by the law, death was in vain. Zhang Wei looked at the guide who had been dumbfounded and grinned. How about it? Beautiful. 2 pieces. For sale? Sell. Sell. We sell. And this jade pendant? $1.50? Sell. Sell. Soon. Zhang Wei packed all the goods of a dozen stores and spent a full $0. Sorry, I don't have any money, so I'll owe you first. Bill, let's go. Stop. You can't leave. Yeah. You guys can't leave. How are we going to get out of here when you've killed all these bodyguards from the tour group? Without protection, we'll be in danger. They're just asking for money. You're trying to kill us. You have to get us out of here, or you will not leave. 50 or so tourists rushed up and surrounded Zhang Wei's 5 people, with expressions of excitement and anger as if Zhang Wei was the one who robbed them in disguise. Big brother. Want to? What a thing to say. We're civilized people. Zhang Wei smiled at the tourists in front of him and said, everyone has a point. It would be very difficult for an ordinary person to get out alive without protection along the way. Everyone get in the car and we'll walk everyone out. Right. Zhang Wei turned his head to those guides and asked, what about you guys? Now that your goods are sold out, do you want to leave together? The 40 guides looked at the shifter on the ground who was no longer breathing and nodded their heads in a hurry. Thanks. 50 or so tourists, plus more than 40 guides, all crammed inside the bus. Zhang Wei pounded away for half a day before starting the bus and driving towards the location of the entrance to the secret realm. The route the bus travels is relatively safe, as this road is traveled several times a day by tour groups. Also, parts of this road are very dangerous. It's partly to terrorize tourists and partly because it's just impossible to avoid. But the tour group had a full 20 combat-type aliens, so these dangers were nothing. Big brother, do we really send them out? Of course. Zhang Wei lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. When did I not keep my word? Right. Go and collect the protection fee. $200,000 per person. If you don't pay it, just throw it down for me. If these people didn't morally kidnap him, Zhang Wei couldn't say that he would actually escort them out for free. But since they had begged Zhang Wei could only reluctantly make the money. Yes, big brother. Soon. The excited voices of several tourists came from inside the bus. Why should we give you $200,000? Yes, we paid for the tour. And the tour group said they'd make sure we got out safely. Not to mention $200,000. Just you wait. I'll report you when I get out. Hearing the words coming from behind him, Zhang Wei silently opened the car door. With a few heartbreaking cries and pleas for mercy, the bus soon fell silent. With a few less people, the buses were going a minute faster. Not long after, Zhang Biao came beside Zhang Wei carrying a bag of money and IOUs and said, big brother, some people didn't bring so much money. They made IOUs. Aha. Zhang Wei took the large bag in Zhang Biao's hand and threw it into the system space. As for those IOUs, he believed that he would definitely be able to get his money back. But of course, if these people dared to die before he could ask for the money, he could only count himself unlucky. Soon, Zhang Wei and the others welcomed the first wave of trouble. Due to the lack of an escort vehicle, the natives inside the secret realm had already set their sights on their grossly overloaded bus. It was a grotesque-looking creature in humanoid form, each one odd-looking and hideous. Some have bodies that are sinuous and twisted like huge pythons, but with claws that are as sharp as knives. Some have huge heads, eyes that are like burning fireballs, and mouths that spew out gusts of black smoke from time to time. And some are short, with bizarre green skin and slimy tentacles on their hands and feet. Soon, the monsters climbed onto the bus and began to attack the glass of the bus. Ah! Help! The monster is coming up. Don't eat me. Don't eat me. I'm never coming back. Never coming back. Oh, not funny. Not funny at all. I want to go home. Oh, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I have a pension of $30,000 a month. I'm only in my 50s. I can't die. My 8 girlfriends are still waiting for me to go back. Save me. Save me. I'll pay $2 million. No, $20 million. Help. You want to eat my wife? Don't eat me. I have high blood pressure and diabetes. And I also Yang Wei. Don't eat me. Looking at the carload of wretched tourists, Zhang Wei was truly speechless. How can you come to the secret world like that? Ah, Biao. Ah, who? You guys go outside the car to clear these monsters. Bao. Long. You guys stay inside the car to protect them. Yes, big brother. Zhang Biao and Zhang Hu came to the car door and scurried out the moment Zhang Wei opened the door. The two kept wandering around the bus, and the monsters were diminishing in the crowd's line of sight at a speed visible to the naked eye. The tourists who had just been in a sorry state immediately took out their cell phones and started taking pictures when they saw how brave Zhang Biao and Zhang Hu were, and they didn't forget to take a group photo with the monster outside the window, comparing it to a yeah. Half an hour later, the bus was safely back at the entrance to the secret realm. Thank you. Here's my card, so you can call me later if you need anything. Don't worry big brother, I'll put the money in your card when I get out. So what? Do you have a girlfriend? I have a granddaughter. Handsome. Can you add a green bubble? Zhang Wei's 5 people stared blankly at these tourists in front of them whose brain circuits were completely puzzling. Brother, they said thank you to us. I think they'll get into this kind of heist tour next time. Yes, it will still go in. Zhang Wei. After breathlessly sending these tourists away, Zhang Wei turned around to look at this secret realm with waters everywhere and said, let's go. It's time to do our thing. Big brother, I have a feeling that the fish in here and the ones we've seen before should be 2 species. Yeah. I just saw a fish jump out of the river and bite me. Zhang Hu said and jerked up his pants leg, and on his thigh, a row of huge teeth marks gave people a chilling feeling. Zhang Wei said indifferently, let's catch some fish up first. We got so many of them killed. This Blackwater tourism company in Yangon City will never stop. The other party was able to get the fee collection rights for the secret realm so quickly. I wouldn't believe it if I had to say that the owner of this company wasn't the mayor's brother-in-law. I can't say that the entrance to the secret realm now surrounded by their people. Okay, big brother. The group of 5 abandoned the bus and headed straight for the nearest body of water. Yangon City. Mayor's office. Brother-in-law. Something happened to my people in the secret realm. What? Mayor Zhou Mingyong put down the cigar in his hand and frowned at his brother-in-law. Li Feng, the head of Blackwater. What's going on? Li Feng hurriedly said. It's the 5 people who came from Anyang City. They killed more than 20 bodyguards of our tour group in the secret realm, and also snatched away our goods worth billions of dollars. In addition to snatching more than 40 guides and more than 40 tourists for $200,000 per person. All that money can be our company's. Zhou Mingyong was furious at his words. Bang! How dare you? You really think the secret realm is a place outside the law, don't you? Zhou Mingyong picked up the phone beside him and dialed out. Have Chief Xie of the police department come to the office to see me. Hanging up the phone, Zhou Mingyong looked at Li Feng and said, immediately let all the remaining bodyguards in your company go in and look for them. We must get all the money back. Yes, brother-in-law. Chapter 35, my eyes are a little dry. Big brother, are you sure you can catch fish this way? On the embankment by the lake, Zhang Wei's 5 men were sitting in rows with a dozen fishing rods stuck in front of each of them. Don't worry, isn't that how I took you guys fishing when I was a kid? But this is the secret realm. A fish in a secret place is not a fish? But big brother, what if the fish is too big to catch? Are you kidding me? We have wire fishing lines. How can we not catch it? But our rods aren't. Big brother, after making so much money this time, can you buy us a cell phone too? Buy. 1 for each. Thank you big brother. Big brother, you're so good to us. Ha, it's drifting. There's a fish. Zhang Bao hurriedly grabbed the fishing rod in front of him. Shoo, ka-ching. Without even holding on for a second, the fishing rod in Zhang Bao's hand broke into several sections. Holy, big brother. Ah biao, ah hu, ah long, did you see that? What a big fish. It must be at least a few 100 pounds. Che, the 4 of them rolled their eyes in unison. Yet just then, the floats of all the rods in front of the 5 of them sank at the same time. Asterisk so much. Don't pull it. The 5 men rushed to pick up the dozen or so fishing rods in front of them. Shoo, swoosh, ka-ching. The 5 looked at the pile of large knuckles in their arms and collectively gaped. Asterisk. Brother, I told you this fishing rod wouldn't work. Yeah, it's better to switch to steel pipes. Change your sister and pump me up. Pump it dry. The 4 Zhang Biao looked at the lake in front of them that had to be at least 500 acres in size. Big brother, are you serious? Humph. Zhang Wei snorted coldly. In fact, he also felt that draining this lake was unrealistic. But the words had been said. How could he take them back? Zhang Wei looked at the dike at his feet. Although it was unrealistic to drain it, it would be much easier to dig up this dike and come back to it. Zhang Wei bought more than 100 hose from the system mall and threw them on the ground. Dig for me. Dig up this dike. That's right. Fishing is so troublesome. Directly release the water is so simple. Yes. how easy it is to just let the water out. 4 people picked up the hoe and dug up. In a flash, the mud splashed. That speed, simply than 4 full horsepower excavator operating at the same time is even swifter. Just as Zhang Wei was digging the embankment on their side, more than 100 security guards from the Blackwater Company also entered the secret realm in great numbers. A security guard walked over to Li Feng with a laptop and said, "Boss, we found it. From the footage that came back from the drone, it's about 5 kilometers away from our place." Good. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Li Feng's eyes. "If you dare to trouble our Blackwater Company in Yang'an City, you'll have to lie down even if you're a dragon. Depart." Since there were no roads for vehicles to travel on, Li Feng and his group had no choice but to walk. However, for an alien, the 5-kilometer distance wasn't far. It was just over 10 minutes. Little did they know, however, that a nightmare awaited them up ahead. On the embankment, Zhang Biao's 4 men quickly dug out a gap 4 meters wide and more than 10 meters deep. "Big brother, it's leaking. All right, hurry up." When Zhang Biao's 4 men came up, Zhang Wei took out another huge iron net. "Block this gap. Don't let the fish get away." "Right. Stop it wider. I reckon this gap will still collapse by at least a few meters when the water is released later." "Big brother, it's better for you to be thoughtful." "Okay, get to work. This remaining bit of dirt won't last long." Zhang Biao's 4 men sniffed and hurriedly picked up the iron net to stop the gap. After 10 or so minutes, the iron net was installed, and the 4 of them returned to Zhang Wei. Zhang Bao asked, "Big brother, when will this gap collapse?" Zhang Wei hemmed and hawed, took out a grenade and tossed it. "Step right up." Just then, Zhang Long pulled Zhang Wei's sleeve. "Big brother, stop it. This thing is dangerous. I'll throw it myself." "No, I mean." Without waiting for Zhang Long to finish, Zhang Wei pulled out the fuse and threw the grenade in his hand towards the gap. Boom! Only heard a loud rumble. The grenade in the air traced an arc, and then accurately landed in the already shaky, few remaining gaps. In an instant, flames shot up into the sky, smoke filled the surroundings, and the entire earth seemed to tremble for it. Originally still barely supported some of the embankment, at this moment can no longer withstand this huge impact, instantly fell apart. Into countless debris soil splashed in all directions. The lake water that had been blocked at the back was like a wild horse, surging out from the open gap with a mountainous momentum, only to see that the rushing lake water like a ferocious beast, opened the bloody mouth, roaring forward to pounce over. The momentum of the huge, jaw-dropping, the sound of the ear, as if 10,000 thunder. In the blink of an eye, the originally dry ground was submerged in an ocean of water. Only then did Zhang Wei look at Zhang Hu and asked, "What did you just want to say?" Zhang Hu pointed at the 100 or so people 200 meters downstream of the dike and said, "Big brother, I was just about to tell you that a lot of people are coming." Zhang Wei. On the other side, Li Feng looked at the rolling flood. People were scared silly. In fact, not only him, but even those security behind him didn't react. Looking at the approaching floodwaters, I don't know who shouted run. Only then did more than 100 people react, turn around and run. Yet how can a man outrun a flood? Well, there's really quite a bit of running for everyone, even if they couldn't run. It was unrealistic for the district flood to try to drown more than 100 Xenos. 10 minutes later, the gap in the embankment under Zhang Wei's feet had widened to 10 meters, and although the water flow was still ferocious, it was much better than at the beginning. Across the gap, Li Feng and his group climbed up in a sorry state. "Boss, more than 30 brothers are missing." Li Feng's face instantly became gloomy at his words. More than 30 people. If all these people died, then he would have to compensate at least $100 million in pension out. All he can do now is pray that none of these people are dead, or less dead. Li Feng looked up at the 5 Zhang Wei people across the gap, and the killing intent in his eyes had nearly reached substance. Zhang Bao scratched, "Big brother, they seem to be very angry." Zhang Wei had wanted to apologize to Li Feng, but after seeing the clothes of those security guards behind him, Zhang Wei understood that these people themselves were here to find trouble for themselves. "It's that Blackwater tour group guy, so everyone be careful later." Zhang Wei didn't dare to ignore the other party this time. After all, the other party still had about 100 people now, and these guys are all psychics and can't say they're armed with hot weapons. Now that the blood moon had descended only a little over a month ago, thermal weapons were still a threat to Exalted, especially those operated by Exalted. It would be fine if ordinary people were manipulating the weapons. Their reaction speeds were not at all on the same level as a psychic. The two groups just stared angrily at each other across the gap, neither taking the lead. "Big brother, they're glaring at us. Stare back. Big brother, there are so many of them, I can't glare over them. Hold on, never lose your momentum. Big brother, my eyes are a little dry." Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chapter 36, My Mom is Your Mom. 2. Anyang City, North City Police Station. Director. Just now the top called to investigate the Love House Dean Zhang and the others. Chen Daxiang immediately frowned. Above? Who? It's Vice Mayor Zhou's secretary. Chen Daxiang's frown deepened. Vice Mayor Zhou, formerly known as Zhou Mingxiong, is one of the deputy mayors of Anyang City. But this Vice Mayor Zhou was the vice mayor in charge of land and investment promotion. How could he come to investigate Zhang Wei? Thinking of this, Chen Daxiang picked up his cell phone and called Zhang Wei. However, the phone came with a sorry tone. Not in the service area? What did this Zhang Wei kid do? Chen Daxiang felt that this matter was not so simple. A deputy mayor would never investigate someone for no reason. Thinking of this, Chen Daxiang dialed Yi Fei's phone. Yi Fei, go find Zhang Wei. His phone is not working. Well, find it and call me back immediately. On the other end, Yi Fei hung up the phone and drove to the House of Love. At the House of Love, Morning Biao and Su Qing have just buried a few of the ones who came looking for trouble. That said, these trouble seekers are also. When Zhang Wei is here they don't dare to come. But when Zhang Wei is not here they are running to send death. Facing Zhang Wei, they still had a way to live. But facing Morning Biao, a cat who liked to kill and exterminate people, it was really lighting a lamp inside the toilet. Tick-tock. Dean Chang, are you home? Morning Biao looked up at Yi Fei who was striding towards him. Another one. Su Qing quickly said. This is Dean's friend. Don't be impulsive. He doesn't know I've been with Dean. So go ahead and send him off. I'll go first. Morning Puma pointed a paw at himself. This meow. Pick up? However Subaru had already run away. On the other side, Yi Fei shouted for half a day and finally got a response. Don't yell. Wei and the others have gone to catch fish. Afterwards, Yi Fei saw a cat whose looks were very much in line with the average value of the House of Love's face walk out. You, call this meow Morning Puma. Or Puma. Whatever. Say, what's your business? Kill who? Ahem. So what? This meow means, is someone trying to kill you? Yi Fei. Yang'an City, the entrance to the secret realm of Yunmeng's. A police car had already surrounded the entrance to the secret realm. Hundreds of police officers were standing by with loaded guns, and even the S-class Alterans had several of them. Mayor Zhou, let me remind you that the secret realm is not under our jurisdiction of law enforcement authority. Now that the heaven and earth have changed, the conflict between the altered and our government is already serious. It is clearly stated above that the secret realm is not protected by the law, and it is out of line for you to ask us to take care of the secret realm's business now. Zhou Mingyang's face slumped at his words, his eyes gleaming at Xie Jun. Director Xie, pay attention to your identity. The secret realm is not an extra-legal place, and the shifters are not extra-legal fanatics. Anyone who is a citizen of my daxia should abide by the rule of law of my daxia. Xie Jun sniffed and said nothing more, turning toward the command vehicle. Let's see how long you can be complacent. The two men's minds thought at the same time. Kid, get your ass down here. Come up here if you dare. After a life and death battle, Zhang Biao's four ended up taking out the 100 or so people from Blackwater at the cost of minor injuries. However, there was one alien left, Zhang Biao, and they were unable to do anything with him. It was a white-skinned foreigner with a pair of wings actually sprouting from his back. At this moment, Li Feng was carried by the other party and flew into the sky. Ha 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 ha, who are you guys if you want to kill me? Li Feng, looking at the more than 100 cold corpses lying on the ground in front of him, Li Feng's heart surprisingly did not set off the slightest ripple. If there were only 30 to 50 corpses in front of him, perhaps he would have thought about how to compensate. But now that so many people had died, the matter of compensation had long since become a pipe dream. Just wait until he gets out and runs away with the money and it's all over. With his background, it's not the same if he creates another Blackwater company in another place. Humph, each and every one of you is quite capable of fighting. I'd like to see just how capable you guys are. Is it possible that you can still fight against the entire country? Li Feng gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Come on, let's go out and get help from my brother-in-law. Yes, boss. Looking at the backs of the two, Zhang Biao reminded. Big brother, they ran away. Hearing this, Zhang Wei couldn't help but curse angrily. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm not blind. In fact, Zhang Wei was quite helpless at this time, even though Zhang Biao and the other four were indeed incomparably strong in combat. But after all, they could not fly. Just now, Zhang Wei had even attempted to purchase an AK submachine gun to fire a volley of shots at Li Feng, only to end up letting Li Feng and that birdman manage to dodge away. Forget it, let's leave him alone for now. It's not too late to find the right moment to clean him up after we get out. The water is still deep and the current has slowed down, so it looks like it won't drain for 3 or 5 days. So let's find a place to rest first. Okay, big brother. Big brother, I just fought hungry. Can I have some steamed buns? Yeah, hungry. What buns to eat? Earned so much today. Big brother, I'll treat you to buns. Ah, really? Happiness comes too suddenly, doesn't it? I haven't eaten a bun in a long time. I'm so touched. Ooh. Looking at the four Zhang Biao who were so excited that they were in tears, Zhang Wei could not help but let out a secret sigh. However, this trip to the secret realm earned a lot. After going out, you can buy more meat and vegetables. Let Funeral Puma pack hundreds of tons of buns exist in the system space, so that in the future to enter the secret realm do not need to spend system points to buy food. Don't worry, sooner or later, brother will let you have big meat-filled buns every day. Aha! We believe in Big Brother. Yes, trust Big Brother. Zhang Wei's 5 people in the secret realm were eating hot big meat buns, but outside the secret realm, the sky had already turned upside down. What? You repeat? All dead? Zhou Mingyong grabbed Li Feng's collar and lifted him up. Li Feng could have rolled up the money and run. What about him? He's the mayor of Anyang City. Did he run away too? Those security guards at that Blackwater company of Li Feng's weren't recruited by Li Feng's own ability. Most of those 100 or so security numbers were people that Zhou Mingyong had helped to find. And it was only him that was able to find so many exalts to enter Li Feng's Blackwater in such a short period of time. Brother-in-law. Let me explain. I'll explain your mom. Brother-in-law. My mom is your mom too. Zhou Mingyong. Brother-in-law. They're all injured now. So hurry up and send someone in to get them killed. You know. Zhou Mingyong looked to the command vehicle on the side. A hint of sinister flashed in his eyes. Li Feng, now you go back to the province to find your father right away and tell him what's going on over here. Or else you and I are both doomed. Li Feng sniffed and hesitated. Brother-in-law, if I find my dad, he'll beat me to death. That's better than being beaten to death by someone else. Remember, take your sister with you. Okay, fine. After Li Feng left, Zhou Mingyong took a deep breath and walked towards the command vehicle with his hands behind his back. Chief Shay, I'd like to talk to you. Mayor Zhou, there isn't much to talk about between us. Xia Jun said flatly, all my actions now are acting under your command, but 2 days at the most. We'll immediately close the team if we can't wait for someone to come out within 2 days. After Zhou Mingyong heard these words, his face, which was still quite calm, instantly became gloomy as if it was covered by dark clouds. Asterisk. Just wait. Sooner or later the police force of Yangon City will fall into my hands. When the time comes, I'll be the first to take you on. Chapter 37. Why are these fish biting the cat? Big brother. Lots of fish. Saw it. Zhang Wei gulped as he looked at the dried-up lake in front of him. After 5 days of releasing water, the lake was finally dry. At this point, hundreds of walleye were lying across the bottom of the lake. These fish are huge, with the smallest weighing hundreds of pounds and the larger ones even reaching 500 or 600 pounds. Giant diamond tooth. Carnivorous freshwater fish. Status, oxygen deficiency. Ability, tearing. Combat strength, 235. My goodness. I'm afraid these fish have eaten all the other fish. Zhang Biao scratched his head and said, these fish, how are we going to get them back? Not to mention, this question did indeed puzzle Zhang Wei. There weren't many fish in front of them, but they were all exaggerated in size to the extreme. Moreover, these fish were no good either. The information returned by Zhang Wei scrying I told him that the weakest of these fish had a combat power of more than 50 points, and the combat power of the ones with the largest size even exceeded 200. In other words, with Zhang Wei's current strength, he can only single out the weakest fish. Right. Let's see if there are any good things in the system mall. Soon, Zhang Wei found one thing in the system mall that could solve the immediate troubles. Elementary spirit animal bag. Can temporarily store living creatures, the greater the number, the shorter the duration. Priced at 20,000 system points. Buy it. With a thought, a blue cloth bag appeared in Zhang Wei's hand. Go, catch fish. Not many men in this world could resist the temptation of catching fish, and Zhang Wei and the others were no different. Although this fish is that much bigger. Big brother, I caught a big one. Big brother, I can't hold it anymore. Ouch. Why is this fish still biting? Come on, tuck in. Zhang Bao holding a 200 to 300 pounds of big fish towards Zhang Wei holding the spirit animal bag stuffed. However, this guy holding not only the head side of the fish, the big fish in his arms also desperately struggling. In the struggle of the big fish, the tail of the fish bigger than a bushel is a wild whip against Zhang Wei. Pop. It was so hard for a fish to be stuffed in that Zhang Wei's head was jerked around and his face was swollen. Big brother, this one of mine is even bigger. Looking at the 500 to 600 kilograms of big fish that Zhang Biao carried over, Zhang Wei hurriedly handed over the spirit beast bag to Zhang Bao. Pow! You hold the bag. I'll catch the fish. Zhang Bao sniffed and honestly received the spirit beast bag. However, soon, his face was also swollen. Bill, you take the bag. I'll catch the fish. Okay. On the other side, Zhang Wei knew that his strength was far worse than Zhang Biao's 4, so he picked the smallest fish. Yet even the smallest fish is over 100 pounds. Although this fish's combat strength was only 50 points, Zhang Wei's strength was naturally greatly reduced now that his 2 legs were stuck in the mud. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, Zhang Wei was able to hold the fish down, during which he not only received a few slaps, but was also bitten several times, and if not for his quick reaction, it was estimated that he would have to amputate his limbs. Zhang Wei, who had dry-flopped a big fish, finally realized why Zhang Bao and the others were all pointing the fish's head at themselves, because the thing was too big to hold upside down. Pow! Eek! Tiger! Why you? Big brother, tuck it in. It's your turn to hold the bag. Zhang Hu obviously received a lot of slaps, and with his thick skin, both sides of his face were swollen. After being slapped a few more times, Zhang Hu shoved the spirit beast bag into Zhang Wei's hand. Big brother, hold it. I'm going to catch a fish. Hey! Before Zhang Wei could finish his words, Zhang Hu ran away. Brother, come here. I caught one of the biggest ones. Zhang Wei looked at the fishtail that had all swung out of the hurricane and shook his head like a rattle. No, don't come over. Flax fall. Snap. 3 days later, the entrance to the secret realm. Phew, finally out. Hey, where's the guy who charges here? Blackwater lost so many people in the secret realm. It would be strange if they don't go bankrupt. Let's go. Go back to Anyang City first, and come back in a few days to collect the debt. Zhang Wei's mind moved, and Scar's van appeared in front of the 5. The 5 of them got into the car and drove towards Anyang City without any delay. However, Zhang Wei and the others didn't realize that a drone was following them above their heads, and it wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that the drone quietly left. That night, Zhang Wei's 5 men drove the van back to Anyang City. Love home. Zhang Kuwei had just parked his car when Zhang Wei and the others returned. Dean, you're back. And hey, who smoked your faces? Zhang Wei. What? Not working tonight? Don't mention it. Recently the platform has come out with some kind of fatigue detection system, which can only be online for a maximum of 16 hours a day, and it actually lets us rest for a full 8 hours. Isn't this a pitfall? 8 hours 8 hours. How much less money will I earn if I'm delayed? Zhang Wei. Well, it's a natural cow horse. Okay, since you're off work come help lay the fish. By the way, has Morning Biao's fish pond filled up with water yet? Filled up, I think, after the heavy rain 2 days ago. The group talked as they walked towards the fish pond. Morning Puma, where's the cat? Viagra, this meow is here. Morning Biao scurried out from behind a fruit tree carrying a hoe. Look at you guys, people are working at night with Morning Piao. Everyone should learn more from Morning Piao. Morning Biao, what kind of fruit do you have like this? Remember to call me when it's ripe. Okay, Viagra. Although Morning Biao promised with his mouth, in his heart he spat, this stuff is not edible. Turn around and dig up these fruit trees and replace them with some poisonous ones to plant. Wei, did you catch the fish? Zhang Wei sniffed and Zhang Biao and the 4 of them looked at each other, then took out his spirit beast bag and said, they've all been captured. Come on, you go in and catch them out and put them in the fish pond. Oh, Morning Biao curiously approached the spirit animal pouch held open in Zhang Wei's hand and sniffed it, and a fishy smell immediately came to his face. Brother why? What kind of bag is this? It's too small to hold much fish, right? Zhang Wei smiled heatedly and said, don't you know if you go in and take a look? As soon as Zhang Wei's words fell, Zhang Bao behind Morning Biao kicked it in. Meow, meow meow meow. After a full 2 minutes, Zhang Wei then opened the spirit beast bag, and Morning Biao escaped. What a big fish. Here, why are these fish still biting the cat? This is called the giant diamond tooth and is extremely aggressive. Zhang Wei said as he poured the giant diamond teeth from his spirit beast pouch into the fish pond. Morning Biao and Zhang Kuwei gulped as they looked at the large fish of exaggerated size. It was hard for them to imagine how Zhang Wei and the others managed to catch these fish back. Right, Wei, Morning Biao said, since the fish are all caught, why don't you go into the city tomorrow and buy some feed and come back? This thing doesn't eat feed, they eat meat, Zhang Wei said with a smile. However Zhang Wei couldn't stop laughing halfway through. Nima, asterisk 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 asterisk, this thing eats meat. What's the old man going to raise when he catches it? I don't even have meat to eat myself. However, Zhang Wei did not see that upon hearing that this fish was a meat eater. A glint flashed in the eyes of Morning Biao on the side. In the meantime, those giant diamond teeth in the fish pond had drifted up to the surface of the water and began to absorb the moonlight of the blood moon. Chapter 38, What Are Dreams? When the bizarre and scarlet blood moon hung high in the night sky, the whole world seemed to be shrouded in a veil of mystery. Since the blood moon had descended, both those awakened people with special abilities and the ordinary people had gradually adapted to the way of life under this blood moonlight. For the awakened, The light of the blood moon became the key energy source for their cultivation and refinement. Every ray of moonlight that sprinkled down on his body could stimulate the latent power in his body, helping him to break through bottlenecks and enhance his strength. Therefore, whenever night falls, they will be impatient to find an open place, or lie quietly in the courtyard, or sit cross-legged on top of the green lawn of the neighborhood. And some people even climb to the top of the rooftop of the high-rise building, bathing in the light of the blood moon and immersing themselves in the world of cultivation. However, for the ordinary people, although they don't have the powerful talents and supernormal abilities of the awakened ones, they still harbor the desire and longing for transcendent power in their hearts. Perhaps they expected that one day they too would be able to undergo a metamorphosis under the illumination of this magical blood moon, and thus step into the ranks of the awakened, or perhaps they just saw this behavior as a kind of spiritual solace, allowing themselves to find some security in this era full of unknowns and fears. Despite the fact that it's late fall and the nighttime temperatures are plummeting in Chile, people are still choosing to lie outdoors without a second thought. Some were clad in thick blankets, while others were tightly wrapped in cotton coats just to get as much exposure to the blood-red moonlight as possible. They either gathered in groups of 3 or 5 and whispered, exchanging all kinds of rumors and speculations about the blood moon, or they were alone, silently feeling the moonlight and praying for a miracle. In this land illuminated by the blood moon, everyone has their own stories and dreams. Dean, what is your dream? In the courtyard, Su Qing, who had ended a few hours of hard live broadcasting, suddenly opened her mouth and asked. Zhang Wei sniffed and looked at the 4 Zhang Biao who were sleeping like the dead beside him. My dream? Seemingly reminiscing, seemingly remembering something wonderful. After a while, Zhang Wei faintly smiled and said, my dream is not to worry about food and clothing, to marry a beautiful daughter-in-law, to have 7 or 8 children, to work at sunrise and rest at sunset. Zhang Wei's dream can be said to be very simple, but it is a goal that ordinary people pursue for a lifetime. But how many people can live a life without worrying about food and clothing? Most people spend their lives scrambling for their next meal. Dean, what do you think of me? Su Qing said as she ruffled her hair. Zhang Wei directly rolled his eyes. Sorry, I like 18. Su Qing, Dean, there's something I don't know if I should say. You tell. Dean, now that your world's heaven and earth have changed, and all things have awakened, the pattern of today's world will sooner or later usher in a sea change. Although Daxia is still quite stable now, as the awakened become stronger and stronger, it's only a matter of time before Daxia reshuffles its cards. In my opinion, we should recruit more experts and gather a force that belongs to us, and when the time comes, we will rise up. Zhang Wei looked at Su Qing and said, have you forgotten how you died? Now you want to die again? Su Qing said confidently, that was poor planning on my part 200 years ago. This time there will never be a mistake like the last one. Heaven has given me another chance to be resurrected just to make up for the regrets of my last life. Dean, you believe me. I believe you, dear. Zhang Wei rolled over and spat. Your resurrection wasn't a chance given to you by heaven either. It was that white jade coffin that kept nourishing your flesh for 200 years, as well as Dean me digging you out. And don't drag me along if you do rebel in the future. I'm still young. Su Qing. Su Qing was truly speechless. She was so breathless still from the last time she was breathless. Looking at Zhang Wei, who clearly did not want to take care of himself, as well as the 4 sleeping Zhang Biao, Su Qing got up and walked towards Morning Biao and Zhang Kuei, who were fishing by the fish pond. Only when she was with Morning Biao and Zhang Kuei could Su Qing have that much in common. Morning Biao, Zhang Kuei, how's it going? Did you catch any fish? No. Then what are you guys still guarding this place for? Fishing. Su Qing. She was truly speechless. The last time I was this speechless was just now. Morning Puma, what is your dream? Morning Biao sniffed and looked at Zhang Wei, who was lying in the distance. This Meow's dream is that Wei can make lots and lots of money and then buy me lots and lots of dried small fishes. Just this? Su Qing looked at Morning Biao with a black line on her face. Don't you have any desire to go over there and break out into the world? Morning Biao gave a blank look and said, this Meow is just a cat alright. Having someone to take in is a very happy thing. Why would this Meow want to go out and wander? Well, don't interfere with this Meow's fishing. With that, Morning Puma turned his head away and focused on guarding his little fishing pole. In fact, Zhang Wei didn't tell it that this fishing rod couldn't catch big fish at all. Of course, even if he knew that funeral Puma wouldn't care. Because it's not the fish it's catching, it's the boredom of its mewling life. Su Chang walked towards Zhang Kuei again. She didn't mean that she had to rebel now, but she wanted to find a confidant that she could have something in common with. Just now, from a distance, he could only see Zhang Kuei with his head down, and it was only when he got closer that he realized that this guy was actually sucking on a tomato while brushing the live broadcast. Thanks to my zombie Ka Brothers sports car. Ka, your side is backed up, backed up, backed up, backed up, parked. Thank you Ka Brothers sports car. Stop real bored. Su Qing. Jiang Kuwei, watching the live broadcast? Well, by the way, what's your ID? I'll swipe you a gift next time I'm free. Jiang Kuwei, you've got over 100 for this one sports car. Don't you still have to save up to buy blood bags for the hospital? I've recently gone vegan. Su Qing was truly and completely speechless this time. A bunch of salted fish. This girl can achieve great things on her own. You'll regret it then. With a stomp of her foot, Su Qing turned around and headed towards her own room. Of course, she didn't forget to tell Jiang Kuwei about the ID. Only when Su Qing walked back into the room did Jiang Wei roll over. Looking in the direction of Su Qing's room, Jiang Wei couldn't help but sigh. Quite a pretty girl, just not quite right in the head. Such things as rebellion. Also casually taken out to say that the death in the previous life is not unfair. Forget it, it's none of my business. Jiang Wei closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Jiang Wei slept through this until noon the next day. In his sleep, Jiang Wei also dreamed of the old dean, who told Jiang Wei that he must keep the orphanage. The confused Jiang Wei agreed to the old dean without much thought at all, and was still swearing to the old dean that if he lost this orphanage, his little brother would be 10 centimeters shorter. Big brother, wake up, someone is offering to buy our orphanage. What the hell? Chapter 39, 300 million and 10 centimeters. Dean Zhang, I'm the manager of Lin's Group. Li Yi, this is my business card. Bill, move the stool. Manager Li, have a seat. Dean Zhang, let me make it short. We, the Lin Group, want to purchase this piece of land of yours. Dean Zhang, I know that the financial situation of your love home has not been optimistic, and we, Lin's Group, are willing to buy your place for $300 million and take on all the debts you owe outside. Dean Zhang, here's the contract. Take a look. How much? 300 million? Right. 300 million. Dean Zhang, look at this contract. Sorry, not for sale. Dean Zhang, think about it. I'll come back in the next day. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, you can talk about it again. After Li Yi and his group left, Jiang Wei directly cried on Zhang Diao's shoulder. Pio, help me up. Big brother, 300 million. If this Li Yi had come a day earlier, he would have sold it without saying a word. But he just swore at the old dean in his dreams last night. 10 centimeters or 300 million. What's the choice? It wouldn't be a multiple choice question. Just then, Jiang Kuwei, Su Qing, and Morning Biao walked over. Dean, you can't sell here. Yes, Dean, it can't be sold. Viagra, it can't be sold. Although Jiang Wei wouldn't sell it, he wanted to hear what they wanted to say. Tell me, why can't you sell it? Su Qing thought to herself. You won't get a dime for selling me. Where will you find such a good place to build your own rebel base in the future? Of course, she could only think about this in her mind and say that it was impossible to say so. Dean, don't you think something's not right about this? Although I'm not a native of this world, after living here for a while, I don't know any less about it than you do. I just checked. This Lin's Group is mainly in real estate. Now that housing prices have plummeted, the houses themselves are not selling well and can even be considered a losing business. The Lin's Group even have several parcels of land undeveloped in their hands right now. So think about it. Under these circumstances, why would they still want to buy this remote place of ours? Why? Jiang Wei was curious. I don't know. Su Qing shrugged. But I think this matter is definitely not that simple. Jiang Wei nodded his head to look at Jiang Kuwei and Morning Biao and asked, what about you guys? Jiang Kuwei and Morning Biao shook their heads. We don't know. We can't sell it anyway. Jiang Wei was happy, but still pretended to say okay, for your sake. This dean is not for sale. It's just a mere 300 million. This dean doesn't look at it yet. A stiff, a fierce, and a cat were all of a sudden touched to the core. Master Zhang, are you there? Asterisk. Next time don't ask that. I'll think you're here to borrow money from me. The visitors were Wu Zhang and Slim. The two looked at Jiang Kuwei for a while, speechless. Master Zhang, can't you change the look of this zombie? It can't be helped. He's been running an online car lately and using Wu Zhang's information. Wu Zhang. Jiang Wei looked at the two of them and asked, say, what's your business? Skinny Pie said, Master Zhang, what are you talking about? Can't I come to see you if I have nothing to do? Wu Zhang pulled the thin man over to look at Jiang Wei and said, Dean Zhang, do you still remember the curse marks on us? Jiang Wei nodded at his words. Wu Zhang removed the backpack behind him and took out a broken piece of iron from it. Dean Zhang, take a look at this. Jiang Wei took the iron piece and looked at it, only to see that it actually had a little ghost printed on it that looked exactly like the one on their waist. Jiang Wei pulled Zhang Hu and lifted his clothes. A comparison was really exactly the same. Where did you guys find this thing? Bought? Wu Zhang nodded. It turned out that after coming out of the secret realm last time, Wu Zhang and Slim were looking for a solution to the curse. They looked up a lot of information and looked around for clues again. Finally, a few days ago, they saw a piece of iron on the internet. The one Zhang Wei was holding now. We found the seller and learned that he had actually bought it from someone else as well. Then we found the seller who found the seller's mouth. And it turned out that the guy bought it too. With that, we went up to 8 sellers before we found the real owner of this piece of iron. Yet by the time Slim and I got there, something had happened to the man. But Slim and I got there just in time. And while we didn't save his life, we did get a few important clues before he died. Zhang Wei spat out with a black line on his face. Then you guys did go just in time. Wu Zhang. Master Zhang. That's not the point. The point is the news we got. The thin man said. Zhang Wei nodded. Right. You guys continue. Wu Zhang continued. Before that man died, he told us that he found this piece of iron in the secret realm of Beiyuan City. And inside that secret realm is also a secret realm just like ours in Anyang, with an equally large tomb inside. But they didn't enter that tomb much deeper before they retreated with heavy death and injury. And those who have gone in there have had this curse appear on them. And now those people are all dead. According to my investigation, it seems they were all killed by PPO looking for them. And not long ago, Slim and I were also targeted by PPO. But we got away with it. Hearing Wu Zhang's words, Zhang Wei remembered that he was also ghosted not long ago. Big brother, it seems like we've been approached by PPO as well. Zhang Wei nodded and took out his cell phone and called Yifei. A moment later, Zhang Wei hung up the phone and looked at the crowd. Yifei and the others were also approached by Pei. But that Pei was taken care of by them. The thin man frowned. It seems that the curse is attracting those up how to make a move on us. No. Wu Zhang shook his head. Maybe this is just one of its abilities. We must remove this curse as soon as possible, or we will continue to suffer from PPO's attacks. Eliminate? Zhang Wei looked at the system points on the system panel. It was a bit low. Oh no. Zhang Wei slowly sat down while shaking his head. I think it's a nice tattoo. Having PPO looking for trouble in your boring life can add some fun, right? Big brother is right. It's too boring. It'd be nice if we really had PPO looking for trouble. That's right. Isn't it just PPO? Let it come to us. Yes, let it come to us. Zhang Wei looked at Wu Zhang and the thin man and said, if you guys are afraid, you can just come and stay with us, and you'll see if PPO dares to come and trouble you. Bill, take them to their rooms. By the way, remember to pay your rent and living expenses. No, Master Zhang, we didn't say we wanted to stay either. Zhang Wei waved his hand. It's not important. Ah biao, don't take them to find a room yet. Holler big brother. Wu Zhang, Skinny. Zhang Kuwei looked at the trio's backs and said, Dean, why leave them behind? Zhang Wei grinned. What do you know? If we leave them behind, won't more Apao come looking for trouble? Zhang Kuwei scratched his head and said, still don't understand. Zhang Wei rolled his eyes. Go drive if you don't understand. Don't you need to make money today? Right. Oh, I should get to work. Zhang Kuwei finished speaking and ran away in a puff of smoke. Just then, Zhang Wei's phone rang again. Hey, Uncle Chan, any more get-rich-quick business? What? The police station is haunted too? Chapter 40 Haunted Police Stations. Northside Police Department. Uncle Chen, I told you a long time ago, don't covet so much. Look, this brat is making a scene at your police station. Zhang Wei joked. I think you're just begging for a fight. Aren't you? Chen Dashan raised his hand and made a gesture to whip towards Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei hurriedly jumped to the side and said, don't be anxious, Uncle Chen. I'm not joking. Well, I don't have the luxury of pulling your boy's leg. Chen Daqiang withdrew his hand and looked at Zhang Wei and said in a deep voice, the brats that came to haunt our police station this time are not simple. I suspect that they are targeting one of our officers. It started a week ago. A week ago, the North City Police Department was shrouded in a strange atmosphere without warning, and the rumor of a haunting spread like a terrible plague inside the department at an alarming rate. This news was like a heavy hammer, hitting hard on the heart of every police officer, causing them to be chilled and frightened. Rumor has it that when the night is dark and all is quiet, a creepy and strange sound will quietly resonate inside the police station. That sound sometimes like someone in a miserable sobbing, sometimes like someone in a lowered voice whispering, what's more, sometimes you can also glimpse some shadows, faint figures, like ghosts wandering in the narrow corridor. In the face of such a frightening thing, Chen Daqiang, who was the sheriff, naturally does not dare to take it lightly. He made an immediate decision, urgently summoned up all the police officers, and issued a strict order that all of them must find out the truth behind this haunting as soon as possible. After receiving the order, the police officers did not dare to have the slightest slackness, immediately took action, launched a full range of detailed investigation for the entire police station. One by one, they conducted a carpet search and survey of every office, every nook and cranny, leaving no trace unturned. However, after a lot of busy work, the result was nothing, not even the slightest hint of abnormality was found at all. But as the days go by, the haunted events have not subsided, but have become more rampant and more frequent. The original calm and orderly work rhythm of the police officers was completely disrupted, and everyone's nerves were tightened to the extreme. Under high tension, anxiety spreads like wildfire among the people, and some people have even thought of quitting their jobs because they can't cope with the pressure. After all, even when the blood moon had descended and everything in the world had awakened, there had never been a situation like this where everyone was on their own and terrified. Although the mysterious and unpredictable existence of PPO has been known to people, not all of them are able to live with them openly, especially in a place like a police station that is supposed to be full of justice and majesty. Most police officers are still just plain, ordinary people. Moreover, even if they were awakened police officers who had awakened their powers, most of them did not possess strong fighting abilities. Chen Daqiang, who was well aware of the situation, understood that if the problem of Apao in the police station could not be solved quickly, then the image and reputation of the whole police station would definitely suffer a heavy blow. And at this moment, the two most powerful experts within the North City Police Department were Yi Fei and Scar. After learning that these two had successfully defeated and eliminated an Apao in a chance encounter, Chen Daqiang entrusted this daunting and incomparable task to Yi Fei and Scar with the mindset of beating a dead horse. However, despite their extraordinary skills, they are not professional Taoist priests or monks, so they know very little about how to deal with PPO, and the only effective way they know is to smear children's urine on their hands to attack PPO. With this half-assed method, Yi Fei and Scar really did manage to block that headache-inducing Apao on the first night and beat it up without mercy. However, after that time, in the next 2 to 3 days, no matter how hard they searched, they could not even see the shadow of Apao. With no choice but to carry a bucket of urine each day at nightfall, the two men wandered back and forth to patrol all corners of the police station. In this way, when they go to work during the day, they are naturally yawning and sluggish, without any semblance of energy. The only two masters in the police force have been reduced to carrying urine and patrolling the night. If things go on like this, won't they, the North City Police Department, become the laughingstock of everyone after dinner? When I think of this, Chen Daqiang heart that said simply like being gnawed by millions of ants generally difficult. He knew very well in his heart that asking Zhang Wei to help would definitely cost a huge amount of money, but there was no other way at the moment. If he didn't take action, the reputation of the North City Police Department would be completely ruined. So, despite the heartache of the white silver flowing out like water, Chen Daqiang could only be ruthless and bite his teeth, and shouted Zhang Wei over. 200,000. I'll give you 200,000. Take it tonight. Chen Daqiang gritted his teeth. No problem. Zhang Wei patted his chest and assured. Don't worry, Uncle Chen. I'll take care of it. Biao. Work. Holler. Big brother. The four of them, Zhang Biao, turned around and headed towards the various offices. Chen Daqiang was curious about how Zhang Wei and the others caught up Yao, so he got up and asked, Zhang Wei, can I go take a look? Zhang Wei shrugged and said, no problem. Feel free to look. Chen Daqiang walked out of the office, and it didn't take long for him to see Zhang Bao, only to see Zhang Bao grabbing the water bucket on the water fountain and duang filling it towards his stomach. Chen Daqiang was a bit confused and turned his head to look at Zhang Wei and asked, what is he doing? Zhang Wei breathlessly returned, drink water, isn't it obvious? Daqiang Chen. Soon, Chen Daqiang saw the three Zhang Biao who were looking around for water to drink again. Zhang Wei, what are they drinking so much water for? Zhang Wei was puzzled. Uncle Chen, don't you know that children's urine can deal with Apao? Daqiang Chen, don't tell me that your way of dealing with PPO is to carry a bucket of piss around too? Zhang Wei gave a blank look and said, how can that be? We're used to peeing now. Daqiang Chen, it seems that this kid isn't all that good. I'd better go contact a master to come. Chen Daqiang muttered and went back to his office. Zhang Wei didn't mind. It didn't matter if other people believed him or not, because he didn't have much certainty himself. Zhang Wei's 5 people wandered around the police station for the afternoon, during which they met Yi Fei and Scar, who briefly talked to each other. Since they hadn't slept well for several days, Yi Fei and Scar went back as soon as they got off work. Although the police station was haunted these days, it still kept 9 people on duty at night, and there were only 2 alter egos. One is Chen Daqiang and the other is Zhou Bing. Chen Daqiang was in the healing department. Zhou Bing was considered half of the combat department. His psychic ability was unique. He could communicate with animals, and nowadays he was in command of all the military dogs in the police department. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Wei 5 people rubbed the police station cafeteria. One person ate less than 20 portions of rice to eat the cafeteria's food. Can only be hungry to guard the lobby? According to Chen Daqiang, Apao usually comes out after 10 o'clock, So Zhang Wei's 5 men opened 5 rows of king poison in the lobby. Zhang Biao and their cell phones or Zhang Wei just bought today. It is not cheap. 4 phones spent a full 12,000. Of course, Zhang Wei also bought himself a cheap one. 13,000. Just as the 5 people were fighting, a clear face came up next to Zhang Wei's face. Viagra is playing a game. The visitor was none other than Chen Dachang's son, Chen Xiaoyu. *******. Get away from me. Your nose hairs are poking me in the face. Chen Xiaoyu. Chapter 41, The Grieving Ghost Wuren. Boy, what are you doing out here in the middle of the night when you're not at home as a nanny? I've come to deliver food to my dad, Chen Xiaoyu said as she waved the thermos bucket in her hand in front of Zhang Wei. Looking at the thermos bucket in Chen Xiaoyu's hand, Zhang Wei couldn't help but secretly despise it in his heart. Okay, go bring your dad his dinner. Okay, why? I'll come hang out with you guys later. Looking at Chen Xiaoyu's back, Zhang Biao spat. Big brother, this Chen Xiaoyu is getting more and more effeminate. Zhang Wei nodded with a face of approval. Soon the time came to 10 o'clock in the evening. Why? I'm scared. Can I borrow my arm for a hug? Hug your sister. So I'll go back and get my sister? Zhang Wei. Chen Xiaoyu, I'm warning you, don't engage in this kind of pussy behavior for me. Zhang Wei said to Zhang Bao. Bao, this kid is all yours. Keep an eye on him and don't mess with me. Alright, big brother. Zhang Bao reluctantly answered. Wei, take me with you. Off. Zhang Wei led Zhang Biao, Zhang Hu, and Zhang Long to start searching the police station. The North City police station was not too big, not too small, and with Zhang Wei's speed, they would be able to thoroughly search it in an hour. However, after an hour, Zhang Wei couldn't even find a single hair of Apiao. Big brother, did we miss something? Impossible. We've searched every place carefully. Zhang Wei possessed the eye of scrying, so as long as Apiao appeared, he would definitely be able to spot the other party at a glance. Now that we've searched and found nothing, that means PPO either left the station a long time ago, or he hasn't come yet? Big brother, do I think we've made a mistake? We went from room to room looking for PPO, but PPO moves too. If it was hiding from us, we wouldn't find him even if we looked 10 times. Zhang Wei smiled and slapped his forehead. Right, you have a point. Go to the surveillance room. Soon, the 4 of them arrived at the surveillance room. Despite the fact that the surveillance equipment had a blind spot that prevented it from fully covering every corner of the police station, Zhang Wei was confident that as long as he stayed here, he would be able to capture the figure of the mysterious Pei Pei. However, the images presented on the surveillance screen at this moment appeared to be unusually unusual. Without the slightest hint of dissimilarity, the police officers were busy traveling from room to room, carrying out their daily police work. The light in the office was soft and steady, illuminating objects such as desks, chairs and filing cabinets. The corridors were empty, with only the occasional passing footsteps to break the silence. All of this appeared to be calm, but Zhang Wei knew in his heart that underneath the seemingly ordinary appearance, that PPO was not allowed to be hiding in the dark waiting for an opportunity to act. Just then, Zhang Long pointed at a surveillance screen and shouted, Big brother, look at what Bao and Chen Xiaoyu are doing. The crowd sniffed and looked over, only to see that in the surveillance, Zhang Bao's tall body blocked most of the picture, thus preventing Zhang Wei and the others from seeing what they were doing. However, the crowd could also vaguely see that Chen Xiaoyu, who was opposite Zhang Bao, was sticking a note on Zhang Hu's face. Could they be possessed by a ghost? Piao, Tiger, you guys go check out the situation. Yes, big brother. The two walked out of the surveillance room and headed towards the area where Zhang Bao was. Soon, Zhang Biao and Zhang Hu sought out Zhang Bao, whose face was already plastered with notes, as well as Chen Xiaoyu, who was bent over with laughter at this moment. Zhang Hu frowned. Biao, they really look like they're possessed by ghosts. Zhang Biao nodded. Just try it and you'll see. Grab Pao first. Yes. Zhang Bao's face was plastered with notes at this point, but his keen hearing still heard the footsteps coming from behind him. Zhang Bao turned his head and lifted the note to see that Zhang Hu and Zhang Biao were striding towards him. Bill, you guys. Before Zhang Bao could finish his words, he was pressed to the ground by Zhang Hu with an acceleration, and then he saw Zhang Biao lifting the note on his face and slapping him. Zhang Bao was confused, and after a long time, he reacted and shouted angrily. What are you doing? Zhang Biao looked at Zhang Hu and said, It's Bao. Zhang Hu nodded approvingly. Right. The two of them let go of Zhang Bao and looked at the dumbfounded Chen Xiaoyu. What are you doing? Stay back. I'm telling you. The surveillance room. Big brother, we got it wrong. They're just playing rock paper scissors. Zhang Wei looked at half of his face was swollen, and there are urine stains on it. Lu Xiaoyu and Zhang Bao consoled. Don't worry. You guys are considered work injuries. Turn around and I'll let Uncle Chen subsidize you $30 to $50. Zhang Bao was overjoyed, and Chen Xiaoyu was furious. Just like that, Zhang Wei's few people waited in the monitoring room again until 1 a.m. Suddenly, a blurry figure appeared in the surveillance screen. Big brother, look, it's coming. What is this place? It's the duty room. Flapping sound. The group immediately rushed out of the monitoring room towards the duty room. The monitoring room was not far from the duty room, and Zhang Wei's few people quickly rushed to the door of the duty room. In the duty room, the two police officers on duty were chatting idly while yawning, and the arrival of Zhang Wei's men immediately startled them. I'll go. Dean Zhang, what are you running so fast for? People scaring people is going to scare them to death, you know? Dean Zhang, aren't you guys going to catch ghosts? Why did you run to the duty room? Zhang Wei, on the other hand, didn't have the leisure to answer them at this moment, but instead, he landed his gaze on the pal behind them. Spiteful spirit. Wu Ren, weakness in progress, normal, ability, blowing gloom wind, class D psychic ghost, mesmerizing eyes, rank, 11, combat strength, 8, recoverable system points 20, asterisk 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 asterisk, 20 o'clock, might as well I'm getting a tan on the moon. In an instant, Zhang Wei lost interest in this pal. Piao, go, get it, yes, big brother. Pao obviously also understood what Zhang Wei and the others were saying, and at this moment, she was scared and terrified and stayed where she was, not knowing what to do. The two officers couldn't see PPO, but they obviously felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere, so they got up in a hurry and ran towards the door. Wait, just as Zhang Biao was about to pinch this brat to death, Chen Xiaoyu hurriedly stopped him. Brother Wei, I think he's quite honest, why don't we ask first? Zhang Wei sniffed and cupped his chin and thought, Biao, bring him here first. Yes, big brother. Wu Ren's appearance was not particularly horrifying at first glance. He looked to be about 50 years old, and the years had left a few marks on him, the slightly rough skin seeming to tell the story of his years of hard labor. From the outside, he is completely the image of an honest and decent rural man. What was remarkable, however, was that he had a long stab wound on his face, and blood continued to ooze from the wound, running down his cheek. This hideous and gruesome stab wound was like a small, slithering red snake splitting Wu Ren's head in half, adding a touch of chilling aura to this originally plain and unassuming man. The drops of blood turned into yin qi and dissipated into the sky and the earth after falling to the ground, and Wu Ren's soul body was weakening along with it. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I'm a good ghost. I'm a good ghost. Chapter 42, The Way to Deal with PPO. When Wu Ren begged for mercy, half of his head fell to the ground because he was too agitated. Wu Ren picked up half of his head and put it back on, and continued to kowtow to Zhang Wei and the others, begging for mercy. Looking at the honest man in front of him, Zhang Wei frowned. Alright, don't kowtow. Tell me, why did you come to the police station to cause trouble? Yes, no, I'm not here to make trouble. I'm here to report a crime. Report it? Yes, I'm here to report a crime. Things are not complicated to say the least. Wu Ren, living inside a small village not far from Anyang City, farming at home during busy times and working in the city during free time, can be described as an honest to the extreme cowhorse. However, it's because the person is so honest that it's a person who can bully him a little bit. When the blood moon descended more than a month ago, Wu Ren thought the end was near and walked more than 30 miles through the night before returning home. However, after walking all night before returning home, he happened to bump into the village headman coming out of his wife's room carrying his pants. He had heard all the gossip from the village before, but Wu Ren had never believed it. After all, his wife was in her 50s, so how could she still be stealing? Looking at the front wearing sexy pajamas show a half milkwife, and is lifting the waistband of the village head. This time also cannot help but Wu Ren do not believe. Wu Ren, who had been honest all his life, was furious and punched the village head in the eye socket. Subsequently in the scuffle, Wu Ren was also the one who definitely had the upper hand. However, Wu Ren had forgotten that his daughter-in-law was still on the sidelines, and had come straight at him with a chokehold, followed by the village headman grabbing the scimitar under the eaves of the house and giving Wu Ren a slash. I have to say, man, even death is so painful. Wu Ren, whose head had been cut in half, actually didn't immediately swallow his breath, but only fell completely out of breath after listening to some secrets. Wu Ren has 2 sons and a daughter, but all 3 are actually not his own. 2 of the sons belonged to the previous village headman, and the youngest daughter was the child of the same village headman who had hacked him to death. In other words, this green hat, Wu Ren has been wearing since more than 20 years ago. Wu Ren is not willing to raise more than 20 years and 18 years of daughter as someone else's child. There was still a glimmer of hope in his mind, even if they are not their own, as long as they still recognize themselves as their father. The resentment in his heart coupled with the moonlight of the blood moon made Wu Ren's soul turn into a resentful soul staying in this world, and also made that thought of his completely broken. The next day, his 2 sons and daughter returned. Wu Ren's wife also did not hide the cause of Wu Ren's death. However, the 3 heard very calm, not only to help his wife to hide the truth, but also buried his body overnight. Wu Ren was unwilling. He wanted to take revenge. However, as a mere D-level psychic ghost, his only ability could only blow some cloudy wind. He was unable to kill his daughter-in-law and the village chief. So after tossing and turning for over a month, Wu Ren came to the North City Police Department. He's going to call the police. That's the way it is. So please do me a favor and ask the Great Lord of the Green Sky. Wu Ren started kowtowing again, picking up half of his head as he did so. Uncle Wu, don't kowtow. Don't worry. We understand what happened to you. We'll help you do justice. Chen Xiaoyu stroked Wu Ren up. Uncle Wu, it's not a good thing for you to keep losing blood in this head. Let me help you heal it. Before Wu Ren could refuse, Chen Xiaoyu brushed Wu Ren with the rejuvenation technique. However, Wu Ren, who had just been alive and kicking, started howling in pain after this rejuvenation technique went down and started melting. Uncle Wu, what's wrong with you? In his haste, Chen Xiaoyu also wanted to do a rejuvenation technique on Wu Ren. But fortunately, Zhang Wei was quick to catch him. Stop brushing. Can't you see people are afraid of this? Chen Xiaoyu was a bit overwhelmed for a moment. Zhang Wei looked at the soon-to-dissolve Wu Ren and asked, do you have anything else to explain? Wu Ren shook his head after thinking about it. However, at the last moment of his dissipation, Wu Ren said as if he had just remembered, by the way, Comrade Constable, when I went to harm my family's girl not too long ago, I realized that I'm very afraid of her great-aunt. Wu Ren's words completely dissipated before he could finish. What do you mean? Afraid of her great-aunt? Could it be that her great-aunt is a very powerful shifter? The crowd looked at each other, a little puzzled for a moment. Let's go. First tell Uncle Chen about the results over here. Director's office. Tran De Kung is napping. Dad, wake up. Chen Daqiang, who was shaken awake by Chen Xiaoyu, tiredly looked at Zhang Wei and said, solved it? Zhang Wei nodded and said, it's solved. Zhang Wei told Chen Daqiang about Wu Ren's matter, and then informed Chen Xiaoyu about how Chen Xiaoyu's rejuvenation technique could cause serious damage to ghosts. Okay, I know. I'll arrange for someone to do it overnight. Chen Daqiang finished picking up the phone and called Yi Fei, and after a few simple explanations, he hung up the phone to look at Chen Xiaoyu, who was looking at the side with an awesome face. Dad, how was it? Didn't realize. Did you? I'm PPO's nemesis. Chen Daqiang didn't refute his words and said after some thought, your rejuvenation technique is one of the healing abilities, and since your rejuvenation technique has a killing effect on Apiao, then I suspect that all healing abilities should have this effect. How can that be? Chen Xiaoyu was clearly unable to accept the fact that she was not the savior. However, Chen Daqiang is a very decisive person. Immediately called the top to report this matter briefly. It wasn't even 10 minutes before word came back from above. Chen Daqiang's guess was true. All of the healing powers were able to inflict damage on PPO, and Zhang Wei and the others who discovered this were rewarded with $1 million. Big brother, I didn't realize there was a special prize. Hey, I didn't expect that. Zhang Wei looked at Chen Daqiang and said, Uncle Chen, the one Wu Ren was talking about, her daughter's great-aunt. I'll ask Yi Fei to investigate by the way. Chen Daqiang picked up the phone again and called Yi Fei. At this time, it was already 2 in the morning, and less than 20 minutes had passed since Yi Fei was notified. Yet this kid had already rushed to Wu Ren's village. What? Wu Ren is an only child. Chen Daqiang hung up the phone and looked at Zhang Wei. Did you guys hear wrong? Wu Ren doesn't have any siblings. Zhang Wei frowned. How can that be? We all heard it with our own ears at the time. Yeah, we all heard that. The 4 Zhang Biao and Chen Xiaoyu all nodded their heads to testify. For a moment, Chen Daqiang couldn't help but frown as well. After a full minute, Zhang Wei and Chen Daqiang simultaneously brightened up and said, it's not great-aunt. It's great-aunt. Right, great-aunt. It must be great-auntie that Warren is talking about. Quickly, Uncle Chen, let the people up there try again. Yes. Chen Daqiang dialed his superiors again and reported his great-aunt's suspicions. Needless to say, the resources up there were really good, and the message came back again in less than 5 minutes. Great-aunt's damage to PPO is even more bullish than the healing powers, and the top has once again allocated a $2 million bonus. Uncle Chen, great-aunt is filth. Since great-aunt is useful, what about great-aunt? Chen Daqiang looked at Zhang Wei with a confused expression and asked, what is a great-aunt? Zhang Wei hemmed and hawed and said, Uncle Chen, a lot of maternal single men have nothing better to do than watch a Little Island movie. You say, that thing they got out. Forget it, I don't know. It's just a guess. You let the above try. Chen Daxian knew that Zhang Wei wanted to earn more bonuses, but he didn't say anything, but dialed the phone number above again. This time it took a full 20 minutes before the call came back from above. The boy guy's effective, but only against male ghosts, and it will be counterproductive against a female Apao instead. At the same time, it's not very effective against human demons and ghosts. There's still a bonus. $500. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Uncle Chen, hit my card for the bonus and commission. Go home and sleep. Don't rush back. Why don't you think of a few more? Zhang Wei. Chapter 43, What's so dull about it? Time flies and another week has passed. It had been 2 months since the blood moon descended, and the situation in Daxia had basically stabilized. The 3 largest rebel forces, the Dawn Society, the Awakened Alliance, and the Dragon King's Palace, have also disappeared from the open to operate in the shadows. In order to prevent these 3 rebel forces from getting bigger and stronger again, the official government has also begun to recruit a large number of psychics. As long as they are not too wasteful psychics, they can basically be mixed up in the official government as a civil servant. For a while, the public discourse was heavily polarized. But, this is the age of the awakened, and ordinary people can only go on accepting it. After all, even the officials are compromised. It won't take 10 years for the existing pattern of this world to be completely disrupted, and the powerful awakened will become the rulers of this world, and ordinary people will no longer have the power to turn around. What can be done? The world changes every day. I saw on the news yesterday that the Sakura country has been taken down by rebel aliens. Hey, I heard that our Daxia only agrees to take in their young girls between the ages of 18 to 25. Isn't this great? What are you sighing for? I just think the age should be liberalized to 14 to 32. After all, we have quite a lot of bachelors in Daxia. In the House of Love, Zhang Wei's group of people sat around talking about the world's pattern today. Unlike the big-hearted Zhang Wei and the few of them, Wu Zhang and the thin man's mood seemed rather heavy. Looking at the silent two, Zhang Wei patted the thin man's shoulder and said, "What's wrong?" The thin man sighed. "Master Zhang, we've been here for a week. Look at this ghost head on my back." With that, the thin man lifted his shirt, revealing the curse around his waist. The curse was a significantly darker color than it had been a week ago. Even for a cutie, all knew that it was definitely not a good thing. Zhang Wei frowned. He hadn't paid attention to this problem during this period of time. Zhang Wei turned around and lifted aside Zhang Hu's clothes to look, and as expected, the color of the curse on Zhang Hu's waist had also darkened quite a bit. "Master Zhang, those PPO are obviously afraid of you guys. You see, we've been here for a week and PPO hasn't come by." Instead, the two brothers who work at the police station, Yi Fei and Scar, have been troubled by PPO twice more. "If we continue to wait now, we're probably just sitting ducks. It won't do any good at all." Zhang Wei didn't reply. He knew what the thin man meant, which was nothing more than asking him to join him in the secret toon raiding. Just then, a bunch of people came through the door. "Dean Chang, are you there?" The visitor was the manager of the Lin Group, Li Yi, who was prepared to spend $300 million to purchase this orphanage of Zhang Wei not long ago. Beside Li Yi, there was another middle-aged man wearing a jacket. And the probing eye told Zhang Wei that this person was called Zhou Mingxiong. The two were followed by a large group of people. Seeing that Zhang Wei and so many of them were there, Li Yi and his group did not have any trepidation and accelerated their pace to walk over. "Yo, Dean Zhang, you're keeping this cat pretty fat. I didn't see it last time I was here." Li Yi smiled and introduced. "This is Vice Mayor Zhou. Vice Mayor Zhou, this is Dean Zhang of the House of Love." "Hello." The two men smiled and shook hands. "Dean Zhang, this time, Manager Li came to me to talk about this land of yours," Zhou Mingxiong said. "But don't worry, we didn't come with any intention of exerting pressure. We're just being a lobbyist." "Dean Zhang, you know, nowadays the world has changed so much that land is actually not as valuable as it used to be, and for Manager Li to be able to offer a price of $300 million, I think the sincerity is still in place. If Dean Zhang has any dissatisfaction, he may as well say so, and I, as the Vice Mayor of Anyang City, will definitely help you with the coordination." Zhang Wei smiled and did not answer Zhou Mingxiong, but looked at Li Yi. "Manager Li, I would like to ask, if you all don't know that the land isn't worth much anymore, why are you still willing to spend $300 million to buy our place?" "Of course, I'm simply curious, and it's fine if you're not comfortable talking about it." Li Yi smiled and said, "Actually, this is nothing inconvenient to say. As we all know, nowadays the heavens and earth are changing, and the social situation has too many unstable factors compared to before. Dean Zhang, this orphanage of yours is only less than 3 kilometers away from the city, with very convenient transportation, and is situated by the mountains and the water, with good scenery and air. That's why our chairman Lin is trying to buy this place and create an estate that can accommodate all the Lin clan members. At that time, no matter whether it's absorbing the power of the blood moon at night or security, it's far from being comparable to today's villa area. Zhang Wei nodded at his words. This reasoning made sense. But, I'm sorry, I really can't sell it. As much as I want to sell, I have my hardships, and I hope Manager Li and Vice Mayor Zhou understand. Zhou Mingxiong smiled at his words and said, Dean Zhang, let me hear what kind of suffering you have, and I'll see if I can help you out. Zhang Wei shrugged and said, not long ago I swore to the old dean that if I sold this place my second brother would have to be 10 centimeters shorter. Deputy Mayor Zhou, can you go down there and help me find the old dean to resolve this? Zhou Mingxiong, Nima, your second brother is how long? This kind of poisonous oath also dare to swear. Lousy are not even 10 centimeters. Zhang Wei, our Vice Mayor Zhou has personally come. You're not giving any face at all, are you? A youth in his 20s behind Zhou Mingxiong shouted. Xiao Su, how to talk? People Zhang Dean has the right to refuse. We have to respect people's decisions and opinions well. Besides, my Zhou's face in Zhang Dean here is not worth it. Zhou Mingxiong appeared to be chiding the youth behind him, but in reality, he was still saying that Zhang Wei did not give him face. Zhang Wei smiled and did not answer. Not to mention that Zhou Mingxiong's face is worthless in his place. Even if the mayor came, that is equally worthless. This matter was never negotiable in the first place. Seeing this, Zhou Mingxiong instantly understood Zhang Wei's meaning and immediately spoke. Since Dean Zhang doesn't want to sell, then we won't get involved in this mess. Vice Mayor Zhou, I'll see you off. Dean Zhang, farewell. Li Yi also turned around without hesitation. Dean, although this Vice Mayor Zhou seems to be very kind, I feel that this guy doesn't have any good intentions. Su Qing said. Zhang Wei nodded. Not long ago, we went to Yang'an City and clashed with a Blackwater company over there, getting quite a few of them killed in the secret realm. The owner of Blackwater is called Li Feng. He's the brother-in-law of the mayor of Yang'an, Zhou Mingyong, and this Zhou Mingxiong and Zhou Mingyong are two brothers. Holy, Master Zhang, then you were too calm just now. The thin man was surprised. Zhang Wei sneered. What's there to sulk about? This Zhou Mingyong and Zhou Mingxiong are now the mayor and vice mayor. But what can they do to me? I'm an honest citizen who hasn't even violated the law. If we enter the secret realm, it's not certain who gets who killed. Zhang Wei said and patted the thin man's shoulder. Remember, as long as we haven't broken the law, we're not afraid even if the state lord comes. The thin man rolled his eyes at that. Well, let's talk about the secret realm. Once the thin man and Wu Zheng heard this, they were like chicken blood. Master Zhang, listen to me. That secret place. Chapter 44, Dongchuan City, Dongfeng Mystic Realm. The place Zhang Wei and the others were heading to this time was Dongfeng County, which was far away from Anyang City, more than 700 kilometers away. Dongfeng County. This county is under the jurisdiction of Dongchuan City. When it comes to Dongchuan City, it has a very different geography from Anyang City. The city of Anyang is surrounded by rolling hills and steep peaks, while Dongchuan City is situated on top of a vast and sprawling plain, where the land is fertile and productive, making it one of the crucial cities of the Great Summer Kingdom. But who would have thought that nowadays Dongchuan City, even about 1/10 of the area, has been turned into a creepy ghost city? Especially that Dongfeng County. The entire county has completely fallen into a dead silence. What exactly led to such a terrible situation? The answer is hidden in that secret realm in Dongfeng County, the Dongfeng Secret Realm. This secret realm seems to be a gateway to a dark abyss, unleashing a steady stream of disaster and fear, bringing devastation to this otherwise prosperous land. In order to solve the trouble brought about by the Dongfeng Secret Realm, Dongchuan City has offered a reward of 1 billion. What the hell? A billion? Zhang Wei grabbed the collar of the thin man and said, asterisk 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 asterisk. Why didn't you say so earlier? Master Zhang, this reward was only issued in the last 2 days as well. Zhang Wei let go of the thin man at his words and said, then what are you waiting for? Ah biao. Now. Immediately. Right away. Set off. Yes, big brother. In the end, Zhang Wei and the others still didn't walk away. Northside Police Department. Zhang Wei looked at Scar, who was severely dehydrated and unconscious with sunken eyes being treated by Chen Daxiang, and curiously asked, Officer Yi, what's wrong with him? Yi Fei sighed and said, it's a female ghost. Early this morning, I was out on a mission when Scar called to say he'd met PPO, and when I rushed over, it was already too late. But fortunately, that female ghost's Taoist skills were not deep, and Scar only managed to pick up his life. Wait, Zhang Wei was puzzled. Didn't you go late? How do you know it's a female ghost? And it's daytime. PPO can come out in the daytime too? Yi Fei explained. Although I went late, Scar was still sitting underneath the female ghost at that time, so it wasn't too late. As for this daylight, Yi Fei sighed and said, nowadays, A lot of Apao have been able to come out in the daytime, as long as they hide from the sun. The crowd couldn't help but look at each other. The thin man, however, seized the key point in Yi Fei's words and asked, Officer Yi, do you mean that Officer Knife was XX sucked dry by that female ghost? Yi Fei nodded with a serious face. Crowd. Alright, it's fine already, Daqiang Chen said as he got up. Right, Zhang Wei, I heard that you guys are going to Dongchuan City? Zhang Wei nodded his head and said, yes, we are ready to leave today. Just now I called to ask Officer Yi if he wanted to go, but he ended up saying something happened to Scar, so we came over to take a look. Chen Daqiang looked at Scar, who was still unconscious, and said, take them with you, Director. Yi Fei said worriedly, if we all leave, what about the law and order on this side of North City? Chen Daqiang smiled and said, don't worry, it's not like it was 2 months ago, it won't be chaotic. But, without waiting for Yi Fei to finish, Zhang Wei pulled him over to look at Chen Daqiang and said, Uncle Chen, I'll recommend 2 people to you. Here's their number, call them for anything dangerous. And by the way, put the reward on my card. Zhang Wei gave Chen Daqiang's phone number to Zhang Kuei and Su Qing's, and the strength of this fierce and stiff is now the strongest fighting force Zhang Wei has seen in addition to Funeral Biao. Of course, not including Zhang Biao and the 4 of them. Okay, I'll call them if something happens. Then we'll leave first. Biao, take Scar to the car. Holler big brother. Zhang Wei, be careful of Yang and city's people. Chen Daqiang warned. Okay, Uncle Chen. Zhang Wei nodded. Zhang Wei and his group of 9 people drove 2 cars. Zhang Wei, Zhang Biao, Zhang Bao, Scar, and Thin Man were in the van. Wu Zhang, Yi Fei, Zhang Hu, and Zhang Long drove Wu Zhang's SUV. Master Zhang, I say it's time for you guys to replace this van. It's worn out like this. You know. Zhang Wei rolled his eyes and said, this is the first car in my life. Scar, who had just woken up, said weakly, this car, isn't it? Mine? What yours? Mine. Then you go to the closing, and you find me to pay it. Hey, but, Scar, this time Zhang Wei used Wu Zhang's highway etc, so he got on the highway smoothly. However, Zhang Wei, this van is really cannot raise the speed, even if the gas pedal to the end. The highest speed did not exceed 90 yards per hour. It was already 11 o'clock at night when the group arrived at Dongchuan City. However, just off the highway the group was stopped by officers. It's not because Zhang Wei's car is broken, but Dongchuan City actually has a curfew. However, this point was not difficult for Zhang Wei and the others. Officer, we're headed to East Windsor County. You guys are going to the Dongfeng secret realm? The police officer on duty looked at Zhang Wei in surprise and asked. Zhang Wei nodded his head and said, that's right, we are here for the East Wind Mystic Realm. To tell you the truth, I'm the nephew of Chen Daqiang, the chief of the North City Police Department in Anyang City, and he's the one who asked us to come and help you deal with the trouble here, and make some extra money on the side. 2 others on our team are officers from the North City Police Department in Anyang City. The constable on duty listened in awe. So it's the comrades from the support of Anyang City. Hard work to you guys. Please wait a few moments. I'll contact the director. The officer finished and went to the phone. Soon the constable returned. Comrade, our director says that you are requested to proceed to the city office first, where he will be waiting for you. Zhang Wei nodded after thinking about it. Okay, tapping on the lack of navigation. Zhang Wei drove towards the city police station in Dongchuan City. Big brother, why are we going to the police station? Let's go check it out first. After all, we'll have to find them when it's time to collect the bounty. Not long after Zhang Wei and his group left, a dozen SUVs drove out from the highway intersection behind them. You guys, before the stopping officer could finish, a paper was handed out from the driver's side of the first car. So you're a comrade from Yangon City. Please proceed. The officer's words were still only half spoken when the papers in the other man's hand were withdrawn, and then he closed the window and drove straight away. Looking at the dozen or so SUVs that left, the officer couldn't help but spit out, too arrogant. Forget it, it's none of my business. It's a moot point whether I'll come back alive or not. After the tirade, the officer went back to his honest duty. Chapter 45, Infiltration into the Secret World. Dongchuan City Police Department. Conference Room. Dean Zhang. Hard work. Everyone, have a seat. Facing the polite, big-bellied middle-aged man in front of him, Zhang Wei politely nodded, while the person's information appeared in Zhang Wei's eyes. Dian Hui, age 54, physical state, health, A-class alien, mind control, rank, 24, combat power 238. It wasn't the first time Zhang Wei had seen a psychic alien. The last guy named Yang Wei was also a psychic alien, but he was only a C rank, and his combat power was pathetically weak. As for this Dai Anhui in front of him, his strength could be said to be frighteningly strong, and apart from the 4 Zhang Biao people present, there was no one whose fighting strength was above this Dai Anhui. Combat power was a comprehensive assessment value detected by the probing eye, and while there was a slight deviation in actual combat, it was never too great. Dean Zhang, I've already talked to Director Chen on the phone on your way here, and he's told me about your heroic deeds, so I have to say, Dean Zhang, you're quite the youngster. If we in Dongchuan City had talents like you, Dean Zhang, to nip the danger of the secret realm in the bud, we wouldn't have suffered such a great loss today. Zhang Wei did not have any comments he wanted to make regarding Dai Anhui's words. He doesn't understand the situation in Dongchuan City, and even if he does, he doesn't want to talk about this kind of topic with these government officials. Acting Director, I wonder how much information your side has on the East Wind mysteries. Dai Anhui understood that Zhang Wei didn't want to talk nonsense with himself, so he didn't hesitate any longer and reached out to open the projector on the table. It's ours nowadays to get some information. What everyone is seeing now is the picture inside this East Wind mystery realm. Beneath this plane, there's a massive graveyard. Dai Anhui played the footage and narrated it at the same time. Half an hour later, the footage was shown. Dean Zhang, you've all traveled a long way to get here and worked hard. How about resting for a night first and setting off in the morning? Dai Anhui's words appeared to be caring about Zhang Wei and the others, but in reality, he was urging Zhang Wei to go in as soon as possible. But Zhang Wei didn't mind. After all, they just didn't plan to stay here for 3 or 5 days. Then I'll trouble the acting director to make the arrangements. No bother. No bother. It's me who should thank you on behalf of the citizens of Dongchuan City. By the way, Dean Zhang, did you guys have dinner? No. Zhang Wei hastily shook his head. Xiao Chen, take Dean Zhang and the others to the hotel to rest. And by the way, arrange for dinner. Make sure to make thoughtful arrangements. Yes, Chief. It wasn't long before Zhang Wei and his group arrived at a 5-star hotel under the guidance of Xiao Chen. Even though Dongchuan City had a strict curfew policy in place at the moment, the rule didn't seem to affect people who were inside the hotel too much. Quite the contrary. The curfew had prevented many citizens from going out and moving around, making the already bustling and noisy hotel even more lively at the moment. Guests either sit in groups and laugh together, or taste the wine and food alone. The waiters are busy shuttling between the crowds, providing thoughtful and meticulous service for the guests. The whole lobby is filled with a cheerful and warm atmosphere, as if it is an isolated kingdom of joy, not disturbed by the curfew of the outside world in the slightest. However, Zhang Wei was able to tell that many of the people in here did not behave like rich people. Obviously, these people are thinking that the world is hopeless, so they are rushing out their family savings to spend it. There have been many such people since the day the blood moon descended, and there are still quite a few even now that the situation in Daxia has stabilized. And, with many people getting killed by PPO every day in Dongchuan City nowadays, there are even more of these people with the mentality of spending their money even after death. Dean Zhang, do you want to eat first or go to your room to rest? You don't have to ask. Eat first. Okay, Dean Zhang, you guys please follow me. Xiao Chen was obviously familiar with the place and directly brought Zhang Wei and the others to a large box on the second floor. Dean Zhang, here's the menu. You guys take a look at what's appetizing. Everyone can also scan the code to order food. What do you want to eat at ease? This hotel owner, in order to support this matter of the East Wind mystery, the comrades brought from our side of the police department are free of charge. Zhang Wei sniffed and admired himself. If you weren't smart, you wouldn't have this kind of good thing. On the side of Zhang Biao, 4 people heard Xiao Chen this. Where can still hold back? Directly pick up the phone and wildly clicked. In the back of the hotel kitchen, the waiter in charge of ordering food was numb from watching the ticket issuing robot. 999 servings of mapo tofu? 999 servings of boiled pork? 999 servings of rice? 999 servings of steamed buns? Did the machine malfunction? Or did the guest above accidentally touch the screen? Or did they take a picture and send it to their friends? Soon, the waiter figured it out. The machine didn't malfunction and guests didn't accidentally touch the screen and take pictures to send to their friends. Just a couple of guests from their hotel who have a little bit of ability to eat. Yeah, just a little bit edible. Just ate all the meals from their hotel kitchen. The next day, on the national highway leading from Dongchuan City to Dongfeng County, Zhang Wei and his party's car didn't drive far before stopping. Dean Zhang, you can't drive in front. Yifei frowned at the wrecked and scrapped vehicles on the road in front of him and said, obviously it's only been 10 days or so. It's as if these cars have been in trouble for a few years. Wu Zhang took a deep breath and said, what's going on here is far too serious than I thought. I checked the information last night. There are fully 300,000 people in Dongfeng County, and at least 1/3 of them have not been evacuated out in time to be able to leave more than 100,000 people in this. The dangers ahead can be imagined. If all of these people turn out to be a Bayo, then we will be facing 100,000 a Bayo. Now, even if we want to go in, I guess it won't be an easy task. Zhang Biao scratched his head and said, is it dangerous? How come I didn't feel it? The crowd couldn't help but roll their eyes. What else can you feel besides eating? I have an idea. The thin man pointed at the broken vehicles and said, look at those cars. Although the people inside are all reduced to a pile of bones, their clothes are still there. The internet says that as long as we wear the clothes of the dead, PPO will treat us as his own kind. How about we wear their clothes and blend in? That's a good idea. Go, try it. It's okay to try, but if it doesn't work, you can return it. At the same time Zhang Wei and the others were plucking those skeleton clothes. More than 20 kilometers ahead of them, a group of people were engaged in a fierce battle with hundreds of Apao. Damn it, how can these PPO show up during the day? How the hell did Zhang Wei's group get over there? This group of people was none other than the Alterans sent by the mayor of Yang'an City, Zhou Mingyang, to find trouble with Zhang Wei and the others. However, what this group of people didn't know was that due to Zhang Wei and the others resting in the hotel for the night, they were already ahead of Zhang Wei and the others at this time, and had helped Zhang Wei and the others to minimize a lot of trouble. Chapter 46 Dongfeng County. One person pretending to be a ghost is normal. A group of people pretending to be a ghost is way off the mark, especially Zhang Biao. The body size of their general clothes simply cannot set up, can only hang up several pieces of clothing on the body. You don't even say. Hanging several pieces of clothing, they were like a sewing monster. The four people who looked horrible in themselves. At this time even Yifei and the others looked at them all heart-drumming. The navigation has failed. We'll have to rely on the map for the rest of the way. Wu Zheng's homework was always the one who did his homework the most. Unzipping his backpack and taking out a map and looking at it, he said, we are now 79 kilometers away from the Dongfeng Mystic Realm, and at our speed, if there are no accidents, it will take about 6 hours. That took so long. Zhang Wei looked at the national highway in front of him, which was not so smooth but was barely drivable, and said to the four Zhang Biao, Biao, carry our van over. Yifei hurriedly advised, Dean Zhang, you can't drive, it will attract PPO's attention. Zhang Wei gave a blank look and said, what are you afraid of? We are also Apao now. Besides, who says PEO can't drive? Zhang Wei's words are really good. Who says PPO can't drive? Zhang Biao's four men carried the bread around those scrapped vehicles. Big brother, should the other one be carried over? No need. Just drive a car, Zhang Wei said. 9 men, 1 car, and among them, 4 big, burly men who are over 300 pounds. Other than this Wuling God car, Zhang Wei couldn't really think of any car that he drove smoothly that could fit. Zhang Wei and Zhang Biao sat at the front and drove the car. Zhang Hu, Zhang Long and Zhang Bao sat in the middle, and in the last row were Yifei, Scar, Wu Zheng, and the 4 of them. Although it was squeezed a little, Zhang Wei didn't feel it, and it wasn't him who was squeezed anyway. If there are no surprises, we'll arrive at our destination in about 2.5 hours. However, what is said is done. Zhang Wei had just driven out a few kilometers when their car was stopped by 5 yellow-haired Apao. Zhang Wei braked sharply, poked his head out and cursed, what are you doing? Blocking the middle of the road looking for death. The road blocker, Apao, was scolded and froze, and then reacted with a great fury. Kid, do you know who you're talking to? Get down here. The 5 yellow-haired Apao have pulled out steel pipes and screamed at Zhang Wei. You who? Zhang Wei and his group opened the car door and walked down. We're down. What do you want? The 5 yellow-haired Apao looked at the arms of the 4 Zhang Biao, which were thicker than their own waistlines, as well as the other party's scared-to-death faces, and directly knelt down. Nima, no martial arts. 1 car actually sits 9 ghosts. Big brother. We just wanted to show you guys a pole dance. Yeah, we just wanted to show you guys a pole dance. Alright, then you guys start. Zhang Wei sneered. Wu Zheng wanted to advise Zhang Wei not to waste his time here, but in the end, he did not open his mouth to say so. The 5 yellow-haired Apao where they could do any pole dancing, but they had to take the pole and dance under the watchful eyes of Zhang Biao's 4 men. Looking at the hot dance in front of him, Zhang Wei immediately lost interest. Pow! Get them all inside this altar. Okay, big brother. Don't. I was wrong. In less than a minute, 5 yellow-haired Apao were stuffed inside the altar by Zhang Bao, while Zhang Wei also harvested 20 system points. Bah! Stepping on a horse's paw. Can't even do an alien ability. Worth 5 points of scum. The old man still has 1 system point for an altar. Zhang Wei cursed. There were a large number of Apao in the Dongfeng area, and Zhang Wei had not driven out for long before he encountered another large group. At a rough count, there were at least 50 to 60 of them. I'll go. There are actually so many Apao. Jiang Wei couldn't help but burst out. In fact, he didn't know that if someone hadn't cleared the way for them, they would have encountered far more than this number of PPO. These Apao in front of him were quite weak, and none of them could even be worth more than 10 system points. Seeing this, Jiang Wei instantly lost interest in cleaning them up, and without hesitation drove the van straight into the past. Only a crackling sound came from the van, and most of the Apao were sent flying in all directions by the van's powerful impact. However, there were still 2 PPO with penetrating ability that were lucky not to be knocked off, but instead appeared directly through the body of the car. However, before they could react in any way, they were rewarded with 2 slaps each from the person sitting in the car in a swift manner. In an instant, those 2 Apao screamed miserably. Their figures instantly dissipated, turning into wisps of green smoke, completely scattering their souls. Big brother, why are these Apao so weak? I don't know. Maybe they're not the kind of regular evolutionary formation of a PPO. Jiang Wei and the others were not fast, and now and then they had to get out of the car and lift up a section of the road. In the middle of the journey, they also met quite a few Apao, but none of them had any effect on Jiang Wei and the others. The other side. Damn it, how come there are more and more PPO? We've obviously bypassed the highway. Brother Long, we're running low on the anti-towels and child's urine we brought with us. If we continue to run out like this, there's no way we can enter the secret realm. Called Brother Long is a courteous young man in a suit. At this time his face is incomparably gloomy. Damn it, how the hell did Jiang Wei's group get over there? Eru, put away the child's urine and auntie's towel. These brats aren't very strong. Use your supernatural powers directly against them. Pick up the pace, we must catch up with Jiang Wei's group. Yes, Lung. On the national highway, Jiang Wei drove leisurely, occasionally bumping into 2 more Apao to have some fun. We're about 3 kilometers from Dongfeng County. Wu Zhang pouted holding the map with a serious face and said, if we want to go to the Dongfeng mystic realm, we'll have to go through the county in order to do so. The crowd knew what Wu was worrying about, but the strength of the brats along the way was weak to the extreme, which made the crowd slack off. Don't worry, with the strength of these brats, Master Slim, I can hammer a large number of them in minutes. The thin man patted Wu Zhang's shoulder and comforted him. Don't worry, Master Thin, I will protect you. Wu Zhang slapped away the thin man's hand and said, there are 100,000 residents in Dongfeng County who have not been evacuated, and this Dongfeng County city accounts for at least 50,000 or more. Don't say 50,000 Apao, Slim, even 50,000 ordinary people can pile up and kill you. As soon as Wu Zhang's words fell, Jiang Wei's voice came from the front row. You're right, it's 50,000 ordinary people. The crowd was stunned at his words, but they soon realized what Jiang Wei meant, only to see the county in front of the bright lights, wide streets with traffic, pedestrians like weaving, bustling through them. The streets were lined with stores, their signboards glittering with colorful light, decorating the night in a particularly colorful way. Brother, have we been in here long? Less than 3 hours, but didn't we leave in the morning? Right. Chapter 47, the living are harder to deal with than the dead. Tick-tock. What the hell are you doing parked in the middle of the road in a broken van? Looking for death. Jiang Wei looked through the rearview mirror, only to see that a fat-headed Apao was poking his head out of the driver's side of a dilapidated SUV behind them, cursing at Jiang Wei and the others. You guys look in the rearview mirror, Jiang Wei said. The crowd sniffed and looked, their mouths all wide open. How come? Could it be the mirror? Jiang Wei immediately bought a mirror from the system mall and rotated it slowly and carefully in all directions. As the angle of the mirror continued to change, a shocking scene appeared. The picture in the mirror was surprisingly very different from what they were seeing with their own eyes at that moment. Originally bustling, full of vitality of the street has now become eerie. Those hurried passers-by even transformed into a twisted face, hideous and horrifying PPO. Hey, I didn't hear you when I was talking to you, did I? The fat head of the man in the SUV behind him walked down, reached out and pulled open the driver's door and grabbed Jiang Wei's collar. However, before he could continue to rage, he saw the 4 Zhangdao people who had a bad look on their faces. Ghost! The fat head and ears man was scared and let out a scream. His legs were immediately soft, so Jiang Wei's quick eyes and hands grabbed his collar and lifted him up again. Ahem! Big brother, would you believe me when I say I'm here to straighten your collar? Ah! Flax fall. Fathead was dragged into the van. The van then just shook slightly. Jiang Wei twisted his head to look at the man who had been beaten up and swollen and said, Now, I'll ask you a question and you answer it. If your answer doesn't satisfy me, my brother's fists will be so gentle now. Yes, big brother, if you please. What's your name? Jiang Wei had actually already seen the man's name with the eye of scrying, and asking this was just to make sure that the guy was honest. My name is Gu Tingyi. Good, the guy's not telling lies, but it's outrageous that such a fat-headed guy has such a catchy name. Second question. How did you die? Gu Tinji was instantly scared less at the words. Big brother, don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm wrong. Oh, I have an old man and a young man. Please, don't kill me. Oh. The fat-headed Gu Tinji cried like a child for a while. The crowd frowned directly at the sight. Yi Fei looked at Zhang Wei and said, from my experience of handling cases for many days, he doesn't look like he's pretending. He should not know that he's dead. Don't know you're dead? Zhang Wei grinned. Kind of interesting. Zhang Wei directly grabbed Gu Tinji's hair and disliked the mirror in his hand. Open your eyes. Gu Tingyi looked at himself in the mirror and froze directly in place for a moment. After a long time, Gu Tingyi's breath began to shift. No, I'm not dead. You lied to me. You lied to me. Gu Tingyi slowly stood up, and his face began to become incredibly distorted. However, before he could finish his transformation he was slapped by Zhang Hu and knocked over in the car. You, yell again and smoke your ass. Gu Tinji, who had been intimidated by Zhang Hu, instantly wimped out and huddled in the car with a resigned face, not daring to raise his head. Zhang Wei was about to ask a few more questions when a traffic police motorcycle stopped right next to Zhang Wei's car. Hey, what's the matter with you guys? Why are you stopped in the middle of the road? Zhang Wei twisted his head to look at the traffic police and grinned. The next moment, the traffic cop was dragged into the van by Zhang Wei, who grabbed his collar. The commotion over here had already attracted the attention of pedestrians, and Zhang Wei drove the van away from the area with a kick of the gas. More than 10 minutes later, inside an underground parking lot, thunderbolt, the bruised and swollen Gu and the traffic cop were cuddling and shivering in the corner. Big brother, no matter how you beat them they don't know how they died, much less how they became ghosts. The crowd couldn't help but frown again. Asterisk. Master Zhang, let's just go straight to the East Wind's secret realm. The thin man scratched his hair and said, with Master Thin's experience, as long as we solve the boss of the East Wind's secret realm, the mystery will be solved by itself. Okay, let's go to the East Wind's secret realm first. Go, get in the car. However, Zhang Wei and the others soon realized that wanting to go to the East Wind mystic realm was not such a simple matter. The group had just driven not far from the parking lot when an old woman collapsed directly in front of Zhang Wei's car and theirs. Hey Gu, come quick. Someone's dead. Kid, pay up. Don't think you're leaving without $30,000 to $50,000 today. The crowd was numb. Nima, the living touched the porcelain. Ah Pao actually touched the porcelain too. Hey, what are the people in the car still sitting there for? People are knocked down and they still don't get down? In just a few moments, there were 3 layers of people eating outside Zhang Wei's van. Big brother, are we going to finish them off? Zhang Biao asked as he rubbed his fists together. Zhang Wei shook his head. I'll take care of it first. Zhang Wei opened the car door and walked down. As he picked up the old woman who was touching the ground, he said, Ah pal, ah shucks, granny, since you're injured, how about I send you to the hospital? The old woman pushed Zhang Wei away and said, how do I know if you're taking me to the hospital or somewhere? Pay up, don't leave today without paying up. Asterisk. Zhang Wei took out a wad of plutonium and threw it in front of the old woman. Take the money and get lost. Hey, what's wrong with you? You hit someone and don't pay for it and insult them with plutonium. Boy, overdoing it huh? Hold him down. We can't let him go. Grass. I knew it. This Tama living person is even harder to deal with than PPO. Bang! Zhang Biao and his group opened the car door and rushed down. And in just the blink of an eye, a group of people were sent flying. Ah! Ghosts! Evil ghosts! Run! Aside from the ones lying on the ground unable to move, those who were eating melon instantly ran clean. However, before Zhang Wei and the others could get into the car, more than a dozen police cars drove straight over. Evil spirits across the street. You are surrounded. Put down your weapons and raise your hands in surrender. With the arrival of the police car, a dense crowd of figures suddenly appeared all around. Tramp, being told by a bunch of a-holes that were a-holes. I can't take it anymore. Scar's hands were already ablaze. Master Zhang. Him. The thin man shouted excitedly. Big brother. Before Zhang Biao people clenched their fists at the same time. Zhang Wei lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, then slammed it down hard on the ground. Grass. In the end it's the fists that do the talking. Asterisk. Chapter 48, I want to learn. Hey this is the East Wind County Police, we need backup. Ah, Dongkan City. City Council Office. Chief, hurry up and send someone. Those are our comrades. Chief. Dian Hui sat in silence like a statue on that slightly worn chair. His head hung low, his eyes gazing at the ground, his lips closed as if they were glued, always saying nothing. At this moment, his mind was rapidly calculating various possibilities and coping strategies. Are there still living people there in East Windy County? Or not? This question is like a heavy dark cloud hanging over Anhue's heart. The answer is yes. But it definitely won't be the officer who just called. The voice coming from that call was full of fear and despair, as if it was an echo from the depths of hell, making Anhue's mood all equally as heavy even though he knew he was no longer a living person. Just then, a firm and strong voice broke the suffocating silence in the room. Chief, I know you have concerns, but please let me go. The person who spoke was none other than Lin Chuan, one of the only 4 official S-rank psychics in Dongchuan City. Lin Chuan's stance was upright, his face stalwart, and his eyes revealed a fearless courage. Lin Chuan, awakened with the wind ability, could move with the wind and was as fast as lightning. With his speed, at full power, he could reach Dongfeng County in 5 minutes at most. Anhui looked up at Lin Chuan and spoke after a full minute. Come back alive. Yes, Chief. A breeze brushed by, and Lin Chuan's voice and his figure disappeared in front of Anhui at the same time. East Windsor County. Zhang Hu's 4 men were like 4 demons coming out of hell, constantly tearing apart all the enemies in front of them. And these enemies, there are East Windsor County Sheriff's deputies and regular people. Old men, women, pregnant women, children. It was as if they were 4 merciless slaughter machines, constantly obliterating the seemingly normal humans in front of them. The crowd is getting bigger. Although those seemingly innocent people were constantly running away, yet a mysterious force kept bringing them to Zhang Biao and the others. Can't kill it all. Simply can't kill enough. Maybe only perverts like Funeral Biao would like a place like this. Zhang Biao's 4 men opened the way in front. Yi Fei and Slim didn't stay idle either, constantly eliminating those ordinary people rushing up behind them. Scar stayed by Zhang Wei and Wu Zhang's side, protecting them as they moved forward. Dean Zhang, have you noticed that it seems like it's about to dawn? Wu Zhang said as he looked up at the sky. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei slowly raised his head and cast his gaze towards that lofty sky. At this moment, although the entire canopy was still covered by a layer of grayish tones, appearing somewhat dim and gloomy, compared to when they had just stepped into this place, they could indeed notice some slight changes. The light seemed to be slightly brighter. It was as if a large, invisible hand was gently plucking away the heavy clouds, allowing the sun to sneak a few faint rays of light through the cracks. This little bit of light is not enough to dispel the darkness and gloom around us, but it gives a glimmer of hope and future. Retracting his gaze, Zhang Wei looked at the people in front of him who were fleeing with terrified faces. Perhaps, this is a kind of redemption. Just then, a breeze blew by and a figure appeared in the middle of Zhang Wei's group. Look out! Without saying a word, Scar was slapping his palm, and the great fire followed Scar's palm and attacked the incoming person directly. Don't get me wrong, I'm a police officer from Dongchuan City. Lin Chuan dodged Scar's strike with just a slight sidestep. Someone from Dongchuan City? Zhang Wei frowned at the handsome man in front of him, and the other party's information immediately appeared in his line of sight. Lin Chuan, 24 years old, physical condition, healthy, S-class alien, wind control, rank, 25, combat strength 268. Zhang Wei's mind said, another expert. We received a call about a shifter massacring ordinary people. As if Lin Chuan didn't dare to look at those innocent people, his gaze looked straight at Zhang Wei and said, I heard from the director that you guys are here to deal with the Dongfeng mysteries. Can you tell us what the situation is now? Zhang Wei laughed. It's this situation you saw. I'm curious. According to your script, shouldn't you have come in with a shout and fought us for 300 rounds? Lin Chuan didn't care about this sneer from Zhang Wei, but turned his head to look at Wu Zhang. This comrade, I think you should speak more reliably. Zhang Wei. Indeed, Wu was about to be much more reliable than Zhang Wei. Without much nonsense, Wu Zhang quickly gave Lin Chuan a rundown of the matter, not forgetting to take out a mirror and show it to Lin Chuan. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, Lin Chuan's expression then changed a little. Lin Chuan looked at Scar and asked, you said that the fire-type psychic ability, and that the strength isn't low, right? Scar sniffed proudly and said, naturally, brother soared my strength in Anyang City how to rank the top 5. Scar said this while not forgetting to look at the 4 Zhang Biao people in front of him. Lin Chuan nodded and said, then can you do me a favor? What favor? Scar queried. Burn this place. What? Although Scar's strength is good, is it possible for him to burn down Dongfeng County alone? If it's 3, 5 or so years from now, maybe it can be done. But now, it's definitely not possible. But, he's not alone either. Flame, the blazing, leaping and flickering flames, was one of the mysterious elements between this vast expanse of heaven and earth. It contains endless energy and fiery power, as if it were a wild and spectacular expression of the world given by nature. Fire, which brings light and warmth and dispels darkness and cold. Wind, invisible, colorless, unrestrained through every corner of the world. It is sometimes as gentle as silk, caressing people's faces, sometimes violent like a tiger, whistling and sweeping the earth. When the spring breeze creeps through, it brings with it the scent of new life and hope. It gently wakes up the sleeping things, letting the tender green buds from the branches to poke their heads out, colorful flowers competing to bloom, as if to the whole world put on a colorful dress. The summer wind, on the other hand, carries a bit of heat and agitation. Roaring flames erupted from Scar's hands, and in an instant, a fire cloud was formed that enveloped the 100 meters above the heads of the crowd. That's as far as I can control it. Lin Chuan nodded. In the very next instant, Lin Chuan was seen violently swinging his hands forward, and in an instant, an extremely violent and surging wind elemental force gushed out from his hands as if it was a wild horse. This powerful force rushed straight into the burning fire cloud. Only a deafening roar could be heard. Boom! With this roar, wind and fire instantly intertwined together, forming an extremely terrifying and spectacular sight. Originally incomparably hot fire clouds in the gusty wind, the fire became more and more ferocious, like an enraged beast, spreading to the surrounding area with teeth and claws. The flames tossed and jumped, constantly licking the surrounding air, as if they wanted to swallow the whole world into it. And the howling wind was like a big invisible hand, pushing the fire cloud to expand rapidly, and everywhere it went was a sea of fire. Jiang Wei's eyes widened as he stared in fascination at the fiery cloud above his head that seemed to come from the end of the world. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So eager to learn. However, soon Jiang Wei shriveled up, because with the little system points he's saving now, he can't afford. Chapter 49 Opening owes 20 million merits. The blazing fire was like a ferocious beast, mercilessly opening its bloody mouth and instantly engulfing the entire Dongfeng County town. The hot flames licked every inch of land, every house and every street. Turning everywhere they went into scorched earth and ruins. And yet, this terrible fire seemed to have a mysterious and divine power. Not only did it destroy the physical buildings of this county, but it also purified all the undead in Eastwind County. Those spirits of the dead that once lingered in the flesh and did not go away were relieved by the light of the fire. Countless figures of men, women, and children stood on the streets or in the wasteland, giving Jiang Wei and the others a deep salute before drifting away with the wind. With the fire gradually extinguished, the thick, lead-like dark clouds that had originally loomed above the heads of the crowd also began to slowly disperse. The sun pierced through the clouds and poured down on the earth, illuminating a land that had been baptized by disaster. At this moment, this scene deeply shook the crowd. Congratulations to the host, gaining merit value plus 10430328. Congratulations to the host for activating the merit value. The merit value system mall page has been opened. Merit value can be used to purchase special commodities and can be exchanged 1:1 for system points. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jiang Wei, who had just been in shock, almost didn't fly in place. What the hell? 10 million merits? 1-for-1 exchange of system points? Wouldn't he take off then? Excited heart, trembling hands, Jiang Wei slowly tapped the system panel to look at the column of merit value. Merit value balance -23113289 points. Isn't it 10 million merit values? Why is there 20 million? Did brother usually do too many good deeds? Jiang Wei tried hard to recall the past, and really couldn't remember when he had done anything good. In that case, system, exchange 10 million system points with 10 million merit values. Sorry, host's merit value balance is insufficient. Redemption failed. What the hell? My $20 million. Before Jiang Wei could finish his sentence, he directly froze in place, because it was only then that he saw that he didn't have 20 million merit values, but was negative 20 million. Right at this moment, the merit value that had just been -23113289 suddenly jumped to -23315664 points. Anyet, Anyang City, Beicheng, House of Love. In the fish pond, hundreds of large fish opened their bloody mouths, and those mouths full of teeth were flashing with a cold light. Morning Biao grabbed a body behind him and threw it in. The next moment the fish pond boiled over like a pot. What's more, they directly jumped out of the water and bit towards Morning Biao. Meow. The claw shadows that filled the sky flashed by, and the heads of those big fish suddenly bled out before they subsided. Hey, just how many people did Brother Wei offend? It feels like how can we not finish killing them all? Morning Biao sighed as he grabbed the corpse behind him and fed it to the fish. Although he enjoys killing, he enjoys it more when he kills more. Wei would be moved to tears if he knew I'd helped him out with so much trouble. East Windsor County. The van. Big brother, are you crying? No, it's the wind and sand in the eyes. An S-Class alien system mall sells for $5 million. Almost Jiang Wei possessed 2 S-ranked psychic abilities. Treadmill. I should have known that I would have done less evil in the past. Up to now Jiang Wei had never suspected that he was being pitched by a cat. The main reason is still, he really didn't do a lot of things in the past. And good things are really not done. However, Jiang Wei did not realize that due to owing too much merit value, His body seemed to have undergone a special change. East Wind Mystery. Arrived. Everyone be careful when you go in. Don't worry, big brother. Zhang Wei put away the van, and his group stepped right into the East Wind Mystic Realm. Although there had been rumors circulating in the outside world that the Dongfeng mysterious realm was actually a mysterious ancient tomb. However, when Zhang Wei and the others actually stepped into this mysterious realm, what they saw in front of them was very different from the rumors. Here there is no imaginary mountains towering. There is no so-called plains and grasslands. Instead of the endless crimson land, as if it is a piece of time forgotten, no signs of life in the barren land. As far as the eye could see, this piece of red earth was like a vast and boundless desert, and the dry and chilly air poured over one's face, making one feel that it was a bit difficult to breathe. The ground was covered with a thick layer of sand and dust, raising a cloud of dust with every step. The crimson color appeared more and more vivid and eye-catching, even a bit harsh. From a distance, there was no end in sight, only rolling sand dunes and the occasional few huge rocks dotting the landscape. Lin Chuan, you're from Dongchuan City. Have you ever been to this Dongfeng secret realm? Lin Chuan shook his head and said, no, as S-ranked exalts, we aren't allowed to travel to dangerous secret realms. My mission this time was also just to check out the situation in Eastwind County, and it was my own decision to come in with you guys. The crowd understood what Lin Chuan meant. In today's world, there are very few people with S-class talents, and even fewer of them are willing to join official organizations. Right now it is in the initial stages of awakening, and the people have not yet fully grown and thrived. If these rare S-class geniuses were to fall at the beginning of the Age of Awakening, it would undoubtedly bring about immeasurable losses for the country as a whole, as well as for the local government in particular. Compared to that, the A-level talent of the supernaturals like Yi Fei and Scar were equally valuable, but at such a special time, they were the only ones who could step forward and give it a go. As for Zhang Wei and the others, who came from the private sector, the government would not pay too much attention to them, regardless of whether their own talents were good or bad. After all, even if something bad happens to them, it will not cause the government the slightest substantial loss. Not only that, in a way, the government even expects more of those more gifted folk psychics to lose their lives, so that the management of the entire society might be more convenient and smooth in the future. Wu Zhang, go to work. Skinny, seek the grave. Holler. The crowd began to move. Zhang Wei was in charge of commanding. Wu Zhang and Slim were in charge of finding the tomb, and all the rest were in charge of guarding. As the saying goes, there are specialties. Handing over the matter of searching for the tomb to Wu Zhang and the Thin Man, Zhang Wei was putting 100% of his heart in it. Finding the tomb wasn't as quick as one might think, especially in a place with the kind of terrain in front of them. Just as Wu Zhang and the Thin Man were searching for the entrance to the cemetery at ease, Lin Chuan suddenly spoke up. Dean Zhang, did you guys hear anything? What's that noise? The crowd was at a loss. Zhang Wei also scanned around the neighborhood with his scrying eye, yet he found nothing. Lin Chuan closed his eyes and felt it carefully for a moment before muttering, like the wind, but not the wind. Yes, asterisk. You don't have to feel it. We've already seen it. Lin Chuan opened his eyes, only to see that countless vines had sprung up around them at some point. At this moment, these vines were gently twisting their bodies. Asterisk. Just some tree vines. Scar stepped forward and said disdainfully, watch me burn them down with a fire. Brother sword. However, as soon as Scar's words were finished, those vines blossomed with densely packed, bloody mouths. Hiss. Scar. Up. Over to you. Scar. Chapter 50. What's the age? Blue silver vine. Status. In berserk. Ability. Entangle. Bite. Level. 18. Combat strength. 116. Danger level. Heavy. Big brother. Be careful. Don't worry about me. Protect Wu Zhang. Although Zhang Wei had not yet awakened his supernatural abilities, however, this by no means meant that he was weak. Putting aside for the moment the wide variety of goods in the dazzling system mall, the many treasures that had been hidden within his system space over this period of time alone would be enough to deal with the situation in front of him. The most appropriate one to use for this situation right now would be Fahai's playset. It is important to realize that when facing these demonic and evil things, Fahai definitely claimed to be the one to beat. This playset contains powerful strength and mysterious spells. Wearing it will give you the same magical ability to subdue demons and eliminate devils as Fahai. Unfortunately, this suit has a drawback that cannot be ignored if used frequently. Its magic will affect the wearer's mind to a certain extent. Zhang Wei naturally knew it by heart, and he didn't want to let himself fall into the embarrassing situation of losing his mind, or even actually running away to become a monk, because of his greed for the power of this suit. After all, he hasn't gotten a wife yet. Treadmill. What the hell is this? Scar's fire-type psychic ability should have been the absolute nemesis of these vines according to common sense. After all, the heat and burning properties of flames can easily reduce plant-like objects to ashes. However, when actually engaging these bizarre vines, Scar was shocked to realize that things were far less simple than he had expected. Although he exerted his fire-type supernatural ability with all his might, and the roaring flames continuously scorched those entangled vines, surprisingly, they were not burned to a crisp as quickly as expected. On the contrary, these vines seemed to have some kind of strange fire resistance. Only the surface was scorched a bit, and still tenaciously continued to stretch and wind their way towards him. Even Lin Chuan, who possessed an S-rank talent, wasn't in any better shape. His incomparably sharp wind blades were able to splash a bunch of sparks every time they cut on top of the vines, but they were equally unable to deal fatal damage to them. Where the wind blade scratched through, it only left a shallow wound, and these wounds were almost negligible to the huge group of vines. On the other side, Zhang Biao's 4 and Yi Fei of the reinforcement department were in a better situation instead, and the vines had already fallen a large portion of the way amidst their biting and clawing. However, to one's surprise, these vines actually took the initiative to avoid Zhang Wei, and even when Zhang Wei took the initiative to approach them, they would automatically back away. What's the situation? Zhang Wei couldn't make sense of it and tried to take the initiative to walk towards those vines. The result was the same as earlier. Those vines immediately retreated under the sand when they saw Zhang Wei approaching, then scurried out from another direction. Yay! This stuff is kind of fun. Just as Zhang Wei was running after those vines, Scar noticed the situation over here and immediately shouted, asterisk 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 asterisk, Dean Zhang, help! Oh, here it comes. Seeing that Scar was in a critical situation, Zhang Wei hurriedly ran towards Scar's direction. Unsurprisingly, when Zhang Wei ran to Scar's side, those vines that had just attacked frantically immediately retreated back under the sand. I go, Dean Zhang, are you that powerful? Scared them off directly? Zhang Wei straightened his collar and coughed lightly. That's natural. Well, actually, Zhang Wei didn't know what the reason was, but that didn't stop him from putting on a show. Zhang Wei took Scar and saved Lin Chuan and Yi Fei again. When the 4 of them walked beside Wu Zhang and the Thin Man, those vines immediately stopped attacking, and after a slight moment of hesitation they all retreated back under the sand. Before the crowd could ask Zhang Wei what was going on, Wu Zhang brightened up and shouted, found it! Sometimes Zhang Wei really wants to spit. Nima, danger lifted and life and death is one of the important conditions you find, right? Wu Zhang led the crowd all the way for a full 2 hours before they came to a modest sand dune. Wu Zhang then messed around with the Thin Man for a while, and a passageway appeared in front of the crowd. I'll take the front, Slim said as he pulled out a flashlight. However, he had just taken a step down when he was lifted back by Zhang Hu with one hand. Zhang Wei looked at Zhang Long and Zhang Bao and said, Ah Long, Ah Bao, you guys go in front. Ah Biao, Ah Hu, you guys pad behind. Yes, big brother. Compared to the skinny Thin Man's small body that was so thin and thin that it seemed like it could fall down when the wind blew, Zhang Biao and the 4 of them were simply muscle-bound warrior gods. Those firm and bulging muscles were well-defined, full of power and explosiveness. Most importantly, they had the ability to eat. As soon as they were injured, they were able to quickly recover their strength and injuries by eating. Not only that, if the situation was so urgent that it reached a critical juncture, they could even burn the energy stored in their bodies to instantly recover from their injuries. However, the price to be paid for doing so was that they became hungrier and fiercer. Even though Zhang Wei cared for Zhang Biao's 4, he would never easily risk the lives and safety of his teammates. This was because it not only reflected his deep understanding and grasp of the true level of strength of Zhang Biao's 4, but it was also the fact that he was responsible for his other teammates as the captain. You can say Zhang Wei is lacking in virtue, but you can't say he's bad. Big brother, there seems to be a bit of a lack of oxygen in there. Hearing Zhang Bao's words, the crowd's faces couldn't help but sink. What are you afraid of? Dumplings? PPO? Organs? Other than public security organs? No. The biggest fear of grave robbing is lack of oxygen and poisonous gas. Stay back. Exit. Zhang Wei gave the order decisively. The crowd soon exited the passage. On the sand, the Thin Man frowned. We don't know how deep it is down there, and ordinary oxygen bottles won't last long, and the danger down there is unknown. Without oxygen, even if our current bodies are far superior to normal people, we can only hold out for half an hour at most. Yi Fei nodded. Slim is right. Lack of oxygen is a serious problem. Wu Zhang looked at Zhang Wei and said, Dean Zhang, is there any good solution? Should we connect a ventilation duct? In the past, Wu Zhang would never have thought of this kind of method, but since he had gone down to the grave with Zhang Wei once, Wu Zhang's thoughts had opened up a lot. It had to be said that such a thing as connecting the ventilation ducts to go down to the tomb was definitely something only Zhang Wei could do. Still, Jiang Wei directly rolled his eyes. Connect to what ventilation duct? What age is this? This is the age of awakening. Jiang Wei turned his head to Lin Xuan, who was eating melon on the side. Officer Lin, you go to the entrance of the passage and blow for half an hour. I still don't believe that an S-class alien can still lack oxygen inside after blowing for half an hour. Lin Xuan, puff. Skinny knelt again. Master Zhang. Great. Chapter 51, this kid's strength is a bit weak. Who has ever said that there must be a trap in the tomb? For example, this tomb that Jiang Wei and the others were facing in front of them. It was an exception. The crowd walked along the passageway all the way down, but did not encounter the slightest obstacle, and smoothly arrived at a large-scale square. This square is vast and boundless, and it inspires awe. And what was even more jaw-dropping was that there were thousands of coffins placed densely above the square, and at a glance, it was like a sea of coffins. These coffins were of different sizes and materials, but they all exuded a mysterious and ancient aura. In the center of this ocean of coffins, there stood a huge and incomparable golden coffin. Its light was bright and dazzling, and even after long years of baptism and erosion, that golden color still shone as before, as if telling of the splendor and glory of its former owner. Yet, despite the countless months and even years that have passed, the golden coffin still rests quietly. Asterisk 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 is rich. Unlike the past days when he couldn't walk when he saw money, Jiang Wei's gaze at this time had become incomparably grave. Soul-locking golden coffin. Underworld artifact. Condition. Complete. Ability. Maintain soul. Repair soul. Soul strengthening. Recoverable system points 50,000 points. Just then, Yifei pointed at a coffin in one direction and said, "Look, the coffin over there has been opened." The crowd sniffed and looked, only to see dozens of coffins placed in a somewhat messy manner in the direction Yifei was pointing to, and the lids of some of the coffins were even slightly open, as if someone had opened and closed them in a hurry. Beside the coffin, some broken porcelain shards and more than a dozen dried-up corpses seemed to tell some secrets of what had happened here. Wu Zhang took a deep breath and said, "It seems that these corpses are those who entered the secret realm in the first place, but that shouldn't be all of them. Most of them should have escaped from here. The explorers released these coffins of PPO, who chased them all the way out of the secret realm, and ended up dragging the whole of Dongfeng County with them." The crowd nodded at the words. Wu Zhang's analysis was very reasonable, and that was how things should be. However, what surprised Jiang Wei was that since these PPO were so ferocious, but they had entered the Dongfeng mysterious realm until now, why did they not meet any of these PPO? Could it be that these Apiao have been hiding in the shadows, preparing to sneak up on us? What Jiang Wei didn't know was that he couldn't guess the truth of the matter even if he tried, because these PPO didn't even think about sneaking or hiding. Ruins of Dongfeng County. Damn it, these humans are actually tuning the tiger out. More than a dozen powerful PPO's lungs exploded with anger as they looked at the ruins and clear sky in front of them. As the first batch of awakened Peafowl, in order to form the Dongfeng County into a ghostly spirit, they siphoned off most of the ghostly chi of those Peafowl in the secret realm who had not yet awakened. The amount of ghostly energy is about how strong the PPOs are, at the cost of thousands of sleeping Apiao's ghost chi, only to form the ghostly spirit. Actually so broken, they did not gas fry are considered to be mentally tough. The Lord won't let us go when he wakes up. Escape. We can't let the master still know we're alive. But where can we go? Go to the city of Yang'an. They ruined our plans. We have to get back at them. Good. Just go to Yang'an City. The dozen or so Apao transformed into a cloudy wind after they finished their discussion and drifted in the direction of Yang'an City. They hadn't been out for long, and they didn't know nothing about the world, so at least they wouldn't go the wrong way. A dozen PPO just left shortly after. The alien from Yang'an City then stepped into the ruins of Dongfeng County. They had come to look for trouble with Jiang Wei, but as a result, they hadn't even seen Jiang Wei's face after they arrived, and they were either in the process of ing Apao or on their way to do so. No, it looks like PPO ed them. Damn it, those Apao are too strong too. Brother Long, half of our brothers have been killed or injured. Now there are only a dozen of us left. Should we continue to look? If we don't bring Jiang Wei's head back, will Zhou Mingyong give us the money? But if we meet the remaining dozen or so Apao again, the brothers will probably all fold here. Arrow and Highwar they are dead. If I don't get the money, how can I explain to their families? If you do not wish to continue with me, go back. I will not force you. Long finished talking and walked towards the direction of the secret realm on his own. Those exalted behind him looked at me. I looked at you, and finally clenched their teeth, and all of them followed. Brother Lung, if I die, remember to take care of my wife for me. Yes, and my sister. She's in Yangon First Hospital. Don't forget to pay her bill. Yes, and my mom. She, Dragon, East Wind Mystery. Jiang Wei looked at the little ghost pried out of the coffin with a black face plus a puzzled look. Ghost soldier, Zhang Wei. Status. In weakness. Ability. Ghost Chi outburst. Level. 28. Combat strength. 48. Recoverable system points 3000. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Tramp. Really? Digging up a ghost is called that. However, this little brat's strength is a bit weak. Level 28. With a combat power of only 48 points. Even if there are no supernatural abilities, the normal situation should be in the upper 200 points. Unlike Zhang Wei, who could directly see the fighting strength of the little ghosts, Yi Fei and the others could only feel that the ghostly aura of the little ghosts in front of them was too pure compared to those Apiao they had met before. Dean Zhang. Be careful. Careful der. As soon as Zhang Wei grabbed the still frothing ghost soldier in the coffin, Zhang Wei stuffed it into the altar and exchanged it to the system in passing. Pry up all these coffins, and arrest all the PO inside. Zhang Wei said and started throwing the altar out. He could already tell that all of these coffins of Apiao had turned into weaklings for some unknown reason. Regardless of what exactly was going on, if he collected these thousands of Apiao first, he would finally be able to afford an S-rank ability. That 10-minute time lapse looked just fine to him. The 4 Zhang Biaos that eating alien power looked powerful too. Zhang Wei's order. Zhang Biao's 4 went to execute it at the first opportunity. After Yi Fei's few people saw that there was no danger, they also immediately joined in. Thousands of PPO. It's still a lot of work to put away. Mostly, the casket was a pain in the ass to pry. Some of the Afghans were even inside pulling the lid of the coffin down. But with Zhang Wei's and their efforts, it still only took 1 day to get it done. Zhang Wei had wanted to put the golden coffin directly into the system space to go back and talk about it. But the system prompted. Not turned on. Can be collected when turned on. Naya. It seems the system isn't stupid. Bill. Pry it open for me. Okay Lou. Big brother. Chapter 52. Only those who can't fight act like grandchildren. Ka, accompanied by a crisp and loud sound, rang out, as if breaking the dead silence around them. Immediately after that, there was a continuous clicking sound, which sounded like the crunching sound of bones being broken. And it was creepy. Under the effect of Zhang Biao's 4 people's powerful strength, the originally quiet golden coffin began to tremble slightly, and continuously issued that kind of chilling ka-ka sound. Each sound was like a roar from the depths of hell, and seemed to signal that something terrible was about to happen. At that very moment, a mysterious and eerie green smoke slowly drifted by like a ghost. Seeing this, the crowd did not hesitate to put on the jars given to them by Zhang Wei. Along with the gradual convergence and condensation of the green smoke, a shocking figure appeared in front of him. This was a man who was around 40 years old. He was tall and powerful, with well-defined muscles that were as solid and strong as if they were made of steel. A head of long, black, shiny hair was casually draped over his shoulders, gently fluttering with the wind. The man's sword brows and starry eyes revealed a stern aura that made people dare not look directly at him. Under the high nose, the lips rose slightly, with a sneer if anything, which seemed to be full of disdain and contempt for everything around him. Wu Zhang, is it which one you like? Wu Zhang, Ghost General, Li Shichao. Status, Normal. Ability, Ghost Chi Gathering, Ghost Chi Transformation Armor, Ghostly Mastery. Rank, 37, Battle Strength, 436 to -748, Recoverable System Points 120, 000. Reacting. Zhang Wei couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. What a strong fight. Although he didn't have any supernatural powers, the strength of this ghost general was completely beyond what they could shake at the moment. I don't know if Fa Hai can resist. Zhang Wei's Fa Hai playset is, after all, just a play, not a real-life descent. And this PPO in front of him was clearly a little too strong. Big brother, want to him? Whispered Zhang Wei. Wait a moment. Hearing Zhang Wei's words, the crowd instantly understood that the guy in front of them was not too easy to mess with. Although Li Shichao was evaluated by the system as a ghost general, his status was clearly more than that. Just from the aura emanating from his body, he must have been at least a prince in his lifetime. As expected, he only saw Li Shichao looking at Zhang Wei and the others suspiciously. Who are you people? Li Shichao obviously hadn't reacted to the fact that he had been robbed of his tomb. Where are my king's guards? Zhang Wei and the others were now wearing jars on their heads, and their clothes were also the clothes of those dead people who had been eroded by ghost chi that they had picked up, and the familiar ghost chi on them made Li Shichao a bit bewildered. With his strength he could clearly sense that these people in front of him were living people, but they were a bit different from the living people he was familiar with in his memories. With a twinkle in his eye, Zhang Wei bowed to Li Shichao and said, "Your Majesty, we are your guards." Ha! Not only was Li Shichao a bit confused, Yi Fei's few people were also confused, only to hear Zhang Wei fluttering, "Your Majesty, here's the thing. Many years ago, later, we are the descendants of your retainers. Naturally, Li Shichao looked at the little cutie with an S expression as he looked at Zhang Wei and said, "Then tell me, what is the name of this king?" "Your Majesty, your surname is Li. First name Shichao." Li Shichao was really surprised this time. His name, other than his guards, really not many people knew it yet. However, although Li Shichao was surprised, he would not believe Zhang Wei's bull asterisk. It was clear to him that something must have happened to his guards. "I just don't know if he's dead or if he didn't follow him to become puffy due to some change." As for this line of people in front of him wiping out his guards and several thousand troops, he hadn't even thought in that direction. This king is now the time to use people. These people in front of us are a bit interesting. The strength is a bit weaker, but it's still better than having no one available. Thinking of this, Li Shichao looked at Zhang Wei and asked, "What's your name?" "Wei Zhang." Li Shichao nodded. "Good. In the future you will be this king's servant one. If you dare to betray this king," Li Shichao sneered and did not continue on. This was one of his imperial maneuvers. However, what Li Shichao didn't know was that Zhang Wei didn't bring any fear at all. What's the point of knowing his name is Zhang Wei? There are tons of people named Zhang Wei all over the world, and just anyone on the street could be named Zhang Wei, Lu Wei, Li Wei, or whatever. "Your Majesty, my subordinate has a favor to ask." "What is it?" Zhang Wei pulled the skinny man beside him and lifted the skinny man's clothes, revealing the Apao curse on the skinny man's waist. "Just a little curse." Li Shichao flicked a finger at the thin man, and the curse at the thin man's waist instantly and unwillingly transformed into a cloud of ghostly chi and exploded. Li Shichao was very satisfied with his means and was about to pretend to say a few words when he saw Zhang Wei and the others turning around and lifting their clothes. "Your Majesty, do me a favor." Li Shichao, after resolving the curses on Zhang Wei and the others, Li Shichao asked, "What year is this?" "Back to your highness. Now that the heaven and earth have changed, our world has been linked to another world. It's a world with a blood moon. Your Majesty, do you need me to help you put away this golden coffin?" "Oh, you can put it away? Your Majesty, watch this." Seeing Zhang Wei put away the golden coffin with a wave of his hand, Li Shichao was also greatly curious. "What kind of spell is that?" "Your Highness, this is not a spell. It's a supernatural ability. Listen to me." The two of them talked as they walked towards the outside of the tomb. Looking at the backs of Li Shichao and Zhang Wei, the crowd was a bit bewildered. Just believe it? Impossible. Wu Zhang shook his head. "He should be trying to take us in or have other plans." "Everyone, don't act rashly. All the other Apiao look illusory, while this one looks no different from a regular person. This shows that this Afei's strength is not ordinary." Zhang Bao interjected. "With my big brother's character, the one who can fight has long gone up to him, and the one who can't fight is the one who pretends to be a grandson." Crowd. Soon, the group came to the surface. It wasn't long before Li Shichao saw a group of people fighting furiously with the blue and silver vines. "It's the blue and silver vines planted by this king. These people are intruders." Li Shichao's eyes stared, and he instructed Zhang Wei behind him. "Servant 1, go finish off these people." However, after a long time had passed since Li Shichao's command, he did not receive any response. Li Shichao couldn't help but feel slightly angry, turning his head and preparing to reprimand Zhang Wei for a few words. As a result, in the next moment, his eyes directly widened. He only saw that Zhang Wei and his group had sat in a tin shell at an unknown time, and were waving at him at that moment. Bye-bye Euler. The van took off in a puff of smoke, leaving only 2 tire tracks for Li Shichao. Chapter 53 Full support to the front line. *********. Dean Zhang, why is your van going so fast? It's 300 yards, right? Zhang Wei grinned at his words. How about it? Handsome. Don't look at Zhang Wei's complacent mouth, but his heart is already numb with pain. Trying to get a wooling van up to 300 yards is nothing but a drive. It was only after Zhang Wei spent 100,000 system points that he bought a super-age engine for wooling. And it's not gasoline that this engine drinks. It's system points. A mere 10 system points over 100 kilometers will allow the van to reach a top speed of 500 kilometers per hour. At the same time, there was a primary shield sent by the system aftermarket to prevent the car accident from killing Zhang Wei. It can be described as a cost-effective pull-full. If it wasn't for this shield, the tires of Zhang Wei's van wouldn't be able to carry this speed. After all, these were ordinary tires. But don't worry about that now. At least the car won't be out of commission until this shield breaks. Of course, this is not a one-time thing, or Zhang Wei would not be able to spare 100,000 to buy an engine. When you buy a car, the main thing is to buy the engine, right? It didn't take long for Zhang Wei and his group to rush out of the secret realm in the van. However, just when Yi Fei thought that Zhang Wei would directly drive back to Anyang, Zhang Wei stopped the car with a brake. Master Zhang, why don't you leave? Zhang Wei opened the car door and stepped out of the car to light a cigarette and took a deep breath and said lightly, where to go? behind is Dongchuan City. Since I, Zhang Wei, have taken on this mission, I must finish it even if I die here. Life is worth dying for. Using my Zhang Wei's life for the people of the entire Dongchuan City. It's worth it. Zhang Wei at this moment was so great and strange in the eyes of the crowd. However, the four Zhang Biao people who understood Zhang Wei knew that Zhang Wei had never been a person who could give up himself for the sake of others. If it wasn't for the billion-dollar prize in Dongchuan City, Zhang Wei would have slipped away. And it wasn't without certainty that Zhang Wei dared to stay. Let's not talk about the fact that the van with the super engine change had already made Zhang Wei invincible. It was Fa Hai who played the suit and gave Zhang Wei the idea of touching Li Shichao. Of course, these are not Zhang Wei's bottom line. The bottom line for him was the remaining 7.8 million system points in the system mall. One of Li Shichao's 3 skills was ghostly mastery, and Zhang Wei didn't know if the secret realm counted as a ghostly realm. So that's why he didn't start a conflict with Li Shichao. Zhang Wei looked at the blazing sun above his head, and in his mind, he secretly estimated at what time Li Shichao would come out. Just then, Zhang Hu walked up to Zhang Wei with his legs clasped together and said, "Big brother, I want to pee. If you want to pee you." Zhang Wei was halfway through his sentence when his eyes suddenly lit up. Wait! Zhang Wei grabbed Zhang Hu, who hadn't taken 2 steps out yet, and took out a bucket of water and handed it over. Here, pee in here. Piao, Lung, Pow, come here, all of you. Big brother, what's wrong? Zhang Wei directly bought several hundred pieces of mineral water in the system mall and threw them on the ground. Drink all this water. Ha! Zhang Wei turned his head to Yi Fei and the others and said, "You guys, those who haven't broken their bodies come over and drink too." A few people looked at me. I looked at you. And in the end, Scar and Slim were left standing in place. Just as Lin Xuan was about to reach out for the mineral water as well, Zhang Wei stopped him. "Officer Lin, do me a favor." "What favor?" "Inform the acting director to take the city's elementary school and kindergarten children to pee as fast as possible and collect the urine." "Oh yeah, and all the women's anti-wipes." Lin Xuan, compared to Lin Xuan, Dianhui was much more calm when he received the call. Child's urine and auntie's towel, also known as the Red Dragon, are immensely lethal to PPO, and this is one of the most effective means known to date. Other than that, it's the milkmaid type aliens. However, nowadays, these people were still weak, and it was hard to say if they could even run into Li Shichao. In contrast, child's urine and red dragons are much more reliable. As long as the volume is large enough, I can't say that I can really dry out Li Shichao. Mobilize the city's residents to collect child urine and red dragons as fast as possible to fully support the front line. Yes, Chief. The entrance to the secret world. Here, 2 squirt guns each. Bill, you 4 are in charge of these 4 sprinkler pipes. As soon as Li Shichao's Pao comes out later. Him for me. Yes, big brother. Dean Zhang, what about you? I'm going back to Dongchuan City. I'll be back soon. Dongfeng Mysteries is less than 100 kilometers away from Dongchuan City, and with the van's gas pedal pressed to the bottom, a round trip will only take 20 minutes. But this is obviously unreasonable. Zhang Wei's car skills cannot manage the speed of 500 kilometers per hour, and it is on the national highway, really open 500 yards, not a minute. Zhang Wei can fall into the ditch, but Zhang Wei didn't think about driving either. "Officer Lin, take me back to Dongchuan City." With Lin Chuan's strength, there was no problem running a trip to Dongchuan City by himself. But if you want to take Zhang Wei with you, and if you want to guarantee your speed, Lin Chuan nodded and said, "Okay." As the breeze brushed by, Zhang Wei and Lin Chuan's figures instantly disappeared in front of the crowd. An S-class gifted alien is truly terrifying. Yi Fei took a deep breath. Although he was also an A-ranked talent, the overall strengthening of this kind of ability was obviously not as dazzling as the elemental system ability. Yi Fei looked at Scar beside him and said in his heart, "If Scar's talent reaches S rank, I dare not imagine how terrifying the fire ability would be." Yi Fei looked at Wu Zhang and the thin man again, and finally landed his gaze on the 4 Zhang Biao people. "I don't know if they have any talent above AB grade." Just then, Zhang Bao shouted, "He's coming out. Fire!" Zip! In just 3 seconds, the crowd emptied their magazines. Well, actually not much ammo per se. After all, there were only so many of them, and although Zhang Biao and the others drank a lot, they urinated less, and the amount was just a little bit more than normal. But 3 seconds was more than enough time. Caught off guard, Li Shichao directly retreated back into the secret realm in a puff of thick black smoke. "Bill, what should we do? We're out of ammo now." "Don't be afraid. Big brother will be back soon." That PPO doesn't necessarily dare to come out now. Compared to the 4 Zhang Biao, the 4 Yi Fei, Scar, Slim, and Wu Zhang were much more nervous. "Drink water. You guys," the thin man shouted anxiously. Yi Fei said breathlessly, "I'm all braced up for drinking." And this piss isn't immediate. Everyone hold steady. PPO will definitely need a reprieve before coming out. It's already been 10 or so minutes since Dean Zhang and the others left, and with Officer Lin's speed, they should be arriving soon. Yi Fei's guess was right. Li Shichao, who had been nourished all over, did need to take a breather. But what Yi Fei couldn't guess was that Li Shichao could have more than one ghost. He still has his men. Yes, it's that group of lawns from Yangon City. After Zhang Wei set Li Shichao up, Li Shichao didn't finish off the group, but took them under his wing. Damn, it's child's urine. Li Shichao was wounded, but not too badly. Li Shichao looked at Long's group and said, "You guys, go out and finish them off." "Yes, master." Chapter 54, This old man is unreliable. Out. Yi Fei and the others gripped the urine spraying guns in their hands. There are no more bullets, but it's still a good idea to pretend. However, to their surprise, the one who came out was not Li Shichao. It's the adepts who fought the vines in the secret realm. They didn't die. Everyone be careful. Brothers across the street, help us, we're hurt. Long and the others didn't immediately reveal their purpose, but pretended to be badly injured and ran towards Yi Fei and their side with each other's help. Stop. Yi Fei looked at Long and the others and droned. "We can make a path for you. You can just leave." Long frowned. "Bro, we need some supplies to stop the bleeding, and we can help you guys deal with that PPO in there." Yi Fei refused without the slightest hesitation. "We can throw you the supplies to stop the bleeding. Help is not necessary." After Yi Fei finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Biao and the others on the side. "Move the stuff to make way for them." After saying that, he turned his head to look at Wu Zhang. "Do you have any supplies to stop the bleeding?" Wu Zhang nodded gently, unzipping his backpack and pulling out a couple of first aid pouches. Yi Fei took the first aid bag and threw it at Long and his group. "You guys can go now." "Dragon, what should we do?" "Wait for my signal." Long and his group simply bandaged up and then assisted in walking towards Yi Fei's direction. Just as Long and his group walked up to Yi Fei and the others. "Do it. Seek death." The unsuccessful sneak attack on Long and his group were taken out directly by two people as soon as they made their move. Although their strength was good, Zhang Biao and the others were stronger. Even the thin man with the weakest strength was an A-class alien. Although it is a toon rating department, the combat power is still not to be underestimated. Although Wu Zhang usually didn't do much, but his fighting strength was still above slim, and he could be said to be more than enough to deal with those men of Long. As soon as they exchanged blows, Long and his group lost 2 of their manpower, which caused their hearts to be filled with panic. "Damn it, this guy Zhou Mingyong actually told us to come and find trouble with this group of people." It was only at this time that Long realized that he had been punked by Zhou Mingyong. In fact, Zhou Mingyong wasn't to blame, as he also didn't know that Zhang Biao and the others were so terrifyingly strong. Right at this moment, Li Shichao's faint voice came from the entrance of the secret realm. "You have done well, my king." Before Li Shichao could finish his words, a breeze blew by and Zhang Wei and Lin Chuan's figures appeared in the middle of the crowd. Put. As soon as he landed on the ground, Lin Chuan was spraying out a mouthful of blood, and his body almost collapsed to the ground as he went soft. "Bill, watch him." "Yes, big brother." "No, I'll just take a 2-minute break." "Stop talking and get some rest. You'll still have to get up and do it in a couple minutes." Lin Chuan. After handing Lin Chuan over to Zhang Biao, Zhang Wei only glanced briefly at Long and his group, who were in a fierce battle with Zhang Bao and the others, before settling his gaze on Li Shichao. "Your Majesty, it's awesome, daring to come out in such a big sun. Your old man is getting a tan here. Why don't you go back and get some more sleep?" Facing Zhang Wei's flirtation, Li Shichao sneered. "Servant 1, this king is very disappointed in you. Do you know what happens when you betray this king?" Zhang Wei shrugged his shoulders and said, "I don't know. The king might as well tell us." With a wave of his hand, Li Shichao wrote Zhang Wei's name in the void in front of him, and then gave Zhang Wei a cruel smile. "The end of betraying this king, that is death." After Li Shichao finished speaking, he reached out and crushed and exploded the word Zhang Wei in front of him. Zhang Wei. At the same time, in an unknown corner of the world, a bear child named Zhang Wei suddenly glared with both eyes and desperately covered his throat to spit out the kernel stuck in his throat. However, in the end he still failed to spit out the kernel and directly fell to the ground and died. Li Shichao waited for half a day without waiting for Zhang Wei to hang up. Instead, 2 more of Long's group died. How is that possible? Li Shichao unwillingly wrote down the word Zhang Wei again, and then pinched it with a hand. One of the world's obscure Zhang Wei hangs up again. No way. Li Shichao wanted to do it again. However, he eventually stopped. It wasn't that he didn't want to try again, but this kind of forbidden art, with his strength for a short period of time, he could use it at most twice, and if he wanted to use it again, he would have to wait for at least a week later. "Your Majesty, you can't do this either," Zhang Wei teased. Li Shichao's nose was crooked with anger. "Kid, you're dead." As Li Shichao's voice fell like a flood of bells, the ghostly aura on his body surged like a raging wave. And then a pair of armor glistening with a cold light appeared out of thin air as if it had fallen from the sky. Die for this king. Li Shichao appeared beside Zhang Wei with a flash of his body and reached out to grab towards Zhang Wei's neck. Snap! A red dragon flung itself directly at Li Shichao's face. Li Shichao, who was still clamoring, didn't even expect Zhang Wei to have this hand, and he still had his mouth open when the red dragon flung over. The owner of this red dragon that Zhang Wei had thrown out was obviously a bit large in quantity, and even had some tainted blood on its surface. A streak of bloody and ragingly powerful filth went straight into Li Shichao's mouth. Li Shichao's head was a bit dazed, and even the pain of his face being burned didn't bring him back to his senses. Ha! It didn't work? Zhang Wei uncovered the red dragon on Li Shichao's face and replaced it with another one and slapped it on. This time Li Shichao reacted. Ah! Asterisk 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 Q. Before Li Shichao could finish his words, a mineral water bottle was shoved into his mouth. Your Highness, don't be angry. Drink some water before cursing. Li Shichao completely just didn't react and subconsciously swallowed 2 mouthfuls. Ah! With a mournful scream, Li Shichao directly flew out in pain. Damn! This old man is unreliable. Withdraw! There were only 7 of Long's group still alive today, and they simply ran away without saying a word. However, Zhang Wei had no intention of letting them go. Officer Yi, you guys go finish them off. Leave this place to us. Yi Fei nodded at his words. You guys be careful. Yi Fei, Scar, Wu Zhang, Slim and Lin Chuan, who had barely recovered a bit, chased after them towards Long and his group. 5 against 7. The advantage was still obvious. After all, Long and his party had been injured. Most importantly, this was Dongchuan City, and Lin Chuan could still shake people. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Li Shichao's strength was indeed powerful. Even if he drank children's urine as water, he was actually fine. The king will kill you all. Kill. Li Shichao's words couldn't continue, for before him, 4 huge hoses had been aimed at him. At the other end of the hose was a supersized pool that had appeared at some point. At this time, Zhang Wei was pulling the diesel engine by the pool. Boom 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 boom. Okay. Ah biao. Ah hu. Ah long. Ah bao. Spray his ass for me. Holler. Big brother. Li Shichao. See the last page of the Treasure Son of the People to help to urge more. Have the conditions of the beautiful handsome men to help look at the small ads to send a little red flowers. $1 can be on the list of the pouncing author to thank. Chapter 55, Zhang Biao and the 4 in a state of extreme hunger. The 4 thick water pipes under the control of Zhang Biao's 4 men were like 4 teeth and claws. Raging water dragons. Their mouths gushing out a steady stream of surging child urine. These urines seemed to condense endless power, whistling out in a thunderous, unstoppable manner. The water flowed like a herd of wild horses out of control, madly galloping and roaring, sweeping all the way and rushing straight toward the defenseless Li Shichao. Wherever they passed through, water splashed everywhere, forming a misty water fog, as if a sudden rainstorm was pouring down. Li Shichao's eyes widened, filled with shock and disbelief. He could not have imagined in any way that Zhang Wei would be able to collect such a massive amount of child urine in such a short period of time and turn it into such a powerful means of attack. Facing this flood of child urine coming from the sky, Li Shichao looked a bit confused and in a mess for a while. However, what Zhang Wei had never expected was that this Li Shichao was also far more powerful than he had predicted. Even though the impact of that child's urine was extremely violent, it didn't seem to pose much of a threat to Li Shichao, and the most crucial factor was the armor that Li Shichao was wearing. This armor flashed with a cold light, and when those splashes of child urine hit it, the vast majority of them were mercilessly blocked out by the armor, and only a small amount of urine flowed along the gaps of the armor, and it was simply unable to cause any substantial damage to Li Shichao. Bill, stop! Since child urine was not much of a threat to Li Shichao, there was no need for Zhang Wei to let them continue to waste it. Just because it's a good find doesn't mean it's worthless. Before the blood moon fell, if you had access, you could sell a pound of child urine for $20 or $30. Zhang Wei used to sell a lot of it, and it was one of the few sources of industrial income he ever had. Tianjiao Kindergarten is Zhang Wei's main child urine provision base. During this time, child urine has been officially proven to be able to deal with PPO, and the price has risen even more. As soon as Zhang Wei shouted to stop, the 4 Zhang Biao immediately shut off the valves of the water pipes in their hands. Seeing this, Li Shichao sneered. Kid, given up struggling? Zhang Wei grinned at his words and took out the FA high suit after storing the few remaining children's urine into the system space. Your Majesty, how about I give you this suit and we reconcile? Humph, this king only wants your life. As Li Shichao's voice fell, a long sword with black smoke was slowly pulled out from behind him. Looking at Li Shichao, who pulled out a long sword out of thin air, Zhang Wei and Zhang Biao's 4 men were stunned. Big brother, I think he just pulled it out from behind him. didn't he? What behind? Clearly inside the ass. Right. It was pulled from inside the ass. You can't get E. coli from stabbing someone with this thing, can you? Most likely. Li Shichao. Nima, can't you guys see the supreme weapon in my hand? I'm about to cut you all down. And you guys are still obsessing about what this sword was pulled out of? And what E. coli? Die for this king. Li Shichao's figure was like a black lightning, and the long sword in his hand even cut through the void directly, and the powerful friction even ignited the sword body. This sword, he wanted to completely stab Zhang Wei. Put. A series of 4 sounds of long swords piercing through flesh rang out. Li Shichao slightly opened his mouth, incredulously looking at the 4 Zhang Biao people who were blocking Zhang Wei. At one time, he had a group of brothers around him who could lay down their lives for him. You guys. However, at that moment, Zhang Biao, who was at the front, directly reached out and grabbed Li Shichao's hand that was holding the sword. Big brother, I got him. At the same time, the 3 Zhang Bao behind Zhang Biao also immediately pulled out a few red dragons and flung them towards Li Shichao's face. Damn, you guys. Li Shichao couldn't understand at all how they could still be so ferocious when they were clearly not strong. Right at this moment, a terrifying murderous aura thumped out behind Zhang Biao's 4 men. He saw that Zhang Wei had already put on a robe, with a Vishnu cap on his head, Buddha beads around his neck, mango shoes on his feet, a mantle in his left hand, and a Zen staff in his right hand. The expression on his face was cold, unfeeling and even with a hint of cruelty. Bold demon, daring to injure my brother, clearly not putting me in your eyes. Surplus, Zhang Di shouted, ripped off the robe on his body and threw it into the sky. The robe rose up against the wind, and in just the blink of an eye, it enveloped a piece of heaven and earth above the heads of several people. That alone is nothing, but a large ant's napkin inlaid on that surplus would just really make Li Shichao tense up. Nima, knowing that the situation was not good, Li Shichao immediately pulled out the longsword that was stabbing on Zhang Biao's 4 people, and his figure immediately withdrew to a distance of several hundred meters. With Li Shichao's longsword being pulled out, the 4 Zhang Biao, who had suffered heavy injuries, could no longer support themselves. They first let out a low, muffled grunt in unison, as if the pain had reached such an extreme that it was difficult to describe in words. Immediately after that, their bodies fell limply downwards as if they had lost all their strength, and eventually, all 4 of them fell to one knee, one hand tightly covering the injured part, with an expression of extreme pain on their faces. Bean-sized beads of sweat continuously rolled down from their foreheads, quickly converging into a tiny stream that ran down their cheeks. You know, even when they were surrounded and cut by hundreds of people, they never frowned. It was obvious that Li Shichao's sword was not an ordinary contraption, and the damage inflicted on them was far from being comparable to an ordinary weapon. This sword is called Soul Eater, and your souls have. However, before Li Shichao finished being complacent, several powerful auras flashed over the 4 people one after another, and the wounds on their bodies healed instantly. Ah pow, ah hu, ah bao, ah long, get Dan. 4 power pills flew out from Zhang Wei's hands and directly shot into the mouths of the 4 Zhang Biao. Zhang Biao, 18 years old, physical state, extreme hunger, SS class alien, devouring, rank 28, combat power 399 plus 100 plus 100. Zhang Hu, 18 years old, physical state, extreme hunger, SS class alien, devouring, rank 28, combat power 399 plus 100 plus 100. Zhang Long, 18 years old, physical state, extreme hunger, SS class alien, devouring, rank 28, combat power 399 plus 100 plus 100. Zhang Bao, 18 years old, physical state, extreme hunger, SS class alien, devour, rank 28, combat power 399 plus 100 plus 100. Even under the influence of Fa Hai's character, Zhang Wei couldn't help but stare. He had only seen Zhang Biao and the 4 of them reach a physical state of severe hunger before, and at that point, they were already so hungry that they were gnawing on bark and stones all over the ground. Now there is even an unprecedented state of extreme hunger. The alien talent has directly reached SS level. Even the alien ability has changed from eating to devouring, and the combat power is also outrageous to become 399 plus 100. As for the last one of the plus 100, it is quite normal. That is his vigorous pill. The 4 people were like hungry ghosts coming out of hell at this time, staggering up and looking up at Li Shichao, their eyes red. So hungry. Chapter 56, Class S? Li Shichao's strength was definitely described as the most terrifying existence since the blood moon had descended nowadays. At least Zhang Wei hadn't seen one stronger than him, even on TV. Even if Zhang Wei wore the Fa Hai playing suit, his strength was still that much worse than Li Shichao. After all, Zhang Wei just plays, and Fa Hai is not a professional ghost catcher. but a demon catcher. However, although Li Shichao was strong, Jiang Wei was not alone. Zhang Biao's 4 men were like 4 hungry ghosts coming out of hell. As long as Li Shichao was not paying attention, they would bite off a piece of flesh and blood from Li Shichao's body. Even if Li Shichao's body was made of ghost qi, it couldn't withstand such consumption. Coupled with the sun-shadowing robe above the heads of the crowd shooting down a red dragon's light from time to time, Li Shichao was beaten back for a while, and his strength was constantly being weakened. Damn it, you assholes! Li Shichao was furious, yet in the end, he could only rage a little. He was supposed to be in control of a 3,000-strong army, forming ghosts that were invincible. However, for some unknown reason, the 3,000-strong army was gone, and even the guards were gone. Now it's even more of an awkward place. Let's go! Li Shichao was not willing to do so, and the 5 people in front of him would not necessarily let him leave so easily. If you don't go, Li Shichao can't fight. In fact, what Li Shichao didn't know was that Jiang Wei didn't want to fight either. Today's Li Shichao is a bug, appearing at a time when he shouldn't be. If a year or 2 passed, Jiang Wei believed that he could easily pin down the other party. Now don't look at the 5 men who are holding Li Shichao to fight, but in reality they are not without any cost. With that look on Zhang Biao's 4, Jiang Wei couldn't even imagine how much they would need to eat to make up for it this time. And, as time goes on, the character of Fa Hai will have more and more influence on Jiang Wei. It can't be delayed any longer. The same thought flashed through the minds of both Jiang Wei and Li Shichao. Li Shichao's gaze went to the soul-devouring ghost sword in his hand. Jiang Wei's gaze also looked toward the Wuling Van not far away. Soul Devourer. As a large amount of ghost qi was injected into the soul-devouring ghost sword in his hand, the space around Li Shichao's body rippled. The powerful aura directly shook the 4 Zhang Biao people. Li Shichao's eyes went to the, where is everyone? Boom, boom boom. Jiang Wei, no. At this point, he should be called Fa Hai, looked at Li Shichao with a fierce gaze. Run you over. The van crashed directly into Li Shichao at 500 yards. Li Shichao was also not willing to show weakness and raised the soul-devouring ghost sword in his hand and chopped down towards the van. Boom! With a loud explosion ringing out, a sky full of car parts scattered all around as if it were raining. Put! A mouthful of ghostly qi spewed out from Li Shichao, and his eyes looked at Jiang Wei with indignation. The king will return! Li Shichao's figure was like an arrow off the string, directly breaking through the heavenly robe and disappearing from Jiang Wei's line of sight. Jiang Wei sat on the chair, looking at the only steering wheel left in his hands and the parts littered all around him with a dumbfounded look. Holy, old man's car! But Jiang Wei quickly came back to his senses, because the 4 of them, Zhang Biao, were already eating his van parts. Asterisk. Stop it! You can't eat that. However, the 4 Zhang Biao, who had already gone crazy with hunger, didn't care about Jiang Wei's obstruction and grabbed whatever they could and stuffed it into their mouths. Luckily, Jiang Wei was quick on his feet and put away the engine that was worth 100,000 system points, or else this wave would have been a loss. To Jiang Wei's surprise, he had actually picked up the soul-devouring ghost sword of Li Shichao. However, at this time, the ghost sword already had a slight crack on it, so it was obviously damaged. Ghost sword, Soul Eater, damaged in progress, recoverable system points 50,000. Holy, that's worth so much. Jiang Wei immediately put the soul-devouring ghost sword into the system space. As for selling the system, that's impossible. White jade coffin, gold coffin, all these things with magical abilities Jiang Wei did not sell to the system. Although Jiang Wei had little use for bringing it now, Jiang Wei didn't want to spend 100 times, 1,000 times more to buy it back at a high price when he needed it. Although the Fa Hai play set worth 30,000 system points exploded, picking up a more valuable soul-devouring ghost sword. This wave is not a loss. It's just a shame about Scar's van. Hey! Just then, 4 pairs of green eyes looked at Jiang Wei. Hungry! So hungry! Big brother! I'm so hungry! Jiang Wei! Higashikawa City! Come on! Serve! Don't fry it! If it's not cooked, it's not cooked! Give it to me! Where's the rice? Where's the man who steams the rice? A dozen hotels and hundreds of chefs were busy, and there are only 4 people they serve. As he continued to eat, Jiang Wei's mouth smiled crookedly as he watched the 4 Zhang Biao's battle power had already broken through the 400 points and was moving towards the 500 mark. Why don't we go back and get Li Shichao to do it again? Jiang Wei cupped his chin and muttered. I don't know. This kid ran off somewhere. Yi Fei, Wu Zhang, Dianhui and the others looked at the 4 Zhang Biao who were pouring bowls of rice directly into their mouths with their eyelids furiously jumping. At the same time, they were also very curious as to where the 4 Zhang Biao people had eaten so much. In this way, it took 3 to 4 hours of eating before Zhang Biao's 4 people's eating movements gradually slowed down. and having eaten almost as much as they did, their regular combat power dropped straight from 499 to 399. However, this time Jiang Wei did not make the 4 stop, because this time the treat was Dai Anhui. Dai Anhui was also indifferent. Jiang Wei had helped them solve such a big trouble in Dongchuan City. What was a meal? With that, the 4 of them ate for another hour, finally filling up on the first meal of their lives. Zhang Biao, 18 years old, physical condition, normal, S-class alien, sleeping, rank 30, combat power 1. Zhang Hu, 18 years old, physical condition, normal, S-class alien, sleeping, rank 30, combat power 1. Zhang Long, 18 years old, physical condition, normal, S-class alien, sleep, rank 30, combat strength 1. Zhang Bao, 18 years old, physical condition, normal, S-class alien, sleeping, rank 30, combat power 1. Jiang Wei stared blankly at the 4 people's messages, his mouth hanging open. Nima, what the hell is combat 1? And psychic talent, S grade? Before Jiang Wei could return to his senses, the 4 of them found a comfortable position to lie down. Big brother, I'm sleepy, I'm going to bed. Yeah, I'm going to bed too. It only took a second for the 4 to go straight to sleep. Jiang Wei, Dean Zhang, thank you for helping us out this time. How do you think the reward will be given to you? Hearing Dai Anhui's words, Jiang Wei instantly came back to his senses, his eyes glowing as he looked towards Dai Anhui. Acting director, transfer it to my card. I'll turn around and distribute it to my brothers. Dai Anhui nodded. However, what he does not know is that, with Jiang Wei's urine, $1 billion of reward. Wu Zhang they can get 1,000 would be good. Yan Gan, Li Shichao covered his chest, and his eyes looked menacingly in the direction of the city hall. So you traitors are here. I've been hospitalized for the past 2 days with gastroenteritis, so updates have been a little slow. Sorry. Chapter 57. Other people rely on supernormal abilities to enhance their strength, but Jiang Wei has never been a Anyang City, home of love. It had already been a week since the matter of the East Wind Mystic Realm had passed. This week's time came and went, and Jiang Wei had been in a tangle. Now that he still had nearly 8 million system points, there was no problem in purchasing an S-ranked ability. However, Jiang Wei was very torn. To buy or not to buy? Which one to buy? Is the S-class alien power strong? It's strong, but compared to the upper SS-ranked powers, the S-ranked ones weren't so outstanding again. However, an SS-grade psychic ability sold for as much as 50 million system points, which was still a far-fetched figure for Jiang Wei. System, check personal attributes. Host, Jiang Wei. Age, 22. Face value, unimportant. Sex, male. Ability, unawakened. Rank, 10. Combat strength, 99, can be improved. System points, 785-4600, can be obtained through quests as well as recycled items. Merit value balance, 263211123 points, can be exchanged for system points on a 1-to-1 basis. Eye of Scrying, elementary, can probe information about the target. The lower the level of the target, the more information there is, can be upgraded. Although he hadn't awakened, Jiang Wei's combat power was already not much worse than that of Yi Fei, Scar and the others who had A-rank talent. One should know that when Scar and Yi Fei first awakened, their combat power was only 30 to 50 points, even though so much time had passed now, and the 2 of them had leveled up and were more familiar with the control of their supernatural abilities. Their combat power was just less than 200 nowadays. Not to mention, there were still a lot of Jiang Wei's tactics. Jiang Wei wanted to experience what it was like to have psychic powers, but he wanted to save up for the best. Actually, it's not Jiang Wei's fault. Many people are like that. Humanity itself is a tangle. Buying an S-rank psychic ability would honestly not be too much of a boost to Jiang Wei's strength. After all, he was now passing through the dangers he now met with crushing strength. Li Shichao, that one was an accident. Not to mention that he didn't have powers, even if he had SS-class powers. So what? Can't beat it as usual. Even Fa Hai's playset was dry-wasted for Li Shichao. So what's the use of having an S-ranked ability? However, now that Li Shichao was seriously injured and the ghost sword devouring soul was still inside Jiang Wei's system space, even if Li Shichao came, Jiang Wei was not afraid of it, and it was hard to say if Li Shichao without the devouring soul ghost sword was a match for Zhang Biao's 4 men. Hey, being too good can be a pain. If I wasn't so good, I guess I'd make up my mind to buy it. In the end, Jiang Wei decided to continue saving up his system points. There are many ways to boost your strength. There's no need to have to buy an alien power right now, to buy the best. Moreover, with 8 million system points, what danger can't be solved? On the contrary, if you spend most of your fortune to exchange for an S-ranked ability, you are weakening yourself in disguise. While others relied on their supernatural abilities to enhance their strength, Zhang Wei had never been. He relies on the system. For him, system points were far more important than alien abilities. As for exchanging merit values into system points, Zhang Wei had never even considered it. Owing more than 20 million merit values, if it was converted into system points, then damn it wouldn't owe more than 10 million backward? I don't know what's going on with this merit value. I obviously didn't do anything. Why does it keep going up? Forget it, it's useless to bring it anyway. It's better to improve your strength first. What's with this combat power? It can actually be raised? System, how many system points are needed to raise 1 point of combat power? Only 10 points. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You didn't lie to me? When the combat power exceeds 100, each point of increase consumes 100 points. When the combat power exceeds 200, each point of increase consumes 1,000 points. When the combat power exceeds 300, each point of increase consumes 10,000 points. And so on. Naya, I knew you guys weren't so nice. The system's pissiness Zhang Wei sort of feel through. If you don't ask, this guy can pitch your pants off. Raise your combat power to 399 points. Congratulations to the host, spending 109,8910 system points. The enhancement process will take time. 7 days, please ask the host to provide their own energy. Or you can purchase an energy drink from the system mall. Energy? What energy? Simplest eating will do. Zhang Wei took a look at the energy drink that was priced at a whopping 100 points in the system mall, and ultimately decided that it would be cost-effective to eat. After all, he wasn't short of money now. System, how many system points are needed to upgrade the scrying eye? Eye of Scrying can be upgraded to intermediate level, consumes 500,000 system points. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up. This price was completely acceptable to him. System, immediately upgrade the scrying eye. Please ask the host to determine if the current environment is safe. The upgrade process will consume 24 hours. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So long? It can also be upgraded and completed in 10 seconds. Does the host need it? Zhang Wei sniffed and immediately recalled the stinging sensation in his eyes when the system rewarded the eye of scrying. No, just go with the 24-hour one. Congratulations to the host, spending 500,000 system points. The eye of detection is being upgraded. Countdown to 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. As the system beep sounded, Zhang Wei felt his eyes cool and languid, and his vision became clearer and sharper. It's true that there are advantages to being slow. However, Zhang Wei was too happy too soon. It wasn't unreasonable for the system to ask him to determine if the current environment was safe. Hey system, something's wrong. Why can't my eye see anymore? The host does not need to worry. It will return to normal after a successful upgrade. View personal attributes. Host, Zhang Wei. Age, 22. Face value, unimportant. Sex, male. Ability, unawakened. Rank, 10. Combat strength, 101, growing rapidly. System points, 625,5690, can be obtained through quests as well as recycled items. Merit value balance 2632143 points, can be exchanged for system points on a 1-to-1 basis. Eye of Scrying, elementary, can probe information about the target. The lower the level of the target, the more information there is in the process of upgrading. Not only was the data on the system panel growing, even Zhang Wei himself could feel the strength increasing a little. I just ate this morning. Why, I'm a little hungry. Zhang Wei rubbed his stomach and got up towards the door. Morning Bill, are you free? Cook some rice. In the courtyard, the 4 Zhang Biao are morning Biao to play King Poison 5 rows. Not to mention, the 4 people and 1 cat were quite high leveled, and were now silver level experts. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Come on, Dodgy, go resist the tower. Yao Mei, go up and aim. Hearing Zhang Wei shout, Morning Biao returned without lifting his head. No time, order your own takeout. Zhang Wei. Chapter 58, Upscale Buffet Restaurant. So hungry. As the scrying eye upgraded, Zhang Wei's vision became increasingly blurred, and the growing strength was making him hungrier and hungrier. After enduring the pain and spending 100 system points to buy a bottle of energy drink and drink it, the hunger sensation was just barely counteracted a bit. No, at this rate I'll be broke. You can make money again when it's gone. It's hard to make system points when they're gone. Moreover, the current Zhang Wei had $1 billion lying on his account and more than $10 million in change, so it was hard to go bankrupt. Thinking of this, Zhang Wei hurriedly took out his cell phone and called Zhang Kuwei. Hey, Zhang Kuwei, where is it? Come back and pick me up. Zhang Wei hung up the phone and walked quickly towards the door. Next to the fish pond, Su Chang was running a live broadcast, chatting with her fans in one sentence or another. Lately she's been earning less and less. After all, when beauty is on, everyone is beautiful. Compared to today's female anchors who possessed supernatural abilities, Su Qing's disadvantage was simply not too obvious. Even when she came to broadcast outdoors today, Su Qing's live room didn't retain anyone. The platform also needs to make money, and the more you can't keep people, the less the live streams will push you. Over the last few days, there had been only so many 2 or 3 people in Su Qing's live room, and the 2 or 3 were old swipers with little money left in their pockets. Seeing Zhang Wei walking towards the door, Su Qing asked curiously, "Dean, where are you going?" "Going to dinner." "Are you going?" Zhang Wei casually returned. "Okay." Su Qing picked up her cell phone and came to Zhang Wei. "Dean, come say hello to the audience." Zhang Wei looked at the 3 people in Su Qing's live broadcast and his own severely deformed face and despised. "I say, big sister, isn't it too much for you to turn on this beauty face?" Being told by Zhang Wei in front of his own iron fans that the beauty face was on too much, Su Qing was feeling that Zhang Wei was quite excessive, but Su Qing couldn't do anything about it. She couldn't possibly turn off her beauty face to prove herself. In her previous life, she had failed to rebel with Li Yunfei, and in this life, she would never let Li Yunfei find her again, not even if there was a slightest possibility. It's just a rebellion, with no one who has failed once. The two didn't have to wait long before Zhang Kuwei came back in his internet car. "Dean, where to?" Zhang Wei bought a 200-degree presbyopia glasses in the System Mall and put them on. His vision was a little better, and he looked at Zhang Kuwei and said, "Go to the city, look for a buffet restaurant. Don't want one in the North City. This side has blacked me out," hollered Dean. In the car, Zhang Kuwei introduced, "Dean, there's a good buffet restaurant in the South City. I think it's called something like Woodlands. It's an upscale seafood restaurant. Do you remember the Lin group that wanted to buy our orphanage? They're the ones who run it. Also, I heard that the vice mayor, that guy Zhou Mingxiong, has shares in it too." Lin's group wants Zhang Wei's loving home, although the mouth is used to create a family base. But Zhang Wei will not be stupid to believe whatever others say he believes. The location of his loving home was good, but with the strength of the Lin group, he could casually spend money to buy a better location with a bigger site at a cheaper price. During the week that he had been back, Li Yi of the Lin clan had come back once more, and the price had even risen to $350 million. Zhang Wei was now very skeptical that there was treasure buried underneath this loving home of his. Although Zhou Mingxiong had not offended Zhang Wei, Zhou Mingxiong's brother, Zhou Mingyang, the mayor of Yang'an City next door, had been looking for trouble with Zhang Wei. There was also Zhou Mingyang's brother-in-law, Li Feng, the owner of the Blackwater Travel Company, who was rumored to have returned to Yang'an City to create a security company. What Zhang Wei didn't know was that not only did Li Feng go back to Yang'an City, even Li Shichao went to Yang'an City. This guy Zhou Mingxiong hasn't fallen yet. Just go to that woodland forest. Good, Lu Dean. Just then, Su Qing asked, "By the way, Dean, I heard you have an engine that can make a van go 500 yards? Speaking of this engine," Zhang Wei was feeling less hungry. This engine, Zhang Wei has spent a full 100,000 system points. A cross-generation product that almost crashed Li Shichao to death. Good. This engine is worth at least $10 billion. No, $1 trillion. Hearing Zhang Wei's words, Su Cheng and Zhang Kuwei both revealed a look of contempt. What's the big deal? $1 trillion? I'll be damned. Dean, so when are you going to get a car? Go after dinner. One man and a fierce stiff chatted, and it wasn't long before they arrived in front of the Woodlands restaurant in the South City. However, Zhang Kuwei had just parked his car when security approached. "Hey, internet cars are not allowed to park here. Drive away now. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Did I eat your family's rice by driving an online car?" Zhang Kuwei said angrily. The security guard said with a flat face, "I'm sorry, it's our restaurant's rule that we don't open this parking lot to any outsiders except for dining guests." Zhang Kuwei straightened his collar. "Master, I'm just here to eat." The security guard sneered. "Dude, we're 19,800 a person in this restaurant. Are you sure you want to come and fake a meal just to save face?" "What? I'm happy with it." "No? Yes, of course I can. I'm not afraid to eat the chaff for the next month. If you can spare it, you can go ahead and eat it. I'll eat the chaff next month, at least now I dare to go in." "What about you? Dare to be a Thai security guard? Grass, who are you looking down on? Have the guts to go in and buy tickets together now. Just buy it. Who's afraid of who?" The two glared at each other and headed for the front door of the restaurant right together. Zhang Wei looked at the two people in front of him speechlessly. "Are they sick?" Subaru nodded. "Definitely sick." Soon, the security guard paid 19,800 to buy himself a ticket, then looked at Zhang Kuwei with a mocking face and said, "Buy it, kid. If you don't buy today, I'll look down on you." Zhang Kuwei grinned at his words and turned his head toward Zhang Wei. "Dean, time to buy the tickets." Zhang Wei, Well, that's what you boys are up to. However, Zhang Wei still bought 3 tickets. After all, he himself had come to eat. Zhang Kuwei took the meal ticket and waved it proudly in front of the security guard. How about it, kid? I've got help paying for it. Yet the security guard, who should have been furious, was grinning the same way, looking down into the microphone on his collar and saying, Sister Wang, I've snubbed 3 more cuties. Buy the most expensive package and remember to credit me for the commission. Okay, come on, try to get $100,000 this month. Thank you, Sister Wang, security said as he walked away. Zhang Kuwei, I'm yet. Zhang Wei pulled back Zhang Kuwei, who wanted to go up and bite the security guard. Dean, Zhang Wei whispered. So many people and surveillance. What do you want? Remember, we are good citizens. We don't do anything illegal. Sure, where there are no cameras. After Zhang Wei finished letting go of Zhang Kuwei, he looked at the expensive ingredients in the hall and muttered, I don't know if this is enough to eat. Su Qing opened her single-digit live broadcast again at some point. Posies, today I'll give you a big appetite live broadcast. Su Qing finished pointing the camera at Zhang Kuwei and Zhang Wei. Dean, you guys have to cheer. Zhang Wei. Chapter 59, My 100,000 plus. Sister Wang, it's not good. There's a big appetite anchor in our restaurant. They eat as much of our food as we serve. Other customers don't eat at all. And they've been eating since noon. And even half the pits in our men's restroom have been blocked by his pole. Manager's office. Wang Yulan sniffed and immediately kicked away the male waiter who had awakened his long-tongue psychic ability while crouching in front of him. What did you say? In the hall. Zhang Wei flew into the plate of food in front of him. Compared to Zhang Biao and the 4 of them, who were starving and crazy, Zhang Wei counted a lot more elegantly. Of course, this was only in comparison to Zhang Biao and the others. Compared to ordinary people, his eating appearance was similar to that of a hungry ghost, and as Zhang Wei continued to eat, his combat power was increasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Combat strength was a comprehensive expression of the system's assessment, and in reality, this wave of system reinforcement was only his physical strength. The strengthening of the physical body required a large amount of energy, and Zhang Wei couldn't afford to spend system points on energy drinks, so he could only eat non-stop. And unlike Zhang Biao and the others who ate more and pooped less, Zhang Wei also ate more and pooped more. No, I'm too propped up. I need to go to the bathroom again. Zhang Wei held his stomach and headed towards the toilet. A few moments later, there was a muffled thud from the toilet. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The last pit in the men's restroom is also blocked. So it looks like we'll have to use the women's restroom later. Waiter, where is everyone? Hurry up and come poke the toilet. Zhang Wei briefly flushed his hands and once again walked towards the dining table. Su Qing's mouth would be crooked with laughter. At this time, the number of people in her live room had come to 100,000 plus, a scenario she had never dared to dream of. On the other side, Zhang Kuwei was fiercely snatching an Australopithecus and a plate of abalone from a middle-aged man. What are you looking at? Be careful, I'll come to your house and bite you at night. Stiff. Zombie. Talking zombie. The middle-aged man was immediately scared to the point of pissing his pants and fled with a roll. Wang Yulan looked at the situation in the hall with her nose crooked in anger. Her 300-pound body was like a pile of fat meat stacked on top of each other, constantly shaking. Dang. Knock knock. Zhang Wei stopped his eating and looked up at the pile of fat that had walked up to him. Asterisk 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 so fat. Su Qing didn't hold back and sprayed a mouthful of tea on Zhang Wei's face. Live stream. Asterisk 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 cheaper for the kid. Damn it. Why spray him? Come spray me. Spray me in the mouth. Dude. No. I'm convinced. What's with the look of disgust? That is, Zhang Wei does not like to watch the live broadcast. Otherwise it is absolutely able to vomit on the spot. Where are the perverts? Comment section. Not to mention being sprayed by a big beauty like Su Qing. Even if it was a bearded man who sprayed them, they would still want to taste the saltiness. Although Zhang Wei's words did not contain any insulting words, the simple word good fat had already struck Wang Yulan's fragile heart. Say that again. Who are you calling fat? Your whole family is fat. Wang Yulan rushed forward to hold down Zhang Wei as a violent beating Zhang Wei kneeling and begging for mercy. Dying. Well, these are her fantasies. What really happened was that Zhang Wei kicked her over on the ground and crawled for half a day. Sister Wang, are you alright? Several waiters went forward to help half a day but did not pull Wang Yulan up. Wang Yulan was furious and waved her hand and pushed a few people away. Wang Yulan's eyes were on the verge of spitting fire when she looked at Zhang Wei. You dare to kick me? Zhang Wei twisted his head and glanced at Su Qing, who was still broadcasting live, and said, Did you just film it? Su Qing hurriedly nodded her head and said, Don't worry, Dean. I've been live streaming it. She was the one who made the first move. Zhang Wei turned his head to Wang Yulan and shrugged his shoulders. Hear that? You started it. I did it in self-defense. Besides, you're such a big piece of meat. You'll be fine if you fall, right? Wang Yulan's lungs were about to explode at the words. Kid, wait for me. Wang Yulan also did not get up, just lying on the ground pulling over the collar. Whispered a few words into the collar microphone after Su Qing's live broadcast actually disconnected the link directly. Ah, my 100,000 plus. What have you done? Humph, I've directly blocked the signal here. Let's see how you broadcast. Wang Yulan sneered and shouted. Security, are they all vegetarians? Sister Wang. In just the blink of an eye, more than a dozen security guards appeared behind Wang Yulan, including the security guard who had taunted Zheng Kuei. In the meantime, the waiters began to clear the room, and all the customers who were eating melons were invited out. Even if there were some strong altered beings or people of not so low status, they had the sense to leave after hearing Zhou Mingxiong's name. What? You can't afford to lose money, so you're ready to make a move? Zhang Wei, I know you, the director of the House of Love Orphanage in North City. Wang Yulan continued, relying on the fact that behind you is the director of the North City Police Department, Chen Daqiang. You've been quite rampant all these years, and you've even killed quite a number of exalts after the blood moon descended, right? Zhang Wei looked at Wang Yulan with some surprise at his words and asked, since you know me, how dare you make a move? Humph. Wang Yulan looked at Zhang Wei with a cold snort. Zhang Wei, let me tell you, this is not North City. Those four brothers of yours aren't here either. Today, even if you are a dragon, you have to lie down for me. Zhang Wei looked speechlessly at Wang Yulan who was lying on the ground and couldn't even sit up. Big sister, can you stand up and say something when you say something mean? This is very unimpressive. Yulan Wang, comet. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Kuei and Su Qing burst out laughing. However, they were only halfway through when their laughter came to a screeching halt, because Wang Yulan was still really standing up. Wang Yulan, who had just been a big fat man of more than 300 pounds, had actually transformed into a big beauty with a height of 1.7 meters, a leg length of 1 meter, and a weight of 110 pounds. The transformed Wang Yulan's clothes were obviously a bit too big, and at that moment, she was just changing her own clothes in front of the crowd. A few moments later, a big beauty with a convex front and a curvy back appeared in front of Zhang Wei's trio. Humph. Wang Yulan snorted coldly, elegantly picked up a glass of red wine, shallow sip on the security behind him, gently beckoned. Take them. Take you paralyzed. Roar. Zheng Kuei instantly revealed his fangs and claws that were more than 20 centimeters long and rushed towards those security behind Wang Yulan. At the same time, Su Qing flew up and kicked down Wang Yulan who was still in shock. Transformation ha. Pa. Cutting off the old lady's net ha. Pa. Looking for a fight. Pa. Su Qing rode on top of Wang Yulan's body and opened her left and right slaps, quickly beating Wang Yulan into a pig's head. Asterisk. So cruel. They just transformed and you knocked their head back. It looks so disgusting. Zhang Wei turned his head in a hurry. Waiter, what are you waiting for? Can't you see that your security obviously can't beat them? Why don't you hurry up and serve the food? Do you want to get beaten up too? Just then, there was a rush of footsteps and a low voice at the restaurant door. Dean Zhang, why didn't you notify Mr. Zhou of your grand visit? Chapter 60 The Big Rat Albara. Zhou Mingxiong. The person who came was no one else but Deputy Mayor Zhou Mingxiong. Zhang Wei stopped the movement in his hands and turned to lean back in his chair to look at Zhou Mingxiong. Vice Mayor Zhou, I thought you wouldn't come. Zhou Mingxiong frowned at his words. Zhang Wei's tone surprised him a bit. Dean Zhang, I wonder what you mean by this. Zhang Wei lit a cigarette and took a deep breath and exhaled before looking at Zhou Mingxiong and faintly said, Vice Mayor Zhou, there is no point in pretending anymore. Even though I'm here for dinner today, it's true that I'm looking for trouble from you. That group of Yang'an City psychics from the East Wind Mystic Realm not long ago were sent by your brothers to find trouble with us, right? Zhou Mingxiong smiled expressionlessly. Dean Zhang, I don't know what you're talking about. Zhang Wei got up and walked to Zhou Mingxiong's body, once again deeply inhaling a cigarette in his hand, followed by a mouthful of smoke spitting on Zhou Mingxiong's face. Vice Mayor Zhou, the bright people don't talk in the dark. There's no point in going on with the show. Zhou Mingxiong waved his hand, fanning away the smoke in front of him and said indifferently, Dean Zhang, don't talk nonsense without evidence. You're causing trouble in someone else's restaurant right now, and I can arrest you right now, so why don't you arrest it? Zhang Wei grinned. Does Vice Mayor Zhou still want to talk to me about anything else? Zhou Mingxiong understood by looking at Zhang Wei's expression that it was impossible to talk to Zhang Wei now, so he waved his hand to the guards behind him and said, Arrest them. Zhang Kuei. Su Qing instantly revealed a ferocious light towards Zhou Mingxiong's group. However, Zhang Wei calmly stretched out his hands. It's true that he's a deputy mayor. I just ate a little bit too much and actually had to be arrested. However, to Zhang Wei's surprise, Those henchmen of Zhou Mingxiong actually had no intention of arresting him, but directly handcuffed Zhang Kuei and Su Qing. Zhang Kuei and Su Qing looked at Zhang Wei, only waiting for Zhang Wei to give the order for them to immediately take action. However, Zhang Wei only gently shook his head. Dean Zhang, eat slowly. I won't disturb you. Take them to the South Side Police Department. With a wave of his hand, Zhou Mingxiong took Zhang Kuei and Su Qing, who were handcuffed, and left. Zhou Mingxiong had just left in front of him, and Zhang Wei immediately called Morning Biao. Hey, why? What are you doing? Playing a game? Come on, beat your sister. Go to the South City Police Station. Zhang Kuei and the others have been arrested. After Zhang Wei finished speaking, he directly hung up the phone and turned towards the dining table. As long as Morning Biao goes in to keep an eye on it, I'll be the first to know if Zhou Mingxiong only dares to touch Zhang Kuei and Su Qing. Thinking of this, Zhang Wei shouted to the waiter who had just picked up Wang Yulan on the side. Waiter, keep serving the food. However, what Zhang Wei didn't know was that his words were completely different from what Morning Biao understood. Love home. Morning Biao put away his cell phone with an angry expression on his face. Bastard. Causing this Miao to lose this game. Angry Funeral Piao rushed into Zhang Wei's room after running to the bed as a burst of scratching and biting. Demolished Zhang Wei a pillow before relieving some anger. But relief is relief. The trash still needs to be cleaned up. After taking Zhang Wei's fallen pillow out and throwing it into the fish pond to feed the fish, Morning Biao then took out his cell phone and opened the navigation. Asterisk. It's so far. It wasn't until after Morning Biao left that Zhang Biao's 4 men emerged one by one. Ah Biao. Is Funeral Biao crazy? Big Brother's pillow also dare to tear down? What pillow? Not the safe? Ha? Hey. Morning Biao didn't know that he had been framed by the 4 Zhang Biao, and at this moment, it was quickly running towards the South City Police Station. Morning Biao's speed was fast, and it didn't take long for him to arrive at the entrance of the South City Police Station. Looking at the surveillance everywhere, Morning Biao frowned. At this point, although it was already late at night, Funeral Biao was still not reckless. Being a cat that likes to kill and kill, how could he let himself be left in the lurch? In the midst of his thoughts, Morning Biao's gaze fell on a sewer manhole cover not far away. Carrot omega carrot, meow. It's the smell of rats. With a wobble, Morning Biao scurried over, lifted the cover of the well and jumped in. A dozen rats were foraging for food in the sewer. These rats nearly lost their souls when they saw the sudden appearance of Funeral Puma. A few of the timid ones were directly paralyzed with fear on the spot. In the past, Morning Biao would have eaten them one bite at a time, but nowadays, it was not the least bit interested in such sewer rats. Morning Biao made a dash to hold down one of the biggest rats. Meow. Meow meow meow. After a bit of conversation between a cat and a mouse, Morning Biao let go of the other. After following this rat around 7 times, Funeral Biao came to the base of this group of rats. Rats. All rats. Dense rats. Most notable was a mouse resting on one of the couches. The mouse had to be as small as an adult, with 2 exceptionally thick and powerful hind legs that looked like a long, off-kilter kangaroo. Funeral Biao's arrival made all the rats excited, especially the one big rat lying on the sofa, which stood up directly. Cat. It's been a long time since I've had cat meat. Yes? Morning Biao didn't expect this big rat to actually speak human language. Likewise, the big rat didn't expect Morning Biao to speak human. Ignoring the gazes of those rats around him, Morning Biao idly walked towards the big rats and said, "This cat is here to find you guys to do something for me. Ha ha ha. Kiki 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 kiki." When the big rat laughed, all the rats laughed with him. "Kitty, you don't realize what you're in for. Old man Odibio's name you go out and ask around. Who's he not to call a Biao master? Still want us to do your job for you? Bite it for me." As the big rat stretched out its short forelimbs and pointed at Morning Biao, the densely packed rats around him went berserk and rushed towards Morning Biao. Seek death. Cats were already much faster than mice, and Morning Biao's speed was even faster to the point where these mice couldn't even see. In just the blink of an eye, hundreds of rats had been disemboweled. However, the death of their companions did not embolden these rats, but continued to surge in the direction of Funeral Biao with red eyes. If you weren't useful to keep, this meow would kill you all right now. With a leap, Morning Biao stepped on the jumped-up rats and sped towards the big rat. How dare a kitten like you? Before the big rat could finish his harsh words, he saw the Funeral Puma in front of him suddenly turn into a muscular and strong cat. Bang! Morning Biao smacked the big rat to the ground, his claws as if they were sharp blades resting directly against the big rat's ears. Want to see what your brain flower looks like? The big rat started to tremble at his words. It hoped that its men would come to its rescue. However, faced with the transformed Deathstroke Puma, the rats, who had just been unafraid of death, collectively pissed themselves. Big brother. I was wrong. Please respectfully command mouse. Chapter 61, Brother Why asked me to rob the prison. Snap. Are you stupid? This meow is a 3-flower. Do 3 flowers have males? Sorry. Big sis. Mouse I was wrong. Oh Dubio, who was arrogant just now, was as well behaved as a pet mouse at this moment. Morning Biao let go of Ao de Biao with a disgusted face and transformed back into his original body. Have your men go down and destroy all the surveillance of the police station above for this meow. Go get another dress and go with this meow to rob a jail. Odibio said cautiously. Big sister. There are several powerful Ultrans in the police station up there. Mouse I'm no match for them. Going to look for trouble with them is just looking for death. Cut the crap. If you don't go this meow will kill you now. Go go go. I'm going. As opposed to dying now. Odubio wisely chose to live a little longer. And with the cat in front of him needing him to do his job, he probably wouldn't watch him get killed. Little ones, Big sister said to go break the surveillance up there. You have 5 minutes. And I don't want to see any cameras within a 1-kilometer radius. Kiki. Southside Police Department. Zhou Mingxiong looked at the two people, Zhang Kuei and Su Qing, who were handcuffed in the interrogation room with a calm face. Mayor, the man's name is Wu Zhang. He's 21 years old, and he's an online taxi driver. The woman hasn't turned up any information so far. Zhou Mingxiong took the information handed to him by his men and threw it aside after a few glances. An online driver? Kind of interesting. Zhou Mingxiong wouldn't even think about it. Not to mention Su Qing's information couldn't be found. Even Zhang Kuei's information he took was wrong. The real Wu Zhang, at this time, was conducting an academic seminar at the Secret Realm Seminar Association in the provincial city, and it was still the kind that was broadcasted live throughout the whole process. Zhou Mingxiong opened the door to the interrogation room and walked in and sat across from Zhang Kuei and Su Qing. Smoking? Zhou Mingxiong asked as he took out a cigarette and turned to Zhang Kuei. However, Zhang Kuei didn't pay any attention to him at all. Zhou Mingxiong didn't care and looked at Su Qing. Ma'am, you don't have our Daxia ID card, do you? Does Su Qing have one? No. The identifying information for her live registration was bought, but how could she tell Zhou Mingxiong this information? Thus, Su Qing also chose to remain silent. Zhou Mingxiong continued. I can help you get a replacement ID card. Su Qing revealed a disdainful expression as she sniffed. Does she need it? Much less just don't need to be okay? As long as the rebellion succeeds. Seeing this, Zhou Mingxiong directly released his bottom card to the two. Our government is preparing to establish a special department. Ultrans entering this sector will no longer be bound by today's legal system. 2. Think about it. Zhou Mingxiong finished his speech and smiled faintly at the two of them as he got up and left. I shucks. Tramp. I hate this kind of insidious villain who says half of what he says and clips half of what he says. Mediterranean. Disgusting. In fact, it was not Zhou Mingxiong's fault. At his status, he spoke like this. Zhou Mingxiong did not hear the two men cursing him behind him, but it did not affect his readiness to get them killed. Give them an hour. If they still don't agree after an hour, send them away. Yes, Mayor. What Zhou Mingxiong said about sending them away was not preparing to send Zhang Kuei and the others out of the police station to see Zhang Wei. Instead, he was sent to meet Buddha in the Western Paradise. However, right at this moment, the lights above Zhou Mingxiong's head began to flicker. Ah, there are rats. Lots of rats. Damn. This rat even bites. Where are the aliens? Finish them off. Within moments, the entire South City Police Department was in chaos. Zhou Mingxiong and his group looked at the scene in front of them with a dumbfounded expression. What's the situation? So many rats in the police department? The line was full of question marks. They now deeply wondered if the chief of the South City Police Department had been too greedy, even for the portion of the funding for pest control. Mayor, watch out. The alien behind Zhou Mingxiong slapped a rat that was rushing towards Zhou Mingxiong into a lump of ice. However, he directly enraged those rats around him with this strike. You know, these rats are brothers and sisters with a hint of blood. In an instant, the army of rats rushed towards their side. Ice seal. Only to see that alien bellowed angrily and slapped his palm on the ground. The army of angry rats were then directly frozen in place altogether, before he could breathe a sigh of relief. However, more rats poured in from all directions. Let me. A burly man stepped out behind Zhou Mingxiong and stomped on the ground. Boom. An invisible wave of vibrations spread out, and the army of rats burst apart. Even the rats that had just been frozen into ice sculptures were all shaken into ice powder. For a while, the scene was filled with blood. However, before the burly man who had just finished pretending to be a man could stand up, a black shadow flashed and the burly man flew directly backwards. Bang! The burly man's body slammed into the wall, and even the wall was dented. Yet the burly man patted his chest as if he were nothing. The force is good, but unfortunately it's a bit short. Only then did Zhou Mingxiong and the others have the time to look at the visitor. The lights had all been extinguished, and Zhou Mingxiong and the others could only barely see by the faint light of the blood moon coming in through those windows around them, saying that it was a visitor. In reality, they could only vaguely see a figure wearing a black robe. In the end, whether it was a person or a ghost, they still had to lift the black robe on the other side to know. Big sister, these guys are scarier than those police officers. Shut up and don't reveal this Meow's presence. Mayor, you go first. Good. Without any hesitation, Zhou Mingxiong directly ran away from the side passage. Aside from the ice exalt who had struck out in the beginning, and the burly man, the rest of them followed Zhou Mingxiong. Obviously, they were very assured of the strength of the two. Go! The two of them, one-in-law, rushed forward and backward towards the black-robed figure in front of them. However, they didn't even know that their opponent wasn't even the figure in front of them. Meow. Brush. The burly man who rushed ahead didn't even react, and his throat had already been clawed through. Although the ice exalt behind the strong man reacted, he only had time to throw a few ice picks before a claw stabbed inside his heart. Morning Puma slowly dropped to the ground wearing a pet cat outfit and a baby muzzle over his mouth. Flicking his claws, Morning Biao said without looking back, "Get rid of the body." Yes, big sister. Interrogation room. The door to the room was opened again. Zhang Kuei and Su Qing looked at Morning Biao who walked in with shocked faces. "What brings you here?" Morning Biao said with a calm face. "Brother Wei told me to rob the prison. Woodlands restaurant." Ah cut. Ah cut. Ah cut. Zhang Wei sneezed 3 times in a row. "I don't know if Morning Biao has arrived at the police station. I hope Zhou Mingxiong doesn't mess up." "Forget it, don't think about that. Waiter, keep serving." Chapter 62, I'm not in the habit of negotiating with others. "Hey, Brother Wei, Zhang Kuei and Su Qing were both robbed out by me. Don't worry, you still don't trust me to do my job? Guarantee that there is not a single living soul. Well, I'll hang up first. I have to go and finish off that guy Zhou Mingxiong now." Zhang Wei froze in place with his cell phone with a confused look on his face. "Who am I? Where am I? What happened?" I don't know if he was startled by this sudden surprise, but Zhang Wei only felt that his vision was getting blurred. At this moment, Zhang Wei, who couldn't even take care of himself, had no time to care about Zhou Mingxiong, the enemy. After changing glasses several times in a row, even the 3,000-degree presbyopas had become hard to see in. Before his vision completely blurred, Zhang Wei hurriedly sent a message to Zhang Biao using his voice. "Biao, come to the Woodlands restaurant in South City quickly." The blind Zhang Wei was afraid of being seen by others, so he could only pretend to continue eating mouthful after mouthful, so that the two Zhang Biao and Zhang Bao arrived soon. Wood Forest security had just been sent to the hospital for treatment, and a few temporary security guards saw the two men and didn't even dare to ask a question and directly hid. Big brother, what's wrong with you? Who did this to you? Who is it? Stop howling. Quick, get me something to eat." Fine, big brother, we'll go get it right now." The waiters around looked at the two people who didn't even buy a meal ticket and didn't dare to stop them, and they didn't even have the courage to say that it was long past the closing time. However, not only were these waiters having a hard time, Zhang Wei was not having a good time either. The system was continuing to strengthen his body, and he would need to keep eating. But Zhang Wei waited for half a day and did not wait for food, but waited for the sound of wolf swallowing on the side. *******. Bill, what are you guys doing? Big brother, we're helping you taste if it's cooked or not. Zhang Wei, compared to the old and shabby neighborhoods in the North City, the South City can be said to be the most prosperous area in Anyang. The prosperity of the South City is naturally due to Zhou Mingxiong. Of course, he's doing this for himself. One Piece Villa area, Villa 16. Don't get me wrong, this isn't Zhou Mingxiong's house. As a deputy mayor, how could he afford a villa worth $10 million? The villa belonged to his old cousin, and Zhou Mingxiong had only paid $1 for 10 years' rent. "Mayor, it's not good. We caught those two today and they both escaped." Zhou Mingxiong said indifferently. "Where are Ahu and Xiaobing? Didn't come back? Mayor, they should be dead." Zhou Mingxiong frowned at his words. What's so unusual about Zhang Wei? Still eating at the Woodlands restaurant. 2 of his brothers have gotten to him. Contact Director Wang and ask him to issue a wanted notice. Yes, Mayor. Just then, however, the lights of the villa suddenly began to flicker. Zhou Mingxiong was naturally not stupid to be able to mix to this day. Coming to the door? Protect the mayor. Dozens of exalts instantly rushed into the villa, and at the same time, the lights of the villa instantly went out. An alien behind Zhou Mingxiong saw this and hastily rubbed a fireball with his hand, which prevented the villa from falling into darkness. Big sister, It looks like we won't be able to sneak in. Then kill it by force. As the sound of conversation rang out, a black-robed figure walked slowly towards Zhou Mingxiong and the others at the side door of the villa. Zhou Mingxiong looked at the black-robed figure in front of him and said indifferently, "You're one of Zhang Wei's people, aren't you?" Facing Zhou Mingxiong's questioning, Odbo and the black-robe froze. "Big sister, who is Zhang Wei? How was I supposed to know?" The conversation between a cat and a mouse caused Zhou Mingxiong to be stunned as well. From his years of experience, the reaction of the man in front of him was not feigned. Not one of Zhang Wei's men? However, Morning Biao clearly had no intention of chatting with him. Do it! These men of Zhou Mingxiong's were not weak. The worst of them were C-class Alterans, and there were several A-class Alterans as well. However, compared to the strength of Bishop Morning Biao, they were much too weak. What's more, Funeral Biao likes to sneak up on people. It didn't enlarge its body, but directly attacked and killed the fire-type alien in charge of illumination while everyone's eyes were on Ao de Piao. After losing their illumination, Zhou Mingxiong and his group became complete prey to the funeral pugilist. Compared to Zhang Wei's unlucky luck of having a few enemies run away every time, Morning Biao never left a living soul behind when he struck. Murder, extermination. Funeral Biao has always been an expert in this field. Why, there's a cat. It's not a man. It's a big rat. Ah. For a while, there were cries of shock and screams. In just a few moments, Villa 16 gradually returned to peace. Zhou Mingxiong looked at the corpses all over the ground, as well as the seriously injured big rat who fell to the ground. Slowly lit a cigarette and looked at Morning Biao. "How about making a deal?" Morning Biao licked his blood-covered paw and said indifferently, "Not good. This Miao is not in the habit of negotiating with others." When Zhou Mingxiong heard this, he moved on hurriedly to gently extinguish the cigarette in his hand. The scarlet dots of fire were gradually extinguished at his fingertips, as if symbolizing the suppression of some emotion. Then, one by one, he began to unbutton his jacket slowly and methodically. Every time he unbuttoned a button, Zhou Mingxiong felt like he was releasing the power that had been latent within him for a long time. With the last button undone, he casually tossed that jacket to the side. The jacket arced through the air and fell lightly to the ground, like a fallen leaf that had lost its vitality. Right at this instant, an extremely powerful aura violently erupted from Zhou Mingxiong's body. The original slightly blossoming body was unexpectedly undergoing amazing changes at this moment at a speed visible to the naked eye. A block of firm muscles quickly bulged, with clear lines, as hard as if they were made of steel, while the originally loose skin was also tightly taut, full of elasticity and tension. Especially the muscles at the arms were as thick as a dragon, containing endless explosive power. "It's been a long time since I've done it. Cat, you're still the first." Boom! Zhou Mingxiong's feet exerted force. The marble floor instantly cracked, and the powerful force directly caused his entire body to rush out as if it were a cannonball. Whoosh! The figures of a man and a cat alternated. Morning Biao slowly retracted his claws, dragging the dying Aldebaran away without looking back, until the figures of Morning Biao and Ode Biao disappeared from the doorway. Only then did they hear a muffled PFF sound. Zhou Mingxiong's neck, which was as thick as a tree trunk, suddenly erupted with a number of scarlet arrows of blood. That blood surged out like a flood that broke the dike, splattering on the surrounding ground, forming a shocking blood-colored flower. Immediately afterward, his massive head, as if it had lost its support, slowly and gently slid down from above his neck. With a dull thud, the once proud head rolled lifelessly to the cold ground. A fire was thrown in at the door, igniting Villa 16. Chapter 63, "This is the first time we've seen you by like this. Finally got over it." Looking at the Woodlands restaurant behind him, which had gone bankrupt, Zhang Wei was overwhelmed with emotion. 7 days, 7 whole days. For this breakthrough, Mulimori's toilets were blocked dozens of times, and in the end, they managed to eat them up. Of course, perhaps Zhou Mingxiong's death was the last straw that overwhelmed Mulimori. In these 7 days, the sky has changed in Anyang City. First, the South City police station was raided, with heavy deaths and injuries, and then Zhou Mingxiong and his security dozens died in his villa. These two things can be described as a heavy bomb exploded in Anyang City, causing a lot of sensation. System, check personal attributes. Host, Zhang Wei. Age, 22. Face value, unimportant. Sex, male. Ability, unawakened. Rank, 10. Combat strength, 499, can be improved. System points, 625-5690, can be obtained through quests as well as recycled items. Merit value balance, 323131145 points, can be exchanged for system points on a 1-to-1 basis. Eye of Scrying, intermediate, can probe information about the target. The lower the target's level, the more information there is. Penetrating vision, can penetrate obscurations no more than 1 meter thick. Yes, it should be known that even Zhang Biao and Zhang Bao, who were beside Zhang Wei, only had a combat power of 299 points, and even though this was only their first stage of combat power, it was enough to prove how exaggerated this 499 of Zhang Wei was. Combat power was not force, but the system's comprehensive assessment of a person, and under normal circumstances, combat power could represent a person's strength. After all, the system's assessment has calculated every aspect. Of course, this was under normal circumstances, and some temporary breakthroughs or physiques like Zhang Biao's and theirs would be hard to calculate. However, as long as Zhang Wei kept an eye on the changes in his opponent's combat strength, he would not be caught in a situation where he was pretending to be a pig in a poke. Although Zhang Wei's strength had increased a lot, his body size hadn't changed much, which made Zhang Wei sigh in relief. Big brother, where are we going now? Nonsense. Of course we're going back. Although Zhang Wei was busy eating these days, he still watched the news and short videos occasionally. I didn't expect that guy Morning Biao to be so ruthless. Whoever took out Zhou Mingxiong really went ahead and did it. There's no telling if this will be investigated on us. Right now, Zhang Wei just wanted to be a good citizen. He didn't want to go against the government yet. Of course, if the investigation really came to his head and there was still evidence, Zhang Wei would not be able to surrender with his hands tied. The world is so big and there are so many secret places. Where can't you go? Big brother, should we call Zhang Kuwei to pick us up? Call him a fart. From now on, tell him to change to the image of a skinny guy, and keep both him and Su Qing out of the house during this recent period. Okay, big brother, so are we taking a cab back now? Zhang Wei shook his head. There's no rush. Let's go buy a car. Soon, the three of them arrived at the Wuling Four Sun store. The first time they saw Zhang Wei and the others, the salesman hid. Yet can they hide? A few moments later, a sales was lifted up in front of Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei, 28 years old. Physical condition, healthy, F-class alien. Mind reading, rank, 12, combat power 19. Asterisk. Zhang Wei was not even thinking of spitting, because there was actually more than one person named Zhang Wei in this Four Sun store. Big brother, don't kill me. What are you afraid of? We're here to buy a car. Hearing Zhang Wei's words, Sales Zhang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Although the level of his psychic talent was very low, the psychic ability of mind reading was still good, at least from the face of the person in front of him. The other party did not lie to him. Sales Zhang Wei was instantly energized. This kind of big brother is usually very generous. What kind of car do you guys want to see? Big brother? Zhang Wei looked around and pointed to a 7-seater SUV not far away. Let's go with this one. Brother, you really have a good eye. This car is equipped with a 1.5T turbocharged engine with high efficiency and stability. It has a maximum power of 147 kilowatts, 200 horsepower, and a maximum torque of 290 Nm, and can reach speeds of up to 170 yards per hour. Stop! Zhang Wei waved his hand to interrupt Sales Zhang Wei's nonsense. I don't want the engine. Give me 100 of this car. Ha! Sales Zhang Wei looked at Zhang Wei with a confused expression. What? Zhang Wei frowned. Can't sell it? No. Big brother. I have to ask our manager. The main thing is, this is the first time we've encountered this buying method of yours. Go. Zhang Wei waved his hand. Sales Zhang Wei left with a constipated face and came back after a long time. Big brother, our manager said we can sell it, but we can only offer $15,000 off per car, and you have to pay the full amount and deliver it in 10 days. No problem. Swipe your card. Zhang Wei, who has $1 billion lying inside his card, is also rich and powerful, and for a small business of a few $1 million, he has no patience to even haggle. Well, actually, he was too busy to go back. After swiping his card, Zhang Wei pointed at the car in the hall and said, I'm going to lift this one today. Give me the key. Okay, big brother, I'll get you the key. A car with an engine is just a car. Just signed a big order of 100 sales Zhang Wei. This point of the Lord can still do. System, help me change the engine up. Good host. As the system's voice fell, the engine from Zhang Wei's system space silently appeared on the car in front of him. The car's original engine, on the other hand, was screwed up somewhere by the system. Come on, Bill, go home. Okay, big brother. Looking at Zhang Wei's trio already on board, Sales Zhang Wei hurriedly shouted, Big brother, this car hasn't been refueled. However, before he could finish his words he heard a low growl coming from the Wuling in front of him. Boom! Bang! Sales Zhang Wei looked at the Wuling who had gone off in a daze, as well as the smashed glass door. Asterisk. Love home. Morning Puma, where's the cat? Zhang Wei yelled at the top of his lungs as soon as he got out of the car. Viagra, here it is. A leisurely voice came from Morning Biao by the fish pond. You hee ha, holy, Where's the kangaroo? Why? This isn't a kangaroo. This is my new little brother. Named Odubio. Odubio. This is Viagra. Call someone. Hello why? Zhang Wei. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The rat has been taken in as a little brother by the cat. Zhang Wei couldn't help but spit out in his heart. Moreover, this rat is too damn big. The crowd had long heard the sounds from this side, and at that moment, they all walked out of their respective rooms towards this side. Just as Zhang Wei was about to question why Morning Biao wanted to rob the prison, the sky was suddenly dark. The crowd looked up, only to see that the sun, which had just been high in the sky, was now covered by dark clouds. Is it going to rain? Not quite. I have a bad feeling about this. No, we're the only loving home that's blocked by the dark clouds. Chapter 64. Hey, Uncle Chen. I want to call the police. I've been kidnapped. I don't know who it is. Maybe it's the world. At the North City police station, Chen Daxian was holding his cell phone with a dumbfounded look on his face. Bureau Chen. What's wrong? Yi Fei, who had just finished reporting his work and had not yet left, asked. Chen Daxian heard this and looked at Yi Fei. Just now, Zhang Wei called and said that he was kidnapped. So if you're not busy right now, go and see what's going on. Dean Chang? He was kidnapped? Yi Fei's eyes widened. He'd believe it if the mayor had been kidnapped, but Zhang Wei could have been kidnapped? Leaving Chen Daqiang's office, Yi Fei hadn't taken a few steps before he met Scar, who was molesting the police flower. Yi Fei immediately left without saying a word, dragging Scar's collar. Hey, 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 what are you doing? Get off me. Can't you see I'm talking to a girl? Yi Fei said indifferently. Dean Zhang has been kidnapped. What the hell? Scar instantly gave up his resistance and turned around to actively follow Yi Fei. That guy Zhang Wei can be kidnapped? Who's that capable? What about his 4 younger brothers? I don't know. Bureau Chen told me to go over and take a look. It didn't take long for the two to arrive at the door of the loving home, looking at Zhang Wei's group of people who were eating hot pot and chatting in the courtyard. Scar was furious. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhang Wei, you kid reported a false police report, right? Scar opened the car door and huffed towards Zhang Wei's group of people. However, before he could take a few steps, he directly crashed into an invisible wall. Ha, what's going on? Just the way you see it. Zhang Wei got up and slowly stepped in front of Scar, then punched towards Scar's nose. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Scar was so scared that he jumped 3 meters away. Yet he soon realized that Zhang Wei's fist had similarly landed on an invisible wall. Scar curiously threw a fireball at Zhang Wei's face. However, Zhang Wei didn't even blink, much less dodge. Bang! The fireball exploded in front of Zhang Wei, and a hidden barrier flashed by. Yi Fei got off the car and came to Zhang Wei's body, curiously touching it with his hand. Dean Zhang, what's going on? Asterisk 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 asterisk. How was I supposed to know? Zhang Wei spat. 2 hours ago, this thing just appeared out of nowhere, and even now I haven't researched how it came to be. So, is there anything we can do to help you guys? Yi Fei asked. Just help me break it, Zhang Wei said. Yi Fei nodded at his words. Okay, Dean Zhang, I'll try. Yi Fei utilized his entire body's strength and blasted his fist towards the barrier. Boom! Ka-ching! Hiss! Dean Zhang, I'm sorry, I've broken a bone. I have to go back to Bureau Chen to get it fixed. I'll be back soon. Zhang Wei. Scar also tried, and finally shook his head at Zhang Wei. This thing can't burn. You wait until we get back and figure something out for you. After saying that, Scar also got into the police car and pulled Yi Fei away in a puff of smoke. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Do we really have to spend 1,000,000 system points to buy a barrier breaking cone? However, as soon as this idea surfaced, Zhang Wei immediately vetoed it. So far, they had only been unable to get out, and no danger had appeared yet. As a last resort, Zhang Wei would never spend $1,000,000 to buy a disposable prop. There must be a way before the cart comes to the mountain. I'd like to see who's doing it. However, Zhang Wei is doomed to not find the person who made the mistake, because this stuff just isn't something that can be made in the present. Zhang Wei, who had no choice but to continue to return to the hot pot and eat it. In the past, when I was poor, I was hungry for 8 meals in 3 days. Now that we have money, 8 meals a day is not a problem. Just like this, the group of people ate hot pot and chatted, and time came to the evening without realizing it. Suddenly, an emotionless voice rang out in the minds of everyone in the House of Love. World reading complete. The trial area shield is on. End of rule construction. Rule number 1, each person may post only 1 task, and the dean may post 3. Tasks are limited to the daily routine of the House of Love. Rule 2, players can be hunted and devoured for not completing their tasks, and certain rewards need to be given for completing them. Rule number 3, you may not hunt targets outside of the accepted mission. Rule 4, each person may choose one trigger condition, and the triggering player may hunt and devour. Dean may choose 3. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The group looked at me and I looked at you. Dean, do you hear me? Aha! The voice seems to be telling us to hunt someone else? Big brother, what do those rules mean? I don't quite understand them. Yeah, so many rules. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I know. In the meantime, an unknown world, a special race lives here. The tricksters. The trickster race is similar in appearance to humans, but is definitely not related to them in any way. The trickster clan possesses a magical Tao called the Rule. It could connect to other worlds and grab the creatures of those worlds over for the Guile race to devour, thus upgrading the entire world in disguise. But something seems to have gone wrong with the rules this time. More than 24 tricksters have been chosen and are about to be dropped into each other's worlds. Pardo is one of the chosen tricksters. Congratulations on being selected as one of the players. Quest scene, North City loving home. It's an orphanage on the verge of closing down, and rumor has it that the director owes a lot of money out there. Whenever night falls, the dean lies in the yard with his 4 brothers to bask in the moon. So never go out at night. Hint, watch out for the fish pond. It's dangerous there. S-rated mission. Dean's safe. SS ranked mission. Morning Puma's secret. SSS level mission. Survive for 7 days. Complete any task to return. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The lowest is an S-ranked mission? Pardo was going crazy. S-rank mission. That was a 9 deaths or even 10 deaths mission. This time they players were not dead? However, the chosen ones didn't have any choice. They didn't even have time to think before they disappeared into thin air. Love home. Zhang Wei's group of people looked at the more than 20 people who suddenly appeared in the direction of the entrance with odd faces. Big brother, isn't this a human being? Can we eat it? Zhang Wei shook his head. They are not human. Zhang Wei's scrying eye had already risen to the intermediate level, and at this moment, he could clearly see that these people at the entrance were all humans in disguise. Pardo, trickster, male, 27, status, in fear, ability, amputation reborn, rank, 19, combat strength, 75, recoverable system points 8,000. Kind of. Could this be a perk the system got me for being so tired lately? Zhang Wei cupped his chin and began to think about how to utilize the rules to collect all these system points in front of him. However, what Zhang Wei didn't know was that the group of shenanigans on the opposite side were also pondering how to steal his safe at this time. After all, compared to the SS-ranked quest, Morning Puma's secret, and the SSS-ranked quest, Survive for 7 days, these 2 quests, the S-ranked quest seems to be the best one to do. Chapter 65 Distribution of Work. Gentlemen, I'm sure you all know how difficult this mission is. So far, Dean's safe is the easiest one, but even the simplest mission is an S-rank mission. If we want to pass, we must join forces, or no one will return alive. The speaker was a young man, probably only 20 years old by the look of his face, but that was only the changed appearance in the mission scenario nowadays, and no one knew what he really looked like until he revealed his true form. That's the magic of rules. They automatically disguise themselves as humans when they enter the House of Love. Likewise, human players who are dragged into their trickster realm are automatically disguised in a trickster appearance. Except for the person who received the mission, outsiders can't see anything. The rules are not a game of certain death, and while the mortality rate is high, if you survive, you will reap the rewards that match the risk, and that payback will have to come from the parties involved in the mission. As of now, for example, Zhang Wei and the others could issue daily quests to make things difficult for these shenanigans, and as long as they were unable to complete the quests, they could hunt them down and kill them. However, if these shenanigans completed the daily tasks, Zhang Wei and the others would need to give certain rewards. My name is Torso, and I have hunted a total of 7 humans. Torso looked at the crowd beside him and said, if you all trust me, I will definitely bring you all back alive. Of course, there's a will for every trickster, and I won't discourage those who want to try it out for themselves. I believe in you, Lord Torso. You know me? Who doesn't know Lord Torso? You are a famous analyst in our trickster world. Yes, I see your articles in the paper all the time too. Lord Torso, I would like to follow you as well. Soon, a dozen or so players had gathered around Torso, but there were still about 10 players who chose to do the quest alone. Although they were first-time players, they knew very well that there was not necessarily more power in numbers. Although he didn't know why Rule had dragged them into the human world, but judging by Rule's past modus operandi, the humans here definitely possessed the strength to hunt them down. Pardo was one of those who chose to go it alone. Though he had very little guts, he wasn't stupid, and he didn't want to go and be a gun for someone else. On the contrary, Pardo is very smart. A total of 6 characters appear in the mission. The Dean, as well as his 4 brothers, and a man named Morning Puma. It's an orphanage on the verge of closing down, and rumor has it that the director owes a lot of money out there. Whenever night falls, the dean lies in the yard with his 4 brothers to bask in the moon. So never go out at night. The rules don't remind us not to go out at night for no reason. That means that Dean and his 4 brothers are the most dangerous beings in existence. Dean's safe. Funeral Puma's secret. Survive for 7 days. You can't get around him and his 4 brothers to get the Dean safe. And this quest can't be done. That means all I can do now is survive for 7 days. And the secret of the funeral Puma. Pardo's mind kept pondering what he should do next. Whether it's surviving for 7 days or the secret of Death Puma. Neither task looks like it's going to be easy to accomplish. Just then, a rule beep sounded in the heads of Pardo and the other players. Attention all players, please find the dean and ask for a job within the hour. Failure of the mission will result in loss of rule protection. At the same time, a rule beep sounded in Zhang Wei's head. Please ask the dean to give the players their assignments for the day. No more than 3 players may be rejected, and those who are rejected will lose the protection of the rules. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up. Yossi, is it that exciting right out of the gate? Aren't these players just gaga on the chopping block once they lose the protection of the rules? Zhang Wei's gaze began to wander over the group of players at the entrance. The first wave naturally eliminates the kind of players that just look delicious and have the highest system point recovery price. This squid looks pretty good. This boar, forget it, this thing tastes Thai if it's not castrated I hear. Zhang Wei's gaze kept wandering over the group of players. In fact, what Zhang Wei didn't know was that the forms he saw weren't the original bodies of these players either. The Guile race was not the demon race or the ghost race. It was a special race that had a physical body. But it was not a physical body as Zhang Wei understood it. It was more like an energy body. These players still walked stiffly towards Zhang Wei and their side after hesitating for more than 10 minutes. Other than Zhang Wei being able to see the essence of these players, they were actually a group of ordinary people in the eyes of Zhang Biao and the others. Only because of the mission, Zhang Biao and the others knew that these were their prey. Upon approaching Zhang Wei and the others, the group of Trickster Realm players could not help but be startled. In addition to the 4 ferocious men, they actually saw a rat that was larger than a man. This kind of rat was definitely a powerful existence that had eaten dozens of people even in their Guile realm. On top of that one cat looks too damn much like a murderer, doesn't it? Nima, what kind of world have we been dragged into? Forcing back the fear in his heart, Tulso took the lead and bent his head to Zhang Wei and the others. Honorable Dean and Lords, we are students here to look for a job, and we also ask you to grant us a job. Zhang Wei was tempted to try to see what would happen if he refused, but in the end, he decided to play by the rules first. Alright, since you're students, I'll set you up with something to do. Seeing Zhang Wei open his mouth, the players were finally relieved, and at the same time, they counted on knowing who was the boss here. Zhang Wei pointed at the only 3 girls among the players and said, "You 3, follow Su Qing to the live broadcast." Thank you Dean. Thank you Dean. Although they didn't know what the live broadcast was, the trio was almost moved to tears when they arrived and were put to work. Su Qing glanced at the 3 of them and got up to walk towards the room. Follow me. The 3 saw this and hurriedly followed. Although they also knew that Su Qing would find a way to get them killed next, it was better than losing the protection of the rules right now. After Su Qing and the 3 sisters left, Zhang Wei looked at the 2 well-built strong men again. You guys follow Zhang Kuwei to guard the door. In the days before he ran the Netflix, Zhang Kuwei was in charge of guarding the door. And now that he can't get out, he's back to his old job. The 2 looked at the thin bamboo pole like Zhang Kuwei and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in their hearts. At this point, there are 21 players left. Zhang Wei thought for a moment and looked at Ao de Biao. The sewers and drains of our love home haven't been emptied for more than 10 years, so you take 4 people with you. Oh, my god, I'm a big rat, but I'm not a sewer worker. Odbo couldn't wait to pull out Zhang Wei's heart on the spot to see if it was black. Okay Dean, Mouse will do the job you've assigned him. Chapter 66. The Mall of Wickedness opens. Well, good job. Zhang Wei nodded before looking at the remaining 17 players. As for you guys, the 17 players being watched by Zhang Wei were nervous in their hearts. They were now both afraid of being arranged by Zhang Wei for the 4 Zhangdiao people and afraid that Zhang Wei would not arrange jobs for them. Without a job, that means they will lose the protection of the rules and become a direct target that all NPCs can attack. However, their worries were redundant as Zhang Wei could only eliminate 3 players in this wave. Even Zhang Wei could not eliminate any of them. However, it was obvious that Zhang Wei was not so kind. How could a man who even had to taste the saltiness of a dung truck crossing the road let go of a system point delivered to his door? Zhang Wei looked at the 4 Zhang Biao who had a face full of curiosity on the side. Biao, you guys take 10 people to renovate the house. I'll put the materials in the courtyard later. Okay, big brother. The 4 Zhang Biao quickly picked away 10 players. At this point, there were only 7 players left in the field. Zhang Wei said to 4 of the players. You, and you. You can go and help Morning Biao fight. Morning Biao. You take them to work first. I'll see if I can get flour and meat. And turn around and help me pack a few hundred tons of buns. Asterisk. Hundreds of tons? Morning Biao huffed and walked away with those 4 players designated by Zhang Wei. And it probably couldn't be bothered to finish off these players until the buns were finished. Zhang Wei looked at the last remaining 3 players and grinned. I'm sorry, this dean doesn't think of any more work to arrange for you guys for the time being. The 3 players' faces changed drastically as they sniffed and fell to their knees with a flutter. Dean, please, get us a job. Dean, please. Just then, the 3 of them trembled, and the protection given by the rules instantly disappeared. Zhang Wei nodded his head in satisfaction as he looked at the 3 players in front of him who had transformed back into their bizarre natures. Not bad. A chicken, a squid, and a chili bar. Escape. Without any hesitation, the 3 creeps got up and fled in 3 different directions. Although they had lost the protection of the rules, they didn't want to wait for death. As long as they hid, they might have a chance of survival. However, before they could run a few steps, they were directly grabbed back by Zhang Wei. A few moments later, all players received a beep about the rules. Player Quinquin is eliminated. Player Deep Squid eliminated. Player Poison Dragon eliminated. All the players shuddered. That's just the beginning of the game. And 3 players have been eliminated. On the other hand, Zhang Wei raised a middle finger at the system. He hadn't even had a chance to taste it before the system turned all this weirdness into system points, leaving him with no body. However, looking at the 30,000 plus points growth in his system point balance, Zhang Wei was still quite happy. If only we could get our hands on this rules game. Wouldn't we have as many system points as we want then? As soon as Zhang Wei's words fell, the system's beep sounded. Parsing in progress. Parsing complete. Rule, 1 of the Great Roads. Description. It is a twisted and selfish avenue that constantly invades worlds in order to strengthen itself. Status, weak. Detected that the host's merit value has reached -30 million, and the lack of virtue value system mall is open. Zhang Wei. Nima. System, come out of there. What does the lack of value mall mean? Who are you insulting? However, Zhang Wei soon apologized for his rude behavior towards the system just now. Counterfeit $100 coins. Simulated for 10 minutes. Sold for 1 point of deficiency value. Imitation. As the name suggests, mimics into real money, but only for 10 minutes, after which it becomes a complete fake. Broken chopping board. In good cosmetic condition. Priced at 1 point of deficiency value. The 82 Lafite. A man born in 82 whose name is Lafite peed inside a bottle of Lafite. Is sold for 5 points of deficiency value. Old Wang's pants. Liu Nyang's birth control pills. System, what kind of stuff are you selling here? Ha, what's this? Zhang Wei's gaze rested on a vacuum cleaner-like item. Avenue vacuum cleaner? Specialized for stealing avenues? Priced at 30 million lakh value? System, can this thing steal this avenue of rules? The host who can. How does it work? It can only be used when the other party opens the channel of their own accord. Friendly reminder that any player can choose to return to the world they were originally in by completing a single quest, at which time the channel will open. Shaga. System, tell me honestly, do you want me to take this avenue and sell it to you? I advise you to put that idea to rest. There's no way I'm going to sell this avenue to you. System, if I spend all of my lack of merit value, is it true that I won't owe merit value anymore? Consumption of deficiency value does not cancel out the merit value owed, and the merit value owed needs to be continued to be returned by the host. Asterisk. Forget it, now it's better to think about who to leave alive to open the passage. Rule was never going to think that this one game would bring about its demise in any way. Other people at most think about how not to be bound by the game, while Zhang Wei directly stared at this avenue. Doorway. Zhang Kuwei leisurely lit a cigarette and looked at the 2 strong players and said, our job is simple. Just guard here every day. The who? You? Yeah, what's your name? My name is Bertu. Okay, you're working the night shift today. Ah, Bertu instantly doubled over. Zhang Kuwei ignored him and instead looked at one of the remaining players and asked, what's your name? The player answered quickly, my name is Donim. Zhang Kuwei nodded and said, Donim, I heard that the dean lost his pillow. As security guards, it is our duty to help the dean retrieve his pillow, and I will leave this task to you. Mission. In contrast to Bertu's night shift, Donim, who received his assignment, went straight to his knees. Quests were NPCs giving them a hard time, and if they failed to complete the quest, they would lose the protection of the rules, and he would become the target of Zhang Kuwei's hunt. Lord Zhang Kuwei, please, I have an old man at the top and a young man at the bottom. Woo woo. Faced with a snotty Donim, Zhang Kuwei did not have an ounce of compassion. Let me remind you that your mission is only 3 days long. By the way, you still have to stand guard at work during the day. So, hey, you can only go on missions at night. Dornum instantly went limp at the sound of his voice. However, the next moment he was lifted up by Zhang Kuwei, followed by a bite on his neck. Only after at least a liter of blood had been sucked out of him did Zhang Kuwei put him down. This is your punishment for not taking your work seriously. Hurry up and go stand guard, if I catch you slacking off again. Hey, 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 hey. The same scene happens in every corner of the loving home. Once used to hunting and teasing humans, they didn't think that one day they would also be the target of being hunted. At this moment, it seems to have turned into a truly bizarre purgatory. Chapter 67, The Dean's Room Tonight. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where did the old pillow go? Where's the QQ milk candy from my safe? Zhang Wei searched for half a day in his room but couldn't find his pillow, and his safe was also broken into again. Eventually, Zhang Wei determined that he had been burglarized, and a house burglar at that. But even if you steal candy, isn't it too much to steal a pillow? He actually didn't have much in his safe, and it had been broken for a long time. To be precise, the safe broke while the old dean was still alive. Inside, apart from a few packets of candies and some snacks in black plastic bags, there were only a few photos of him and the 4 Zhang Biao when they were young, as well as some formalities and real estate certificates of the House of Love. These things might not be useful to others, but they were important to Zhang Wei. But even so, Zhang Wei did not think of putting the safe in the system space. Maybe it was forgotten, maybe it's an obsession, or maybe it's a legacy. Because, once upon a time, the old dean guarded that old safe in the same way. Guard the candy hidden inside, or perhaps, waiting for them to steal the candy inside. Even though there were no longer any of those mischievous children in the loving home now, Zhang Wei was still waiting for the old dean, because Zhang Biao and the others will come back to steal. Yes, in Zhang Wei's eyes, they, still a child. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hundreds of tons of buns. How long will this meow take to wrap them? Looking at the dozens of tons of flour on the ground, as well as the piles of pork and cabbage, Morning Biao was going crazy. However, what Morning Biao didn't know was that Zhang Wei was actually heartbroken, because all of these things were bought by him at the cost of system points. Morning Biao looked at the 4 players shivering in the doorway and said, "What are you waiting for? Why don't you hurry up and work? If you can't finish wrapping these buns, this meow will feed you to the fish." However, while saying this, Morning Biao added in his mind, "Take you guys and feed you to the fish even after the package." Pardo was very fortunate that he was one of the players assigned to play underneath Morning Puma, which fit his plan perfectly. If he had been assigned to someone else, Pardo would have had to find a way to get access to Funeral Puma. Still, the fact that a cat was actually called that was enough to surprise Pardo. As Pardo did his work, he pondered what he should do next. The rules don't remind players that fish ponds are dangerous for no reason. This cat in front of me has mentioned it again, and it seems that this its secret is hidden in this fish pond. The rule was that you couldn't go out at night, and Dean and his 4 brothers would be out in the courtyard basking in the moon. But the fish pond will definitely be dangerous during the day, and nighttime might be the only chance to sneak into it. Otherwise this quest would never reach SS rank either. It seems that the only way to accomplish this task is to wait until the Dean and those 4 ferocious gods are not in the courtyard at night to take a chance. But in the meantime, I must not let this cat look the other way. If he issues me a mission, I may not live to see it. Thinking of this, Pardo couldn't be bothered to hide his clumsiness. Isn't it just for them to wrap the buns? Then scramble the bag yourself. As long as he showed his worth, this cat in front of him would never get himself killed first. Thinking of this, Pardo's speed surged tenfold. On the side, Morning Biao looked at Pardo, whose hands were wrapped in stumps, with great satisfaction in his heart. Looking at the other 3 unrelenting players again, a flash of murderous intent flashed across Morning Biao's eyes. The rules state that Death Puma can assign a task to one of them players, and if he fails to complete that task, Death Puma can hunt him down and pass it on to the next person. But this is not the only way for Death Puma to hunt the player. He can also choose a trigger condition, and as long as the player triggers into it, it can hunt the opponent as well. Death Pio chooses the task of stealing the candy inside Dean's safe. The triggering condition, on the other hand, is to steal a bun. In other words, any player who steals a bun triggers the hunting condition of the Funeral Puma. Even though Morning Pio still needed them to work right now, a warning was still important. Morning Biao jumped to the player who moved the slowest and opened his mouth to ask, "What's your name?" My name is Little Monk Shui. This meow has an assignment for you. Go to Dean's room tonight and steal the candy inside his safe for this meow." Flop. Little Shui Monk directly knelt. The remaining 2 slow-moving players saw this and hastily accelerated their own speed, fearing that they would be the next unlucky ones. Subaru's room. Lizai. Lizai, come, we're the ones holding back. Thanks to my bully's hot air balloon. Compared to the players who were under Zhang Kuei and Morning Biao, the three female players who followed Su Qing didn't seem to be that upset. However, the three female players did not realize that Su Qing's perfunctory treatment of them had long been noted in her heart. Soon enough, the broadcast was over. Just as the three of them breathed a sigh of relief, Su Qing caressed the worn-out table and chairs and muttered, "This table is too old." Su Qing finished with a beaming smile and turned her head to look at one of the female players. "I want to change a set of tables and chairs so badly, or how about this? Sister, I'll give you a task. Tonight you go to the dean's room and steal the dean's chair." Puff! The female player's legs went limp and she directly fell to her knees. "Sewer! Bastard! How dare you treat me, Albara, like a sewer worker? You, go to Dean's room tonight and tear his mattress apart." Ah, temporary sight. More than a dozen figures were earnestly building steel pipe racks. "Bill, you don't think Big Brother will find out we stole his candy, do you?" "What, we stole it? Didn't Funeral Puma do it?" Yeah. Morning Bill did it. Ha 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 ha. Hey, say, Big Brother has a lot of candy hidden in his safe. Shoo, Big Brother is at home now. Let's not go stealing. We'll get smacked if we get caught. We don't have to go. Don't we have so many men? You mean? Hey. In the meantime, Zhang Wei, who was resting in his room, had a nightmare. He dreamed of people coming to steal his candy, grab his pillows, and move his tables and chairs, and even tear down his mattress. "No, don't come over here, don't pick my pants." Flax fall. Chapter 68, Do these things eat buns? I'm yet. Scared the hell out of me. Zhang Wei, who woke up from his sleep, picked up his cell phone and looked at the time, realizing that it would be less than 7 o'clock. Daylight hours are long in the summer in Anyang City, with the sun slowly going down after 7:30 p.m. Sleep is getting shorter and shorter now, and I wonder if it's because my body is getting stronger. Before the blood moon descended, the four of them, Zhang Wei and Zhang Biao, had to sleep for at least 12 hours a day. Of course, they didn't have enough to eat back then, and sleeping was one of the most effective ways to keep their strength up with less exercise. After all, if you fall asleep, you won't be hungry. But now it's only 2 hours of sleep a day, and even sometimes not at all. And even if he didn't sleep for a day or two, Zhang Wei's energy was high. Asterisk. Who the hell ate bear heart and leopard guts and actually dared to rob me? Zhang Wei rubbed his face hard, got up and walked towards the door. He had to go and see who was the second 5 boys. Just as he went out, Zhang Wei saw Zhang Biao and the others who were working feverishly. When they saw Zhang Wei come out, the 4 Zhang Biao immediately greeted them. "Big brother, you're here." "Aha, Big brother, these players are too good. I'll give you blah 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 blah." Can a player be bad? Those have to work well. Not only do they not have to be paid, but they have to work hard, fear that they will be slower than others. In just an hour or two, they had already built the shelves almost to the point where Zhang Wei even wondered if they had tightened the screws. But Zhang Wei didn't care about that. He didn't have to go up anyway, and he wasn't the one who fell down when the time came. "I don't think it's Biao and the others. Could it be that big murderer Su Qing?" After circling around the construction site, Zhang Wei went to Su Qing's room. At this moment, 1 Fierce and 3 Guile were taking an intermission, and Su Qing was arranging the next live broadcast for 3 Guile. Seeing Zhang Wei coming over, Su Qing and San Gui hurriedly rose to greet him. "Dean, have a seat." "Dean, what can I do for you?" "It's okay, I'll just turn around." "Okay Dean, make yourself at home then. We'll continue." Looking at the 4 beauties in rehearsal, Zhang Wei hated his probing eyes for the first time. If he didn't have these eyes that could see through the truth of the world, he would have been happy at this point. However, he, who possessed this pair of eyes, saw more than just their enchanting bodies, but also Su Qing's triple-digit age, and the real body of the 3 trickster sisters. It doesn't look like it. This old chick's mind is on the live broadcast. Could it be that zombie Zhang Kuei? After leaving Su Qing's room, Zhang Wei rocked all the way to the door with his hands behind his back. At this time, the one on duty was the player Donim, and in the room there was another player named Bertu who was squatting in the corner to rest, and Zhang Kuei was lying on the bed with a silly smile on his face watching the live broadcast with his cell phone. Seeing Zhang Wei, Donim had a nervous expression on his face while hastily giving Zhang Wei a greeting. "Yen, Dean." For the players, Zhang Wei did not have any good feelings. After all, these were all murderous shenanigans. Donim's voice wasn't exactly small, yet Zhang Kuei, who was focused on watching the live broadcast, seemed as if he couldn't hear it, and even Zhang Wei had walked up to him, and he was still looking at his cell phone screen and giggling. Jiang Wei couldn't help but shake his head as he looked at the big fierce female anchor in the live broadcast room whose background curtains had been deformed. It doesn't look like this guy either. Just as Jiang Wei was preparing to go around to Morning Biao's place, Zhang Kuwei would happen to click on the gift this time. Looking at Zhang Kuwei, who had recharged his account with chanting, Jiang Wei froze. Ha! This guy doesn't even have an ID. How can he have a flower? Jiang Wei then saw the success of Zhang Kuwei's face sweep and recharged $598. You know, this guy is using a skinny face right now. I'm yet. Jiang Wei quickly took out his cell phone. We must know. He is now a super tycoon with a balance of more than 1 billion. If this kid stole the reward, then Jiang Wei shall not cry to death? Jiang Wei was relieved when he saw the $10 that he owed for the overdue flower chanting. Luckily for me, my flowers are overdue. But how did this kid get on Slim's account? In fact, what Jiang Wei does not know is that a person's ID card does not stipulate that only one account can be bound. A dozen days ago, Zhang Kuwei and Su Qing were robbed out of prison by Morning Biao, and changed into the image of a thin man. Zhang Kuwei did not know how to fool the thin man with his identity information to bind to Jifu Bao, and successfully opened the flower chanting. So although the chanting that Zhang Kuwei was using now was registered with Slim's information, it was actually still his own chanting. But the odds are that if he doesn't pay this money back, it's still Skinny who's going to be chased for the debt. Thank you Zombika for the Porsche. Thank you Zombika. Come ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the female anchor who was clearly wearing a low-cut dress in the live broadcast but still had to cover her chest when she bent over, as well as Zhang Kuwei who had a silly grin on his face, Jiang Wei shook his head in disappointment. This guy is kind of wasted. Jiang Wei was going to find some time to teach him a lesson, but right now he had more important things on his mind. He had to find out who was trying to steal his candy and rob his mattress. Could it be Funeral Puma? Jiang Wei walked in the direction of the kitchen with his back again. When he passed by the fish pond, Jiang Wei couldn't help but stop. Looking at the looming shadow in the fish pond, Jiang Wei hesitated to jump down in them. However, after thinking about it, Jiang Wei decided to let them go first. Well, it was actually Jiang Wei who wasn't sure. After all, these things aren't bad fighters, and they're still in the water. It would be fine if there were a few giant diamond teeth, but there are hundreds of giant diamond teeth in here. Moreover, out of the secret realm, these giant diamond teeth could likewise absorb the light of the blood moon to cultivate, and their strength was also a lot stronger than in the secret realm. And now if Jiang Wei jumped down, it was estimated that he was likely to be smacked and swollen in the face again. As if sensing that someone was watching them, the giant diamond teeth surfaced one by one. Upon seeing that the visitors were not the funeral puma who often fed them, the giant diamond tooths had a fierce expression on their faces. Looking at the rows of giant teeth in the water that shimmered with a cold light, Jiang Wei was instantly unhappy. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How dare you show your teeth to me in my territory? Jiang Wei took out a steel pipe and knocked it towards the nearest giant diamond tooth. Dang! The giant diamond tooth that was knocked on the head by the steel pipe instantly had its body all the way up and flipped straight over on its stomach. However, before Jiang Wei could get complacent, several nearby giant diamond teeth jumped up like crazy and opened their bloody mouths to bite at Jiang Wei. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dum 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 dum. A dozen steel tubes went down and the pond turned over a dozen giant diamond teeth. However, the steel pipe that was originally nearly 3 meters long in Jiang Wei's hand was only less than 50 centimeters at this point. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Do these things eat steamed buns? How come they're even more vicious than when they were in the secret realm? Can't afford to mess with it. Slipped away. Looking at the dark and pressurized piece coming under the water, Jiang Wei immediately slipped away. Jiang Wei thought that Morning Biao had fed these giant diamond teeth veggies during this time. In fact, what Biao feeds him is Chapter 69, Left Middle Finger Strengthening. Morning Puma, how's Bun Bun doing? In the kitchen, looking at the cage of buns, Jiang Wei was very satisfied. Morning Pio, so much for the bag. Why? What's the matter? It's okay, I just came by to check it out. Alright, then Wei, you can watch it. We have to be busy, so we won't accompany you. Okay. By the way, these are steamed, right? Steamed. I'll put them away in space then, and make some room for you guys too. Jiang Wei happily collected all the buns into the system space. Walking out of the kitchen, Jiang Wei walked towards the sewer again. Soon enough, Jiang Wei found Aoda Biao and the 4 players who were reeking with a foul odor. Looking at Jiang Wei, who had a leisurely look, Odubio couldn't wait to come up and give Jiang Wei a claw. Dean, what can I do for you, mouse? It's fine. How's the sewer? Dean, there's more trash in the sewers because they haven't been cleaned out for a long time, and it may be a few days before we can finish the job. Well, hard work. Turn around and I'll give you a raise right away. Thank you, Dean. And good day to you, Dean. Looking at Odubio, who did not mind getting dirty or complaining and worked hard. Jiang Wei couldn't help but feel that you really can't judge a book by its cover. It seems I was overthinking it. It was just a dream. Jiang Wei's mood instantly improved. Soon, night fell. The blood moon was in the sky, and the crowd gradually stopped what they were doing. According to the rules, after the players finished their day's work, Jiang Wei, the dean, needed to give the players some food, because the rules turned them into humans. They are now just like normal people. Fortunately, it was already in the afternoon when they teleported over. Otherwise, if they had been working all day, they would probably have gone crazy with hunger. However, even after only half a day's work, they were still hungry, and at this moment, they all looked at Jiang Wei with bated breath. Jiang Wei was also very generous, giving each player an expired steamed bun and arranging a leaky room for them. The players who had gotten the steamed buns were all thankful to Jiang Wei, and then returned to their leaking rooms that were leaking all over the place. Jiang Wei and the others didn't have the heart to follow them when they saw this, as they would still be here for several more days anyway. The first thing the players who returned to the room did not do was to gather together to discuss a plan, but to look at each other warily. It wasn't until all the players had swallowed their buns that the atmosphere eased up a bit. The first to speak was still Torso. Gentlemen, it's only the first day and we've already eliminated 3 players. It's not a high percentage of eliminations, but I'm sure you can sense that it's just beginning. A companion has been given the task while we were working today. I'm sure more players will be eliminated tonight. There were a total of 5 players who had received the mission, and at this time, the 5 guile sniffs were also filled with fear, and their legs began to tremble continuously. Tulso said this in order to discern which players had received the quest, and immediately identified 5 shenanigans after his eyes wandered over the crowd of shenanigans. Dornim, what is your mission? Dornim shuddered at his words. He wasn't part of Torso's team and didn't really want to tell anyone about the mission. I didn't get the assignment, Dornim said with averted eyes. However, his lies did not fool Torso. Torso sneered. Dornim, if you can fool others, can you fool yourself? Speak up and we can all help you figure it out together. Are you sure you don't want to? Dornim's task is to help Dean find the missing pillow, and he doesn't know what anyone else's task is. Once upon a time, Dornim had issued conflicting quests to others, causing players to kill each other, so there was no way he could tell the contents of the quests. There was a chance of survival if you fought it yourself, but if you talked about it, the chances of death would only be greater. Seeing Dornim's silence, Torso sneered and turned his gaze to the remaining 4 players. What about you guys? The 4 players being watched by Torso likewise chose to remain silent, and within that were 2 members of the group that the players had agreed to team up with Torso in the first place. Pardo couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment as he watched the scene before him. He knew from the beginning that these kindred spirits could never be relied upon. Pardo didn't choose to remain silent, though, because he wants to go back alive. Pardo looked to Torso. When we were working, Deathbolt didn't avoid us by posting the mission. You could ask their companions working with them. Maybe they know what the mission is about. Pardo's words caused the 5 players to blush, especially the player who worked with Pardo. Pardo, don't you dare betray me. Pardo sneered. We're just working together. We're not partners. What's with the betrayal? You. Enough. Torso chortled and looked to the crowd of players in the room. Let's all speak up. After all, these quests will fall to the rest of us players if they fail, so I'm sure none of us want to die, right? The players sniffed and hurriedly told what they knew. However, there was an exception, and that was Bertu, who worked as a security guard under Zhang Kuei along with Donim. He knew very well that if Donim failed in his mission, this mission would 100% fall on his own shoulders, so that's why he chose to remain silent. Torso didn't care about them anymore when he saw this, but was pondering in his mind how to get rid of the 2 tricksters. Candy inside the safe, Dean's desk, chair, mattress, safe deposit box? 4 missions, 2 of which involve stealing candy. 1 steals a table and chair, and 1 removes a mattress. All assignments are in the Dean's room. Why is that? Could the Dean's room be hiding some secret? 2 of them involve safes, and safes are Rule S rank missions. The gazes of the players looked at the 2 players who had received the stolen candy, and the gazes weren't much different from looking at dead shenanigans. The 2 remaining ones who stole tables and chairs and dismantled mattresses were obviously much more reliable than the 2 players who came up with S-ranked quests like safes to start the game. What they didn't know, however, was that Donim and Bertu were incredibly excited at the moment. As security guards, they are responsible for catching thieves. According to the rules, if they caught these players who were about to steal the Dean, then they would be rewarded. Once rewarded, their chances of survival would be greatly improved. The 2 shenanigans looked at each other and immediately determined to join forces. On the other side, the courtyard, Jiang Wei looked enviously at the 4 Zhang Biao who were absorbing the light of the blood moon to enhance their strength while sleeping. Or I could buy one of the junkier powers to play with first? Thinking of this, Jiang Wei tapped on the system mall. After searching around, Jiang Wei's eyes rested on a G-ranked ability. G-ranked psychic ability. Left hand middle finger strengthened. Can become longer and thicker. Don't get me wrong. Jiang Wei is not a pervert. He was just thinking that in future fights, he would first raise his longer and thicker left middle finger to his opponent. And that insult must have been pulled full circle. Buy it. Congratulations to the host for spending 5,000 system points. Congratulations to the host for awakening his G-rank psychic ability and strengthening the middle finger of his left hand. Since the host has awakened, the light of the blood moon will no longer be converted into system points. Congratulations to the host on his upgrade. Rewarded with 100 system points. Congratulations to the host on his upgrade. Rewarded with 200 system points. Congratulations to the host on his upgrade. Rewarded with 300 system points. Congratulations to the host on his upgrade. Rewarded with 500 system points. Congratulations to the host on his upgrade. Rewarded with 800 system points. Congratulations to the host on his upgrade. Rewarded with. A series of dozens of system beeps rang out, and Jiang Wei was numb. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I should have bought it earlier if I had known. I'm so stupid. Jiang Wei raised his newly awakened left middle finger at himself. Chapter 70 Opposite Yao Mei is a super god. Host, Jiang Wei. Age, 22. Face value, unimportant. Sex, male. Ability, strengthening of the middle finger of the left hand, upgradable. Talent, SSS level. Rank, 23. Combat strength, 499, can be improved. System points, 627-4210, can be obtained through quests as well as recycled items. Merit value balance, 354687665 points, can be exchanged for system points on a one-to-one basis. Eye of Scrying, intermediate, can probe information about the target, the lower the target's level, the more information there is. Penetrating vision, can penetrate obscurations no more than 1 meter thick. System, wasn't the one I bought a G-ranked ability? How come it's an SSS talent? And what's with this combat power? Why hasn't it increased at all? Host, the level of the psychic ability you purchased is rated as G. It has nothing to do with your talent, which is self-contained and is shown because you have awakened your psychic ability. The left middle finger strengthening ability did not cause an increase in your strength, so your combat power this has not changed. The host may consider purchasing a more powerful psychic ability or continuing to strengthen the body to obtain a breakthrough in combat power. So it is. Jiang Wei looked at the 3 places on the attributes where he could add points. Left hand alien enhancement. Combat power. Scrying eye. Every increase in combat power today requires 100,000 system points, and the system's increase in combat power defaults to physical enhancement, which is obviously a bit of a cocktail for today's me. Jiang Wei could feel that his body nowadays was afraid that even armor-piercing bullets might not be able to penetrate it. Strengthening was possible, but not now. Now his system points should be used for something more important. The Eye of Scrying had already reached the intermediate level, and another upgrade would require a full 5 million system points, which was obviously not something he could afford to spend right now either. System, how many system points are needed to strengthen the left middle finger once? 1 point, 5 times for each subsequent upgrade. Up to a maximum of 9 upgrades. I'll be damned. It's not bad for G-ranked powers. It's so cheap. System, pull straight full. Congratulations to the host for spending 281 system points. The left middle finger strengthening is being upgraded and is expected to take 3 hours. Asterisk 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 for $480. 000? Jiang Wei hurriedly took out his cell phone and counted it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's still true. There was no way to spend all the money. Jiang Wei could only expect this L9 middle finger enhancement to bring him some surprises. It didn't have to be too big. It would just boost his combat power by 5 points, or else he would lose his ass. Feeling the itchy sensation coming from the middle finger of his left hand, Jiang Wei subconsciously picked up a stone and poked it. With just a click, the stone was poked out of a hole by Jiang Wei. Under the friction of the stone cave, Jiang Wei couldn't help but show an expression of enjoyment. Comfortable. Jiang Wei rubbed his fingers together while turning his head to look at the 4 Zhangbiao people. It's been a while since I've read about them, and I wonder if they've improved lately. Zhang Biao, 18 years old, physical state, mild hunger, S-class alien, eating, rank 32, combat power 349. Zhang Hu, 18 years old, physical state, mild hunger, S-class alien, eating, rank 32, combat power 349. Zhang Long, 18 years old, physical state, mild hunger, S-class alien, eating, rank 32, combat power 349. Zhang Bao, 18 years old, physical state, mild hunger, S-class alien, eating, Rank 32. Combat power 349. The information is still exactly the same except for the name, which is 50 points lower than the 399 from the last time he fought Li Shichao. But that's only if they're mildly hungry. Moderate hunger adds another 50 points, and heavy hunger adds another 50 points. In other words, the four of them had risen another step in their combat power over this period of time. 50 points of combat breakthrough is not too much to say and not too little to say. The point is, it's infuriating that such breakthroughs they're getting by eating and moonlighting. Well, actually, everyone currently cultivates by moonlighting. Until the blood moon awakened, the official government hasn't come up with a cultivation technique yet. Jiang Wei's system mall did have cultivation techniques, but that thing seemed to be for immortal cultivation, so it was not useful at all at the moment. Most importantly, the price is too expensive to afford. Looking at the sleeping Zhang Biao 4, Jiang Wei was just furious. Everyone was reinforcing their physique to become stronger, so why were they able to sleep, while they themselves have pretty much lost the ability to sleep? Maybe it's a perk for people who like to stay up late, but definitely not for Jiang Wei. Pop, what are you sleeping for? Get up and play the game. Big brother, we're all kings and you're only silver. We're no longer friends in the same segment. Jiang Wei, Nima, cut the crap and bring me up to king right now. Brother, I can't get in line. I don't care. I want to be king. In that dark corner forgotten by the bright moonlight, several dark shadows stood quietly like ghosts. Their figures were hidden in the darkness, and without careful observation, it was almost difficult to detect their presence. At this moment, they were all nervously looking at the 5 Jiang Wei who were concentrating on playing the game in the courtyard. In addition to the 5 players from Dornum who had received the quest, Pardo and Tulso were actually awake as well. Unlike Tulso, who was ready to pick up the slack while those players were discovered, Pardo was trying to dive into the fish pond while he had the chance. Pardo is convinced that the secret of the morning puma must be in the fish pond. As long as he found the secret of funeral Biao, he could open the teleportation transmission channel and return to the Guile realm, and then even if he met danger, he would have nothing to fear. As time passed, the players who received the mission became more and more nervous. Failure to complete the quest would result in them losing the protection of the rules and becoming the target of hunting by the NPCs who issued the quests. And now, they don't know if they'll be protected by the rules, because, in addition to quests, triggering conditions are one of the rules of player hunting. If Dean's trigger condition is seeing them outside at night, then their meeting Dean is almost certain death. The truth was similar to what they had guessed. Jiang Wei's trigger condition was indeed all the players he met during the night. But what the players didn't know was that Jiang Wei's hunt triggered a full 3 conditions. In addition to meeting players at night, players who did not greet Jiang Wei during the day also triggered the hunt condition. The last entry is even more outrageous. The player who survives to the 7th day. That is to say, the players that Jiang Wei met at night could be hunted and killed. And those that he met during the day and did not greet Jiang Wei could also be hunted and killed. And the players that survived until the 7th day all became hunted and killed. That's the rule. Super mission with SSS level of mission difficulty. Trying to survive 7 days was not up to them from the start. We can't wait any longer. If we wait any longer the mission will simply fail. Players don't dare to gamble that the NPCs will leave them alone if they fail the quest. Determined, they forced their fears to feel their way towards Jiang Wei's room. The current ones could only pray that Jiang Wei's mind was focused on the game and would not notice their presence. However, the first moment they stepped out of the shadows, Jiang Wei had already detected them figure. Ha, looks like we can get 5 kills this hand. However, Zhang Bao, who was on the side, said unknowingly, Big brother, don't take the 5 kills, you'd better send 2 less. The opposite side of the Yao Mei is super god. Jiang Wei, Chapter 71 Hour of the Hunt. Dean's office. Is this where Dean lives? Outside the broken window, Yoshiko, the only female player among the 5 who received the quest, was the first to tumble in. She was tasked with stealing Dean's desk and chair. Not to mention, although the entire House of Love was dilapidated, Jiang Wei's Dean's office was luxurious. Not only were the solid wood tables and chairs used, but even the bed was padded with 3 full mattresses. Well, the main reason is that I bought too many mattresses the first time I went into the mystery. Looks like this quest isn't so hard after all. Yoshiko grinned and was about to do it when she spotted the safe sitting on the counter. Dean's safe. Yoshiko's hand reaching for the table and chairs immediately stopped where it was, her eyes flaming at the safe on the counter. S-rank quests can be completed with a generous reward, as well as a return to your world. Excited hearts. Trembling hands. Just as Yoshiko reached her hand towards the safe, the other 4 players couldn't hold back any longer. Stop. Even Dornum, who was initially ready to report the 4 players for rewards, forgot about his security status at this point. Yoshiko was startled by the sudden low drink. Yet just as she did, the 4 men outside the window had tumbled in. Drop the safe. Yoshiko sniffed and spat. I didn't pick it up either. Gentlemen, there's only one safe and there are 5 of us. What? Are we going to kill each other first before we even open the safe? The S-rank mission of the rules, although it's the Dean's safe, doesn't state that the mission can be completed by opening the safe or that there's something else needed. Shouldn't our current mission be to open the safe first? Okay, let's open the safe first then. The 5 people came to the safe and looked at the long broken safe door and the iron lock on it. Does the safe lock with this? I guess not. Whatever lock it's locked with. Saw the lock first. Do you have a saw? No. Just then, a saw was passed from behind the 5 men. I have it here. Thanks. Yoshiko took the saw and began sawing in earnest. Hey, you guys, stop blocking the light. I can't even see. Yoshiko didn't realize that even the sound of breathing stopped around her except for a chattering sound of teeth fighting as she said this. I say you guys. Yoshiko stopped what she was doing and twisted her head to look behind her. Her words stuck in mid-sentence. Only behind them, Zhang Wei was looking at them expressionlessly. While looking at them, Zhang Wei's right hand was still holding an iron ball, and the middle finger of his left hand was constantly rubbing in the hole in the center of the ball. Yard. Dean. Escape. Aside from Donim, who wanted to give Zhang Wei an explanation for not fleeing, Yoshiko and the remaining 3 players did not hesitate to choose to flee. Their choice was undoubtedly correct, as Donim was directly stabbed through his forehead by Zhang Wei before he could even utter a single word. Zhang Wei took out a tissue and wiped the blood on his fingers. The fallen Donim also transformed from a human into a disgusting monster that resembled a slime. After selling Donim's corpse to the system, Zhang Wei then chased after the 4 players in the direction they had fled. The 4 players were all very smart, and instead of choosing to go back to the leaky room that Zhang Wei had arranged for them, they each ran back to where they were working, Subaru's room. When Zhang Wei arrived, Yoshiko was already dancing behind Su Qing. Seeing Zhang Wei come, Yoshiko visibly trembled. Zhang Wei grinned at Yoshiko, then slowly retreated. One of Su Qing's live broadcasts would only last for 3 hours at most, and Zhang Wei would be back in 3 hours. However, just as Zhang Wei left, Su Qing directly turned off the live broadcast. You failed. Subaru looked at Yoshiko and said faintly. Puff. Yoshiko's legs went weak and she fell straight to her knees. Sister Su, please, Before Yoshiko could finish her words, a silver needle shot straight into her brow. Yoshiko fell to the ground with a twitch, then turned into a fox as Subaru watched. With that, a power surged into Su Qing's body. Kind of. Su Qing twisted her head to look at the 2 remaining trembling female players and said, You guys, who's going to take this quest? Puff. The 2 women instantly fell to their knees. A player huddles in a corner in a sewer pipe. Shivering. He desperately covered his mouth, not daring to make the slightest sound. However, what he didn't know was that Zhang Wei's probing eyes could see through no more than 1 meter of cover, and the sewer in the House of Love is just 1 meter above the ground. However, seeing is seeing. Zhang Wei would definitely not go down to catch him. However, just because Zhang Wei doesn't go doesn't mean no one does. A few minutes later, a pair of green eyes suddenly appeared behind the player, followed by a claw reaching silently for his throat. Put. Ho ho. With a grimace, Albara dragged the player, who hadn't specifically died yet, step by step towards the exit of the sewers. At the construction site, Zhang Wei looked at the player hiding on the roof with an odd expression. That's quite a dodge. Zhang Wei picked up a steel pipe and threw it with force. Put. Bang. The steel pipe carried the player right down hard. After selling the player who had transformed back into his body to the system, Zhang Wei headed in the direction of the kitchen. However, Zhang Wei was stopped by Morning Biao just as he reached the kitchen door. Brother, why? What brings you here so late? Zhang Wei looked at the player who was wrapping the buns, before looking at Morning Biao and saying, I'll find a thief. Why? Have you been stolen? Zhang Wei shook his head as he sniffed. Oh, then you must be looking in the wrong place. Zhang Wei frowned. He did not expect Morning Biao to actually help this player. In fact, Zhang Wei had overthought it. Morning Biao simply didn't want this player to die so early, or else who was going to wrap his hundreds of tons of buns? Zhang Wei nodded gently and didn't say anything else. Anyway, it shouldn't be too easy for him to hunt these players. After Zhang Wei left, Morning Biao's face sank. What made it change its face was not the player it had sent to steal Zhang Wei. After all, going to steal Zhang Wei's candy was just a matter of using the rules of the game to leave this player unprotected while playing a joke on Zhang Wei. It was Pardo who made it change its face. Just now, Pardo actually tried to dive under the water, but luckily it realized it in time and grabbed Pardo before he could dive. Otherwise the player with the fastest bag would have either been eaten by the fish inside or would have discovered its secret by now. Morning Biao twisted his head to look at the shivering Pardo and the other player, and muttered in his mind, when the buns are finished, this cat will throw you into the fish pond.